Awakening from sleep, the entire class and teacher found themselves trapped inside an airliner. Among the 30-plus top-tier beauties on the plane, only Yu Feng was a man. While others were killing and plundering for a drop of gasoline, Yu Feng awakened the super captain system and multi-blessing full compensation. Daily sign-in rewards attributes upgrading the airliner, allows top-tier, draws interacting with girls, awakens inverse supernatural abilities. Yu Feng was directly frozen awake by a piercing cold wind. He suddenly opened his eyes. What came into view was a rusty iron cabin wall covered with water stains, yellowed window shades, and a luggage rack above that seemed about to collapse. The decrepit, beat-up appearance was clearly that of an old passenger plane interior. Cold wind poured violently through a large hole at the rear of the cabin. Yu Feng tried to climb up, but when his gaze swept downward, his mind went blank. He wasn't wearing any clothes. On the aisle and the stripped floor of the airliner, about 30 people were lying scattered around. All familiar faces. The 26 female classmates, the usually cold and strict counselor, and English teacher Lu Rian, and even a few top school beauties who often audited their class. A lazy nasal moan sounded beside his ear. Yu Feng's body stiffened. He rigidly looked down as if he had accidentally touched something soft. Sun Yan rubbed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, muttering groggily, "I stayed up reading last night. How did I fall asleep?" She slowly sat up, her unfocused gaze beginning to sharpen. First she looked at her own wide-open chest, then her gaze shifted and landed on the fully naked Yu Feng. Finally her eyes locked onto his hand that hadn't yet been withdrawn. The air froze for a second. Oh! A scream that could shatter bulletproof glass tore through the silence of the cabin. Sun Yan scrambled backward, both hands clutching her chest, her pure face instantly turning pale. "Yu Feng, you pervert." This scream was like a torch thrown into a gasoline barrel. The entire cabin instantly exploded. The sleeping women were awakened one after another. When they found themselves in a strange broken airplane with not even a palm-sized piece of fabric on their bodies, they completely broke down. "Where are my clothes? Who did this? Don't look at me. Turn around." Screams and cries instantly tore through the ceiling. The front half of the cabin had only 12 worn-out seats. More than 30 naked women desperate for a tiny bit of cover scrambled madly toward the seat backs. "Don't push me. I was here first. Move over. Give me some cover." They pushed and pulled at each other, the scene completely out of control. Several usually dignified and reserved heiresses, in order to grab a hiding space, started fighting directly. "Everyone shut up. Stay quiet." A cold, slightly trembling voice barely managed to overpower the crowd's noise. Counselor Lu Rian was crouched behind the first row of seats. Her 173-meter-tall slender figure could only curl up pitifully. She struggled to cross her arms in front of her chest desperately, trying to cover her extremely imposing E-cup. Forcing her usual stern classroom face, she pretended to be calm. "Classmates, don't panic first. Quickly find something to cover yourselves. We've probably been kidnapped or suffered a plane crash. Stay rational." As she said this, her trembling voice and the blush spreading to her ears completely betrayed her inner panic. Yu Feng quickly averted his gaze, using his usual easygoing high emotional intelligence, cleared his throat, and tried to mediate. "Ladies, please calm down first. This is clearly not a prank. Look at this tin can. What kind of crazy kidnapper would go to such trouble to strip us all naked and throw us here to freeze?" He spread his hands, looking innocent. "I'm a victim here too. We're all in the same boat. Don't be so dramatic, okay?" Hearing a man's voice, the originally panicked women turned their heads in unison. Dozens of gazes like searchlights instantly focused on Yu Feng. "Pervert. Yu Feng, you're shameless." Various curses rained down. Chen Yusin was so angry she jumped up and down, hiding behind a seat, blushing and pointing at him. "You pervert. Even at a time like this, you're still horny." Yu Feng, even with his thick skin, couldn't take it anymore. "Damn, it's a physiological reaction, okay? These women simply don't reason. Wow. My God." A very flippant whistle sounded, standing out especially in the midst of the curses. American exchange student Alyssa leaned against the cabin wall. Her 175-meter-tall frame, with a head of golden wavy hair. She had none of the coyness of the domestic girls, casually covering her impressive F-cup with one hand. Her exquisite hourglass figure and full peach-shaped buttocks were completely exposed. Her blue eyes looked Yu Feng up and down with great interest, lingering on his exaggerated manhood for a full 5 seconds, then teased in slightly awkward Chinese. Your endowment is really big." Yu Feng's mouth twitched. This foreign woman was really something. In the face of death or survival, she was still making dirty jokes. Meanwhile, in a corner of the cabin wall, not far from Yu Feng, Sun Yan was huddled. She didn't cover her 36D chest like the others in panic. Instead, she stared straight at Yu Feng's back. There was no shame in her eyes, but a kind of almost greedy obsession. She gently licked her red lips, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth, looking like a beast that had locked onto its prey. Just as the women were still in chaos over covering themselves and cursing Yu Feng, a cold, emotionless, mechanical voice suddenly exploded in everyone's mind without warning. "Warning. The global 6 billion humans have been forcibly connected to the airplane survival game. The airliner you are on is your only shelter. After 30 days, the extreme cold apocalypse will arrive and the temperature will drop to absolute zero. Currently, there are no supplies on the plane, no heating equipment. The mechanical voice gave no chance to breathe. Continuing its cold judgment, the plane will remain in flight, periodically forced to stop at temporary stations. Players must leave the cabin and go to the stations to collect survival supplies. The first 2 days are a newbie protection period with only a few monsters roaming the temporary stations. Those who fail to return on time will be instantly eliminated. The last word, eliminate, struck with piercing cold, shattering the last shred of hope in everyone's heart. The noisy cabin instantly fell into dead silence. Even the sound of the cold wind became piercing. No, this isn't real. Shin Yusin held her head, broke down completely, and crouched on the floor crying. She was simple in nature, never having experienced such a desperate scene, tears streaming down. Chuyu, standing by the seat, also turned pale. This usually elegant, fiery-tempered heiress of a real estate family was now biting her lip hard, her hands protecting her chest, her body trembling uncontrollably. Despair. Utter despair. No clothes, no food, and they have to fight monsters. What awaited them was not rescue, but a one-way death flight. Suffocating fear crushed everyone's heart. Just as Yu Feng was also stunned by the sudden apocalypse game, a crisp ding sounded in his mind. Unlike the cold mechanical voice, this sound was like a heavenly melody. Ding. Super Warrior System awakened. Daily sign-in rewards 1 attribute point and 1 cubic meter of portable space. The system will continue to update and unlock new features. Yu Feng's pupils contracted sharply, his heart pounding wildly. System. Online novels were right. Transmigration survival always comes with a golden finger. Daily free attribute points and space are definitely a god-tier ability in this extreme cold apocalypse. This is a huge win. He suppressed the crazy grin, keeping his face neutral, and with a thought of virtual semi-transparent panel popped out that only he could see. Host Yu Feng, current attributes: Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 9, average adult male, is 10. Daily sign-in reward, issued free attribute, point 1 portable space, 1 cubic meter. Current available attribute points: 1 OI portable space, 1 cubic meter. Yu Feng quickly scanned the panel. His usual training hadn't been in vain, as strength and constitution were above average, only agility slightly lagging. Holding 1 free attribute point in hand. Which to add? Strength governs offense, agility governs survival, constitution governs endurance. They would soon be forced to stop at a temporary station, and the monsters outside were still unknown. Yu Feng thought for a moment and decided to keep the point in hand. Good steel must be used on the blade. Adding points when an emergency happens is the best way to catch the enemy off guard. He closed the panel, raised his head, and looked around. Yu Feng looked at the full cabin of stunning beauties, and the crazy thought in his mind began to stir. Everyone stopped crying. Will sobbing magically produce clothing? Chuyu sprang to her feet in one swift motion. Accustomed to commanding others, she showed no diminishment of her aristocratic imperiousness despite standing utterly unclothed before them all. She swept her dark tresses from her face and tucked them behind her head, then folded her arms across her chest in a gesture of makeshift modesty before issuing her orders with forced composure. All of you search the luggage compartments. Dismantle the seat cushions. Scrutinize every crevice in the flooring. Bring forth anything that might shield us from the wind. Yu Feng remained seated on the floor, unmoving. He was delighted that someone else had stepped forward to shoulder the burden. These pampered heiresses, accustomed to lording over others, had now been stripped bare and abandoned in a dilapidated aircraft. Their composure was bound to shatter before long. Having someone divert the collective anxiety suited him perfectly. He seized the opportunity to survey his surroundings. The 30-odd women, as though clutching at a lifeline, sprang into action without hesitation. 10 minutes later. Nothing. There's nothing here, not even in the rear storage hold. The rationality that Chuyu so prided herself on began fracturing irreparably. She gazed at her own empty hands, her voice quivering. The entire cabin had been ransacked from stem to stern. Neither a scrap of fabric nor a tattered fragment of paper remained to be found. The brutal truth descended like a sledgehammer, shattering whatever fragile hope any of them had clung to. Over there. There appears to be something. Shen Yusin, positioned at the foremost section of the cabin, caught a glimmer of movement. She extended her finger toward the sealed metal door of the cockpit. On the cabin wall nearby, previously swallowed in darkness, a half-meter-wide display screen now pulsed with frantic luminosity. That arresting crimson glow instantly became the focal point of every desperate gaze. Forgetting all decorum, the 30-odd women surged forward toward the front of the cabin like a frenzied tide. Dozens of unclothed forms bathed in crimson luminescence undulated with breathtaking splendor. Yu Feng followed in their wake, his gaze inevitably sweeping past several exquisite silhouettes ahead. He sighed inwardly. Such a tableau surely tested the limits of masculine endurance. Leveraging his height and reach, he carved a path straight to the front. Allow me to try. Yu Feng arched an eyebrow, betraying not a flicker of hesitation as he pressed his palm flat against the pulsating screen. This was, after all, a survival game. The designers would never have opened with an unwinnable scenario. The instant his palm made contact, the screen's blinding crimson radiance transmuted into a gentle emerald glow. The verdant light bathed the 30-odd bare-shouldered women, illuminating their expressions, tremulous with fear, yet luminous with anticipation, in crystalline clarity. That dispassionate, glacial mechanical voice once again reverberated through the cabin. System initialization complete. Unidentified anomaly detected aboard Flight 10,000. Initial resource generation failed. Captain designation forcibly bound to the sole qualifying player, Yu Feng. Congratulations to Yu Feng on assuming the role of captain of the Dragon Nation. Access to the cockpit has been granted. Warning: all players aboard are absolutely incapable of inflicting any form of harm upon the captain. A surge of unbridled elation erupted within Yu Feng's chest. Captain, an absolute immunity to harm besides. Within this decrepit aircraft he was now its undisputed sovereign. None could so much as disturb a single hair upon his head. This opening gambit was already decided. In compensation for the aforementioned initialization anomaly, exclusive compensatory provisions are hereby issued to all female players aboard this flight. Fertility blessing system successfully loaded. Rules announced: any female player who successfully conceives will immediately awaken an exclusive survival ability accompanied by substantial enhancement of her physical attributes. Note: following conception, fetal development will be accelerated with parturition occurring after merely 3 months. Reconception postpartum is permitted and abilities may be cumulatively upgraded. The mechanical voice faded into nothingness. Throughout the draft-ridden cabin of the battered airliner, such profound silence reigned that even the descent of a single needle upon the floor would have echoed thunderously. A deathly stillness. Some 36 complex gazes, as though acting in concert, peeled themselves from the display screen and fastened themselves, piercing and unwavering, upon Yu Feng. Yu Feng's heart gave an involuntary lurch. He rapidly deciphered the system's machinations. His own super soldier system was his personal ace, a golden finger permitting daily sign-ins for attribute points. Meanwhile, this fertility blessing system had been exclusively bestowed upon the women. But herein lay the crux. In the entire aircraft he was the sole male. This meant that these 30-odd delicate young women, if they wished to endure in this apocalyptic environment and awaken abilities to combat the monstrosities beyond, must cast aside every last vestige of pride and reserve to engage with him. He had transformed in an instant from an ordinary classmate into the singular life-sustaining resource of the entire assembly. Pinned beneath the brazen scrutiny of so many exquisite temptresses, the air thrummed with an intoxicating blend of tension and allure. Particularly Chu Yuding Yutong and several other shrewd-minded girls whose gazes had begun oscillating between his countenance and his imposing, unshielded form. Those eyes betrayed a melange of mortification, indignation, and a desperate, calculating boldness born of the will to survive. I comprehend. Sun Yin suddenly clapped her hands together with force, her crisp voice shattering the cabin's deathly silence. With an air of grave solemnity, she proceeded to expound upon her peculiar logic to all present. The reason we don't even have a scrap of clothing is undoubtedly because this wretched system glitched. Think about it. Even in those battle royale games we play, upon landing players are at least issued a single pair of white undergarments. Yet this pitiful game failed to spawn even its starting equipment. Her enthusiasm mounted with every word. Upon catching Yu Feng's unwavering stare fixed upon her, she refrained from the expected shriek and frantic covering of her chest. Instead, an extraordinary thrill welled up from somewhere deep within. She returned Yu Feng's gaze, an unconcealed infatuation smoldering in the depths of her eyes. After all, she had already been seen in entirety. What matter a few extra glances? Upon hearing Sun Yin's elaborate explanation, the girls who had been suspended in bewildered stupor gradually regained their faculties. This godforsaken game. What gives it the right to strip us of our clothing and foist this perverse conception rule upon us? Yu Feng is the only man aboard. Is this meant to let that lecher cash in entirely? The cabin instantly erupted with collective fury, the air thick with cursing and lamentation. Their frantic vilification of the system served chiefly to mask the profound disorientation and embarrassment engendered by the fertility blessing regulations. Yet as the girls continued their tirade, their gazes gradually drifted toward Yu Feng. Some glowered with indignation, others demurred behind artfully lowered lashes, while more than a few devoured his physique with naked hunger, as though intent upon extracting every last drop. Even Yu Feng, seasoned by brazenness though he was, found himself faltering beneath such concerted feminine scrutiny. He hastened to deploy his customary high EQ rhetoric to deflect the mounting tension. Ladies, if you would be so kind as to cease gifting me with such attentions, I'm positively unsettled. He hunched forward slightly, affecting the demeanor of a beleaguered victim. This predicament is merely temporary. Let us redirect our focus toward the matter of survival. The creatures beyond these walls have yet to make their appearance. Let us unite in weathering this crisis. I am after all a virile young man. Bear with me a while longer. At the next stop, we shall secure provisions and garments post-haste. Oh my Yu, you are refreshingly candid. My admiration for you grows by the moment. Eliza, the golden-haired foreign beauty, reclined against the cabin wall and emitted a silvery laugh seemingly engineered to stoke the flames of chaos. In halting Chinese, she brazenly taunted. Should none of them be willing to sacrifice for survival, I would gladly volunteer to be the first to experience the captain's and the system's rewards. After all, your endowment is truly most enticing. The instant these words escaped her lips, they struck like a spark upon the tinder of the domestic girl's sensibilities. Several of the local school beauties had scarcely begun their blushing retorts against the uninhibited foreign exchange student when a violent tremor violently seized the entire cabin. Crimson alarm beacons spun frantically overhead as a shrill klaxon pierced the air. The mechanical voice descended without preamble. Warning. Aircraft proceeding to forced docking at temporary Station 1. Abandoned aviation tower. Cargo door opening imminent. Players may disembark to scavenge supplies. Advisory: bloodthirsty zombies wander beyond the station. Best of fortune. Accompanied by the excruciating screech of metal upon metal, the massive iron door at the aircraft's tail slowly descended to form a ramp. A bone-chilling gale redolent with the copper tang of blood instantaneously inundated the cabin. Beyond the threshold, a chorus of faint yet spine-tingling howls drew rapidly nearer. The colossal metal hatch crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom, sending a gust of fetid wind laced with machine oil and the stench of rot swirling through the cabin. Over 30 girls screamed and shrank toward the rear of the fuselage, their bare bodies jostling and pressing against one another in a tangled mass of pale flesh. Yu Feng remained motionless in his place. The captain's exclusive screen before him, which had been glowing green moments before, suddenly flickered as its interface rotated. Two translucent virtual panels, straight out of an online game, popped into view: World Chat and Trading Hall. In the upper right corner, a steadily pulsing counter displayed the number of players currently online: 66000. Yu Feng tapped open World Chat directly. A dense cascade of text scrolled down the screen like a waterfall, every line a message from survivors scattered across the globe. What kind of bullshit survival game is this? 1 second I was queued up for ranked at an internet cafe, the next second I'm dumped in the middle of a desert. I'm roasting alive out here. Brothers, did any of you get starter gear? The system only gave me a pair of white underwear. You expect me to take on zombies in my underwear? I'm at the polar station. Somebody help, all I've got is a pair of white underwear. I can't even feel my body anymore. Anyone got food? I'll trade you my white underwear for some. This is an abandoned airfield station. It's swarming with mutant rats the size of dogs. Help! Somebody please save me. White underwear. Yu lunged at the screen without a care for the spectacular assets bouncing wildly across her chest, jabbing at the scrolling chat log as she burst into furious curses. Why does everyone else get white underwear? We don't even have a single thread. Her furious outburst drew the girls hiding in the back. Dozens of stark naked beauties crowded around the screen and caught sight of the barrage of complaints from people stuck with nothing but a single pair of underwear. Chen Yusin's grievance erupted on the spot as she crumpled to the floor and sobbed uncontrollably. This system is bullying us. Other people at least have something to cover up with, but our plane got screwed over by this perverted game so badly we don't even have a scrap of underwear. Her nemesis, Su Tiantian, trembled with rage, clamping both hands desperately over her most vulnerable regions as she spat through clenched teeth. This damn system is absolutely a dirty old pervert. A complete hypocrite. Why strip us of our starter supplies and replace them with that sleazy compensation? Fury erupted throughout the cabin in an instant. Over 30 top-tier beauties seethed with indignation, their magnificent figures heaving as a chorus of curses rose in waves. The fear of the unknown monsters from moments ago was washed away by the suffocating humiliation of this absurd contrast. They would rather wander a desert in white underwear than remain stark naked in this broken aircraft like exhibits for men to gawk at. Yu Feng's heart swelled with mirth. These pampered young ladies had finally faced reality. He casually tapped open the trading hall beside it. At present the hall was completely empty, with not a single listing posted. That was entirely expected. Right now everyone was scrambling for their first bite to eat, with no surplus supplies to spare for trade. Yet the mere appearance of this function put Yu Feng's mind completely at ease. Once he had hard currency in his hands, what couldn't he acquire in the future? Alright ladies, enough about the underwear. Yu Feng dismissed the panel with a casual wave and turned to face the cabin full of luscious bare figures, spreading his hands in a soothing gesture. Even if others are running around a desert in their underwear, they'll still starve and burn just the same. Our top priority right now is to use this protection period to get down there and grab some food and clothing. He turned and strode to the edge of the cabin door, leaning out to survey the surroundings. What greeted his eyes was a vista of desolate death. A crumbling asphalt tarmac was overrun with weeds tall enough to swallow a person whole, the ground littered with rotting leaves and rusted, decaying machinery that looked as though it had been abandoned for over a decade. Not far away, an air traffic control tower had been snapped clean in half, its steel reinforcement bars exposed to the air like the dried bones of some long-dead skeleton. Beyond the tarmac, roughly 200 meters from the passenger plane, stood a half-collapsed concrete structure. A crooked battered sign hung above it: Air Traffic Control Staff Supermarket. Where there was a supermarket, there were supplies. But the trouble was that two humanoid monsters in tattered uniforms were currently wandering around its entrance. Their skin was a sickening grayish-blue all over. The flesh on half of each face had rotted away entirely, leaving stark, white bone exposed to the air as they drifted aimlessly through the ruins. Zombies without a doubt. Come take a look. Yu Feng pointed toward the small supermarket in the distance. That's our target. But 30-odd people marching out there stark naked would be too conspicuous a target. We'd basically be delivering takeout to the zombies. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the group. 5 people will go ahead to scout. Once it's confirmed safe, they bring the supplies back. The rest stay and hold position. Who's coming with me? The cabin fell deathly silent in an instant. The girls who had been cursing the system with such fervor moments ago turned ashen-faced at the sight of the monsters outside, scrambling backward in blind panic. Shen Yusin clapped a hand over her mouth and shook her head, desperately terrified Yu Feng would call her name. After several seconds of silence, I'm the class president. I'm going with you. Chu Yu gritted her teeth, striding out boldly. Her complexion was slightly pale, her body still trembling faintly from the cold wind, but the stubborn pride carved into her very bones refused to let her retreat. She refused to let Yu Feng seize complete control of the situation right from the start. Count me in. A crisp, decisive female voice rang out. The athletic student Ding Yutong clenched her fists and pushed her way out of the crowd. With her short cropped hair, wheat-toned skin, and chiseled abs straining against the cold wind, she cut an imposing figure. Unlike the other girls, she made no attempt at bashful concealment as she walked straight up beside Yu Feng. I'm fast, I'm strong, and if anything happens I can lend a hand. Before the words had even faded, Sun Yin had somehow appeared at his side. She lifted that innocent pure face, her large eyes glimmering with an almost pathological devotion. Yu Feng, wherever you go, I don't want to be apart from you. The contrast made Yu Feng's heart skip a beat. This girl wasn't just fearless, she was practically throwing herself at him. This was a real test of his resolve. Fighting zombies. Sounds pretty cool, count me in. The blonde bombshell Alyssa let out a sharp whistle and sauntered over with an exaggerated swagger. She completely ignored the coy, self-conscious posturing of the local girls, her spectacularly ample F-cup figure swaying with each step like rolling waves as she joined the squad with brazen confidence. Chu Yu had the brains, Ding Yutong brought the muscle, Alyssa possessed formidable physical conditioning, and Sun Yin was terrifyingly bold. 5 people perfectly assembled. Wait a moment. The class counselor Lu Ruyin, who had been cowering in the back, rose to her feet. She forced herself to project the composure she wore while lecturing at the podium as she directed the remaining girls. We can't just let them go out there with nothing on. Go grab those seat belts we found earlier and those seat covers we tore apart. Several girls hurriedly gathered an armful of torn fabric strips and nylon straps and brought them over. Lu Rian carried several straps over to the scouting party, her cheeks burning crimson, her gaze darting away in desperate avoidance of Yu Feng's lower body. Conditions are limited, so use these to tie yourselves up for now. Just protect the vital areas. 5 minutes later, Yu Feng looked at the 4 girls standing before him, his Adam's apple bobbing sharply as he swallowed hard. The visual was quite something. Sun Yin had taken a tattered red cloth strip, wrapped it once around her neck, then wound it twice tightly down along the deep valley of her chest. This half-concealed extreme bondage was even more devastating than full nudity, its visual impact utterly off the charts. The girls staying behind caught sight of the sight, and all blushed furiously, turning their heads away. Yu Feng cleared his throat dryly, took the widest seatbelt Lu Rian offered him, and hastily wound it around his waist twice, barely managing to rein in his rather audacious endowment. We have no idea what's out there. Going in unarmed won't cut it. Yu Feng turned and headed toward the cockpit at the very front of the cabin. The metal door slid open automatically upon confirming his identity. The cockpit wasn't spacious, but the various instrument panels and control consoles remained perfectly intact. Yu Feng's gaze swept across the surroundings before coming to rest on a concealed metal compartment beneath the pilot's seat. He wrenched the compartment open, and behold, a fine prize. A hefty fire axe lay silently within, its weight substantial and reassuring. Its handle was finished in crimson lacquer. The blade, nearly half a meter in length, was thick and heavy, its edge honed to a terrifying sharpness that glinted with a chilling, bone-deep light in the dim glow. Yu Feng gripped the handle and yanked the great axe free in a single fluid motion. With his strength stat at 11, the heavy chopper that normally required 2 hands to wield felt effortless as he swung it one-handed through the air. Whoosh! The blade tore through the air with a dull, heavy hum. Axe in hand, he strode out of the cockpit and took his position at the cabin door. The 4 girls, now outfitted like battle-damaged pin-up warriors, trailed closely behind him. Yu Feng raised the fire axe, fixed his gaze on the zombies 200 meters away, and stepped boldly out of the cabin. Yu Feng stepped out of the cabin gripping the heavy red firefighter's cleaver in one hand. A bone-chilling wind thick with the stench of rotting machine oil slammed into him with brutal force. Chu Yu and Sun Yin followed closely behind, their bodies trembling violently in the cold. Goose flesh instantly prickled across their exposed pale skin. The few girls had only managed to barely cover their vital areas with torn cloth strips and seatbelts. This so-called battle-damaged attire looked utterly pitiful and laughable against the apocalyptic wind. Yu Feng did not let impulse drive him into a reckless charge toward the supermarket 200 meters away. Lowering his center of gravity, he led the four girls through waist-high weeds, using them as cover to approach several abandoned engineering vehicles and rusted iron boxes at the edge of the helipad. Half an hour later, the scavenging effort ended in complete failure. Apart from 2 pieces of rust-covered scrap wire and half a bottle of foul-smelling dirty water with unidentified flocculent matter floating in it, they couldn't even find a usable iron rod. This wrecked plane offered no beginner's gift package whatsoever. It's useless, stop searching. Yu Feng tossed aside the broken iron sheet in his hand. His gaze swept past the weeds and locked dead onto the half-collapsed Tower Staff supermarket in the distance. It was the only intact building for miles, and their last hope of escaping the biting cold and gnawing hunger. Chu Yu crouched behind the tire of an abandoned engineering vehicle, peering out with half her face to observe. The rationality she took such pride in swiftly reasserted itself once she had assessed the environment as she attempted to reclaim leadership of this small squad. There are only 2 zombies at the door, and they're moving very slowly. There are 5 of us. We spread out and flank them, pick up stones from the ground, and rush them together and smash their heads in directly. Her tone was certain, that commanding authority of a real estate heiress surfacing once again. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Yu Feng didn't even spare her a glance, dousing her mercilessly with a bucket of cold water. Those zombies are covered in black blood and rotting flesh. They absolutely carry highly pathogenic viruses. The few of us are going to engage in hand-to-hand combat with our bodies exposed. The moment their toxic nails so much as scratch our skin, you can stay outside and become one of their kind. Those words struck like a resounding slap, instantly shattering Chu Yu's naive arrogance. Her face went pale, and she bit her lip into silence. Yu Feng turned and used the back of his blade to point toward a corner of an abandoned concrete wall 10 meters from the supermarket. No brute force. We use the line of sight to our advantage. Yu Feng laid out the strategy with cold composure. Someone draws the zombies into that blind spot. I lie in ambush behind the wall. The moment they show themselves, I'll take them down with 1 strike each. The tactical logic was crystal clear, but the core problem loomed before them. Who would serve as the bait? The 2 wandering grayish-blue monsters had half their faces completely rotted away, exposing ghastly white bone. Disgusting slime dripped continuously from their mouths. For one person to rush out and provoke such monstrosities was nothing short of gambling with their life. Ding Yutong, who had initially volunteered on the grounds that she was the fastest runner, now stared at those 2 grotesque faces. She swallowed hard involuntarily, her feet rooted to the ground, as if they had sprouted roots, too afraid to take a single step. Chu Yu shrank even further behind the tire. Wow, sounds thrilling. A flirtatious whistle shattered the brief impasse. Alyssa swaggered out of cover with brazen confidence. This 1.75 m golden-haired foreign beauty had completely abandoned any defense of her upper body. A seatbelt hung loosely tied around her hips with half a piece of torn cloth dangling beneath. Utterly indifferent to the knife-like cold wind, she deliberately thrust out her exaggerated full F-cup figure. Her azure eyes shot a flirtatious glance at Yu Feng. You all take this job? But if I get bitten and die, you've got to remember what top-notch goods I was packing. Alyssa teased loudly in her halting Chinese. Before Yu Feng could respond, Alyssa had already bolted from cover like a wild she-leopard. She scooped up a fist-sized stone from the ground, weighed it twice, then swung her arm in a wide arc and hurled it viciously at one of the zombies. Bang! The stone struck its target with deadly accuracy, slamming into the back of the zombie's skull before bouncing off. The zombie let out an ear-splitting distorted shriek and whipped its head around. Those cloudy whitened eyes instantly locked onto the fresh, pale, utterly exposed flesh nearby. It flung its jaws wide open and lunged forward frantically, its broken arms flailing. Chase me, you idiots. Alyssa laughed loudly, immediately pivoting and sprinting toward the concrete wall where Yu Feng lay in ambush. Yu Feng ground his molars together. His hands gripped the red, enameled handle of the firefighter's cleaver in a death hold, channeling every ounce of strength into the muscles of his arms. His body pressed flat against the rough concrete wall. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. A gust of wind carrying the rich scent of perfume and raw primal body heat whooshed past Yu Feng's face. Alyssa executed a flawless sharp turn, successfully swerving into the blind spot. Immediately after, the grayish-blue zombie barreled around the corner with no idea what awaited it, its foul, nauseating stench preceding it. Its mangled head and fragile cervical vertebrae were perfectly exposed along the attack trajectory Yu Feng had predicted. Yu Feng's eyes bulged and the muscles in his wrists swelled explosively. Die! A powerful overhead chop split the air. The half-meter-long heavy blade carved a cold metallic afterimage through the sky, slicing into the gap of the zombie's cervical vertebrae with devastating brutality and pinpoint precision. Crack! The muffled crunch of shattering bone stabbed at the eardrums. The zombie's rotting, foul-smelling head was severed, instantly tumbling across the ground from the momentum of the charge. The momentum of the headless corpse's forward lunge did not diminish. Thick black blood sprayed violently from the severed neck. Yu Feng had anticipated this, his feet already retreating as his body nimbly dodged to the left the instant the blade connected. The lethal spray of toxic black blood splattered entirely against the concrete wall, not a single drop touching him. The headless torso crashed heavily to the ground, twitched twice, and was thoroughly dead. The girls hiding behind were completely dumbfounded. There was none of the dragging hesitation from the movies, no panicked shrieking from amateurs. Only pure violence, precise anticipation, and the ruthlessness of a single killing blow. Chuyu's face was ashen. She stared at the disgusting pool of black blood on the ground, then at Yu Feng holding the blood-stained cleaver. The defiance in her eyes transformed entirely into deep wariness. She finally understood that in this apocalyptic game where extreme cold had descended, her prized business acumen was utterly useless. The man standing before them was the true tyrant who held the power of life and death. At the very back of the group, Sun Yin stared fixedly at Yu Feng's thick forearm gripping the blade. Watching the taut lines of muscle bulging from exertion, her breathing grew unbearably heavy. She instinctively pressed her long legs together and dug her slender fingers into the red cloth strip wrapped across her chest. A greedy, almost terrifying obsession welled up in the depths of her eyes. Amazing, Sun Yin murmured in a voice barely audible, the tip of her tongue lightly tracing her reddened lips. Nicely done, Captain. Alyssa leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, her proud assets still heaving violently. She gave Yu Feng a thumbs up, turned, and grabbed another stone from the ground. Again, 2 minutes later, the same tactic, the same clean execution. The second zombie's corpse crashed to the ground, and the immediate threat at the supermarket entrance was completely eliminated. Yu Feng shook the black blood from his blade, strode over the headless corpse on the ground, and walked straight to the supermarket's sealed glass door. A heavy U-shaped lock hung on the door, but the glass near the lock had long been smashed open, leaving a gaping hole. Peering through the filthy glass inside, several rows of collapsed shelves lay scattered across the floor with quite a few cans and bottled water strewn about. There's food. Yu Feng stepped into the supermarket, a fire axe slick with black blood gripped firmly in one hand. He did not lower his guard, carefully navigating across the floor littered with shattered glass, as he swiftly swept the blind spots behind toppled shelves and the area behind the cashier counter. Only after confirming no hidden zombies lurked within did he turn and gesture to the 4 battle-wise huddled in a corner outside. The 4 women immediately crawled inside. Shelves lay toppled everywhere, choking dust filling the air. Yet scattered loose biscuits, sandwich bread, instant noodles, and several intact bottles of mineral water instantly made the 4 half-clad girls, famished after a full day, spark with desperate hope. Chuyu discarded all pretense of her usual refined demeanor, snatching a packet of sandwich bread and shoving it into her mouth. Ding Yutong efficiently twisted the cap off a bottle of mineral water and drank deeply. Elisa and Sun Yin also selected biscuits to satisfy their hunger. They ate messily, yet their faces radiated profound relief at having survived. A piercing scream from Sun Yin echoed from a small alcove deep within the supermarket. Yu Feng's gaze turned ice cold, his right hand tightening around the axe handle. Suspecting a mutated creature, he darted forward and kicked open the partially closed wooden door. What is it? Yu Feng demanded sharply. Sun Yin showed no trace of fear, instead pointing excitedly at a makeshift partition before them. Her ample breasts bounced with her animated movements, the red cloth straps carving a deeply noticeable cleavage. Yu Feng, the system indicates this is a station benefit. Staff shower room. We can use it for 5 hours with hot water available around the clock. Before the words had fully left her mouth, Ding Yutong's voice rang out from a corner of the storage area. Come quickly and see what I found. Yu Feng approached with his blade drawn. Ding Yutong crouched beside a torn cardboard box, holding up several vacuum-sealed bags. Inside were 6 brand new sets of women's lingerie, complete with panties varying in size and featuring sultry designs. In this devastated ruin, these constituted the most scarce strategic supply available. Hot water. Lingerie. These words struck the 4 stunning women who had stood exposed in the cold wind all day, their bodies coated in dust and cold sweat, their temptation completely overshadowing the bread and biscuits outside. Chu Yu's eyes reddened as she stepped forward to grab one. I'm the class monitor. I should get first pick of the sizes. On what basis? I ran the fastest and helped scout the path. Ding Yutong refused to yield, clutching the cardboard box tightly against her chest. Sun Yin pressed herself close to Yu Feng, feigning vulnerability. Yu Feng, I was the first to respond to your call, and I discovered the bathroom. Elisa stood with her striking figure on full display, her stiff Chinese laced with challenge. I risked my life as bait to lure those creatures. How dare you compete with me for the first chance to bathe and choose clothes? The 4 women locked eyes in tense confrontation, poised to clash at any moment. Silence. Yu Feng sneered, driving the fire axe hard into the ground with a dull thud. The arguing ceased instantly. Yu Feng strode over and took all 6 sets from Ding Yutong's hands. Whoever contributed most in the battle gets first choice. Elisa led the threat diversion. She showers first and picks first. Sun Yin takes second, Ding Yutong third, and Chu Yu last. He selected 4 sets to hand over, then deliberately tucked the remaining 2 into the safety belt around his waist. I'll hold on to the other 2. Any objections? This clear-cut system of reward and punishment in the apocalypse instantly cemented his authority over them. Chu Yu clenched her lips, unwilling yet afraid to contradict him. She understood those remaining 2 sets were Yu Feng's bargaining chips to keep the rest of the women in line. Elisa cheered, clutching the largest set as she rushed into the bathroom. Soon the sound of running water echoed through the thin wooden door. The girls' playful laughter as they tested the water temperature created an unexpectedly intimate atmosphere within the perilous supermarket ruins. Leaning against the wall outside the bathroom, Yu Feng listened as images of that exquisite figure and her dramatic curves flooding with hot water ignited a fierce craving within him. Suppressing his desire, he waited until the other 3 women were distracted by their turn to shower, then moved to a blind spot near the shelves. With a thought, he activated his portable spatial storage. He quickly gathered high-calorie beef jerky chocolate copies of School Beauty Falls for Me and 2 bottles of the cleanest mineral water. Without a trace, he stored everything within the 1 cubic meter spatial pocket, his ultimate safeguard for survival. After securing his supplies, Yu Feng glanced out the window at the darkening sky. With approximately 2 hours remaining before full darkness, he determined it was safe to bring the others here. No immediate threats lingered in the vicinity. Roughly 10 minutes later, Counselor Lu Ruyan led nearly 30 half-naked female students through the weeds, scurrying into the supermarket like fugitives. Frozen and starving, the young women stared in stunned silence as they witnessed mountains of bread and cookies with the distant sound of running water from showers drifting through the air. Turning to Yu Feng standing among the shelves, his broad silhouette gripping a blood-stained machete struck them with overwhelming visual impact. Their initial fear, grievances, and resentment toward the fertility system dissolved into profound gratitude and an overwhelming sense of security. Lu Ruyan instinctively shielded her impressive chest with her arms, her typically cold eyes flickering with complex, conflicting emotions. She had dismissed Yu Feng as merely a rebellious student, never expecting him to actually hunt monsters and lead them to survival. Yu Feng generously distributed biscuits and mineral water to the group. Each person takes 1 biscuit and half a bottle of water to ease the hunger. Supplies are limited, so future rations will be strictly controlled. Dozens of young women accustomed to luxury and rigorous dieting devoured the dry biscuits, ravenously abandoning all pretense of dignity. No one complained about the taste or dared question Yu Feng's authority. Lu Ruyan received a sandwich bread. As she held it, her former aloof educator's dignity completely dissolved. Blushing, she approached Yu Feng and whispered softly, "Thank you." Witnessing her flustered gratitude, Yu Feng realized this single meal had completely broken down the psychological barriers of every girl in the class. As everyone feasted and savored their fleeting sense of safety, a sharp chime echoed through Yu Feng's mind. Super Warrior System update complete. World Channel and Trading Hall have been synced across devices. Yu Feng raised an eyebrow. He wouldn't need to return to the cockpit anymore. While chewing his sandwich bread, he mentally accessed the World Channel. The scrolling barrage of messages revealed suffocating bloodshed and despair. Every line screamed for survival. "Help! I'm freezing and starving to death. The desert temperature has dropped below 0. Anyone with food, I'll trade the white underwear the system issued. Please, don't leave the aircraft. Whatever you do, don't go outside. Monsters everywhere." Over a dozen people descended earlier, and within steps they were devoured by mutated rats, reduced to nothing but bones. "I'm stranded at the polar station with snow monsters outside. I'm hiding in the cargo hold, too terrified to make a sound. Someone please help me. I don't want to die. Is anyone out there willing to share water? I'm near vomiting from drinking my own urine." Yu Feng dismissed the panel and looked up after reading through these horrific messages. Before him stood the weathered concrete supermarket, battered but offering shelter from the storm. From the bathroom came the inviting sound of Sun Yin and Elisa taking turns under hot water, washing away their exhaustion. Surrounding him were 30-plus stunning women clad in tattered rags, yet peacefully enjoying biscuits and pure water, their eyes filled with adoration as they gazed at him. The stark contrast between their fragile state and this moment of relative comfort made Yu Feng's lips curve upward involuntarily. He slowly unscrewed the mineral water bottle and took a long drink, secretly remarking to himself, 2 sluggish zombies, simply using cover to take them down one at a time. How difficult could that possibly be? Chu Yu, seated beside the shelves and munching on biscuits, watched him with complicated eyes. The real estate heiress who had always held herself so aloof now had crumbs at the corners of her mouth, bowing completely to him for merely half a bread. Around him, 30-odd delicate beauties gazed at the sole man capable of ensuring their survival, their expressions a mixture of reverence and dependence. A creak echoed as the dilapidated wooden door of the makeshift bathroom opened from within, shattering the quiet. Elisa, the first to finish bathing, stepped out. Her fair skin, previously dulled by dust, now glowed with a rosy hue from the hot water droplets cascading down her cinched waist. The black lace lingerie pulled from the box proved utterly inadequate for her voluminous figure, soft flesh pressed against the edges creating breathtaking contours that threatened to burst free at any moment. The black thong below accentuated her rounded hips with unmistakable allure. Ignoring the astonished stares of the dozens of women present, she flicked her wet golden hair and strided confidently toward Yu Feng. A wave of raw, intoxicating fragrance mixed with warm moisture washed over him. Elisa's azure eyes locked onto Yu Feng, and with a sudden movement, her slender pale fingers curled around the safety belt covering his lower body. Every woman in the room held her breath. Captain. Leaning close, her generous bosom pressing openly against Yu Feng's firm arm, her crimson lips whispering directly into his ear a statement that made his pupils contract sharply. While I was bathing, an idea struck me, one that might help everyone escape this dire situation. Elisa pressed herself exceedingly close, her F-cup voluptuousness straining against the black lace with each breath brazenly rubbing against Yu Feng's arm, without the slightest inhibition. Captain, didn't the system say so? As long as we conceive, we can awaken our exclusive survival abilities. Elisa's azure eyes curved into crescents, her voice sultry, yet laced with naked calculation. I was just looking out the bathroom window. In the gray fog behind the tarmac, I could faintly make out a 3-story employee dormitory building. There must be more supplies inside. But with our current combat ability going there would be far too dangerous. With a slight flick of her finger, the safety belt around Yu Feng's waist loosened half an inch. If you could be a bit selfless and sacrifice your charms to help us awaken our abilities tonight, the combat power of this team will absolutely double tomorrow. I would be most willing to be the first to awaken an ability. The moment these words fell, the 30-something girls who had been gnawing on dry biscuits instantly froze. The vast supermarket fell deathly silent, leaving only the faint crunch of biscuits being crushed in Chu Yu's hands. This golden-haired foreign exchange student really had the audacity to speak. More than 30 pairs of eyes fixed squarely upon Yu Feng in unison. The atmosphere instantly shifted from post-calamity gratitude to an exceedingly peculiar tension. Everyone understood perfectly well the rules of the multiplication and fortune system, yet no one had expected Elisa to lay it out so brazenly in the open and reach out for immediate action. Yu Feng cast a glance at Elisa's barely contained endowments. Honestly, any man would have his blood surging at this moment. But his mind remained clear, he swallowed hard, and steadied himself. Everyone is currently in a state of extreme panic and material scarcity. The matter of awakening abilities should be discussed at a later date. He surveyed the circle of dumbstruck girls and eased his tone. Don't worry. Even if I, Yu Feng, have to fight to my own, I will lead you all to live. These words moved several inexperienced girls to tears on the spot. Chen Yusin was so touched that she burst into tears, gazing at Yu Feng as though looking upon a savior. Yu Feng is right. A cool, clear female voice suddenly came from the back of the crowd. The class advisor Lu Rian rose to her feet. She still clutched her arms tightly over her oppressively ample chest, her body, clad only in a strip of tattered cloth, trembling slightly in the cold wind. Her usually lofty face was now flushed nearly to the point of bleeding, yet her gaze was remarkably rational. She stepped before Yu Feng one pace at a time, pushed up the glasses that did not exist on her nose, and assumed the bearing of her usual class meetings. Yu Feng, I greatly admire your sense of morality. But as the class advisor, I must be responsible for the survival odds of every student in this class. Lu Rian bit her lower lip, hard, her voice trembling yet articulate. Elisa has a point. We cannot rely on you alone to fight every battle forever. The employee dormitory in the fog is an enormous unknown. One more awakened ability means one more guarantee of survival. She suddenly raised her head, her cool gaze meeting Yu Feng's eyes directly, and pleaded with an unprecedented trace of supplication. If the system's rules are as such, I hope you can be a bit selfless and help everyone. Who would believe it? The usually most conservative and strictest Ice Mountain advisor was actually publicly urging a male student to father children with the entire class of girls. Chu Yu sat atop a cardboard box, a flicker of struggle crossing her strikingly aggressive features. She then scoffed coldly, though I hate to admit it, Teacher Lu is right. I'm the class president, and I also understand how to weigh pros and cons. Yu Feng, if someone must make a sacrifice to exchange for combat power, I can also cooperate. Her competitive nature refused to fall behind, even in such matters. Ding Yutong scratched her cropped short hair, her wheat-toned skin flushing red, as she mumbled, well, how about I count as one too? My physical foundation is solid. If there's any reaction, I should be tougher than they are. Just as the situation grew increasingly absurd, a piercingly sharp voice suddenly cleaved through the languid, bizarre mood. I disagree. A sharp, crisp rebuke violently split the atmosphere. Sun Yan rushed over directly from the bathroom. Her body was wrapped only in that strip of red tattered cloth, which could not contain her proud figure. She shoved aside the blocking Elisa in one stroke and clung fiercely to Yu Feng's arm like a food-guarding leopardess. You certainly have your schemes well calculated. Why should Yu Feng be your tool? Sun Yan's large eyes blazed with undisguised hostility as she glared fiercely at Lu Rian and Elisa. Yu Feng belongs to me alone. None of you touch him. If you want to awaken abilities, figure it out yourselves. Don't morally kidnap him with the grand cause of survival. At this moment, only one obsessively possessive thought occupied Su Nian's mind: Yu Feng's body, Yu Feng's gaze, even Yu Feng's beating pulse, could only belong to her. Anyone who dared to compete with her for a man could forget about it. Su Nian, what are you doing going crazy? Chu could sit still no longer. She walked forward with a cold face. Is now the time for jealousy? You don't want to awaken an ability, but don't block us from surviving. Exactly why do you monopolize the captain? The system is for all female players. Moreover, awakening abilities can greatly enhance physical fitness. Several scheming campus belles also chimed in, and the scene instantly devolved into complete chaos. Yu Feng's head buzzed from being harangued by this flock of beauties. Over 30 stunning near-naked women arguing over who gets to sleep with him. This scene in civilized society would be the ultimate power fantasy no one would dare dream of. If his buddies knew about this, they'd probably be jealous enough to jump off a building on the spot. But he knew well now was not the time for such matters. The apocalyptic survival had just begun. A horde of zombies and monsters lurked outside, and a crisis of dwindling food and water could strike at any moment. Enough. All of you shut up. Yu Feng slammed his hand against a collapsed metal shelf nearby. The tremendous crash made the supermarket's glass rattle noisily. The arguing ceased instantly. The matter of awakening abilities will be discussed tonight. No one mentions it now. Yu Feng's tone was iron firm, brooking no argument. He turned and walked toward the blind corner of the shelf, using his body as cover, and with his will summoned several packs of high-calorie beef jerky and chocolate he had hidden earlier from his spatial storage. He carried these precious commodities back to the crowd and tossed them onto the cashier counter. I know everyone feels insecure, afraid of encountering danger. These are what I found in the storeroom inside just now. Distribute them. Everyone gets a full meal today. Yu Feng looked at the girls who had been arguing fiercely moments before and eased his tone. I understand how you feel. But use your brains. Is pregnancy something to play around with? The extreme cold apocalypse is coming, supplies are scarce, and we don't even have clothes to wear. If you get pregnant now, will you sustain the baby with thin air? He pointed at the darkening sky beyond the door. This is only the first day. We haven't even fully mapped out the temporary station yet. Survival games aren't playing house. You only have one life. If anyone else stirs up trouble about pregnancy, I'll punish her by skipping a day's meal. This combination of the stick and the carrot worked exceedingly well. Looking at the genuine beef jerky and chocolate on the counter and hearing Yu Feng's impeccably rational analysis, the girls finally settled down completely. Chu Yu's gaze at Yu Feng now carried a trace of genuine reverence. This man possessed not only martial strength, but a mind even clearer than her own. Su Nian pressed tightly against Yu Feng's side, gazing up adoringly at his profile as he issued commands. The obsession in her eyes was nearly spilling over. The evening wind began to turn biting and bone-chilling. The sky darkened at a pace visible to the naked eye. Though the supermarket held food, it leaked wind on all sides and had only one shattered glass door, its defenses woefully inadequate. No one knew whether even more terrifying monsters would emerge in the abandoned aviation tower station after nightfall. Gather the remaining supplies and pack up. Yu Feng issued the order decisively. We can't spend the night in this dump. Everyone back to the plane. Not one of the 30-plus girls objected. In this unknown apocalypse, though that battered passenger plane leaked wind, it was at least a system-certified sanctuary. Gathered together, everyone possessed an absolute sense of psychological security. The group moved swiftly across the overgrown tarmac under the cover of night. Upon returning to the cabin, the massive metal hatch thundered shut under Yu Feng's telekinetic control, sealing out the biting cold wind and the unknown terrors beyond. After a day of exhaustion, the girls, taut, nerves finally relaxed. They huddled in pairs or groups on the remaining seats or the floor, leaning against one another for warmth. Yu Feng did not linger outside. As the only male and the sole captain, he enjoyed special privileges. He threaded his way through the sprawled pale limbs scattered across the floor, heading straight for the cockpit at the very front of the cabin. The metal door slid shut behind him, completely screening off the outside view. The cockpit contained an extra small cubicle within, which sat a double bed of no small size. The mattress appeared soft and thick, with a white extra warm cotton quilt folded neatly upon it. In this broken plane, where even a scrap of cloth to cover oneself was hard to find, a double bed with a quilt possessed a value simply beyond estimation. Yu Feng reached out and touched the thick cotton quilt. The soft sensation transmitted through his fingertips drew a sigh of comfort from his lips. He collapsed straight onto the bed, his muscles tense for an entire day, at last finding complete release. Injury immunity, exclusive quarters, a double bed. He was now the undisputed dictator of this plane. Those 30-plus stunning beauties outside. Were he to beckon, they would fight tooth and nail for the chance to sleep one night upon this bed. Just as Yu Feng closed his eyes to plot tomorrow's plans, an exceedingly soft scratching suddenly came from the metal door of the cockpit. Immediately after, a suppressed, honeyed-to-the-bone voice slipped through the crack of the door. "Captain dear, are you asleep?" Yu Feng arched a brow, flung aside the covers, and rose from the bed. He made his way to the door and gently turned the lock. A young girl's distinct, sweet fragrance wafted in through the gap. Like a slippery loach, Sun Yin seized the moment the door cracked open and squeezed straight through, then spun around and locked the metal bolt shut with a decisive click. Bathed in the faint fluorescent glow of the cockpit, Yu Feng took in the scene before him, and his breath caught sharply in his throat. Sun Yin was clad in nothing but a set of pure white lace lingerie. "Captain, it's freezing out there." Sun Yin tilted up that innocent, guileless face of hers, though her wide eyes glimmered with undisguised infatuation and covetousness. She gave Yu Feng no chance to speak. Padding barefoot across the floor, she hurried to the double bed, flipped back a corner of the covers, and slid right in. Yu Feng's mouth twitched. He turned and walked back to sit on the edge of the bed. "Sun Yin, what on earth are you doing in the middle of the night?" "I'm just cold, that's all." Like a cat seeking warmth, Sun Yin immediately snuggled up against him from beneath the blankets. "Yu Feng, take me. Didn't the system say conceiving a child can awaken an ability? I don't want to be dead weight. I want to be the first person to possess an ability, and then I'll help you kill every one of those disgusting women out there. How does that sound? The way they look at you is revolting. I really want to gouge their eyeballs out." This Yandere declaration made Yu Feng's scalp prickle with unease, yet it was swiftly followed by a bizarrely perverse thrill. He gripped Sun Yin's delicate chin firmly, halting her squirming attempts to press closer. A mere wisp of his formidable power leaked outward, rendering Sun Yin utterly immobile. "Listen to me, Sun Yin." Yu Feng's gaze bored into hers with burning intensity. "There are over 30 people out there freezing and starving. I can't make an exception just for you. We've only just started this plain survival scenario. Bear with it for now." Sun Yin pouted in grievance. "But I'm so miserable." "Not tonight." Yu Feng's tone brooked no argument, yet the pressure of his hand softened. His thumb pressed heavily against her soft lips, tracing a slow arc. "Save your strength for when it truly counts. Once I've mapped out this temporary refuge and confirmed it's absolutely safe, I'll arrange everything for you. Now get dressed and go back to your own seat." This domineering yet oddly soothing declaration struck perfectly at Sun Yin's weakest point. She gazed at Yu Feng's fearless face and nodded in a trance of devotion. "It's a deal then. The first one must be me." Reluctantly releasing her hold, Sun Yin sank her teeth firmly into Yu Feng's collarbone. Only then did she peel back the covers with lingering reluctance and slip out through the crack in the door. The door clicked shut once more. Yu Feng leaned back against the headboard and drew a long, steadying breath, forcibly reining in his wildly pounding pulse. What a wretched game. This thing tests not only your survival skills, but a man's self-restraint. He had barely begun to settle back down when another burst of irregular knocking rang out from outside the door. Does this ever end? Yu Feng's brow furrowed. He strode over and yanked the door open. A tall figure reeking of moisture and laden with the scent of a woman's body collided straight into his arms. "You, it's cold as hell out there. I can feel my bones freezing solid. Lend me your bed for a bit." Alyssa paid no heed whatsoever to Yu Feng's stunned expression. She pushed the door shut behind her and sauntered boldly toward the double bed. Yu Feng narrowed his eyes. During the day's monster-luring operation, this foreign woman had indeed risked her life and fought like a madwoman. That feral streak appealed to him. Besides, Alyssa was American. She had none of the convoluted, coy pretensions women back home tended to carry. For her, everything came down to the purest exchange of benefits and bodily pleasure. Just tonight. Yu Feng walked to the bed's edge and looked down at her from above. "First thing tomorrow morning before the others wake up, you have to leave. I don't fancy dealing with a harem battleground at the crack of dawn." "Deal." Alyssa grinned like a fox that had just stolen a hen. Yu Feng kicked off his shoes, pulled back the covers, and lay down. He had originally planned to turn his back to the woman and tough out the night. He'd had an exhausting day killing zombies and pacifying the group after all. But he had gravely underestimated Alyssa's aggressive nature. The following 10,000 words are omitted. The battle raged on for over an hour. Much later, just as Yu Feng closed his eyes preparing to rest. Ding. Female player Alyssa has successfully awakened an ability. An exclusive ability exclusive to impregnated players is now being randomly drawn. A frigid mechanical voice erupted through the cockpit. Ding. Congratulations, player Alyssa, you have successfully conceived. Your exclusive ability has awakened, healing grade F upgradable. Ability effect: consume physical stamina to rapidly heal injuries and illnesses in yourself or others, restoring vitality. Physical enhancement: complete strength 2, constitution 3, agility 2. Alyssa stirred faintly in his arms. A soft, lustrous radiance flowed over her exquisitely fair body, which was covered with crimson marks. Before his eyes, the abrasions she had suffered on her knees and forearms while luring monsters scabbed over and fell away in an instant. Her skin became smoother and more delicate than a newborn's. Even the profound exhaustion Yu Feng had inflicted upon her vanished without a trace. This feels incredible. Alyssa's sapphire blue eyes blazed with astonishing intensity. She looked down at her fuller, firmer grade F endowment. Even the red marks left by the black lace undergarment Yu Feng had torn open had disappeared without a trace. Yu Feng raised an eyebrow. A healing ability. In an apocalypse where medicine was scarce, it was nothing short of a divine gift. Henceforth, whenever the team went out to gather supplies, they would effectively carry a mobile fountain with them. This expenditure of stamina was an overwhelming bargain. With a mere thought, Yu Feng opened the World Channel interface. The number of online users in the upper right corner flickered 600. Yu Feng's gaze hardened. 6 billion. In less than 12 hours by the first night, 600 million people had vanished from the world. A horrifying elimination rate of 1 in 10. This extreme cold apocalypse game was far more brutal and bloody than he had imagined. The World Channel was filled with endless cries of anguish. They're all dead. Everyone who left this plane to search for supplies was eaten by mutated wild dogs. It's so cold. The person beside me has frozen solid. Yu Feng casually closed the interface, held the transformed Alyssa in his arms, and drifted into a deep sleep. In this apocalyptic struggle for survival, others fought tooth and nail outside for a mouthful of food, while he slept soundly at night, with an exquisite beauty in his arms. Early the next morning, outside the cabin, gray mist and a bone-chilling wind still shrouded everything. The metal door to the cockpit was abruptly pulled open from within. Alyssa sauntered out with an air of brazen confidence. She had not even draped those tattered scraps of cloth over herself, and walked barefoot across the frigid metal floor. The black lace undergarment covering her upper body had been completely torn apart the night before, so she had simply thrown it all away. Now her exquisite serpentine waist and extravagant grade F curves were brazenly exposed to the cold air. She stretched in an enormous languorous motion, sending breathtaking waves through her flesh. Her face was flushed and deeply satisfied, showing no trace of suffering from cold or hunger. The more than 30 girls who had been huddled together for warmth at the rear of the cabin, their faces blue from the cold, fell utterly silent. Every gaze fixed rigidly upon Alyssa, especially the shocking red marks across her collarbones and inner thighs. Only a fool would not know what had happened behind that exceptionally well-insulated metal door the night before. Alyssa, have you no shame? Chuyu was the first to rise. The real estate heiress's lips had already been pale after enduring the cold wind all night, and now she trembled with rage. You actually went and climbed into the captain's bed. Why not? Alyssa twirled her golden hair and smiled like a victorious fox. I earned an ability through my labor, and now I no longer even fear the cold wind. You can all remain here and freeze. Seated in a corner, Sun Yin's eyes instantly reddened. She bit her lip fiercely, her fingernails digging deep into her palm. Staring fixedly at Alyssa's flat abdomen, the jealousy and malice in her eyes seemed nearly tangible, poised to burst forth. Only then did Yu Feng leisurely emerge from the cockpit carrying a safety belt. A young man's body recovered quickly. Even after a sleepless night of exertion, he remained full of vigor in the morning. His tall, erect figure and overwhelmingly imposing physique caused several girls to swallow involuntarily. Yu Feng. Chuyu confronted him directly. Though a trace of reverence for the powerful remained in her voice, her resentment was unmistakable. Yesterday you rejected us with such lofty righteousness, only to turn around and get together with this American Amazon. This isn't fair. Exactly. We can do it too. Why does she get to awaken an ability first? Several exquisite campus belles, unable to endure the cold any longer, abandoned all pretense of modesty and crowded forward with growing agitation. Since Alyssa had already broken through that final barrier and was living so comfortably amid the bitter cold, why should they cling to their pride and await death? A violent fit of coughing interrupted the girls' accusations. Chen Yusin huddled in a seat at the corner, her entire body trembling violently. She had always been frail. The day before she had not even been given a strip of cloth and had endured the night naked. Now her delicate face burned crimson, cold sweat covered her forehead, and even breathing was laborious. Yusin, you have a fever. Lu Ruyan hurriedly leaned over to feel her forehead. It was scorching beneath her touch, and the normally icy counselor immediately panicked. Yu Feng, do you have any medicine? If this fever continues, someone could die. In an apocalypse without antibiotics, a severe cold could easily take a life. I don't have any medicine. Yu Feng spread his hands. Then what are we supposed to do? Lu Ruyan's eyes reddened with anxiety. Move aside and let me try out my new skill. Alyssa walked over with feline grace. Ignoring Lu Ruyan's guarded gaze, she placed her hand directly against Chen Yusin's burning forehead. A soft white glow blossomed from Alyssa's palm and swiftly enveloped Chen Yusin's entire body. A miracle occurred. Within a mere dozen seconds, Chen Yusin's rapid breathing steadied, and the unnatural flush quickly faded from her face. She opened her eyes in bewilderment, sat up from the floor, and touched her forehead. I don't feel sick anymore. I don't even feel cold. Silence descended over the cabin once more. More than 30 pairs of eyes stared fixedly at Alyssa before turning toward Yu Feng. If they had still harbored doubt and shame concerning conception-based ability, awakening the living miracle now stood before them. Alyssa had not only grown stronger and become resistant to the cold, she could save lives. In the face of an ability, fear, cold, and disease were all utterly insignificant, and all it required was spending one night with the captain before them, whose stamina was terrifying and whose physique was perfect. Chu Yu's gaze changed, completely filled with a fanaticism born after abandoning every last scruple. Ding Yutong clenched her fists while Lu Ruyan unconsciously lowered the arms she had held protectively across her chest. Every exquisite beauty now looked at Yu Feng as though he were a piece of life-saving Tang monk flesh. Before the others could surge forward, a petite figure darted out like a bolt. Sun Yin seized Yu Feng's wrist with astonishing strength and eyes reddened, dragged him bodily into the cockpit. Bang! She slammed the metal door shut and locked it with a sharp click. The cockpit was exceptionally well insulated. The instant the door closed, the commotion outside was abruptly severed. Sun Yin, have you lost your mind? Yu Feng frowned at the deranged young woman on the verge of losing control. Sun Yin was still wearing the same pure white, semi-transparent lace undergarment. At that moment she pressed herself against the door, tears spilling down her face like a wild kitten that had suffered an intolerable grievance. You lied to me. Sun Yin suddenly lunged at him and sank her teeth into Yu Feng's shoulder. She bit down so fiercely that the marks of her teeth drew blood. Yu Feng did not dodge, allowing her to vent her emotions. Releasing him, Sun Yin raised her innocent yet frenzied face and clutched Yu Feng's arm tightly. You promised that your first time would be mine. Brother, Yu Feng's first time was supposed to be mine. That blonde Amazon stole it from me, and now she's pregnant too. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she became, tears nearly spilling over. I'm going to take you back. Enough. Yu Feng took her chin in one hand and brushed away the tears at the corner of her eye with his thumb. Yesterday she earned it by risking her life to lure the monsters away. Today I will give you a private lesson. Gazing at the charming and enchanting Sun Yin, Yu Feng patiently began to teach her. After more than an hour, the heavy, dull thuds from the cockpit finally ceased. Without warning, a cold, mechanical voice erupted within the room. Ding. Female player Sun Yin has successfully conceived. Awaken unique ability, Fire Magic F rank upgradable. Ability effect: upon expending stamina can condense and release high explosive fireballs possessing devastating destructive and combustion capabilities. Physical reinforcement: complete strength 2, constitution 2, agility 3. A scorching crimson light rippled across Sun Yin's pale skin. Her stamina, previously drained to its limits by relentless demands, instantly replenished. Brother Yu Feng, look. Sun Yin eagerly extended her right hand. With a faint whoosh, a sphere of orange-red flames spiraled forth from her delicate fingertips, hovering just above her palm. The blistering heat instantly banished the last traces of chill from the cockpit. The flickering flames cast an utterly eerie glow across her otherwise pure and innocent face. Sun Yin gazed blankly at the fireball in her hand, then suddenly turned her head toward Yu Feng, a morbid smile curling her lips. This is wonderful. Whoever dares to steal you from me, whoever dares to look at you with lecherous eyes, I'll burn them to ash. Brother Yu Feng, you belong only to me. He. The girl was practically born unhinged. Put it away. Don't singe my bedsheets. Ding. Day 2 check-in reward distributed. Free attribute points 1, personal spatial storage 1 cubic meter. Current available attribute points 1, personal spatial storage 2 cubic meters. The system's routine announcement echoed in his mind. In excellent spirits, Yu Feng rolled out of bed and casually re-wrapped the broad safety harness around his waist. With a base constitution of 12, even after such prolonged exertion, he remained vigorous and untouched by soreness. He pushed open the metallic door. Outside the cabin, the ashen daylight had already brightened. More than 30 girls huddled together against the cold, their faces tinged blue. At the sound of the door opening, dozens of eyes instantly locked onto him like wolves. When they saw Sun Yin step out of the cockpit barefoot, casually tossing a burning sphere of fire in her hand, the entire cabin fell into a deathly silence. No explanation was necessary. Sun Yin's flushed, dewy complexion combined with her mastery of conjuring fire from nothing irrefutably confirmed the truth behind conception-triggered ability Awakening. Chu Yu bit her lip until it nearly bled, jealousy and resentment welling in her eyes. Ding Yutong clenched her fists while Lu Rian instinctively straightened her spine. AI Lisha had awakened a healing ability last night. Now Sun Yin had unlocked a destructive one. In this hellish place where starvation and freezing were constant threats, an awakened ability meant survival and enhanced physical attributes. Cheer up. Yu Feng tossed packets of beef jerky, bread, and mineral water from his spatial storage onto the tattered seats. Eat up, then get to work. Today's objective is the staff dormitory building shrouded in the gray fog beyond the tarmac. The 30-plus girls immediately devoured the provisions ravenously. We're sending 10 people this time. Too many will make us conspicuous, too few won't manage the hall. Yu Feng's gaze swept the room before he began assigning roles. AI Lisha and Sun Yin are coming. 1 healer, 1 mage. Ding Yutong, take an iron bar and lead the vanguard. Chu Yu and teacher Lu Rian, you're on logistics and coordinating the loading. Rounded out with 5 others brave enough to volunteer. Count me in. A slightly languid voice drifted from the shadows. Xin Yulan rose from the corner. Of Chinese-Russian descent, she stood tall at 1.73 meters, her pale golden curls cascading carelessly over her shoulders. Her blue eyes held a deep, captivating allure. She had tied her tattered cloth scraps in an extraordinarily clever manner, somehow achieving the aesthetic of a high-end oil painting. I majored in oil painting. Since childhood, I've traveled the world with my mother, so I'm exceptionally sensitive to terrain and color variations. Xin Yulan tilted her chin upward, her tone radiating an almost ethereal calmness. Visibility in the gray fog will be poor. Take me along and I guarantee you won't lose your way. Find you're the guide. Yu Feng made the call. 10 minutes later, the 10-person squad was fully assembled. Aside from Yu Feng, whose waist was secured with a safety harness, the 9 girls were clad in severely battle-damaged attire. Their pale, slender legs and waists, delicate enough to be grasped in 2 hands, swayed exposed in the biting cold wind. Stepping into the gray fog beyond the tarmac, visibility instantly shrank to less than 5 meters. The air was thick with a pungent metallic rust smell. Xin Yulan indeed possessed real skill. Walking at the center of the formation, her blue eyes fixed intently on the subtle gradations of gray that would be invisible to ordinary people, she precisely navigated around deep pits and abandoned barbed wire fences. Structural silhouette ahead, 15 meters. Xin Yulan abruptly halted. Yu Feng gripped his red fireman's machete, lowered his center of gravity, and crept forward. An old 3-story concrete building materialized through the mist. The main doors hung slightly ajar, the signage above had long since peeled away, leaving only the faint, barely legible characters for dormitory. Ding Yutong, you're with me on point. Yu Feng gestured sharply. AI Lisha, stay in the rear and be ready to heal at any moment. Sunyan, do not hurl fireballs unless I give the order. The interior spaces are cramped. Don't roast us all alive. Ding Yutong showed no hesitation, her hands wrapped tightly around a rusted hollow steel pipe as she followed just behind Yu Feng's left shoulder through the doorway. The first-floor lobby was dim and damp, strewn with blackened bones and torn rags. Roar! A violently unhinged scream erupted from the duty room on the left. A monstrosity standing fully 2 meters tall, its musculature twisted into an eerie purplish-black hue, smashed through the glass and lunged straight at them. This creature was no ordinary shuffling zombie from the day before. It moved with terrifying speed, its fingers tipped with 10-centimeter nails that glinted like a pair of razor-sharp daggers. Retreat! Yu Feng bellowed. Reacting with lightning speed, he raised his machete and blocked horizontally. Clang! Sparks erupted in every direction. The purplish-black zombie's strength was monstrous. Its claw slammed against the blade with a deafening crash. Yu Feng grunted, his entire body jolted backward by the sheer impact, and his thumb web split open, bleeding freely. It dares lay hands on you. Witnessing Yu Feng wounded, Sun Yin's rage detonated instantly. She disregarded all tactical coordination, her eyes burned with the furious conviction that this beast had sullied her vision. She violently thrust her hand forward, sending a crimson fireball larger than a human head screaming through the air. Boom! The projectile struck the zombie squarely in the chest and detonated. The searing heat immediately cauterized the purplish-black, putrid flesh, filling the entire lobby with the acrid stench of charred decay. The zombie emitted a horribly shrill shriek, knocked backward by the blast. A cavernous hole branded its chest, yet it remained standing. Indeed tenacious. Yu Feng sneered, his legs coiling with explosive force. The combined burst of his 11 strength and 12 constitution propelled him forward like a cannonball leaving its barrel. Planting a foot on the collapsed front desk for leverage, he launched himself into the air, his fireman's machete describing a perfect lethal crescent moon above his head. Die? The heavy crimson blade, whistling with a piercing, tearing sound, sliced downward with pinpoint accuracy, cleaving straight into the creature's thick cervical spine. Crack! A crisp, decisive sound echoed. Its charred, grotesque head was severed clean off, crashing onto the floor and tumbling several meters away. The decapitated corpse collapsed with a thunderous thud. Ding! First ever over-level kill against a Tier 1 mutant zombie. Reward free, attribute points 3. Dropped item Tier 1 Crystal Core X1. Yu Feng landed gracefully, flicking the black blood from his blade. From the zombie's severed neck, a nail-sized crystal, emitting a faint, ghostly purple radiance, rolled into view. He bent down to retrieve the core, its surface cool to the touch. Though he was uncertain of its specific function, it was undoubtedly a premium asset. Tossing it directly into his spatial storage, he turned. Yu Feng, are you alright? Chu Yu rushed over. Just a scratch. Yu Feng shook out his bleeding hand. AI Lisha stepped forward, her palm flashing with a brilliant white luminescence. Within mere seconds, the gash in Yu Feng's thumb web knitted itself back together seamlessly. Well done. Let's continue clearing the building. Yu Feng flexed his fully restored hand, feeling notably more confident. The 10-person squad meticulously swept through both the first and second floors. They found no food, but at the far end of the second-floor corridor, they discovered a neatly stacked pile of supplies in a large storage room. Tucked in the corner of the storeroom, devoid of food and water, was an orderly heap of construction materials. Steel pipes, wooden planks, bundles of wire mesh, and even a sealed metal moisture-proof crate. The moment Yu Feng's fingers brushed against the materials, a shimmering green notification membrane instantly materialized before his eyes. Resources discovered and collectible: wood X100, iron X100, refined steel X100, electronic components X1. Collect everything. Yu Feng's will shifted and portions of the supply pile vanished into thin air, neatly packed into his spatial storage, while the remainder was assigned to others for manual transport. The instant the electronic component was secured within his spatial storage, that utterly emotionless, frigid mechanical voice detonated spontaneously within Yu Feng's mind. Ding. Captain of Flight Dragon Country 10,000, you have successfully gathered the basic upgrade materials for your shelter. Condition met. Would you like to initiate the aircraft's level 1 to level 2 transformation immediately? Yu Feng's eyes snapped wide open. This damn plane can actually be upgraded. The moment the prompt chimed, Yu Feng unhesitatingly tapped no in his consciousness. Visibility within the gray fog was virtually non-existent. If the system upgrade triggered some anomaly with the aircraft and drew unknown creatures, the half-naked girls on board would have little means of defense. Materials were sufficient for an upgrade at any time. Keep moving upward, Yu Feng commanded in a low voice, gripping his fire axe. 5 ordinary gray-green zombies emerged once more from the stairwell between the second and third floors. Ding Yutong tightened her grip on the steel pipe and kicked the leading zombie squarely in the knee. The sound of shattering bone rang out as the creature lost its balance. Yu Feng closed the distance in an instant, his red blade slicing through the air in a clean, decisive arc. The severed head hit the ground. Sun Yin stood behind him, a ball of orange-red flame clenched in each palm. The twin bursts of high-temperature fire struck true, hitting the zombies flanking from left and right. Rotting flesh was incinerated on contact, the acrid stench of burning meat filling the air. The remaining 2 were distracted by stones thrown by Elisa. Yu Feng exploded forward, sprinting 2 steps before twisting his wrist. 2 consecutive slashes, and 2 headless corpses crashed to the ground. Yu Feng picked up the 3 ordinary crystal cores scattered on the floor. The group pushed open several dormitory doors on the 3rd floor. The supplies were pitifully meager. Shen Yulon dug through an old wardrobe and found 6 vacuum-sealed bags. Only 5 cases of instant noodles, 6 cases of mineral water, and these 6 sets of cotton underwear. Combined with the food and water they had gathered earlier, this was the entire yield of the building. Fall back to the aircraft, Yu Feng said without hesitation, leading the group back the way they came. They moved through the gray fog back to the tarmac, and the metal door of the captain's compartment closed once more. The 20-plus girls left in the cabin breathed a collective sigh of relief upon seeing Yu Feng and the others return unharmed. Yu Feng wasted no words. He stood in the center of the cabin and summoned the virtual panel with his thoughts. Confirm upgrade of passenger aircraft. Consume wood X100 O iron X100 refined steel X100 electronic components X1. Level 1 passenger aircraft upgrading to level 2. A soft mechanical hum resonated from beneath the cabin floor. The rusted steel panels on the interior walls grew visibly cleaner before their eyes. The wobbly overhead luggage racks were reinforced. Where the front half of the cabin had been stripped bare, 30 brand new airline seats materialized instantly. The gaping hole at the rear of the cabin was sealed shut with a thick metal plate. What sent everyone into a frenzy was the sudden appearance of 2 bathrooms with independent exhaust systems in the mid-cabin, along with 6 enclosed double-decker bunks along the wall. A software emanated from the air conditioning vent as warm air began flowing steadily into the cabin. The bone-chilling cold was driven away almost instantly. The 30-plus girls stood frozen in place. After a dozen seconds, deafening screams erupted. "Ah, there's a toilet." No more terrified dashes through the bushes. "Oh my god, it's so warm. The AC actually works. We have no proper clothes, so keeping the temperature higher is wise. Less chance of catching a cold. Yu Feng, you're incredible." Chen Yusin threw herself toward him, eyes red, her youthful face brimming with admiration. "Captain, thank you. If not for you, we would have frozen to death last night. Yu Feng, you saved us all." Lu Rian approached him. Her voice remained cool and composed, but the gratitude in her eyes was unmistakable. Chu Yu stood beside the row of brand new seats, her fingers tracing the leather armrests. Her gaze toward Yu Feng had shifted entirely. The resources and capabilities this man wielded had far exceeded the limits of her understanding. Yu Feng raised his hand and pressed downward. The entire cabin fell silent at once, save for the steady hum of the air conditioning. Everyone, the extreme cold apocalypse has not truly begun yet. But this aircraft, it is now our mobile fortress. Yu Feng's gaze swept across the excited faces before him, his tone steady. "As long as everyone follows orders and causes no trouble, I guarantee you will not only have heating, but also hot showers, clean clothing, and an endless supply of meat." He pointed to the 6 bunks. "Supplies and space are limited, so distribution will be based on contribution. Elisa and Su Nian have awakened abilities and distinguished themselves in today's combat. Each receives 1 bunk. Ding Yutong held the front line, so she earns 1. Xin Yulong guided us successfully, so she earns 1. Chu Yu and teacher Lu handled logistics coordination, so they share 1. The final bunk goes to Chun Yusin, who is physically the weakest. She rests first. The remaining students will take turns on the seats and rotate later." The distribution plan was logical and fair, securing the core combatants while demonstrating compassion. Even the most critical Chu Yu could find no fault in it. Just as everyone began claiming their seats, that emotionless mechanical voice exploded through the entire cabin once more. "Warning. The novice protection period is about to end. Current temporary station stay time is less than 12 hours. At dawn tomorrow, all flights will be forced to ignite and take off. Target barren continent. The formal death journey is about to begin. Ding. As compensation, all players have received basic aircraft piloting proficiency. Vast amounts of knowledge regarding instrument panel operations, air current navigation, and takeoff and landing principles flooded into everyone's minds in an instant. Yu Feng sat in the captain's swivel chair processing the piloting knowledge swirling within his mind. Barren continent. Was tomorrow the true beginning of a desperate struggle for survival? At 3 in the afternoon, the temperature inside the cabin had already climbed to over 20 degrees. The girls no longer had to huddle together shivering. Brother Yu Feng. Sun Yin pushed open the captain's compartment door and peeked in with half her body. She had changed into pink lace underwear with a tattered red cloth draped over it, her innocent face radiant with anticipation. Come take a walk with me. We've already cleared the area around the station. Sun Yin stepped inside and wrapped her arms tightly around Yu Feng's forearm, pressing her soft curves against him without reservation. Yu Feng glanced at the ruins outside the window and pinched her cheek. Fine. The two of them stepped out of the cabin onto the overgrown tarmac. With the threat of monsters and zombies gone, she led him by the hand, weaving through piles of rusted scrap metal, creating the illusion of a leisurely stroll across a campus. Brother Yu Feng, did you know? I used to secretly watch you at school. Sun Yin stopped in front of an abandoned boarding staircase and looked up at him, her large eyes sparkling. Watch me do what? Yu Feng leaned against the railing. Watch you play basketball, watch you sleep through class. Sun Yin's fingers traced lazy circles on his chest, her tone cloyingly sweet. Back then I used to think, if only the apocalypse came, everyone would die and it would just be the two of us left. Now it has actually come true. Those annoying women may still be alive, but you are already mine. Sun Yin rose onto her tiptoes, her rosy lips drawing close to Yu Feng's ear, her voice dropping to in whispers. Don't lock the door tonight. I've prepared a reward for you. You'll be thoroughly satisfied. With that, she shot him an intoxicatingly alluring glance, then turned and skipped back, her impressive figure creating wave after wave of movement in the air. At 6 in the evening, soft overhead lights illuminated the cabin. Over 30 people sat along both sides of the aisle, sharing the day's harvest: beef jerky, Master Kong, instant noodles, chicken feet, sweet bread, and mineral water. Sun Yin held a package of sandwich biscuits, tore it open, and shoved the largest piece straight into Yu Feng's mouth. Brother Yu Feng, eat more. You expended the most energy today. Completely indifferent to the complicated glances from the other girls, Sun Yin openly asserted her claim. She turned toward Elisa, who sat on the opposite side, and dropped a bombshell. Elisa, once we reach that barren continent tomorrow, let's team up and scavenge for supplies. I'll smash things with fireballs, and you handle healing. Whatever food and clothing we collect, we bring it all back to Yu Feng. She rubbed her flat stomach, her eyes gleaming with maternal radiance. I'm going to raise Yu Feng and our baby healthy and strong. He only needs to command us from the plane. The girls around them stared in stunned silence. Chuyu took a bite of her dry bread and nearly choked. What was this? Keeping the captain as her personal provision. Elisa cracked open a bottle of mineral water, a flicker of excitement flashing in her azure eyes. That's not a bad idea. A man's energy should be reserved for the most important matters. Sending ability wielders like us to fight on the front lines is entirely reasonable. I'll accompany you when the opportunity arises. Yu Feng chewed his beef jerky, his mouth twitching. These two women, the strongest combatants on the team, shared remarkably identical thought processes. 10 o'clock at night. The cabin fell into silence. The air conditioning continued pumping warm air, and most of the girls had already drifted into deep sleep, either slumped in their seats or lying on the bunks. The captain's compartment door opened without a sound. Sun Yin slipped directly into Yu Feng's thick blankets. At this sight, Yu Feng allocated his remaining 4 attribute points into physique. 16 points of robust constitution granted him exceptional endurance and senses far surpassing those of ordinary humans. From now on, you can only eat what I bring back. Sun Yin wrapped her arms tightly around Yu Feng's neck. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, yet a satisfied smile played on her lips. You're mine. Sun Yin's cries were swallowed entirely by Yu Feng's lips. She clung desperately to his back through the night. Dawn broke the gray light, not yet fully illuminated the sky. A violent tremor suddenly shattered the tranquility of the cabin. The girls sleeping in the bunks and new seats were jolted awake instantly, their terrified screams echoing in waves. The captain's compartment door burst open. Yu Feng strode out shirtless while Sun Yin lay collapsed on the bed wrapped in blankets, unable to lift so much as a finger. What's happening? An earthquake. Chuyu gripped the leather armrests tightly, her face drained of color. Yu Feng's response was unnecessary. That icy, bone-chilling mechanical voice already echoed throughout the entire aircraft. Warning. The novice protection period has officially ended. All flights are being forcibly launched. Target barren continent. Estimated arrival in 10 minutes. Accompanying the mechanical broadcast, the aging jet engines at the rear of the aircraft erupted with a deafening roar. The tremendous thrust instantly launched the tens of ton steel behemoth into the sky, tearing through the dense gray fog. The intense G-force pinned every girl firmly into her seat. Yu Feng hurried into the cockpit, and the basic aircraft piloting proficiency granted by the system the previous night activated instantly. The sensation of acceleration was violently intense. The Level 2 commercial airliner weighing dozens of tons tore through the gray mist and angled sharply into the high sky. The thunderous roar of its massive engines drowned out the screams of the women inside the cabin. Yu Feng sat in the pilot's seat, his hands firmly gripping the control yoke. The beginner piloting proficiency instilled by the system last night operated flawlessly at this very moment. The readings on every instrument panel were crystal clear in his eyes. The instant the aircraft achieved level flight, a frigid, bone-chilling mechanical voice detonated simultaneously in everyone's mind. Server-wide announcement: the newbie protection period has ended. The remaining 6 billion players have been successfully and forcibly loaded into the barren continent. Survival rules updated. 1. Vehicle survival: all players start on equal footing. Initial vehicles and corresponding piloting skills have been assigned. Your vehicle is your shelter. If the vehicle is destroyed, you perish. 2. Death mist: the absolute black mist has been generated at the edges of the barren continent. The mist will advance at a constant speed, devouring all living things. Remember this, never look back. 3. Resource competition: unclaimed resource crates are scattered across the barren continent. Gather resources by any means necessary, upgrade your vehicle, and escape death. Good luck to all players. The mechanical voice severed. A clamor erupted outside the cockpit. The 30-plus women had barely recovered from the joy of their aircraft's upgrade when this death warrant struck them into stunned bewilderment. Yu Feng paid no heed to the chaos outside. He released one hand and rubbed his brow. Within his mind, the virtual screen of the barren continent survival manual automatically unfolded. He swiftly scanned the critical information. The black mist was less than 100 kilometers from their current starting point. According to the manual, the mist's maximum advancement speed could reach 400 kilometers per hour, which meant that in no more than 15 minutes, if this aircraft did not flee, it would be completely swallowed. Yu Feng leaned back in the genuine leather swivel chair, his fingers sliding rapidly across the virtual panel to summon his personal status. Host Yu Feng. Constitution 16. Strength 11. Agility 9. Status healthy, vigorously energetic. His 16 points of constitution had allowed him to withstand Su Nian's frenzied demands the previous night, and now he remained utterly refreshed, his focus razor sharp. The heavy hatch of the cockpit was forcefully shoved open from outside. Chuyu stumbled in. Her hands clutched desperately at the backrest of the leather seat. The radiant, commanding aura of her usual aristocratic bearing had completely vanished, and her voice trembled. Yu Feng, is what the system said true? Are we being chased by some kind of black mist? Su Nian also squeezed in right behind her. Draped in that red strip of cloth, she brazenly pressed close to Yu Feng. Her ample chest pushed directly against his arm, while her fingertips deftly toyed with a ball of orange fire. Her wide gaze exuded a morbid excitement. Whatever that mist is, wherever brother Yu Feng flies, that's where I'll go. Yu Feng did not turn around, his gaze locked dead ahead through the windshield. Yu Feng opened the aircraft's control panel. Since this was a plain survival scenario, understanding their assets was the first step. Vehicle: commercial airliner LV2. Durability: 100, armor reinforced. Weapons equipped: none. Current fuel remaining 3. Special facilities: restroom X2, sleeper berth X6, thermostatic air conditioning. Maximum range 500 kilometers. System evaluation: the massive volume results in extremely high fuel consumption. Recommend immediately seeking a landing point to gather fuel, or death is certain. Yu Feng's gaze was nailed to that glaring red number 3. 500 kilometers of range. The black mist moving at 400 kilometers per hour, which meant the plane could stay airborne for a little over an hour at most before plummeting from fuel exhaustion. If they didn't fly, they would be consumed by the mist in 10 minutes. This was the first death trap the system had set for everyone. Don't search for resources and you die immediately. Search for resources and you must fight for the chance to seize them. Yu Feng willed a thought, switching into the regional channel. As expected, the comments across the entire panel scrolled at a speed the naked eye could not catch. Desperate curses filled the screen. System: screw your grandfather. You gave us a beat-up second-hand airliner with the fuel gauge nearly empty. How the hell are we supposed to run? My helicopter only has half a liter of fuel. There's nothing but desert ahead. I'm going to die of thirst here. Help. My two-seater private jet's fuel light is screaming. The black mist is right on my tail. I saw it turn hundreds of people into white bones in an instant. Land. Land now and find resource crates. I just spotted fuel drums in the ruins ahead. To survive, whoever dares steal my fuel, I'll kill their entire family. I'm on a broken glider. No power. The wind direction is wrong. I can't fly fast at all. Panic, savagery, despair. The first wave of screening on this barren continent was designed to force everyone to fight to the death over a basic resource like fuel. During the newbie period, the fuel levels weren't displayed, so they couldn't be seen. Now that they could be seen, the amounts were terrifyingly low. The cockpit door was pushed open once again. Chuyu strode in on high heels. She had just dug them out from the pile of miscellaneous items from the aircraft upgrade. She still wore that battle-damaged outfit fashioned from seatbelts. The cold wind couldn't reach her, but her complexion now was even more pallid than it had been in the snowy wasteland the night before. She walked straight to the instrument panel and stared fixedly at the fuel indicator flashing red. Yu Feng, the fuel light is on. Chu Yu's voice was shaking. The rationality she took such pride in was teetering on the brink of collapse. I've calculated the speed. The black mist will catch up soon. For a plane this big, this little fuel won't last until the next safe zone. She whipped her head around, glaring at Yu Feng. We have to make an emergency landing now. There must be a gas station or a military base down there. Alisha has healing abilities, Su Nian has fire magic. Let's take people down and steal the fuel. Emergency landing. Yu Feng gazed at the boundless wasteland beyond the windshield. Do you know how many monsters are down there? Do you know how many red-eye players are down there? A few dozen women going down there would just be moving resources and hostages in the eyes of others. That's still better than waiting to die up here. Chu Yu planted both hands on the control console, leaning forward. Her massive assets were cinched impossibly tight by the seatbelt nearly brushing against Yu Feng's arm. You're the captain. You have to make a decision. Yu Feng did not look at her, but stared into the void. Because two distinctly different system prompts suddenly chimed in his mind. They were intertwining and merging with each other. Ding. World rule alteration detected. The underlying code of the super soldier system is beginning to reorganize. Dragon Nation Captain exclusive privilege, integration complete. Merge successful. Congratulations host, you have obtained the exclusive newly bound cheat super soldier captain system. Yu Feng's brow lifted slightly. The panel refreshed instantly. Super captain system. Retains daily sign-in attribute points and spatial rewards. New absolute rule added. Every time the commercial airliner levels up in the future, the host will receive one advanced roulette lottery opportunity. Current airliner detected at LV2. One lottery opportunity obtained. Draw immediately. Salvation in the jaws of death. This feeling of seizing fate in one's own hands was the true essence of a survival game. The corner of Yu Feng's mouth curved into a cold fierce arc as he issued a decisive command in his consciousness: draw. A massive golden roulette instantly popped up on the virtual panel. The needle spun at tremendous speed, sweeping past thunder engine, arcane furnace, automatic autocannon, and a series of tantalizing rewards before finally locking dead center on a grid radiating a blinding golden light. Ding. Congratulations host, you have drawn the ultimate reward, 100 million units of aviation fuel. Untradeable. Reward has been automatically stored in the airliner's exclusive fuel space and does not occupy the host's personal space. The current aircraft tank has been automatically refilled to maximum. Future flights will be seamlessly and automatically resupplied, forever inexhaustible. The instant the prompt faded, the red fuel warning light on the console clicked off with a sharp snap. The needle on the fuel gauge moved with an unreasonable velocity, leaping from the red line zone on the far left to dead center on the full mark on the far right. Beside the needle, a golden infinity symbol materialized out of thin air. 100 million units of aviation fuel. On this barren continent where 6 billion people worldwide were killing and burning each other over a single drop of gasoline, Yu Feng had maxed out the most critical survival resource. As long as the plane wasn't shot down, he could fly it until the end of the world. Chu Yu was still anxiously urging from beside him. Yu Feng, are you listening to me? We have to prepare to land immediately. Shut up. Yu Feng reached back and seized Chu Yu's wrist, pulling her in front of him. Chu Yu gasped, her balance failing as she tumbled against the side of Yu Feng's leg. Yu Feng extended his long, slender fingers and tapped twice firmly against the glass of the full fuel gauge, producing crisp clack-clack sounds. Look closely. What is this? Chu Yu followed the direction of his finger. The fuel gauge, which had previously shown a red light, now rested steadily at full. That eerie symbol emanated an ethereal green glow on the instrument panel. How is this possible? It was clearly only at 3% just now. Chu Yu's pupils contracted violently. She was an heiress, she understood cars, and she understood aircraft. The fuel gauge had been practically empty moments ago. The current situation completely defied the laws of physics. Yu Feng casually pinched Su Nian's supple cheek, then turned to look at the utterly horrified Chu Yu, his tone as relaxed as if they were discussing what to have for dinner. Go tell everyone in the cabin they can turn the air conditioning up another 2 degrees. We've got plenty of fuel. We can afford to burn it. Chu Yu's eyes were wide, locked onto that full fuel gauge. She simply could not comprehend how an airliner hovering in midair had been instantly refueled to the brim. But the absolute dominion this man before her exerted over a hopeless situation once again crushed her laughable aristocratic superiority into dust. All right, I'll notify everyone. Chu Yu swallowed hard, her attitude now utterly submissive. She turned and quickly retreated out of the cockpit. Su Nian was so overjoyed, she planted a fierce kiss directly on Yu Feng's cheek, then smoothly straddled the seat of the co-pilot. Her long pale legs swayed back and forth, her gaze growing increasingly adoring. Yu Feng tightened his grip on the control yoke and pushed the thrust forward. The Level 2 commercial airliner let out a jubilant roar, using its absolute speed advantage to fling that churning black curtain of death far out of sight behind them. In high spirits, Yu Feng switched on the cabin broadcast. Attention, all personnel. Find a seat and buckle up. From here on out, you can sleep, you can chat on the plane. Don't worry about the black mist. Don't worry about fuel. Yu Feng sat in the pilot's seat, one hand gripping the control stick. Before him stretched an endless wasteland, its surface scarred by dried-up riverbeds and rusted abandoned towers. With a mere thought, he opened the regional channel. The barrage of messages on the screen scrolled upward at breakneck speed. My fuel gauge just hit 0. I don't dare push the throttle. Who's got fuel to spare? I ripped out every seat in the cabin to cut weight. The black mist is 5 kilometers behind me. It's closing in fast. Sorry. I shoved my co-pilot out the door. One less mouth means less fuel burned. I don't want to die. Don't even get me started. My tank's at 20%. I can't even push full throttle. I'm just gliding around 250 kilometers per hour, watching the black mist creep closer on the display. Just waiting to die. Whales erupted from every corner. The first culling of this barren continent was brutally simple. No fuel meant no outrunning the black mist, which could reach speeds of 400 kilometers per hour. The only outcome was death. To survive, everyone was calculating the expenditure of every last drop of fuel down to the milliliter. Yu Feng glanced at the control panel. The fuel gauge needle was firmly pinned to the far right, where a green infinity symbol glowed with a soft light. The supreme comfort of unlimited fuel suffused his entire body. He seized the control stick and shoved the throttle to its absolute limit. The 4 intact engines at the tail of the airliner erupted with a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. The several-ton Level 2 airliner carved a perfectly straight white trail across the low sky, its velocity rocketing to maximum within mere seconds. Through the side window, a battered propeller plane was crawling forward at a snail's pace. The propeller plane's pilot turned his head in abject terror, staring back at the churning black mist behind him. Suddenly, a colossal mass streaked past him, bringing with it a terrifying gust of wind pressure. The propeller plane was tossed violently by the turbulence, nearly plunging nose first into the ground. The pilot's eyes widened as he watched the twin-aisle airliner spew blue exhaust flames and vanish into the distance in an instant. The regional channel exploded. Holy SHD. What the hell just flew past? A twin-aisle airliner. He pushed the throttle to full. Has he got a death wish? Where the hell did he get all that fuel? Big boss, take me with you. I'll even hang onto the landing gear. Yu Feng ignored the cries for help flooding the channel. He assessed the current situation. His primary objective of surviving had been accomplished. What he needed now were supplies. The system had indicated that unclaimed resource crates were scattered across the barren continent. He lowered his altitude, and the airliner glided smoothly less than 50 meters above the ground. Ahead, on top of a dirt mound, a cube-shaped wooden crate emanating an eerie green glow stood out conspicuously. Yu Feng pulled the control stick, sending the airliner skimming over the dirt mound. When the distance to the crate was less than 10 meters, a flash of green light. Ding. Acquired wooden resource crate X1. Yu Feng opened it immediately. Acquired universal fuel X 50 liters. Mineral water X2. Bread X2. Universal fuel. In these times it was absolute hard currency, capable of being poured into any vehicle's tank. Although Yu Feng himself had no need of it, 50 liters of fuel in the trading hall was enough to purchase dozens of lives and top-tier construction materials. The corners of Yu Feng's mouth curved upward. Over the next hour, leveraging the advantage of unlimited power, Yu Feng piloted the airliner in weaving patterns across the flight path. Whenever a glowing resource crate appeared ahead, he would dive and snatch it away in one fell swoop. Other players on the same route collectively lost their minds. A helicopter had finally spotted a white glowing resource crate and was just preparing to land. When a violent gust of wind pressed down from above, the airliner skimmed past just overhead, and the resource crate vanished into thin air. The helicopter pilot smashed the control console in rage, tears streaming down his face. The resentment flooding the regional channel soared to the heavens. Who the hell is that maniac flying the airliner? He swept clean every resource crate on this route. What the hell? Where did all the resource crates in this zone go? I clearly saw one in that river valley a moment ago, but when I flew over there wasn't even a trace left. Same here. I had my eyes locked on a crate for half an hour, then suddenly an airliner dove down, snatched it, and bolted. Who the hell did this? Won't you leave anyone away to survive? Boss, flying the airliner up ahead, I beg you. Just leak a few drops of fuel from your tank. My fuel warning's on, and the black mist is right on my tail. Watching the screen flood with broken curses, and please, the intoxicating thrill of wantonly harvesting resources coursed through Yu Feng's entire being. The sky gradually darkened as night descended. The sustained high-intensity piloting had left Yu Feng somewhat weary. He glanced at the radar. That deathly black mist had been left behind by at least 3,000 kilometers. He was safe for the short term. Yu Feng brought the aircraft down for a smooth landing at a temporary waypoint. The barren continent had no shortage of these large airfields. He pushed open the cabin door, jumped down, and circled the aircraft by moonlight to inspect it. The tire of the left front landing gear showed moderate wear from a series of brutal takeoffs and landings, with a deep gouge carved into the sidewall by gravel on the ground. The engines were shut down, with only the auxiliary power unit kept online for electricity. Yu Feng unbuckled his seatbelt, stepped out of the aircraft. A cold wind hit him square in the face as he circled the landing gear for a routine inspection. The rubber surface of the left front tire was riddled with cracks, including one deep gouge 5 centimeters long, classified as moderate wear. The terrain on the barren continent was atrocious, and every takeoff and landing took a brutal toll on tire life. He was in desperate need of spare tires and advanced repair tools. If this wasn't addressed, a tire blowout during tomorrow's takeoff or landing would cause the entire aircraft to lose control and disintegrate. Yu Feng turned and walked back into the cabin. The interior of the Level 2 airliner was spacious and bright. 30 leather seats, 6 sleeper berths, 2 restrooms. The young women sat in the seats, sharing the compressed biscuits and canned meat that Yu Feng had just opened from resource crates today. These conditions were an absolute dimensionality reduction strike compared to the current state of the barren continent. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared in everyone's mind. Global announcement: regional sudden cold wave warning. Ambient temperature plummeting to -10°C and continuing to drop. Low temperatures will cause body heat loss, sluggish reactions, and a slight decrease in morale. Survivors are advised to seek heat sources immediately to maintain body temperature. If vehicles are powered down, cabin temperature will equalize with the outside. The glass outside the cabin quickly frosted over with a thick layer of ice. Cold air seeped in through the metal cabin walls, and the young women shivered involuntarily. Yu Feng opened the regional channel. The population count in the upper right corner was staggering. Current regional survivors 145,000. In merely 7 or 8 hours, 5.5 million had perished. The channel was filled with desperate curses. -10°C. My glider doesn't even have an enclosed cabin. I'm going to freeze to death. Crank the heat. The inside of my car is icing over. Can't turn on the heat. The heater burns fuel. I've only got enough fuel to run 50 kilometers. Burn it tonight, and how do I run tomorrow? The black mist is right behind me. Turn on the heat, and burn fuel gets swallowed by the black mist tomorrow. Don't turn on the heat and freeze to death tonight. A death trap either way. Light a fire and get caught or freeze without one. Everyone was trapped in the ultimate binary choice of despair. Yu Feng watched the death toll climbing relentlessly on the screen, then turned his gaze to the control console. He reached out and cranked the air conditioning temperature knob all the way to maximum. Current cabin temperature setting 30°C. The central air conditioning emitted a low hum. Rolling waves of heat surged into the cabin through the vents. Within mere minutes, the cabin temperature skyrocketed. Ice melted away and warmth reigned like spring. Chuyu sat in the front row, so warm that she shed the tattered coat she had been using for warmth. Clad only in that battle-damaged outfit held together by a taut safety harness, her fair skin was beaded with a fine sheen of sweat. Yu Feng, the temperature's too high. Aren't we being a bit wasteful? Chuyu instinctively applied her old cost-conscious mindset. Yu Feng leaned against the doorframe of the pilot's seat, holding a can of ice-cold cola he had just opened from a resource crate. I told you, we've got fuel to burn. Yu Feng popped the tab on the can with a crisp hiss of carbonation. If you're hot, go line up for a shower. There's hot water in the restroom. Shower. Hot water. These two words on a night when millions were freezing to death were obscenely extravagant. Chuyu closed her mouth, and the last trace of pride vanished from her eyes, replaced by a profound reverence for Yu Feng's absolute command over their fate. Shin Yusin came running over with a flushed face, holding a warm, damp towel in both hands, and spoke in a soft, delicate voice. Captain, let me wipe your sweat for you. Lu Ruyan carried a heated can of beef stew and placed it on the small table beside Yu Feng. This normally aloof counselor lowered her gaze with a gentle tone. You've been flying all day long. Get some more protein. Sun Yen went straight for the kill. Dressed in that pink lace lingerie, she walked over and crouched at Yu Feng's feet. Her soft hands pressed against the muscles of his thighs. Brother Yu Feng, let me massage your legs. Sun Yen tilted her head up, her large eyes filled with the absolute sense of security that came from being kept. It's so cold out there. Only beside you is warm. In the regional channel, tens of millions were freezing to death over a single drop of fuel. Meanwhile, Yu Feng in the climate-controlled cabin at a constant 28 degrees sipped ice-cold cola while being attended upon by the most exquisite campus beauties and the ice-cold counselor. This was the absolute power over life and death. The drought kills the drought-stricken while the flood drowns the drenched. Yu Feng drained the last sip of his ice-cold cola and casually crushed the can flat, tossing it into the trash. He turned and strode toward the rear of the cabin. Piled there were over 100 resource chest spoils he had seized that afternoon while piloting the aircraft in a wild rampage. He had been so swept up in the thrill of the plunder that capacity had never crossed his mind. The loot yielded was staggering. Universal fuel alone accounted for 66 portions, each containing 50 liters. What remained were stacks of compressed biscuits, canned luncheon, meat, several sets of thickened thermal underwear, first aid kits, even a few rolls of toilet paper, and a battered but functional diesel generator. The goods were undeniably valuable, and if rationed carefully, more than enough to sustain the 30-plus women for an entire month. Yet therein lay the trouble. His portable space now spanned a mere 3 cubic meters, wholly inadequate to accommodate such an assortment of miscellaneous items. The once spacious activity area shared by the 30-odd women had been forcibly reduced by more than half, squeezed by the towering pile of supplies. So much fuel just hoarding it is a waste of space. Yu Feng glanced at the green infinity symbol on the control panel and decisively opened a trading hall. On this Arctic night that had already frozen millions to death, fuel capable of kindling fire and powering vehicles was nothing less than absolute hard currency. He posted his offer directly: universal fuel 1 portion, 50 liters in exchange for high-calorie fresh ingredients, large storage cabinets, premium appliances, or powerful cold weapons. Only premium goods accepted, no junk. He listed 30 portions in a single breath. The instant the message went out, the entire regional channel erupted into chaos. Holy crap, who's this filthy rich? Putting up 1,500 liters of fuel at once. It has to be a big shot. Definitely that madman who flew the passenger plane to steal chests during the day. Big shot, save me. I'll trade you 3 cases of instant noodles for 1 portion of fuel. Deal. My plane is about to flame out. Get lost. 3 cases of noodles for fuel. Big shot, I've got an oxygen concentrator and a 3-door freezer. Trade you for 5 portions of fuel. Yu Feng watched the private messages flooding the back end, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. On this lawless, barren continent, whoever held scarce resources in their hands could trample the lifelines of everyone beneath their feet. He picked and chose, taking only the finest. In less than 10 minutes, 10 fuel trades were completed. An assortment of premium supplies materialized out of thin air in the empty space of the cabin: a 3-door freezer, 3 solid wood wardrobes, a high-powered induction cooker, over a dozen boxes of premium marbled beef rolls still streaked with fresh blood, 3 packs of Chongqing-style hot pot base, and even a tang dao forged from refined steel. Chu, you take the others and set up the wardrobes and freezer. Stuff all the canned goods inside, Yu Feng commanded. Chu Yu immediately rallied several of the women into action. With the storage cabinets in place, the cabin instantly fell into neat order, reclaiming a generous expanse of space. Yu Feng drew the tang dao. The blade ran cold, its honed edge ground paper thin, far more agile than the cumbersome fire axe he had carried before. Tonight we eat hot pot, Yu Feng declared, planting the tang dao beside him as he plugged in the induction cooker. The aircraft's electrical supply ran ceaselessly. The spicy oil broth soon bubbled and rolled over the cooktop, its rich, domineering aroma of beef tallow flooding the entire cabin within moments. The 30-odd women who had gnawed on compressed biscuits all day turned ravenous at the scent. Yu Feng settled into the leather seat. Sun Yin pinched up a slice of beef just cooked through, blew gently on the rising steam, and popped it straight into his mouth. Yu Feng's cooking is amazing, Sun Yin cooed, her large eyes curving into crescents as she pressed her ample figure brazenly against his arm. You stir-fried the base, so fragrant it's a shame you didn't become a chef. The base came from the system, what's it got to do with me? Yu Feng replied around the tender beef, his mouth filled with its fragrant juices. Elisa, clad in black lingerie, sat cross-legged across from him, devouring a lamb roll, slicked with chili sauce. The spice made her gasp for air, yet her azure eyes glistened with pure bliss. You, this surpasses anything I have ever eaten at any Michelin establishment. Following you is the best decision I have ever made in my life. The cabin held a constant 28 degrees, heated air rushing through the vents. More than 30 exquisite beauties dressed in thin, cool undergarments sweated through their silken skin as they huddled together around the bubbling pot. Yet beyond the thin sheet of aircraft fuselage, the temperature had plummeted to -15 degrees. Tens of millions of players were shivering in frozen cockpits to conserve every last drop of gasoline, some already frozen into ice sculptures. This stark contrast between heaven and hell gratified Yu Feng's appetite for control to an unprecedented degree. Just as he was about to fish out a piece of tripe, a deep, muffled boom suddenly echoed from the direction of the cockpit. Thud! Immediately after came a metallic scraping that set one's scalp crawling, as though some blade were viciously rending the bulletproof glass. The once lively cabin fell deathly silent. Lu Rian's chop slipped from her fingers and clattered onto the table. Yu Feng's gaze turned icy. He seized the refined steel tang dao beside him and strode toward the captain's quarters. Gazing through the cockpit windshield illuminated by the nose-mounted floodlights, 8 enormously hulking monstrosities clung to the aircraft's nose. Their entire musculature pulsed with an eerie violet-black hue, each towering over 2 meters tall. 10-centimeter-long razor-sharp claws hammered frantically against the windshield web-like cracks already spreading across the glass surface. A frigid system prompt flashed before Yu Feng's retinas. Warning. Encountered a pack of Tier 1 strength-type zombies. Monster attributes: Strength 13, Constitution 18, Agility 10. Far surpassing ordinary mutants. Tier 2 aircraft, nose armor, durability declining. Estimated breach in 3 minutes. Strength 18, Constitution 20. These stats surpassed even his own as a super soldier. Chu Yu, following close behind, saw the monster's attributes and went ashen. Yu Feng, their numbers are too high. The glass is about to break, we need to take off now. Take off. Yu Feng scoffed, tightening his grip on the hilt. A piece of fat delivered right to my lips. Why run? The stronger the monster, the better the loot. That was common sense. Ding Yutong, Sun Yin, Elisa with me. Yu Feng wasted no breath, calling out his 3 strongest combatants by name. He turned toward the cabin side hatch and pressed the door release. Boom! The heavy metal door slowly descended. The bone-chilling cold of sub-zero wind laden with driving snow came pouring in with ferocious abandon. The 8 strength-type zombies clinging to the nose instantly caught the thick scent of living human flesh and abandoned the glass they had nearly shattered. Releasing an ear-splitting roar, they charged toward the hatch like 8 runaway heavy tanks. Sun Yin sealed the positioning. Yu Feng barked. Got it. Sun Yin's seemingly fragile gaze flickered with a feral ruthlessness. She thrust both palms forward and 2 orange fireballs larger than basketballs shrieked through the air, slamming precisely into the open ground below the boarding ramp. Boom! The fireballs detonated into a searing wall of flame. The 2 zombies charging at the fore had their flesh scorched open, their movements inevitably faltering for a heartbeat. Now, Ding Yutong gripped the reinforced solid steel rod, and leveraging the height advantage of the hatch brought it down in a brutal chop onto the knee of one of the zombies. The sound of shattering bone rang out crisp and shrill. The zombie lurched violently forward. Yu Feng moved. The terrifying speed unleashed by his 16 constitution points transformed him into a phantom. He did not even bother with the stairs, leaping directly from the hatch 2 meters above. The refined steel Tang Dao carved a pallid crescent of blade light through the air. 11 points of strength amplified by the falling gravity drove the blade in an irresistible arc precisely into the gap of the unbalanced zombie's cervical spine. Squelch. A hideous violet-black head launched skyward. Black blood fountained out in a spray. 1 strike, 1 kill. The remaining 6 zombies went utterly berserk, brandishing their 10-centimeter claws as they flanked from both sides. Elisa whistled from the rear, her hands flicking in rapid succession. Several boulders the size of human heads smashed precisely into the back of 2 zombies' skulls. The zombies enraged wheeled and lunged toward Elisa. This brief transfer of aggro carved out the perfect harvesting window for Yu Feng. His feet shuffled in measured steps, evading a horizontal slash from a zombie charging head-on. With a reverse grip, he swept his blade sideways. The thin edge sliced through rotting flesh and severed the clawed arm clean at the root. Immediately he twisted at the waist, the Tang Dao slicing upward in a diagonal slash that split the zombie from chin to crown in a single stroke. Swift was the blade, but the wielder was even more savage. Less than 2 minutes. 8 immensely formidable tier 1 strength-type zombies had all been reduced to a carpet of headless chunks. Yu Feng stood in the biting wind and shook the black blood from his Tang Dao. This newly traded weapon truly sang in his hand, and after cleaving through 8 mutants the edge had not even rolled. A heap of glowing loot lay scattered on the ground. Yu Feng strode over swiftly to collect it. Obtained tier 1 violet black crystal core 8. Obtained universal fuel 10. Obtained refined steel composite plate 50. Obtained tier 3 aircraft upgrade blueprint 1. Yu Feng's heart hammered uncontrollably at the sight of the final blueprint radiating a golden glow. A tier 3 aircraft upgrade blueprint. He immediately opened the requirements in his mind. Upgrading to tier 3 aircraft requires refined steel composite plate, 500 high-grade rubber, 200 electronic components, 10 tier 2 crystal core 1. The requirements were outrageously demanding, especially that tier 2 crystal core, an absolute death-defying item. Yet Yu Feng cared nothing for how difficult the materials were to obtain. Only one thought consumed his mind the moment he upgraded to tier 3. His super captain system would grant him another lottery draw. Yesterday, when he had reached tier 2, he had drawn 100 million portions of infinite fuel, allowing him to swagger across this barren continent. If he reached tier 3 and drew something heaven-defying again, he wouldn't even need to dodge the black fog. He could simply pilot the aircraft straight through it. With infinite fuel as his bedrock, he harbored a fervent anticipation for the upgrade. Yu Feng turned and walked back aboard the aircraft. The hatch sealed shut once more, cutting off the icy wasteland outside. He had just settled back into the leather seat to resume his hot pot when a pinned distress message aglow with a piercing red light suddenly popped up on the regional channel. Coordinates 777162, SOS. I am a top-tier domestic actress. My private jet has a blown tire and is almost out of fuel. There are monsters smashing my aircraft outside. The system shows a large passenger jet within 100 kilometers of me. Pilot sir, please come rescue me. If you come, I am willing to pay any price. The entire channel exploded over the message. Chu Yu studied the SOS on the control panel, her brow slightly furrowed. She was keenly attuned to the distances involved. Yu Feng 100 kilometers. At our aircraft speed, we can fly there and back in just over 10 minutes. If she really is that big, star bringing her back would be quite a catch. Yu Feng regarded the frantically scrolling red text with a cold eye. Rescue her, my ass. He casually dropped a piece of tripe into the bubbling spicy oil pot, his tone so frigid it carried no warmth at all. On the barren continent, without a sufficiently powerful vehicle, even sleeping means getting frozen into an icicle. She couldn't even protect her own aircraft. Bringing her back would only waste my food. What good is she? Yu Feng stuffed the cooked tripe into his mouth, his gaze clear and ruthless. Women. He already had over 30 stunners on board, he didn't need another. His sole objective now was to gather refined steel and rubber at any cost. Only by upgrading this aircraft to Tier 3 and securing the system's prize draw could he establish the absolute foundation for his survival on this continent of death. Rest for a bit, then we take off. Yu Feng gazed out at the pitch-black wilderness and issued his ironclad order. After the recent battle, Yu Feng had realized that even temporary airfields weren't particularly safe. Being airborne was still the safer option. He configured the autopilot to keep the aircraft flying on its own. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the night sky above the desolate continent hung like a slab of dead black iron. A Class 2 passenger plane cruised steadily at an altitude of 3,000 meters. Yu Feng sat in the pilot's seat. After confirming the autopilot mode and flight path, he casually set the unlimited fuel thrust to its optimal cruising velocity. The cabin temperature was pleasantly comfortable, utterly unlike the frozen hellscape of sub-zero temperatures outside. He stretched lazily, pushed open the cockpit door, and headed straight for the captain's quarters. The moment he pushed the door open, a thick, pungent smell of gunpowder washed over him. Sun Yin sat cross-legged in the center of the double bed like a feral cat, guarding its food, dressed in nothing but a set of pink lace lingerie that barely contained her breathtaking 36D figure. A crackling orb of orange-red fire hovered above her pale fingertips. Her wide eyes fixed fiercely on Elisa, who stood at the bedside, and the unhinged malice in her gaze was utterly undisguised. "Get out. Brother Yu Feng promised to keep me company tonight, you oversized foreign mare. Don't push your luck." Sun Yin flicked her wrist, and the orb's searing heat nearly scorched the bedsheets. Elisa was entirely unfazed. She wore only a black thong. Her exaggerated F-cup fullness heaved violently with her cold laugh, and her sapphire blue eyes gleamed with provocation. "Little girl, use stamina isn't something your scrawny body can handle. You monopolized him all of last night, so tonight it's my turn to attend the captain. I possess a healing ability. I can restore his body anytime. Can you? You're asking to die." Sun Yin shrieked, and the fireball in her hand surged abruptly larger, seemingly about to hurl forward. "Both of you knock it off." Yu Feng shut the door behind him, strode over, and seized Sun Yin's wrist in one swift motion. With a mere exertion of his level 11 strength, the fireball at her fingertips instantly dissolved into nothing. He smoothly wrapped an arm around her slender, delicate waist and turned to face Elisa. "What, tearing the place apart this late at night? If this plane burns a hole through its hull, we'll all plummet 3,000 meters and be smashed into mincemeat." Elisa shrugged, then swayed her spectacular serpentine hips as she pressed herself against him. Her towering, voluminous curves brazenly rubbed against his arm. "I simply wanted to give you a pleasant evening." Just as Yu Feng was about to indulge in this premium treatment of being flanked by beauties on both sides, 3 measured knocks sounded against the captain's quarters door from outside. "Yu Feng, don't sleep yet. Come out for a moment. There's a matter concerning the survival of everyone in the cabin that needs to be discussed." From beyond the door came the cool, penetratingly clear voice of their instructor, Lu Rian. Yu Feng patted Sun Yin's rounded, peach-shaped bottom, threw on his jacket, and stepped outside. The cabin lights glowed softly. The 30-plus girls had already settled into their berths and seats for the night, but every one of them was now drawn to attention by Lu Rian's words. Lu Rian stood at the center of the aisle at the very front of the cabin. Out of habit, she still shielded her oppressively magnificent E-cup breasts with both arms. Though her body was wrapped in nothing but tattered strips of cloth, the commanding authority of someone who had long stood at a podium issuing orders remained undiminished. A resolute determination flickered across her exquisitely beautiful frosty countenance. "Students, tonight we ate our fill and dressed warmly. But this is merely a temporary illusion." Lu Rian swept her gaze across the room, her voice glacial. "What you may not have noticed is that before our evening takeoff, the front left landing gear tire was already showing moderate wear. And during the monster attack, just now the cockpit windshield developed extensive spiderweb cracks." The moment those words fell, a collective sharp intake of breath echoed through the cabin. "The glass is cracked. If it shatters at high altitude and the cabin decompresses, we'll all get sucked out." Chu sat bolt upright instantly, her complexion shifting. "Correct." Lu Rian pushed up a pair of glasses that didn't exist on the bridge of her nose, her gaze fixed intently on Yu Feng. "The aircraft is our sole shelter, but we have no professional repair tools nor any spare tires. If the tire blows out on landing, or if the windshield shatters at altitude, everyone dies. So, Teacher Lu, what brilliant proposal do you have?" Yu Feng leaned against the cabin wall, arms crossed over his chest, regarding the Ice Mountain instructor with genuine seriousness. "We need repair-type abilities." Lu Rian drew a deep breath. A fleeting, extraordinarily complex flush of embarrassment passed through her cool eyes, yet her tone remained absolutely resolute. "Currently, only Elisa and Sun Yin have awakened abilities, but that is far from sufficient. We must expand the base of awakened ability users until someone rolls a survival ability like mechanical mastery or metal reconstruction." The entire cabin fell deathly silent. Everyone knew the only path to awakening an ability: interaction with the sole pilot standing before them. "Teacher Lu, what you're suggesting is having us all line up to sleep with him." Chen Yusin's face flushed crimson instantly. She clutched her hem tightly, a hint of shyness in her voice. If it's for the sake of survival, is there truly anything unacceptable about that? Yu rose to her feet. Her fiercely competitive nature would never permit her to retreat in the face of a survival crisis. Her gaze burned into Yu Feng. I'm the class president. I understand how to weigh the greater good. Yu Feng, if someone absolutely must volunteer for this experiment, I'm ready to cooperate at any time. I'll do it too. Ding Yutong flicked her short hair with crisp efficiency, her wheat-toned skin glowing with healthy vitality. I have an athlete's constitution. If it ever comes to childbirth, I'd handle it better than any of you. Shen Yulan reclined in a genuine leather seat, twirling a strand of pale golden curl around her finger. Laziness and amusement filled her blue irises. Sounds rather thrilling. I'm the type who loves trying new things. Shen Yusin shrank in the back row, her face scarlet, too timid to speak. But as she gazed at Yu Feng's tall, muscular frame, she couldn't help but swallow hard. The cabin's atmosphere instantly transformed from a grave discussion of life and death into some exceedingly peculiar auction. I object. Sun Yin burst out of the captain's quarters like a tigress defending her food, throwing both arms around Yu Feng's. Her magnificent 36D pressed ruthlessly against him as her wide eyes glared daggers at Lu Rian. Teacher Lu, spare us the moral blackmail wrapped in some grand cause of life and death. You want to sleep with my man? Brother Yu Feng is mine. No one touches him. Those blunt words landed like a sharp ringing slap. Lu Rian's frosty face flushed so deeply it seemed on the verge of bleeding. Yet she did not retreat. Instead, she stepped forward, her gaze meeting Sun Yin's without an inch of yielding. Student Sun Yin, this is no time for petty jealousy. If you can repair the landing gear, I won't utter another word. But you can't. Your fireball would only blow the plane apart. I am the instructor. I must take responsibility for the lives of these 30-plus girls. At this point, Lu Rian snapped her head toward Yu Feng, clenched her jaw, and delivered a bombshell. As a teacher, facing danger is precisely what it means to stand in front of one's students. Since someone must step forward to test and gamble for an ability, I am willing to lead by example. Yu Feng, tonight I'll do it. The 30-plus girls were utterly stunned into silence by the instructor's noble sacrifice. Who could have imagined that their usually strictest Ice Mountain goddess would brazenly volunteer her own body before the entire class? Yu Feng's heart bloomed with secret delight, though on the surface he heaved a sigh of profound sorrow. He reached out and gently tousled Sun Yin's hair, soothing her in a tone brimming with sacrificial gravitas. Yin, stop making a scene. Teacher Lu is right. If the plane isn't fixed, we all die. I'm doing this under duress. For everyone's sake, I can only wrong myself and endure a little hardship. The greater good must come first. Shameless didn't even begin to describe those words. Yet paired with his impeccably sincere expression and his recent feat of saving everyone, there was simply no way to refute him. Sun Yin's eyes welled with bitter tears. Though her heart was reluctant beyond measure, the image of plummeting to their deaths from the sky forced her to bite hard into her lower lip. She pinched Yu Feng's waist viciously. Then hurry up. Don't enjoy her too much. At 10 o'clock that night, the metal door of the captain's quarters was pushed open gently, then swiftly locked from inside. Yu Feng leaned against the headboard, gazing at the figure standing by the door, his atoms apple bobbing hard. Lu Rian had just bathed. Her faintly damp long hair cascaded loosely over her snow-white fragrant shoulders. She had shed those cumbersome tattered strips and instead wore a shockingly provocative set of red lingerie she had opened from a supply crate that afternoon. The crisscrossing design of thin straps could not hope to contain her oppressively magnificent E-cup figure. The soft, plush edges of her fullness were tightly cinched into breathtaking, heart-stopping curves, and the deep cleavage between them seemed fathomless. The lower half, red lace as sheer as cicada's wings, left nothing to the imagination, fully revealing the slender long legs and the ripe mature figure usually hidden beneath her professional attire. The instructor, who had always been lofty, untouchable, and icy pure, now stood in the dim shadowy light, wearing such visually explosive, sensuous lingerie. That extreme contrast was more than enough to drive any man to madness. Lu Rian bit hard into her lower lip, her cool eyes shimmering with a watery gleam. She drew a deep breath as though she had made some tremendous sacrifice and padded barefoot step by step to the double bed. Yu Feng. Her voice trembled slightly. Her hands were clasped together in nervousness, her knuckles bone white. I have no experience. If I do anything wrong, please bear with me. For everyone's survival, I'm ready. Yu Feng let out a soft laugh, seized her slender wrist in one swift grip, and yanked her fiercely into his embrace. This intimate tutoring session lasted a full hour or more. Early morning. Beyond the captain's chamber, the sky over the desolate continent remained shrouded in gloomy light, yet the interior was thick with a potent fragrance of hormones. An icy mechanical voice erupted within the silent room. Ding. Female player Lu Rian has successfully conceived. Awakened exclusive ability, divine culinary skill, grade F, upgradable. Ability effect consumes stamina to transform any basic ingredient into exquisite cuisine that grants minor stamina recovery. Physical enhancement, complete strength 2, constitution 3, agility 2. Beneath the thick quilt, Lu Ruyan suddenly opened her eyes. A layer of lustrous jade-like radiance flowed across her voluptuous figure. The aching, nearly shattered bones within her instantly brimmed with power, and the exhaustion from last night's entanglement with Yu Feng vanished without a trace. She lowered her gaze to herself. That already commanding grade E fullness appeared even more lifted and firm. Her already fair skin now exuded a startling dewy smoothness, her entire being radiating the irresistible charm of a fully nourished young matron. Although it's not a healing ability, Lu Ruyan bit her rosy lower lip and cast an affectionate glance at Yu Feng, who was still fast asleep. She dared not wake the man whose stamina bordered on the monstrous. Casually scooping up a torn red undergarment from the floor to drape over herself, she eased the metal door open and slipped out with quiet footsteps. Inside the cabin, over 30 women had just awakened. The moment they saw their usually aloof Ice Mountain counselor emerge from the captain's chamber with a radiant glow and light breezy steps, the entire cabin fell silent. The astonishing allure radiating from within Lu Ruyan was enough to make even other women blush and their hearts race. "Teacher Lu, did you awaken a healing ability?" Chu Yu immediately sprang to her feet, a note of hope threading through her voice. "No." Lu Ruyan pushed up the imaginary glasses on the bridge of her nose, straining to maintain the dignified composure befitting a teacher. Yet those dewy, sultry eyes utterly betrayed her. "It's divine culinary skill. I'm going to prepare breakfast." She turned and walked toward the small kitchen in the midsection of the cabin, picking up the remaining packs of instant noodles and canned luncheon meat from last night. In less than 10 minutes, a domineeringly rich aroma of meat had flooded the entire Grade 2 passenger aircraft. The fragrance was simply soul-stealing. The eyes of the 30-plus women who had subsisted on dry rations for days all turned green with hunger. They gathered around with no pretense of decorum, cradling their bowls as they devoured every drop of broth and noodle, sighs of satisfaction rippling through the crowd. No one had expected that such an apparently trivial life skill in the apocalypse could deliver such overwhelming bliss. In the captain's chamber, Yu Feng had just stretched lazily, preparing to rise. Bang! The metal door was shoved open, then swiftly locked from within. Sun Yin stepped inside. The two engaged in a supplementary lesson. Before Yu Feng could catch his breath, the metal door was quietly pushed open once more. Elisa had also arrived. A great while later, as their fierce battle concluded, a burst of tangerine flame flickered to life at Sun Yin's fingertip. Her eyes widened in sudden delight as she exclaimed, "Big brother Yu Feng, my fireball has gotten bigger, and the temperature has risen too." Elisa raised her hand, as well a sphere of white light swirling in her palm. "My healing energy has also increased. You doing this kind of thing with you actually raises our ability levels and physical stats." Their gazes at Yu Feng no longer carried mere dependence on a powerful figure. They now regarded him as a living, breathing experience repository, the greed and zeal in their depths nearly enough to devour him whole. The corner of Yu Feng's mouth twitched. "Dual cultivation leveling. This broken system plays some wild games." The panel of the super soldier captain system appeared. "Host Yu Feng. Current attributes: Strength 11, Constitution 18, Agility 9. Yu Feng let out a cold laugh. It seemed that from now on attribute points would need to be tipped heavily toward Constitution. Otherwise, this squad of over 30 supreme specimens would eventually drain him dry. Yu Feng pushed aside the two exquisite temptresses, swung his legs off the bed, and stepped into the captain's chamber's private bathroom to freshen up. The mirror reflected a young, intensely aggressive visage. At 20 years of age, his towering frame of over 1.8 meters concealed explosive muscular lines. A face blessed with an 85-point God-tier rating now bore an added aura of cold, commanding hardness tempered by the crucible of the apocalypse. A solid foundation, sturdy, enduring, and resilient. This was his capital for dominating the desolate continent. Pushing open the door, he stepped out of the captain's chamber, just as Lu Ruyan approached, bearing a steaming bowl of scallion oil noodles. "Yu Feng, eat it while it's hot." She lowered her gaze, cheeks faintly flushed, deliberately avoiding his predatory stare. Yu Feng lifted a tangle of noodles with his chopsticks and slipped them into his mouth. An exquisitely fresh flavor instantly detonated across his palate, the broth itself carrying a consolation that reached straight to the soul. The divine culinary skill lived up to its name. In an apocalypse where one gnawed on tree bark, this was an emperor's indulgence. Yu Feng settled into the leather seat of the pilot's chair with his bowl in hand, his mind activating the regional channel. The population counter in the upper right corner caused his noodle slurping to pause for a beat. Current regional survivors: 12. 5 million, 20 million. In just one night, the survivor count had plummeted by another 2 million. The channel's barrage was no longer dominated by yesterday's panic, replaced instead by an extreme savagery and bloodlust. Frozen to death. The family of 3 in the cabin next to mine has turned into ice sculptures. Those knife-wielding lunatics raided my supplies. They killed 4 people and made off with all our universal fuel and food. Someone save me. Stop begging. Who cares if you live or die now? Killing monsters drops cores and materials. People are already forming scavenger teams to hunt lone players and steal their aircraft materials. Anyone without weapons, run. Who has refined steel composite panels? I'll trade 5 young women for them. Just give me the panels to upgrade my plane any condition you want. You bastard. The guy flying the Boeing 777 at coordinates 34199, may you die a miserable death. Don't trust anyone on the road offering trades. He robbed me of my water and bread and forcibly kidnapped my wife. I'll kill him. Order had utterly collapsed. Under the twin pressures of the death fog and the bitter cold, every player had grasped an ironclad truth: slay monsters for gear, slay humans for supplies. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, had been amplified to its absolute extreme upon the desolate continent. Yu Feng watched these blood-soaked messages with cold detachment, finishing the last sip of broth from his bowl. This was the apocalypse. No compassion, only plunder. He commanded vast reserves of fuel and an aircraft packed with beauties of the highest caliber. Should anyone discover this, it would inevitably draw swarms of ravenous wolves. The Grade 3 aircraft upgrade blueprint that had gleamed with golden light the previous night still rested within his spatial storage. Grade 3 aircraft upgrade requirements: refined steel composite panels, 500 high-grade rubber, 200 electronic components, 10 second-tier core 1. Today's core objective was crystal clear: gather refined steel and rubber. Once this passenger aircraft was upgraded to Grade 3, his system would trigger another premium roulette draw. The upgrade from Grade 1 to Grade 2 had yielded 100 million units of fuel, filling him with frenzied anticipation for the next draw. The aircraft cruised steadily at 3,000 meters. Yu Feng activated the radar panel, scanning for ruined complexes below where high-grade supply crates might spawn. Just then a jarring screech of static erupted from the communication channel on the control console. Regional channel: emergency signal acquired. Is anyone there? Any big shot passing by? Cough cough. An exceedingly feeble, yet clearly system-amplified feminine voice rang out within the cockpit. My aircraft made an emergency landing in an abandoned factory. There's a massive horde of monsters outside. I found a military supply depot, and there's a huge stockpile of black metal panels and tires inside. Whoever rescues me can have half of everything in the warehouse. Yu Feng arched an eyebrow. Black metal panels and tires. A perfect match for the characteristics of refined steel composite panels and high-grade rubber. He glanced at the radar. The coordinate blip sat less than 30 kilometers from his current position. For a passenger aircraft blessed with infinite fuel, it was merely a matter of pressing the throttle. Yesterday, when that A-list actress called for help, he couldn't be bothered. She was a pure liability. But today's caller not only clutched the upgrade materials he desperately needed, but could also pinpoint the warehouse location with precision. Let's go join the party. A cold, ruthless curve lifted at the corner of Yu Feng's mouth, and his wrist snapped sharply. The Grade 2 passenger aircraft carved a massive arc across the sky, tearing through the bone-chilling wind, surging forward with ferocious thrust as it howled toward the coordinate point. At an altitude of 2,000 meters a class, 2-passenger plane tore through the ash-gray clouds. The radar indicated less than 10 kilometers to coordinates 777-162. Yu Feng stared through the windshield, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Within the clouds ahead, several fist-sized black orbs floated faintly, their surfaces flickering with a dim crimson glow. Floating mines. The passenger jet was too swift, and its frame too massive to evade completely once spotted. Yu Feng yanked the control stick all the way back, pitching the nose upward, but the left wing still grazed one of the black orbs. Boom. A piercing explosion detonated at 10,000 meters. Flames mingled with black smoke, instantly engulfing the tip of the left wing. The entire aircraft lurched violently, and terrified screams erupted from over 30 girls in the rear cabin. Chuyu was slammed against the fuselage wall by the tremendous inertia, her face ashen. Yu Feng. What's happening? Warning. Targeted detonation detected. Passenger aircraft left wing mildly damaged. Current durability reduced to 40. Aerodynamic profile compromised. Maximum safe range shortened to 500 kilometers. Red alarms flashed frantically on the control console. Yu Feng pressed down hard on the control stick with both hands, forcibly steadying the aircraft, his expression dropping to an icy cold. Someone had set a trap in midair to ambush him. On the edge of the radar, a single blip closed in at terrifying speed. A twin-engine private jet, its body painted entirely black and covered in weld seams, emerged from the clouds below, brazenly matching the airliner's pace alongside it. The public communication channel was suddenly hijacked, and a coarse, mocking male voice crackled through. Well, big airliner brother up ahead, why's your wing smoking? Out here in the middle of nowhere must have clipped a mutant vulture, huh? Yu Feng turned his head, and through the bulletproof glass clearly saw 3 men and 1 woman standing in the opposing cockpit. Their leader, a man with a scarred face, held a microphone, his expression feigning concern. Brother, I used to be an aircraft mechanic. Why don't you reduce your speed, follow me to an emergency airstrip, and let my brothers fix her up inside your cabin? Can't afford to play games up here in the sky. The scarred man spoke with feigned solicitude, but his greedy gaze was fixed ravenously on the massive airliner. Such an enormous aircraft. How much cargo and how many fat sheep must it be carrying? Yu Feng leaned back in his leather swivel chair, casually popped open a can of cola, took a swig, and his frigid voice transmitted through the comms channel. Quite the performance. But those floating minds of yours are pathetically weak. Couldn't even scratch a layer of my primer coat. The scarred man's expression stiffened, and his mask of feigned kindness instantly shattered. Damn it. You won't take the easy way, so take the hard way. The scarred man kicked the control console, his voice turning savage and unhinged. Those air-to-air proximity mines of mine cost me my life to get. No matter how tough your big plane is, it's going down today. Open the cargo door and surrender right now. Hand over all your supplies and women. Otherwise the next wave will blow your fuel tank straight to Kingdom Come. The metal door to the cockpit was shoved open. Sun Yan walked in barefoot. She wore a pink lace lingerie set that barely contained her voluptuous figure, with a thin nightgown carelessly draped over her shoulders. Her fair skin still bore the enticing flush from last night's frenzied tutoring session, yet her large eyes churned with undisguised ferocity. Brother Yu Feng, these scum woke me up. Sun Yan walked to the co-pilot's seat, twisted her slender waist, and pressed herself against Yu Feng, her gaze fixed on the black jet opposite, as if staring at corpses. Yu Feng patted Sun Yan's slender, impossibly narrow waist. Nian, someone's threatening to blow up my fuel tanks. Show him what we're made of. You got it. Sun Yan smiled with a Yandera's delight. Without even opening the window, she raised her fair right hand, her willpower locking onto the private jet opposite through the bulletproof glass. In the void beyond the airliner, the air instantly warped. 3 football-sized crimson fireballs materialized out of thin air, their cores radiating a blinding, incandescent white, emanating terrifying heat. Go to hell, you trash. Sun Yan flicked her fingertips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 fireballs carved blinding trails through the air, defying the gale, and struck with pinpoint accuracy at the black jet's right engine and fuselage. Boom! Deafening chain explosions tore through the clouds. The black jet's right engine was blasted clean through. Fire surged skyward, and billowing smoke instantly devoured half the fuselage. The aircraft lost balance, spinning violently in the air like a tattered leaf. Alicia's eyes widened, her ample F-rank figure trembling. Oh my god. Su, when did your fireballs become this terrifying? Sun Yan haughtily lifted her chin and planted a firm kiss on Yu Feng's cheek. Brother Yu Feng tutored me so well last night, my ability is now rank D. This move is called Fireball Burst. Blowing up a few tin can turtles is child's play. Amazing, you. We're now a plane with built-in magic attacks. The opposing cabin descended into chaos. The scarred man's pig-slaughtering screams flooded the comms channel, his arrogance utterly vanquished. Big brother. Ancestor. Stop. I was wrong. I'm blind. I offended a true god. I'll give you this jet. Oh right, I have a top-quality woman here named Lin Xia. Big star. Very skilled. She's yours too. Spare my miserable life. The scarred man roughly dragged the woman behind him to the control console. Yu Feng narrowed his eyes. The woman was disheveled, heavily made up. The very top-tier actress who had earlier posted a pinned red text plea for help on the regional channel. Lin Xia, her hair a tangled mess, clutched desperately at her last straw, weeping tragically into the comm. Big shot. Are you the airliner Big Shot? I was forced to be their bait. Save me. As long as you take me in, I'll do anything. I'll be your dog, warm your bed. I'm a big star. So many men line up just to see me. From now on, I'll let you have your way with me. Big star. Yu Feng scoffed. You can't even protect your own vehicle, yet you help others bait victims. What good are you to me besides wasting my rations? Ignoring their continued pleas, he pulled Sun Yan's slender waist into his embrace. Ninian, clean them up. As you command, Captain. A flash of excited savagery glinted in Sun Yan's eyes. She thrust both palms forward violently. A fireball twice the size of the previous ones roared forth like a tracking missile, boring with unerring precision into the black jet's cockpit. Boom! The malevolent private jet instantly became a massive fireball midair. Its shattered wreckage trailed black smoke, plummeting like a meteorite toward the frigid wasteland below. The irksome pleas for help vanished entirely. Almost the instant the enemy craft exploded, a cold mechanical chime flooded Yu Feng's mind. Ding! Successfully killed a marauding player and completely destroyed the enemy vehicle. Loot rule triggered. Obtained refined steel composite plates X1800, obtained high-grade rubber tires X700, obtained electronic components X30, obtained second-tier mutant windwalker crystal core X3. A vast quantity of materials gleaming with multicolored radiance materialized out of thin air within the airliner's cargo bay, piling into a small mountain. Yu Feng gazed at the system panel, his breathing involuntarily growing heavier. High-grade rubber, refined steel composite plates, and even the most precious second-tier crystal cores. These fishing bandits had plundered so much only to deliver it all to him. They were truly the perfect delivery men of the apocalypse. Detected that host possesses aircraft upgrade materials, refined steel composite plates X500, high-grade rubber X200, electronic components X10, second-tier crystal core X1. All conditions fully met. 3 radiant golden characters pulsed violently across Yu Feng's retina. Upgradable. A wild grin curled at the corner of Yu Feng's lips, veins bulging across the back of his hands. What heaven-defying, fate-altering divine cheat would this premium gacha wheel yield this time? Beep. Extreme danger. Extreme danger. The crimson light on the radar panel flashed like mad, the shrill wail of the alarm instantly tearing through the serenity of the cockpit. Yu Feng's gaze sharpened instantly, his vision piercing straight through the bulletproof glass. Within the thick, gloomy clouds ahead, a colossal dark silhouette was approaching at a terrifying speed, as though rending the very air apart. The clouds parted. A mutated giant eagle, its vast frame nearly rivaling that of a Class 2 passenger aircraft, burst forth amid a gust of putrid, foul-smelling wind. Every feather across its body stood erect like bristles of cold steel, and a pair of crimson slit-pupiled eyes locked dead onto the smoke-belching passenger plane. A sinister, ghostly blue glint flickered along its talons, chilling to behold. An icy system prompt unfurled across Yu Feng's retina. Warning. Class 2 mutated giant eagle encountered. Monster attributes: Strength 35, Constitution 40, Agility 45. Extreme danger. Current passenger aircraft durability stands at a mere 40, with light damage sustained to the left wing. A direct hit will result in 100% disintegration and crash. They had just dealt with the hijackers, and this beast had clearly been drawn here by the violent mid-air explosion from moments ago. Yu Feng. There's a monster in the clouds to the right front. It's way too big, we can't dodge it. Chuyu rushed into the cockpit, her hands gripping the edge of the door so tightly her knuckles turned white. This heiress of a real estate empire, usually so composed and level-headed, now stared at the monstrous bird, larger than the aircraft itself, and watched her prized rationality shatter completely. Even her voice quivered. Sun Yin rushed in right behind her, but instead of fear, a perverse, vicious glint surged in her eyes as she suddenly thrust both hands forward. Don't be scared, brother. How dare it attack our home? I'll roast it into a chicken. Two blazing white fireballs danced frenziedly at Sun Yin's fingertips, their searing heat nearly igniting the air inside the cockpit. Retract them. Yu Feng pressed down firmly on Sun Yin's slender wrist, his tone brooking no argument. Class 2 monsters are far too agile. Your fireballs won't land a hit, and they'll only enrage it. Sit down and fasten your seatbelt. Yu Feng's gaze never left the giant eagle hurtling toward them as he unhesitatingly opened the glaring golden-hued upgradable panel in his mind. Upgrading to Class 3 passenger aircraft requires reinforced composite steel plate X500, premium rubber X200, electronic components X10, Class 2 crystal core X1. Excessive surplus of resources detected in host's inventory. Option available: consume triple the base materials, reinforced composite steel plate X1500, premium rubber X600, electronic components X30, Class 2 crystal core X3, to unlock the hidden evolution path, heavy assault variant. Resources left idle are nothing but gathering dust. On this desolate continent, converting them into absolute combat power is the sole truth. Pour it all in. Upgrade me now. Yu Feng commanded fiercely within his consciousness. Wong. A blinding column of crimson gold light erupted from within the passenger cabin, completely enveloping the massive aircraft. The ear-splitting screech of mechanical reassembly exploded among the clouds like some ancient behemoth tearing free from its shell. The smoke-belching left wing healed completely within half a second. The originally flimsy, civilian sheet metal was forcibly replaced by a layer of dark black composite armor plating. Beneath the aviation glass at the nose, 6 thick, menacing alloy spike ramming prongs thrust forth with a thunderous crash. Along the edges of both wings, dense rows of flesh-tearing steel serrations sprang out like the blades of a meat grinder. Ding. LV-3 heavy assault passenger aircraft upgrade complete. Durability restored to full 100. All attributes significantly enhanced. The very instant the upgrade concluded, the system's mechanical voice rang out once more. Passenger aircraft detected at LV-3. Host awarded 1 premium lucky spin draw. Proceed. Draw. A virtual golden wheel spun wildly before Yu Feng's eyes before locking dead center on a segment emanating a dark golden glow. Ding. Congratulations, host. Premium reward obtained: extraordinary trait, steel body. Effect: external fuselage defense increased by 500. Immune to all physical penetration below Class 3. Includes absolute cabin stabilization system. Regardless of external tumbling or collisions, the cabin interior remains as steady as solid ground. The instant the golden light fused into the aircraft, the giant eagle arrived. Scree. The giant eagle let loose a piercing, blood-curdling cry that tore through the heavens as its massive form pounced savagely onto the nose of the plane. Those ghostly blue talons, capable of shredding bulletproof armor and crushing tanks, struck ferociously at the cockpit's windshield, carrying devastating kinetic force. Chuyu squeezed her eyes shut in terror. Bang! An ear-splitting crash of metal exploded outward. Blinding sparks cascaded like waterfalls across the exterior of the windshield. But the expected shattering of glass and decompression of the cabin never came. The giant eagle's strike, potent enough to sunder mountains and split stone, left merely a faint white scratch upon the dark black fuselage. Not even the outermost layer of paint had been fully breached. What was more terrifying was that despite such a violent head-on collision, not a single tremor stirred within the cabin. Yu Feng sat calmly in the pilot's seat, one hand holding a freshly opened ice-cold cola. The cool amber liquid trembled ever so slightly at the rim of the can, yet not a single drop spilled. The absolute stabilization system. Terrifying beyond words. The giant eagle froze. A strikingly human flicker of bewilderment crossed its violent slit-pupiled eyes. Refusing to believe it lashed out with its talons, once more hacking furiously at the alloy ram. But a relentless clanging rang out to no avail. Yu Feng tilted his head back and took a sip of the ice-cold cola. The cool bubbles burst across his throat, instantly quelling the slight surge of adrenaline that tension had wrought. He cast a glance at the hideous creature pressed against the window, helpless and seething, and a faint, bloodthirsty smirk curved his lips. Played enough. Yu Feng tossed the cola can casually into the nearby trash bin, both hands gripping the control stick with unwavering steadiness. Now it's my turn. The words had barely fallen before he wrenched the stick violently. The colossal steel fuselage executed an impossibly agile barrel roll. Mid-air, the alloy rammed brutally, hurling the giant eagle that had been clinging to the hull away into the sky. The giant eagle somersaulted through the air several times before barely steadying itself. Now utterly enraged, every feather bristling, it spread its wings spanning tens of meters and dove again in a suicidal charge wreathed in howling wind blades. Seeking death. Yu Feng's gaze hardened like iron. He made no evasive maneuver whatsoever, instead slamming the thrust lever, representing unlimited fuel, directly to its 120 overload limit. Azure blue flames over a dozen meters long spewed from the aircraft's tail nozzles. This 100-ton steel fortress transformed into a massive, unreasonable cruise missile, hurtling headlong into the giant eagle's frontal assault with absolute brutal violence. Boom! The two collided unceremoniously at 3,000 meters altitude. There was no suspense whatsoever. The 6 thick alloy spike prongs at the aircraft's nose pierced through the eagle's iron-hard breastbone as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. Immediately after, the massive fuselage tore past the eagle's body. The high-speed rotating steel serrations along the wing edges whirred into frenzied motion. Shhhhhhhhk. A horrifying sound of flesh being ripped apart echoed across the heavens. The giant eagle didn't even have time to scream before its massive form was shredded into countless fragments by the spinning serrations. A rain of blood mingled with broken black feathers exploded across the clouds, dyeing a vast stretch of sky crimson. One-shot kill. Ding. Successfully killed class. 2 mutated giant eagle across tiers. Obtained free attribute points 5. Loot dropped class. 2 Wind Crystal Core X1, Giant Eagle Talons X2, Premium Eagle Meat X, 1500 Gene Silver Tier Supply, Chest X1. Yu Feng casually allocated all 5 newly obtained attribute points to Constitution. The panel refreshed, and his Constitution instantly surged to 23 points. A surge of warm, powerful energy coursed through his entire body, completely replenishing the energy he had expended the previous night. He watched the rain of flesh and blood fragments drifting down toward the ground outside the window, his brows knitting slightly. Killing monsters mid-air was exhilarating, but with the loot plummeting downward, he'd have to land to collect it. A troublesome prospect on this perilous and desolate continent. Just as he was considering whether to descend, the icy mechanical voice rang out once more. Ding. Passenger aircraft detected at LV. 3. Hidden function spatial retrieval has been automatically activated. All loot dropped within range has been automatically stored in the aircraft's logistics space. Yu Feng shifted his consciousness, inspecting the logistics space. True enough, the cyan glowing class 2 Wind Crystal Core, the massive beast meat, and that silver chest now lay quietly in the corner. This feature was practically tailor-made for an airborne war god like him. Within the cabin, 30 young women had witnessed the entire sequence through the windows. No turbulence. No decompression. Only pure overwhelming defense coupled with brutal crushing firepower. Sun Yan's cheeks flushed crimson with excitement as she lunged forward, throwing her arms around Yu Feng's neck and planting a hearty kiss on his cheek. Brother Yu Feng is so awesome. He smashed that rotten bird into a bloody pulp. Chu Yu's tense body finally relaxed completely. As she gazed at Yu Feng's chiseled profile, the reverence within her reached its absolute zenith. Beside this man, there was no death trap that couldn't be overcome. Yu Feng patted Sun Yan's waist, then picked up the comms unit on the console. Teacher Lu, head to the logistics hold. The system just dropped 1,500 gene of premium eagle meat. Get dinner ready. Everyone's eating well tonight to celebrate. Copy that. Lu Rian's cool, yet tender voice came through the communicator. Yu Feng opened his personal status panel. Name Yu Feng. Current attributes: Strength 11, Constitution 23, Agility 9, Average adult male, baseline 10. Daily sign-in reward distributed free attribute points 1, portable space 1 cubic meter. The crimson warning line representing the death mist lingered some 1750 kilometers behind them. At a speed of 400 kilometers per hour, it would overtake them in less than 5 hours. He had just been about to head to the cargo hold to assess the changes in his expanded space when a blinding golden barrage of text suddenly hijacked the regional channel screen. Server-wide pinned announcement: player Li Tianbao has successfully upgraded his vehicle to LV4. Unlocked exclusive hidden reward: full automatic intelligent computer driving module. Yu Feng stared at those gilded words, his brows furrowing sharply. Li Tianbao. He had never even heard that name before. Among 6 billion people, hidden dragons and crouching tigers indeed lurked everywhere. But what truly quickened his breath was that full automatic intelligent computer driving module. On this desolate continent where no one could turn back, every soul had to stare unblinkingly at the instrument panel each day, just to escape with their life, dreading that a single moment's doze would see them swallowed by the mist. If he could obtain intelligent driving paired with his 100 million units of fuel, this passenger aircraft could barrel forward without pause for 24 relentless hours. While he slept, the plane would fly. What chance would others have of snatching the unclaimed supply crates ahead? He could even shake the death mist beyond the radar's detection range forever. He had to reach level 4 before anyone else. Scavenging the scraps others had left behind was never his style. Should you notify those in the back? Fasten every seatbelt as tight as they'll go. Yu Feng commanded through the communicator, a hint of unbridled arrogance coloring his tone. Today this aircraft throws all the rules out the window. Since killing monsters drops blueprints and materials, why bother hunting for supply crates? The mutated flying beasts swarming the sky ahead are mobile treasure troves just waiting to be claimed. Yu Feng's hands pushed the thrust lever of his infinite fuel aircraft to its absolute limit. The LV-3 heavily armed assault airliner erupted in a cacophony of unhinged roars, like a steel behemoth plunging headlong into the gloomy clouds, deliberately veering away from its original safe route. In less than 10 minutes, a dense cluster of crimson dots appeared on the radar. The clouds ahead parted to reveal a colossal flock. Over 80 giant vultures and mutated eagles, barricading the path forward. Each one possessed a terrifying frame capable of tearing ordinary sheet metal vehicles apart. Any other player would have long since lost their nerve, either turning tail to make an emergency landing or wildly weaving through evasive maneuvers. Yu Feng let out a cold laugh. Far from slowing down, he drove headlong into the densest part of the flock. Bang, bang, bang. A continuous series of muffled detonations erupted. 6 alloy spike battering rams, and the refined steel meat grinder blades along the wing edges swung like the scythes of death himself. Those vaunted mutated birds crumbled like fragile paper before the steel fuselage, empowered by its extraordinary properties. Severed limbs mingled with black blood, exploding wildly across the 3,000-meter sky. The airliner carved through the flock with unstoppable momentum. The absolute stability system performed at its peak. Inside the cabin, not even the slightest tremor could be felt. Successfully killed Tier 2 giant vulture. Successfully killed Tier 2 mutated giant eagle. The kill notifications cascaded through his mind like a waterfall. This pure harvest of absolute dominance felt so exhilarating it made his scalp tingle. Yu Feng piloted the aircraft back and forth across the sky 3 times like a floating meat grinder. After crushing more than 50 Tier 2 mutated birds, a notification shimmering with a dark golden glow finally leapt into view. Obtained LV-4 aircraft upgrade blueprint 1. Obtained Tier 2 wind attribute crystal core 25. Obtained high-grade refined steel 300. Obtained honey snow orange 100. Just then the red warning light in the cargo hold suddenly flared. There were too many supplies. Even the hidden space expanded after reaching level 3 had been packed to bursting. Yu Feng dipped his consciousness within and without a shred of hesitation tossed out all the crates of cheap instant noodles, ordinary timber, and low-grade iron blocks he had stockpiled before. Hoarding such space-wasting junk was nothing but pure waste. With the blueprint in hand, Yu Feng swung the nose around and cut back onto the main route. No sooner had he burst through the clouds than a sinister minefield of over a dozen floating proximity mines materialized dead ahead, sealing off the only path forward. Judging by their altitude and density, this was clearly an aerial trap deliberately laid by some major faction designed specifically to obliterate passing aircraft. Playing dirty, are they? Yu Feng didn't even touch the control stick. 120 full thrust simply plowed straight through. Boom, boom, boom. A chain of explosions detonated beneath the aircraft's belly, flames roaring skyward. The airliner pierced through the inferno and emerged completely unscathed. Not even a scorch mark remained on the dark composite armor plating. Yu Feng leaned back in the pilot's seat, gazing down at the desolate land below, an overwhelming sense of dominance surging within his chest. In this land of death, he would crush every living creature that dared obstruct his path with this aerial fortress. The rules would be written by him. As twilight deepened, the black mist had been thrown thousands of kilometers behind. There were still several brutal battles to fight in the cabin tonight. The attribute points he had gained previously had all been allocated to Constitution, at present bolstering the team's Constitution was the most advantageous allocation. Current attributes: Strength 11, Constitution 23, Agility 9. No sooner had he finished reviewing the panel than a soul-stirring aroma drifted from the middle section of the cabin into the cockpit. Lu Rian approached carrying a massive stainless steel basin. Inside it was brimming with chunks of mutated eagle meat, the broth a rich golden hue with a layer of crimson oil floating on top. Yu Feng, time to eat. The ice-cold counselor was clad in a pink lace undergarment that barely contained her E-cup figure. Her frosty countenance radiated the tender warmth of a devoted wife, and the way she gazed at Yu Feng could practically draw out threads of silk. The cabin had erupted into a frenzy. Lu Laoshir's cooking is absolutely divine. After eating this eagle meat, I can feel my whole body heating up. My strength has actually increased. Chu Yu cradled a bowl, gnawing on a bone with complete disregard for decor, panting from the spice. It's so delicious. Captain Gidge, could you catch birds for Lu Jijiet to cook every day from now on? Chen Yusen ate until her face was smeared with oil. Over 30 exceptional girls chattered away in this secure fortress, kept at a constant 28 degrees, their cheeks flushed rosy from the hearty meal. With their hunger sated, the girls' gazes began drifting toward the cockpit with unmistakable intent. Everyone knew that in this aircraft, now upgraded to level 3, the cockpit now housed an extravagant 5-meter-wide super king-sized bed. And whoever could climb into that bed would awaken extraordinary abilities and undergo a complete metamorphosis. Several campus beauties exchanged glances, their hearts stirring with anticipation. Thud! Sun Yin planted herself squarely at the cockpit doorway. Her pink lace lingerie left little to the imagination, her formidable curves jutting out with brazen audacity. What are you all looking at? No one's getting in today. Sun Yin's large eyes blazed with possessive ferocity. The plane isn't even damaged now. The iron plating outside is plenty hard. We don't need any repair abilities. You want to use some noble excuse to sleep with my man? Not a chance. The moment her love-struck mind kicked in, she became utterly unreasonable. Several girls were so intimidated by her ferocity that they shrunk back. Alyssa sashayed over her voluptuous serpentine waist, swaying. The golden-haired beauty paid no heed to Sun Yin's hostility and casually leaned against the doorframe, her ample figure radiating an overwhelming presence. So your words are unfair. Last night your ability already leveled up. This proves Yu's stamina can help us break through our limits. Alyssa's sapphire eyes curved into crescents. Don't you want your fireballs to grow more powerful? The three of us are the core combatants of this squad. We must be prioritized for enhancement. Lu Rian stepped forward as well. She pushed at the imaginary spectacles on the bridge of her nose, her cheeks tinged pink, yet her tone remained utterly serious. Alyssa speaks the truth. The mutated creatures are growing ever stronger. If my divine culinary abilities could level up the food I prepare, would grant attribute enhancements. This is for the team. Watching the two of them tag team their arguments, Sun Yin seethed with fury, grinding her teeth. The metal door slid shut. Another thrilling tutoring session commenced. On the fifth morning, the ashen daylight of the desolate continent seeped coldly through the porthole window, falling harshly into the cockpit. Yu Feng opened his eyes from a 5-meter-wide bed. A frigid mechanical chime resounded punctually within his mind. Ding. Day 5 sign-in reward has been issued. Free attribute. 1 portable space, 1 cubic meter. With a mere flicker of thought, Yu Feng unhesitatingly allocated the attribute point to Constitution. The panel refreshed. Name Yu Feng. Current attributes: Strength 11, Constitution 24, Agility 9. A surging wave of warmth instantly coursed through his entire body, thoroughly washing away the faint weariness left by last night's intense exertion. With a constitution of 24, his body remained in peak combat condition. The portable space had likewise expanded to 5 cubic meters. He pushed open the cockpit door to find Lu Rian seated in the co-pilot's chair, her gaze fixed upon the instrument panel. The ice-cold counselor was clad in a form-fitting athletic tank top, the fabric straining to outline breathtakingly generous curves. Upon seeing Yu Feng enter, she immediately rose to her feet, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she offered him a cup of steaming hot tea. Yu Feng, good morning. Here, have some morning tea. The black fog is still quite far from us, approximately 1500 kilometers. Lu Rian's voice carried a cool clarity threaded with a subtle warmth. Yu Feng accepted the tea and took a sip. Under the blessing of his divine culinary art, even an ordinary cup of tea carried a mild restorative effect for the spirit. He settled into the pilot's seat and opened the regional channel. In the upper right corner, the survival count remained frozen at 100 out of 200, a 50% survival rate. After 4 days of brutal culling, those players piloting rickety gliders or unenclosed commuter aircraft had been almost entirely eradicated by the extreme cold and the black fog. Now the lowest tier still capable of speaking on the regional channel was a level 1 modified passenger plane. The black fog pursued relentlessly behind, driving every survivor forward like a maddened hound. By comparison, Yu Feng's circumstances could only be described as remarkably idyllic. His LV-3 heavy assault passenger plane was outfitted with infinite fuel, its throttle permanently locked at 120%. The extraordinary trait, steel fuselage, rendered this colossal machine impervious to all low-grade turbulence and minor obstacles along its route. Occasionally the nose of the aircraft would collide with a few foolish low-tier birds, leaving not even a dent behind. Yet Yu Feng did not consider himself entirely secure. That golden server-wide announcement pinned to the top of the channel yesterday still hung there. Player Li Tianbao has successfully upgraded his vehicle to LV-4. Unlocked full automation intelligent flight module. Upon this death continent where he who stops dies, intelligent piloting meant one could maintain a relentless hands-free sprint 24 hours a day. If he failed to close this gap swiftly, those lunatics flying level 4 aircraft would sooner or later seize every advanced supply crate ahead, and might even circle back to hunt him down with higher-tier weaponry. Keep your eyes on the radar. Call me if anything comes up. Yu Feng gave Lu Rian's supple waist a light pat before turning to walk toward the logistics section at the rear of the cabin. The once spacious logistics bay was now packed to the brim with loot obtained from yesterday's giant eagle hunt. Several thousand gene of premium eagle meat were stacked into a small mountain beside the freezer, with over 20 Tier 2 wind attribute cores scattered nearby. Yu Feng drew out a LV-4 passenger plane upgrade blueprint radiating a glaring golden light from his portable space. With a probe of his consciousness, an intricate mechanical schematic unfolded across his retina. The blueprint presented two paths for upgrade: a conventional capacity expansion plan, and another. Yu Feng's eyes locked intently upon the perfect upgrade path, the heavy firepower configuration. Not only would it vastly enhance the fuselage's armor and internal storage capacity, but most critically, it would directly unlock 4 Defa 666 Model 30mm aerial cannons. With such firepower, encountering swarms of monsters would require no risky close combat. Cannon shells at 2,000 meters would simply tear the enemy to shreds. Yu Feng's gaze fell upon the material list required for the upgrade. Upgrading to LV-4 passenger plane requires fine steel composite plates X2000, advanced rubber X800, advanced electronic components X10, Tier 3 core X1. He swiftly cross-referenced his current inventory, arriving at a rather vexing figure for the shortfall. Currently lacking advanced fine steel X1500, advanced rubber X500, advanced electronic components X10, Tier 3 core X1. The deficit was staggering. Advanced electronic components, and Tier 3 cores in particular, were items that simply could not be assembled by opening a few wooden crates. Since gathering them himself would be too slow, he would simply throw resources at the problem. Yu Feng switched to the trading hall and immediately listed several hundred gene of premium eagle meat and 50 portions of universal fuel specifying trades only for fine steel, rubber, and advanced electronic components. He had assumed that with the absolute hard currency of this continent, supplies would pour into his backpack like snowflakes. Yet after an hour passed, the trading backend yielded only a smattering of requests from scattered loaners, netting a mere 200 units of fine steel and a few dozen pieces of rubber in total. Yu Feng's brow furrowed as he switched to the regional channel's chat panel. The screen scrolled with messages in a uniform format. Tianxiao Alliance is buying fine steel and rubber. 5 liters of universal fuel for 10 units. Solo players, stop hoarding. If you don't sell to the Tianxiao Alliance, those materials won't help you upgrade anyway. Dragon God Alliance is offering high prices for advanced electronic components. Coordinates provided for shelter. Yu Feng watched these scrolling barges with cold indifference. In merely 5 days, the scattered solo players of Server 360 had been nearly decimated by the black fog and the monsters. The survivors seeking warmth in numbers had swiftly coalesced into the 6 major alliances. These large guilds leveraged their numerical superiority to sweep the flight routes in a net-like fashion, forcibly monopolizing all advanced materials on the trading market. As for that Li Tianbao, the first to reach LV-4, he was none other than the current guild leader of the most powerful faction, the Tianxiao Alliance. No wonder his progress was so rapid. Thousands of people supporting a single aircraft. Even a pig could take flight. Now the major guilds were strictly controlling the market, maliciously suppressing prices, and even intercepting private trades among solo players. Although Yu Feng's eagle meat and fuel were tempting, those lone players simply did not dare present materials in large quantities for trade, fearing they would be targeted and hunted down by the guilds. With fine steel and rubber monopolized, Yu Feng casually withdrew the majority of his trade listings. Clashing head-on with the guilds could wait. He turned his attention to another item tucked in the corner of his portable space, a Beretta 92F pistol. This weapon had been looted from a supply crate. While it might feel like a mere scratch against high-tier monsters in the late game, at the current stage, the exceptional muzzle velocity and armor-piercing capability of firearms made them absolute godsends for close-quarters survival and ambush. Unfortunately, the magazine held a paltry 8 rounds. In this era, when gunpowder could not be manufactured, an unloaded gun was little better than a fire poker. Yu Feng promptly revised the trade listing and pinned it to the top. Premium high-grade eagle meat, divine hotpot base, universal fuel. Exchange for Beretta 92F pistol-specific 9mm ammunition. DM for ratio. For those players teetering on the brink of death who hadn't tasted a bite of hot meat in days, weapons were certainly important, but the threats of starvation and freezing were far more immediate. Less than a minute after the listing was posted, a crisp ding rang out from the system backend. Yu Feng raised a slight brow and swiftly opened the blinking private message panel. The sender was a female player named Shun Tiantian, her tone strikingly desperate. Big shot. I've got 30 rounds here. Can I trade them for your premium eagle meat and hot pot base? Please, I swear. I haven't eaten anything for 3 days. I'm about to starve to death. Looking at the item screenshot she had sent, the golden gleam of the desperately needed 9mm ammunition was unmistakable. Deal. 15 gene of eagle meat for your 30 rounds. Transaction successful. 3 golden cardboard boxes materialized out of thin air on the captain's desk. Yu Feng tore open the packaging and pressed 30 rounds of 9mm bullets one by one into the magazine of his Beretta 92F. Accompanied by the crisp metallic click of the spring, this once useless cold weapon finally regained its rightful lethal intimidation. Where did the bullets come from? Paid inquiry. Yu Feng held his gun and reopened his private chat with Shun Tiantian. 1 portion of universal fuel in exchange for your intel. The other side fell silent for a full minute. In this frozen world where even keeping warm was a luxury, the temptation of 50 liters of universal fuel was utterly impossible to refuse. Coordinates 1024-455. Shun Tiantian replied extremely quickly. An abandoned aerial base suspended in the clouds. I picked up a few missed ammo crates on the outskirts. There are plenty of black metal plates and munitions inside, but I didn't dare go in. It's an eagle's nest occupied by 1 absurdly massive tier 3 frost giant eagle and over 100 tier 2 mutant giant eagles. Yu Feng stared at the coordinates, his fingers tapping lightly on the control stick. A tier 3 frost giant eagle and over 100 tier 2 mutants. This intel contained 3 layers of lethal hidden dangers. First, Shun Tiantian may have concealed troop numbers for the sake of fuel. Second, such a massive piece of fat prey could not have escaped the notice of the major guilds. Third, this was highly likely to be a bait trap. But risk and reward were always proportional. The 1,500 units of refined steel and that deadly tier 3 crystal core required to upgrade the airliner to level 4 could never be gathered in a month of aimless flying blind through the skies. Let's do it. Yu Feng opened the regional channel and directly posted a pinned acquisition notice. Premium Eagle Meat Universal Fuel. Mass purchasing military-grade bombs, C4 explosives, AK-47S, and fully automatic rifles. Bring your price to private chat. Don't come here with scrap metal. Rating a tier 3 monster's lair with only a Tang Dao and the meat grinder sawteeth on the wings was clearly not reliable enough. He must stockpile heavy firepower of sufficient scale just in case. After setting the autopilot course, the LV-3 heavy assault airliner carved a massive arc through the high altitude at 3,000 meters, racing at extreme speed toward the coordinates. 2 hours later, the radar showed the abandoned aerial base was still 500 kilometers away. An expansive abandoned temporary airfield appeared on the wasteland ahead. Prepare for landing. Yu Feng pressed the broadcast button. Docking for 1 hour to rest and reorganize. Teacher Lu, take people and inventory the cargo base supplies. The massive dark black airliner sliced through the air currents and landed steadily on the cement runway overgrown with weeds. The refined steel sawteeth along the wing edges ceased their rotation. Yu Feng pushed open the cabin door and leaped down from the aircraft, Tang Dao in hand. A bone-chilling wind carrying snow particles assaulted him head-on. The 6 thick alloy spike rams on the aircraft's nose still hung with the severed limbs left behind from previously smashing giant eagles. The black blood had frozen into grotesque icicles in the low temperature. If not cleaned in time, the stench of blood would seep into the cabin through the ventilation ports. Yu Feng walked to the nose of the aircraft, flipped the blade, and deftly sliced away those frozen chunks of flesh. Just as he finished cleaning 2 of the rams, the radar warning device suddenly emitted a short beep. In midair, a battered, dilapidated level 1 medium civil airliner rocked unsteadily as it broke through the cloud layer. Its right engine belched thick black smoke, and its landing scraped blinding sparks across the runway. It came to an incredibly wretched halt 200 meters away from Yu Feng. The cabin door opened with great difficulty. A dozen or so sallow, emaciated men wrapped in tattered cotton clothes tumbled and crawled out. The man at the head had a furtive, shifty look about him. His name was Zhang Biao. No sooner had he steadied himself than he looked up and spotted Yu Feng's behemoth. The dark black composite armor 6 alloy rams stained with shredded flesh, the entire aircraft emanating an aura of utterly brutal killing intent. Most deadly of all was the bright, warm light glowing through the bulletproof glass from inside the cabin and the vague silhouettes of a few women with enchanting figures. Zhang Biao's eyes instantly lit up, greedy flames dancing wildly in their depths. He rubbed his hands together, switched to an utterly sycophantic smile, and hurried over with a few of his brothers. "Oh, big brother, your aircraft is just too domineering." Zhang Biao stopped 10 meters from Yu Feng, bowing and nodding subserviently. "Big brother, I come from an aircraft maintenance background. I see your rams are dirty, and cleaning them alone is such a hassle. How about I bring my brothers to wipe them down for you?" All you need to do is toss us a bite to eat. There's more than a dozen of us, and we're technically skilled. In critical moments we can also stand guard and keep watch for you. We're absolutely useful. A dozen men spread out in a semi-encirclement, their gazes fixed with lethal intensity on the blood-stained Tang Dao in Yu Feng's hand in the open warm cabin. Yu Feng had witnessed this kind of act too many times in his days on the wasteland continent, using the pretense of work to board then usurping the nest. Yu Feng didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. With a flick of his wrist the Tang Dao twirled into a blade flourish through the air, flicking the ice shards from its edge. Scram. One frigid word, leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. Zhang Biao's expression stiffened. His sycophantic smile instantly froze. Banking on the numerical advantage behind him, he took one small step forward, his tone gaining a hint of menace. Brother, don't be so heartless. Out here in the middle of nowhere, more people mean more options. You alone guarding such a big aircraft. If a monster swarm shows up, you won't even have anyone to relieve you. We have 15 brothers. Before the words had faded, the sound of light, delicate footsteps came from the heavy cabin door. Sun Yin, barefoot with her fair-skinned feet, stepped onto the boarding ladder. She was wearing nothing but that set of pink lace lingerie with a men's jacket casually draped over her shoulders. Those proud 36D curves trembled slightly with her movements, radiating a lethal temptation in the extreme cold wind. Brother Yu Feng, what flies are making such a racket outside? Sun Yin leaned both hands on the railing, her large eyes brimming with impatience. Zhang Biao and the dozen men behind him were all stunned, gulping down saliva wildly. In this godforsaken place where even meals were scarce, there were actually people who could keep a top-grade woman plump and fair-skinned dressed so scantily. What are you looking at? Sun Yin's gaze instantly plummeted to freezing point, and a pathological ferocity erupted from the depths of her eyes. Her right hand suddenly swept upward. The air twisted violently. A crimson fireball larger than a soccer ball, by a full circle, materialized out of thin air. With a sharp shriek tearing through the atmosphere, it struck the cement ground, less than half a meter from Zhang Biao's feet, with unerring precision. Boom! A violent blast of searing heat surged skyward. Gravel mixed with scorched earth exploded outward like shrapnel. Zhang Biao and his men let out a scream of agony, sent flying by the terrifying shockwave, and crashing heavily into the mud. Those who had been standing closer had their hair and eyebrows instantly burned clean off, the stench of singed flesh rising from their bodies. One more look and I'll burn your eyeballs to mush. Sun Yin looked down at them from above, a ball of fire dancing again at her fingertips. Now scram. Faced with this terrifying existence capable of unleashing high-tier magic from thin air, a dozen grown men were scared out of their wits. Zhang Biao scrambled to his feet, didn't dare to let out so much as a fart, and led his men in a mad dash back to that broken civil aircraft. Yu Feng sheathed the Tang Dao back into his spatial storage, walked up the boarding ladder, and casually pinched Sun Yin's slender waist. Well done. Sun Yin immediately switched to that obedient, innocent smile, her entire body pressing into Yu Feng's embrace. Of course, no one is allowed to disturb brother Yu Feng's rest. 200 meters away, Zhang Biao hid behind the landing gear of his broken aircraft, watching the heavy airliners hatch slowly close. The fear in his eyes was completely devoured by venomous hatred. Damn it, hogging such a fine aircraft all by himself, and keeping such a top-grade woman. Zhang Biao gnashed his teeth and slammed his fist hard into the tire. If I can't take you down, someone else can. He quickly opened his virtual interface, skillfully navigated to a pinned guild recruitment post in the regional channel, and found the private chat avatar of one of the personnel in charge. Jiang Zhou, captain of the 3rd Brigade of the Earth Sha Alliance. Brother Jiang. It's Zhang Biao. I've spotted a super fat sheep. Zhang Biao's fingers flew wildly across the keyboard. ALV. 3 heavy assault airliner. It's loaded with top-tier women and high-grade supplies. And there's only one guy guarding it. It's stopped at coordinates 955-312 at the abandoned airfield right now. Less than 10 seconds after the message was sent, a response arrived. Have you verified the head count? Just one man. Absolutely true. That kid is wildly arrogant. He doesn't even have a co-pilot. The whole show is propped up by one woman who throws fireballs. Brother Jiang, give me 20 portions of universal fuel, and this intel is yours. On the other side of the interface, Jiang Zhou of the Earth Sha Alliance stared at the coordinate position less than 100 kilometers from him on the radar, a cruel cold smile splitting the corners of his mouth. The fuel will be transferred to you immediately. Keep your eyes locked on him. The Earth Sha Alliance's high-altitude hunting squad will arrive in 20 minutes. Radar blips flashed rapidly, the target coordinates 104455, less than 5 kilometers away. Through the dense cloud cover ahead, the silhouette of a colossal steel structure emerged from the gloom. It was an abandoned military base, suspended in midair, its rusted landing pad and fractured radar tower entirely shrouded in thick frost. Hundreds of mutated giant eagles, each second rank and massive in size, weave through the steel forest with piercing cries. Yu Feng sat in the leather pilot's seat, his fingers tracing the cold grip of his Beretta 92F. That 3rd rank one isn't showing on radar, Lu Rian murmured, eyes locked on the screen. Lurking, Yu Feng replied, holstering his pistol at his lower back. Third-rank monsters maintained fierce territorial instincts, unwilling to surface unless their second-rank subordinates felt genuine pain. Yu Feng was strategizing how to provoke that frost giant eagle into revealing itself. The console's highest-level alarm lights suddenly blazed on, filling the cockpit with shrill, piercing beeps. On the edge of the radar screen, 12 red dots were converging at breakneck speed. The clouds were torn apart violently. 3 Level 3 armed private jets adorned with skull insignias alongside 2 reinforced medium passenger planes formed a semicircular pincer movement, effectively cutting off Yu Feng's escape route. The communication channel's public frequency was forcibly jammed open. "Brothers at coordinates 955312, you've got some speed on you." A rough, arrogantly mocking male voice echoed through the cockpit. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Jiang Zhou, captain of the 3rd Squad of the Disher Alliance. That kid Zhang Biao told me this level 3 passenger craft of yours isn't just loaded with supplies, but also houses a whole nest of exquisite women. I'm a reasonable man. Hand over control of this aircraft and surrender with your women, and I'll reward you with a deputy captain position." Jiang Zhou paused, his tone turning icy. "Otherwise, my 3 armed private jets 12.7mm heavy machine guns will turn your aluminum skin into a sieve within a minute." Inside the cabin, Chuyu hurried to the cockpit doorway and took in the scene outside, her brows furrowing deeply. Members of the Disher Alliance. Their firepower is formidable. Engaging them head-on would be disastrous. Sun Yin stepped barefoot across the metallic floor, her pink lingerie tracing the curves of her figure. Orange flames danced at her fingertips, her gaze feral and dangerous. "Who cares what alliance this is? I'll burn them all to ashes. Save your strength." Yu Feng reclined in his swivel chair, lifted his hot tea, and took a slow sip before pressing the comm unit. Jiang Zhou was it. His voice remained level, devoid of any emotional undertones. "What? Changed your mind?" Jiang Zhou's arrogant laughter crackled through the other end. "You've arrived at the perfect moment." Yu Feng set down his teacup and gripped the control stick. "I was wondering who would scout ahead for me." Before the words had fully left his mouth, his left hand slammed the thrust lever forward to 120 overload. The LV-3 armored assault cruisers' 4 massive engines roared to life simultaneously, their combined thrust shaking the very foundations of the aircraft. The dark, hulking fuselage didn't hesitate. It surged forward like a beast unleashed, driving straight toward the lead private fighter with devastating momentum. "Fuck. He's lost his mind. Open fire. Tear him apart." Jiang Zhou's furious commands erupted through the comms channel. All 3 private aircraft unleashed their full arsenal at once. Dense streams of heavy machine gun fire wove together into a wall of lead, hammering relentlessly against the armored cruiser's nose cone and reinforced windscreen. The sound of metal striking metal rang out in an unbroken chain. Sparks cascaded across the dark composite plating like angry fireflies. Jiang Zhou stared fixedly ahead, anticipating the sight of a destroyed enemy. Seconds later, his pupils contracted sharply. Those 12.7mm armor-piercing rounds capable of shredding light armor failed to even scratch the base coat of that black cruiser. Supernatural trait, steel body immune to all physical penetration below 3rd tier. Conventional thermal weapons were nothing more than toys against it. "Elevate. Raise altitude now." The pilot of the lead private jet saw 6 alloy ramming spikes filling his windshield and screamed in terror, yanking hard on his controls. But the cruiser's velocity was simply too great. The violent turbulence generated by its passage sent the attempting fighter careening out of control. With a screeching rend of metal, the armored cruiser swept past the private jet on its wingtip. The high-speed spinning precision steel shredding blades sheared the fighter's tail section clean in two. The private jet spiraled downward in a plume of black smoke, crashing into the earth below. A massive gap tore open in the encirclement formation. Yu Feng didn't slow down, nor did he glance back at the chaos behind him. He piloted the cruiser straight into the looming silhouette of the abandoned aerial fortress ahead. Beneath the cover of the steel ruins, the black cruiser vanished into the dense frozen clouds. "Captain, Plane 2 is down. That bastard's armor won't take bullets." A panicked report crackled through the comm. Jiang Zhou kicked the console in fury, his face turning ashen. "That's definitely a special variant from a hidden blueprint. We cannot let him escape. Give chase. He'll be slow in those ruins. Corner him and blast him with cannon fire." 4 aircraft reformed their formation and charged furiously into the airspace above the abandoned fortress. No sooner had they passed the outer rusted radar tower than a piercing eagle cry erupted all around them. A dozen massive second-rank mutated eagles dive-bombed from the depths of the steel framework. Provoked by the engine roar, they viewed the intruding formation as prey. Thud! A giant eagle's talons raked across the fuselage of a medium passenger plane, tearing 3 deep gashes, and screams erupted from within the cabin. "Where are all these mutated birds coming from?" Jiang Zhou's eye twitched. "Captain, radar shows hundreds of these creatures surrounding us. Should we retreat, my ass?" Jiang Zhou sneered through rage. "A few second-rank beasts frighten you to death. Engage the cannons. Sweep them all away. That armored cruiser is ahead. Today I'll exhaust every round of ammunition if I have to, but I will claim it." The Disha Alliance's firepower was indeed formidable. 2 armed helicopters swung their turrets around belly-mounted cannons, spitting long tongues of flame. Several second-rank eagles leading the charge were instantly riddled with bullets, flesh, and blood, exploding in every direction. Jiang Zhou watched the falling eagle corpses with growing arrogance. Is this all they've got? Advance. Find that bastard, Yu. Meanwhile, deep within the abandoned base, inside a massive hangar, Yu Feng kept the cruiser's engines at minimum power, holding steady position within the shadows. The cabin maintained a steady 28 degrees Celsius. Sun Yin carried a plate of freshly cut fruit and fed a piece to Yu Feng. Brother Yu Feng, are we just hiding here and watching them fight? Her large eyes shimmered with excitement. If they don't attack, how will we lure out the main target? Yu Feng chewed his apple, his gaze fixed on the radar screen on the console. The red dots representing the Disha Alliance swept frantically along the perimeter, eliminating second-rank eagles. Just then an extremely terrifying cold seeped through the hangar's seams. Even the cabin, equipped with an absolute stabilization system, emitted a barely audible metallic hum. At the center of the radar screen, a tremendously large red flickered into existence, without warning, its glow so intense it seemed ready to drip like blood. It's here. Yu Feng's lips curled into a cold, razor-edged smile. Outside the base perimeter, Jiang Zhou was directing his men to clear the remaining second-rank eagles when the temperature in his cockpit plummeted without warning. A thick layer of white frost instantly crystallized across the instrument panel. What's going on? Did the heating system fail? Jiang Zhou shivered violently. Ruhar! A monstrous roar, utterly inhuman, exploded from the depths of the ruins. The sound wave carried visible ice-blue shockwaves sweeping across the entire airspace in an instant. Jiang Zhou threw his head up, his vision locking through the windscreen as his pupils dilated to their absolute limit. From the deepest core of the steel fortress, a colossal entity with a wingspan exceeding 60 meters rose slowly into the sky. Its entire body was sheathed in ice-blue crystalline feathers, each one resembling a razor-sharp blade. Those crimson vertical pupils radiated an existential chill that could shake the very soul. Third-rank, frost giant eagle. With the appearance of this overlord, dense swarms of second-rank eagles poured forth from every crevice of the ruins like a tidal wave. The numbers exceeded 100. The eagle tide blanketed the sky, completely sealing off every escape route for Jiang Zhou's formation. Third-rank monster. The subordinate's voice shattered through the calm. Captain, radar's maxed out. We're surrounded. Jiang Zhou's face drained of all color, his blood seeming to freeze in his veins. He finally understood why that armored cruiser hadn't fired a single shot before plunging straight into these ruins. It hadn't been fleeing at all. It had been using them as live bait to feed these monsters. I'll fucking kill your ancestors. Jiang Zhou's desperate curses had barely left his lips when the frost giant eagle's steel frost breath descended upon them like a tsunami. That unimaginably freezing unleashed torrent of glacial death swept down from the heavens, blanketing everything in an apocalyptic freeze. Before Jiang Zhou's desperate curse could fully echo, the frost giant eagle's glacier-cold breath engulfed the entire area like an oceanic surge, obliterating all in its path. Beyond the periphery of the abandoned aerial base 12, 7mm heavy machine gun rounds trailed tracers as they rained down in a frantic barrage upon the colossal frame of the Tier 3 frost giant eagle. The rounds impacted against the ice-blue crystalline plumage, erupting in blinding showers of sparks. Far from piercing the defense, the impact shattered the projectiles themselves. Keep firing. Don't hold back. Aim for its eyes. Jiang Zhou screamed from the cockpit, his voice raw, cold sweat drenching his back. It was futile. The frost giant eagle unfurled, its terrifying 60-meter wingspan blotting out the heavens. Its scarlet vertical pupils brimmed with tyrannical killing intent. Opening its barbed beak, it unleashed a torrent of intensely frigid ice-blue breath. The lead medium passenger jet was caught in the gale. Half a meter of solid ice instantly encased the outer armor, and the engine intakes froze solid, robbing them of thrust. The aircraft spiraled out of control and crashed straight down into the skeletal ruins below, erupting into a colossal fireball wreathed in shattering ice. From every direction, hundreds of Tier 2 mutated eagles swarmed forward. Their razor-sharp talons swept through the air, effortlessly rending the rotor of another helicopter. Shrieks of terror and the rending of metal filled the regional comm channel in a cacophony of horror. High above, concealed within the shadows, Yu Feng's Level 3 heavily reinforced assault shuttle hung in silent suspension. Leaning back in the leather pilot's seat, Yu Feng cradled a steaming cup of tea freshly brewed by Lu Rian. Through the ballistic glass, he watched with cold detachment the one-sided slaughter unfolding 5 kilometers away. Daring to raid without any reconnaissance. You clearly value your lives too little. Yu Feng blew gently across the floating tea leaves and took a slow sip. Barefoot on the co-pilot's deck, Sun Yin stood in little more than pink silk, her figure elegantly outlined against the dim cabin light. A sphere of orange-red flame danced at her fingertips, her tone laced with undisguised disdain. These fools lack even a fraction of adequate firepower. They can't so much as scratch the beast's hide. How tedious. Behind them, Chuyu watched the radar screen as red contact dots winked out one by one, his complexion draining to white. The data on this Tier 3 threat is monstrous. Its speed and defense leave absolutely no openings. Against absolute mass, there are no blind spots. Yu Feng set his teacup aside and rested his left hand on the throttle lever. Above, the engagement was already drawing to its close. Jiang Zhou's armed private jet was gutted through the canopy by a single sweeping talon. The reinforced ballistic glass of the cockpit shattered in a single violent sheet. A razored talon punched through the breached canopy, closing around Jiang Zhou's torso and wrenching him from his seat, leaving him dangling helplessly in the thin air. Crimson fluid and viscera rained down from the altitude. "Help! Please help me." Jiang Zhou's agonized pleas echoed across the open comms band. The beast dipped its beaked head and severed his skull in a single bite, carelessly discarding the mangled remains into the abyss. The 3rd Battalion of the Earth Fiend Alliance was utterly annihilated. The frost giant eagle threw back its head and unleashed a shriek that fractured the cloud layer, asserting its dominion over the entire airspace. It has finished its vocalization. It is our turn. A cold, ruthless ferocity flashed across Yu Feng's eyes. His left hand drove forward with brutal force, the throttles clicking audibly as he shoved them past the safety limits to a full 120% overload. Hold fast, for system-fortified massive engines ignited in unison, unleashing a deafening, earth-shattering roar. A colossus of dark steel burst forth from the hangar's shadows. The tremendous disruption instantly drew the frost giant eagle's attention. It snapped its massive head around, scarlet vertical pupils locking onto the rapidly approaching shuttle, and loosed a devastating torrent of sub-zero breath. The glacial stream struck the shuttle's fuselage head-on. Within moments, a thick crust of rime armor encased the nose. Yet the feral propulsion gifted by the infinite fuel module remained entirely uncompromised. The transcendent aptitude, steel fuselage, completely negated the physical devastation of the biting cold. Inside the cabin, not even a single degree of temperature dropped. Brake. Yu Feng's fingers dug into the control column with vice-like grip. 6 reinforced alloy ram spikes parting the Arctic gale slammed mercilessly into the beast's breastplate. A thunderous crack echoed through the sky as the seemingly impervious crystalline plumage splintered and shattered across vast expanses. The eagle shrieked in agony, its colossal form driven backward uncontrollably by the momentum of the 100-ton shuttle. Yu Feng granted the creature no respite. The shuttle banked violently. Along the trailing edge of the wing, an array of high-velocity rotary saws, designed for pulverizing flesh, sliced precisely into the base of the eagle's right wing. A sickening, scalp-tingling screech of rending bone and gristle tore through the heavens. The massive wing, spanning dozens of meters, was amputated in one brutal stroke. Torrents of dark ichor erupted like a waterfall. Bereft of its right wing, the beast spiraled out of control, plummeting in a death cry toward the derelict radar tower below. The reinforced steel framework imploded under the catastrophic impact. Yu Feng wrenched the nose upward, executing a razor-sharp aerobatic reversal mid-flight. The massive shuttle, riding a crushing gravity-driven descent, hammered its reinforced plating directly into the mangled carcass below. The impact shook the bedrock and sent plumes of dust rolling outward. The frost giant eagle's skull was pulverized where it lay. From the rubble, a blinding sphere of golden radiance detonated. A cold, synthetic voice flooded Yu Feng's consciousness with relentless notifications. Ding. Tier 3 frost giant eagle eliminated. Reward free attribute 0.7. Reward level 4 assault shuttle refinement blueprint X1. Reward basic physique fortification elixir X1. Reward tier 3 cryonucleus X1. Reward the complete attack on Titan manga collection. Reward icy orange beverages X100. Yu Feng gazed at the pulsating ice blue core hovering within his spatial inventory, a satisfied curve touching his lips. The paramount component was finally in his possession. After distributing the points, his status panel refreshed. Name: Yu Feng. Current attributes: Strength 11, Constitution 30, Agility 10 baseline. For a healthy adult male, daily check-in reward distributed free attribute points 1, spatial dimension expanded by 1 cubic meter. A feral tide of warmth surged through his veins and marrow. His previous constitution of 24 had already granted him phenomenal stamina, but elevating it to 30 triggered an immediate physiological breakthrough. That 5-meter bed in the captain's quarters was going to endure quite the ordeal tonight. With their leader slain, the remaining swarm of Tier 2 mutated eagles descended into utter disarray. Rather than scattering, their eyes bloodshot, they launched themselves recklessly toward the shuttle. Yu Feng issued a cold sneer and banked the aircraft into a hunting pattern above the ruins. The rotary saws engaged at full rotation, and the alloy rams swept in brutal arcs. It was an unqualified massacre. For a full hour, the relentless chimes of elimination continued to echo from the cabin console, before finally falling silent. The entire aerial facility was saturated with dark ichor and shredded biomass. Not a single mutated life form remained. Sun Yen, arm yourself. We're going down to secure the loot. Yu Feng unslung the Beretta 92F from his side and secured it at his small of back, then drew a gleaming Tang Dao. The cargo ramp hissed downward, and a bone-chilling draft flooded the interior. Sun Yin shrugged into a tactical jacket, idly spinning a globe of superheated flame between her pale fingers as she trailed closely behind him. Together they navigated the carnage-strewn tarmac and reached the subterranean entrance at the heart of the facility. Yu Feng shouldered the warped alloy door open. Beyond lay a subterranean military depot preserved in remarkable condition. Yu Feng kicked the warped alloy gate flying with a single stomp. The acrid stench of engine oil mingled with the dry scent of gunpowder, slamming straight into his senses. This underground military depot had been preserved in pristine condition. Row upon row of green ammunition crates sat neatly stacked atop moisture-proof mats. He strode forward and wrenched the lid off a wooden crate. Glittering 9mm bullets sealed AK-47s, entire cases of hovering aerial mines, and even 2 shoulder-fired rocket launchers. On the shelves along the other side of the warehouse, hundreds upon thousands of black refined steel composite plates and high-grade rubber tires were piled high. Sun Yin padded across the cold concrete floor in her slippers, that pink lace lingerie strikingly conspicuous in the dim light. She scampered over and looped her arms around Yu Feng's neck, her voluptuous 36D pressing brazenly against his arm. "Brother Yu Feng, we're rich." Sun Yin's wide eyes sparkled with excitement as she tossed a sphere of orange fire between her fingertips. "We'll haul all of this away. From now on, anyone who dares cause trouble, I'll send them straight back to the afterlife." Yu Feng casually wrapped an arm around her slender waist and glanced at the material panel. Large quantities of collectible materials detected: refined steel composite plate, X3500, high-grade rubber X1200, basic military crate X50. Materials far exceeding the required amount, perfectly sufficient for a LV. For flawless advancement. Yet his portable space only held 5 cubic meters, and the cargo bay was already stuffed with over 1,000 gene of eagle meat. Could not fit it. Simply could not fit it at all. Not only the armaments in the warehouse, but the wreckage of 3 destroyed armed helicopters on the tarmac outside, the dismantling materials from 2 passenger planes, and the shattered flesh and crystal cores dropped by over 100 tier 2 mutant giant eagles. Nowhere to put any of them. On the barren continent, surrendering meat already in one's mouth was more unbearable than death itself. Yu Feng clicked his tongue, released Sun Yin, and strode to the center of the tarmac. The dark-toned LV-3 heavy-equipped passenger plane hovered silently in place. He summoned the glowing golden LV-4 aircraft advancement blueprint. System lock onto the flawless advancement route. Heavy firepower configuration upgrade on the spot. Ding. Materials sufficient. Consuming refined steel composite plate X2000, high-grade rubber X800, advanced electronic component X10 tier 3 ice crystal core X1. Upgrade initiated. Boom. A massive blood gold pillar of light pierced through the frozen clouds, completely enveloping the aircraft. The screeching sound of metal restructuring echoed across the ruins. The aircraft's frame visibly swelled in size. The dark composite armor grew increasingly thick, radiating an ominous cold sheen. The wings extended dramatically, the refined steel meat grinder serrations along the edges doubling in thickness. The most formidable addition lay beneath both wings. With several dull mechanical clanks, 4 thick pitch-black gun barrels forcefully thrust aside their armor plates and emerged from the fuselage. Ding. LV-4 heavy-armed passenger plane upgrade complete. Current aircraft data: length 40 meters, height 13 meters, wingspan 35 meters. Durability 100, fully covered 3-layer high-strength composite armor, immune to standard autocannon penetration. New firepower module equipped with 4 fully automatic DEFA 666 30mm aircraft cannons, firing rate 6,000 rounds, min range 3,000 meters, armed with depleted uranium high-explosive armor-piercing ammunition. Interior space expansion: sleeping berths increased to 20 plus 2 independent shower rooms and an oversized cargo storage bay. Hovering device loaded: 2 high-altitude propulsion units installed on the wings, enabling aerial hovering. Extraordinary trait: steel body effect, external defensive capability increased by 500, immune to all physical penetration below tier 3. Cabin absolute stability system attached regardless of external turbulence and collision. The cabin interior remains as steady as flat ground. Yu Feng gazed at the 4 cannons radiating an aura of death and burst out laughing. 3-kilometer range. In this world, truth forever resides within the reach of artillery. In the future, any lowlifes blocking the path won't even need to be seen. Just blast them into oblivion with the autocannons. Just then a crisp mechanical chime rang out once more. Aircraft has advanced to LV. For granting the host 1 premium gacha lottery opportunity. Proceed with the draw. Draw. The virtual golden wheel spun frantically across his retina, the needle sweeping past countless beams of light before locking firmly onto a rainbow glowing sector. Ding. Congratulations, host, on drawing the supreme reward: infinite portable space. Function 1, unlimited spatial capacity. Function 2, absolute preservation. Food ingredients and organic matter stored in the space remain in permanent time stasis. Function 3, authorization lock. Only the host may access and retrieve items. Function 4, auto collection. One-click collection of unclaimed materials and dropped items within a 100-meter radius. Yu Feng clenched his fist tightly, sucking in a sharp breath. Infinite space. With absolute preservation and one-click collection built in. Just moments ago, he had been worrying about bringing everything back. This windfall was an absolute jackpot. This was the true scavenging divine skill of the apocalypse, a game-changing upgrade. Collect. A single thought from Yu Feng. The underground warehouse was instantly emptied. Tons of military materials vanished into thin air, not even a single screw left behind. He stepped across the icy debris to the edge of the tarmac, eyeing the scrap metal from the Earth-Shah Alliance. Dismantle. Collect. The wreckage transformed into streams of light and poured into his space. Activating the 100-meter collection range, he marched in a wide circle around the plaza. The carpet of giant eagle corpses and crystal cores, all collected. Even the rusted load-bearing steel beams on the radar tower were forcibly uprooted and stuffed into his space. A lifetime of no virtue, only arson and murder. This was no scavenging. This was truly leaving nothing behind. Gazing at the plaza cleaner than if a dog had licked it, Yu Feng satisfiedly holstered his pistol back at his waist. Let's go, board up. He gave Sun Yan's shapely rear a light pat. The two climbed the widened boarding stairs into the cabin, and the heavy hatch sealed shut, completely sealing out the extreme cold. The interior space had doubled in size, with the thermostat blowing warm air. 20 single sleeping berths with neat white sheets lined up in uniform rows through the central section. Hearing the commotion, the women all gathered around. Lu Ruyan led the way. The ice-cold counselor wore a wine-red fitted lace outfit. Her terrifying E-cup pressure barely contained her long, slender legs, making heads spin. She stepped forward, placing her hands on Yu Feng's shoulders, her cool eyes brimming with admiration. Yu Feng, you're incredible. This is nothing short of an aerial fortress. She rose on her tiptoes and pressed a red kiss mark onto Yu Feng's cheek. Eliza wouldn't be outdone, sashaying over with her stunning serpentine waist. Her F-cup assets created waves of havoc as she cupped Yu Feng's face and planted a passionate kiss on him. You are my god. When those cannons emerged outside, it was absolutely awesome. The blonde foreign beauty gazed at him with fanatical devotion. Chu Yu stood at the back in a tight black tank top, her D curves prominently displayed. This once proud class monitor now had only reverence in her eyes as she lowered her head and called out, "Captain." The remaining dozens of women crowded the aisle, dressed scantily, their faces radiating springtime warmth as they gazed at Yu Feng. In the apocalypse, this level of divine security was enough to shatter all boundaries and reserve. Sun Yan followed behind, stamping her feet in fury. Her magnificent chest heaved violently, the straps of her pink lingerie nearly snapping. She suddenly hugged Yu Feng from behind, conjuring a ball of fire at her fingertips, glaring daggers at the women ahead. All of you stay away from my brother Yu Feng. He's exhausted from fighting monsters outside. Nobody's getting into the captain's quarters tonight. The Yandere school beauty had gone full possessive mode, killing it. Yu Feng grinned. His left arm hooked around Sun Yan's slender waist, while his right hand pulled Lu Ruyan into his embrace. He gave the soft flesh at her waist a squeeze, his voice radiating absolute dominance. Enough, stop the noise. Teacher Lu, lead the team to the cargo bay. I just stored 50,000 gene of eagle meat. Feast tonight. Understood. Lu Ruyan's face flushed as she obediently stepped back to make arrangements. Yu Feng released Sun Yan and walked straight into the expanded cockpit. Settling into the premium aviation shock absorption seat, he pressed the ignition key. Boom. From massive engines roared in unison. The LV-4 heavy-armed passenger plane lifted off smoothly, tearing through the thick frozen clouds and ascending back to an altitude of 3,000 meters. Inside the infinite space, military materials piled into mountains, exquisite beauties surrounded him. Yu Feng popped open a can of iced honey orange soda with one hand and took a swig. This kind of life, trading it for an immortal seat wouldn't be worth it. Beyond the perimeter of the abandoned aerial base, within clouds 50 kilometers away, a dilapidated civilian airliner with its right engine belching black smoke was crawling through cold air currents at a snail's pace. Zhang Biao sat in the drafty cockpit, wrapped in two filthy cotton jackets, shivering from the cold. He stared fixedly at the radar screen on the console, his eyes crisscrossed with bloodshot veins. Brother Biao, it's been over an hour, and we haven't heard a peep from Jiang Zhou's side. The little brother beside him shivered, his teeth chattering. Have they already plundered everything and abandoned us to our fate? Zhang Biao breathed white vapor into his palms, his expression dark and shifting. The Earth Fiend Alliance's 3rd Squadron had deployed no fewer than 5 heavily armored aircraft. With that level of firepower, eliminating a solo player would be as easy as crushing an ant. Given Jiang Zhou's personality, after seizing that Tier 3 passenger plane full of exceptional women, he should have already been boasting on the regional channel by now. But now Jiang Zhou's private chat avatar sat lifelessly gray, and dozens of messages sent had vanished without a trace. What's there to panic about? Zhang Biao forced a calm exterior, gritting his teeth as he said, the Earth Fiend Alliance is a major guild. They wouldn't renege over a small amount of fuel. They're probably just tallying all the supplies on board. Let's wait a bit longer. Before the words had finished leaving his lips, a blinding red light suddenly erupted on the radar screen. Then the thick frozen clouds ahead were violently torn apart by a forceful surge. A massive steel beast entirely black burst from the ruined airspace, its engine roars deep and grating. Zhang Biao's eyes widened in shock, his body frozen in the seat. That was the passenger plane previously stationed at the abandoned airport, but it was a full size larger. The fuselage armor was thicker and more menacing, and protruding from beneath both wings were 4 menacing black gun barrels radiating an oppressive aura. None of Zhang Zhou's 5 aircraft had left any wreckage. This is a Tier 4 armed passenger plane. Zhang Biao's voice cracked completely, his scalp tingling. Zhang Zhou and his team are all dead. Quick, turn around. Maximize thrust and run. The subordinate fumbled with the controls, the battered aircraft groaning under the strain. Inside the LV, 4 heavy armed passenger aircraft in the cockpit maintained at a constant 28 degrees. Yu Feng leaned back in his leather shock-absorbing seat, holding a can of chilled mixed berry orange juice in one hand. Chu Yu stood beside the co-pilot's seat, his brow slightly furrowed as he watched the tiny blip frantically trying to escape on the fire control radar screen. Yu Feng, the Earth Fiend Alliance members came too fast. Their coordinate positioning was extremely precise. Chu Yu analyzed calmly. We stayed at the abandoned airport for only a short time. The only ones who saw us were that group of solo players flying that broken civilian aircraft, using someone else's knife to commit murder. Yu Feng bit into the straw and sipped the cold sweet juice. Chu Yu nodded. Exactly. That blip is now hovering 50 kilometers outside the perimeter, likely a scout waiting for the Earth Fiend Alliance to divide the spoils. Sun Yin stepped barefoot on the metal floor wearing pink lace underwear. An orange-red fireball danced at her fingertips, her eyes fierce. Brother Yu Feng, let me go roast them. Don't interfere if you're not ready. Yu Feng reached out and extinguished the fireball at her fingertips. He set down the drink can and placed his right hand on the newly unlocked fire control console. Just upgraded to a new system. I've been looking for somewhere to test these cannons. Yu Feng's fingers moved rapidly across the controls, and the radar crosshair instantly locked onto the fleeing blip. The 4 Defa 666 30mm aircraft cannons whined as they powered up. Automatic calibration complete. Yu Feng's thumb pressed the red launch button. Boom. The fuselage shuddered ever so slightly. Several 30mm high-explosive armor-piercing rounds trailing blinding tracers tore through the airspace at velocities that shattered the sound barrier. Inside Zhang Biao's cockpit, the radar alarm had barely begun to blare before the high-explosive warhead punched through the belly of the aircraft, detonating the old civilian plane's fragile fuel tank in an instant. A massive fireball exploded in the distant clouds, leaving not even debris behind. Ding. Successfully eliminated a raiding player and completely destroyed the enemy vehicle. Obtained 50 units of common iron or 1 copy of Jinping, May 10 adult comics. Yu Feng didn't even glance at the notification, immediately shutting down the fire control console. He had no interest in using his infinite space to collect such worthless scraps. From the rear cabin came the cheers of dozens of girls. Through the portholes watching the distant fireworks, they understood that by this man's side every threat would be eliminated through the most brutal means possible. An overwhelming sense of security washed over them. The passenger plane switched back to autopilot mode. Yu Feng opened the regional channel. Information scrolled across the screen at breakneck speed. The lower-tier solo players were still desperately struggling for survival, on the edge of life and death. It's so cold. Whoever has warm clothes, I'll trade half a compressed biscuit. Help. My aircraft is surrounded by a pack of Tier 2 bloodbats. The left wing is about to break. Someone save me. Amidst these desperate cries, several golden banner messages, sponsored by major guilds at heavy cost, stood out prominently. Tianxia Alliance offering high rewards, server-wide unlimited purchase of crystals of all tiers. Also seeking Tier 1 body enhancement potion at premium prices. 1 potion trades for 100 liters of universal fuel plus a core executive position. Zhanshan Alliance pinned recruiting players with advanced machinery expertise and explosives mastery. High prices for Tier 1 body enhancement potion. Private message for details. Yu Feng's eyes flickered with interest. He accessed his infinite space and retrieved a glass vial containing a pale blue liquid from the corner. Tier 1 body enhancement potion injection can significantly improve human genetics and enhance base attributes. Note the injection process is accompanied by excruciating pain, and those with weak willpower risk losing consciousness. This was an exceptional drop from the Tier 3 Frost Giant Eagle he had just obliterated. No wonder the major factions were desperately seeking it. In the desolate continent, no matter how powerful a vehicle was, it remained an external tool. Once confronted in close-quarters combat requiring dismounting, one's own physical condition was the ultimate safeguard for survival. Weak willpower. Yu Feng sneered. Without even using an alcohol swab, he unscrewed the needle cap and directly plunged the syringe into the vein of his left arm, injecting the pale blue potion. The liquid pushed in. For the first 2 seconds, nothing happened. On the third second, a scalding torrent exploded from his heart, surging through his veins toward every limb and extremity. Yu Feng clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on the backs of his hands as his blood vessels turned an alarming dark crimson. A sickening grinding sound echoed from deep within his bones. Muscle fibers were torn apart brutally, then reassembled in an overwhelmingly aggressive manner. This excruciating pain was enough to send an ordinary person into shock right then and there. Yu Feng gripped his teeth so hard, he didn't make a single sound. Sweat instantly soaked through his back, dripping from his temples onto the leather seat. 30 seconds later, the searing pain subsided, replaced by an unprecedented surge of terrifying power. Yu Feng exhaled a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. His vision became extraordinarily sharp, able to distinguish even the smallest ice fragments speeding past the windshield. The muscle lines of his body grew tighter and more defined without exaggerated bulges, yet radiating explosive power. Even that face, which already measured 85 points on the handsome threshold, had now shed its last traces of immaturity. His features grew colder, harder, and more profound, exuding a wild charisma with an overwhelming presence. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Tier 1 body enhancement potion absorption complete. Attribute increase, strength 5, agility 3. Yu Feng immediately brought up his personal panel. Name Yu Feng. Current attributes: strength 16, constitution 30, agility 13. Average for normal adult male is 10, strength 16, constitution 30. These numbers had already surpassed those of trained special forces soldiers. If he didn't rely on firearms, this physical body alone could now punch through the skull of a tier 1 zombie with a single strike. Yu Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and directly opened the trading hall. He glanced over the pinned banners from the Tianxiao Alliance and Zhanshan Alliance, a sarcastic smile curling his lips. Want to monopolize high-end resources? Keep dreaming. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he directly posted an even more arrogant purchase notice. LV. For Dragon Nation Captain, purchasing goods. Long-term unlimited purchase of Tier 1 body enhancement potion and crystals of all tiers. Offer premium-grade high eagle meat, universal fuel, god-tier culinary prepared meals for stamina recovery, and even machine gun fire support. Where major guilds refuse to pay, I will. The moment this message went out, the entire regional channel erupted. Good heavens. It's that mad big shot who sells fuel again. He's reached level 4. Machine gun fire support. Who the hell modified a passenger plane into an airborne gunship? Shh. Boss, throw us a bone. The little fuel Tianxiao Alliance provided was never enough. I have 2 tier 2 crystals. Can I trade them for 10 pounds of your premium barbecue? Yu Feng closed the panel. The newly reorganized muscle cells in his body were incredibly active. The surging power had nowhere to vent, making his whole body feverish as an extremely potent heat rose from his dantian. With 30 points of terrifying constitution combined with the potion stimulation, he needed an outlet immediately. He stood up and strode toward the captain's cabin. Passing the cargo hold, his gaze swept over several girls cutting meat. Elisa. Yu Feng's voice was low, carrying an unquestionable command. You, what's wrong? Elisa's azure eyes were full of delight. Come in. Let's test your physical strength. Yu Feng shoved open the heavy metal door of the captain's cabin. The metal door slammed shut with a bang and locked behind them. Inside the captain's cabin, the violent storm had just subsided. The terrifying endurance granted by 30 physical points combined with the explosive power from the low-level enhancement potion turned this one-sided combat test into an overwhelming massacre. Elisa lay sprawled across the 5-meter-wide bed like a puddle of mud, her golden hair drenched in sweat, her azure eyes brimming with sheer contentment. Beep. Extreme danger. Extreme danger. The shrillest, highest-level alarm suddenly pierced through the entire airliner. This sound was even more urgent and shrill than when they had encountered the level 3 frost giant eagle. Yu Feng's gaze sharpened. He threw on a black jacket and strode to the cockpit door, yanking it open. Chu Yu and Lu Rian were already standing before the control console, their faces ashen as they stared at the radar screen. At the edge of the screen, a purplish-red dot pulsed violently. Its massive signature was so intense that it caused a faint static interference across the entire radar interface. Yu Feng, there's a mutant creature of terrifying size 30 kilometers out. Chu Yu pointed beyond the windshield. It's attacking player aircraft. Yu Feng pulled the leather shock-absorbing chair and sat down, his gaze piercing through the distant gray frozen clouds. Far out in the sky, a military-armed fighter jet was fleeing in disarray, and right behind it a massive gray-black bird with a wingspan exceeding 70 meters pursued relentlessly. The creature resembled a prehistoric pterosaur with a row of bony spikes crowning its head. Each beat of its wings summoned visible cyan hurricanes through the air. System alert: encountered level 4 species, wind god pterosaur. Monster attributes exceeds system detection limits. Extreme danger. Immediate evasion recommended. The cold system prompt flickered across his retina. No specific stats, only a crimson warning. This was the first time since Yu Feng had descended to the barren continent that he had encountered a being so terrifying that even the system could not quantify it. Level 4 monster. Yu Feng narrowed his eyes, and within them rested no fear, but rather a rising fervor for battle. The Level 3 Frost Giant Eagle had dropped airliner upgrade blueprints and enhancement potions. The loot from a Level 4 species would undoubtedly allow him to reign supreme across the barren continent. It's too fast. That fighter jet looks like a toy in its hands. Lu Rian adjusted her glasses, her voice trembling. As expected, the wind god pterosaur far away suddenly unfurled its 10-meter beak, unleashing a massive crescent-shaped wind blade that roared through the air and sliced precisely into the fighter's tail fin. Black smoke billowed from the fighter as it spiraled downward like a severed kite, crashing toward a snow-capped mountain below. The wind god pterosaur circled overhead, making no move to pursue its fallen prey. Instead, it slowly turned its head, and those cold, ruthless vertical pupils locked onto the massive, dark-colored airliner 30 kilometers away. We've been spotted. Chu Yu sucked in a breath. Yu Feng, should we retreat? Retreat. Yu Feng's lips curled into a cold, fierce arc as his left hand slowly pushed the fire control lever forward. The firepower I spent thousands of refined steel on upgrading isn't just for show. He reduced the airliner's speed and held it steady at 2,000 meters above the ground. This distance landed precisely at the maximum range limit of the DEFA 666 30mm aviation cannon. The wind god pterosaur let out a piercing shriek that split the clouds, hurtling toward the airliner wrapped in a maelstrom of wind and snow. Let's say hello first. Yu Feng's thumb pressed the firing button. Boom, boom. The cannons beneath the wings roared twice. Two 30mm high-explosive armor-piercing rounds trailing tracer flames spanned the 2-kilometer gap at 3 times the speed of sound. But the agility of a Level 4 mutant far exceeded imagination. The wind god pterosaur contorted its massive body in an almost unnatural manner mid-air, dodging the high-explosive rounds by mere inches. The warheads detonated in the clouds behind it, dislodging only a handful of gray-black feathers. Roar! Enraged, the wind god pterosaur beat its wings forward violently. Dozens of cyan wind blades capable of shearing through steel descended like a dense mesh of knives, blanketing the sky and striking toward the airliner. Hold on. Yu Feng gripped both control levers. The LV-4 heavy armored airliner executed an extremely aerodynamic, violating lateral slide under the insane thrust. The absolute stability system went into overdrive, and not a single drop of water spilled inside the cabin. Most of the wind blades grazed past the fuselage, but one thin blade sliced into the edge of the left wing. Creak! A grating screech echoed through the air. On the dark composite armor blessed with supernatural properties, a 3-inch deep white scar was gouged. System tip left wing armor durability decreased by 1. Yu Feng glanced at the display panel, his eyes darkening completely. To breach a steel fuselage, this Level 4 monster's attack power had already crossed some kind of threshold. Then we won't let it get close. The distance closed to 800 meters. The wind god pterosaur's massive beak and the bony spikes on its head began pulsing with terrifying cyan light as it prepared a lethal charge. Yu Feng did not hesitate, immediately switching the fire control system to fully automatic mode. Die! He slammed his fist down on the red firing button. Boom, 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 boom. All 4 30mm aviation cannons erupted simultaneously with a deafening roar. With a terrifying rate of fire reaching 6,000 rounds per minute, the barrels instantly spat out dazzling tongues of flame 2 meters long. That was the ultimate crystallization of human industrial civilization's brute force. The dense tracers wove together mid-air into an impenetrable storm of death, completely sealing off all of the wind god pterosaur's evasion angles. Poo-poo, poo-poo, poo-poo. The sound of shredding flesh and bone was negligible beneath the thunderous cannon fire. The wind god pterosaur's supposedly indestructible scales and feathers shattered like thin paper under the barrage of 30mm high-explosive armor-piercing rounds. First second, its wings were pulverized into minced meat. Second, a 3-meter diameter blood-filled cavity exploded from its chest. Third second, that grotesque head was vaporized into a mist of blood and gore by hundreds of shells. 800 meters away, a rain of blood and shattered bone rained down from the sky. That arrogant Level 4 lord was torn to shreds by a relentless barrage of pure thermal weaponry. This wind god pterosaur was too overconfident, thinking mine was just some ordinary cannon. The cabin fell deathly silent. Chu Yu and Lu Rian stared with wide eyes at the giant red blip that vanished from the radar. In an instant, their breath caught in their throats. This was no battle. This was one-sided artillery slaughter. The cold mechanical voices cascaded through Yu Feng's mind like a waterfall. Ding. First kill of Level 4 wind god pterosaur achieved. Obtained free attribute point 6. Obtained Level 4 wind element crystal core X1. Obtained mid-level body enhancement potion X1. Obtained Level 5 aircraft blueprint X1. Immediately after, a chat message shimmering with blinding dark gold light forcibly hijacked the center of the global server's regional channel. System announcement: congratulations to player Yu Feng for achieving the first kill of a Level 4 mutant. This announcement is issued to honor martial valor. For a moment, the entire barren continent's chat channels froze then erupted with seismic waves of commotion. Yu Feng, that same fuel-selling captain again. He solo killed a level 4 monster. Fuck, I can't even beat level 2 zombies, and he's already killing level 4. He must be hacking. Wasn't Leader Li of Tianxiao Alliance just upgraded to a level 4 aircraft? Where is he? Come out and fight. The system's private message alerts exploded instantly. War God Alliance leader, brother Yu Feng, name your price. I'll trade 10,000 units of refined steel for that mid-level enhancement potion. I'll keep a vice leader position open for you in the War God Alliance. Li Tianbao of Tianxiao Alliance, friend, don't eat alone. Join the Tianxiao Alliance, share resources, or else on this continent lone wolves won't survive long. Yu Feng sneered, didn't even glance at these presumptuous recruitment offers, and directly tapped Global, Do Not Disturb in the settings panel. Join factions. This aircraft of his was the strongest mobile empire. He had no need to bow to anyone. But his heart did not fully relax. The wind blade of a level 4 mutant could actually scratch the LV. For armor, proving that the monsters were evolving at an alarming rate. Their combat power was more than 10 times that of level 3. I must collect materials as soon as possible and push for the LV 5 airliner to draw high-tier rewards. Yu Feng gripped the control stick tighter, a hint of urgency flashing in his eyes. Survival crises haunted him constantly. Only by crushing everything beneath his feet could he stand invincible in this apocalypse. Yu Feng pushed open the cockpit side door and howling winds carrying flecks of snow came rushing in. He glanced at the 3-inch deep white scar along the edge of the left wing. It was only a minor scrape, yet it appeared somewhat jarring against the flawless pitch-black armor. System activate 100 meters spatial collection. Yu Feng willed it into action. On the snow-covered mountain surface below, the massive wreckage from the Quetzalcoatlus transformed into streams of light, all drawn into his infinite storage space. The flesh and blood of these high-tier mutants served as an exceptional stamina replenisher. After tallying his spoils, his gaze locked onto a military fighter jet that had crashed halfway down a mountain several kilometers away. The fighter's tail fin had been severed by a wind blade, its fuselage jutting at an angle into the snowbank, while its engines still spewed black smoke. Though wrecked, this was undeniably genuine military-grade machinery. A military jet, if dismantled, it should yield several hundred units of advanced refined steel and specialized electronic components. Yu Feng stroked his chin, then piloted the passenger plane into a gradual descent, hovering 100 meters above the fighter. Just as he prepared to activate his spatial ability to forcibly dismantle it, the passenger plane's communication channel suddenly illuminated, transmitting a faint, tear-laden female voice. Up above. The passenger plane big shot up above. Cough cough. Please don't leave, save me. Yu Feng's brow arched slightly. He pressed the talk button, his voice cold and hard. State your name. I'm Shin Tian. Big shot, we traded bullets on the exchange channel before. The coordinates to that armory. I was the one who gave them to you. The girl on the other end seemed to have seized her final lifeline, her words tumbling out at breakneck speed, her voice trembling violently from fear and the bitter cold. A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Feng's eyes. So it was that information broker. To procure a fighter jet on the desolate continent. This woman's luck and survival skills were nothing to scoff at. What a pity she had run into a passing level for a mortal. Had the other party been a complete stranger, Yu Feng would have unhesitatingly let her freeze to death before dismantling the aircraft. But since she was an information broker he'd previously traded with, he had his own principles. No slaying of innocents, and certainly no acts of murder and robbery befitting a man of no character. For the sake of those bullets, I won't kill you. Yu Feng leaned back in his seat, his tone flat. But your plane is already scrap. It's minus 20 degrees outside. You won't last half an hour. Look after yourself. Having spoken, he prepared to pull up and leave. Big shot, don't go. Please take me with you. Shun Tian burst into desperate tears. I'll pay any price. I can do laundry, I can cook. I'll give you full access to this fighter. You can scrap it for materials. I can also warm your bed. Yu Feng scoffed with a laugh and glanced at the cabin behind him. Warm my bed. I've got over 30 top-grade women on this plane. Do you think I need another one? That remark carried no mute function and transmitted directly through the intercom to the rear passenger cabin. Sun Yin, clad in pink lace lingerie and slippers, dashed into the cockpit, her voluptuous 36D pressing against Yu Feng's arm. She had heard the soft, sweet voice coming through the communicator, and her big eyes darted thoughtfully. Sun Yin was normally ferociously possessive, never allowing other women near Yu Feng. But hearing the other woman cry so miserably, and knowing she was merely a lone, unaffiliated girl, Sun Yin felt a secret sense of superiority welling up within her instead. Brother Yu Feng. Sun Yin shook his arm, cooing coquettishly. She sounds so pathetic, and she's nothing more than an ordinary girl. No threat to us at all. Why not take her in? The bathroom at the back of the cabin needs someone to clean it anyway. In the Yandere school beauty's eyes, as long as it wasn't someone of the caliber of Lu Rian or Elisa, women who could seize core positions, bringing on a drudge to attend to herself, and Yu Feng seemed quite acceptable. Yu Feng pinched Sun Yin's cheek and pressed the talk button again. Fine, transfer ownership of the fighter to me. This pile of scrap metal will be your ticket to survival. Thank you, big shot. Thank you. Notice player, Shun Tian has transferred vehicle ownership. Yu Feng willed it into action disassemble. Collect. Down in the snow below, the massive armed fighter instantly transformed into hundreds of units of advanced refined steel and a heap of precision components vanishing into thin air. Stripped of her shelter, Shun Tian collapsed into the snow, shivering into a tight ball. The passenger plane's heavy hatch slowly swung open and the boarding stairs extended down to the snow. Shun Tian scrambled up the stairs on all fours. The instant she crossed the threshold of the metal hatch, what greeted her was not the cold, rusty stench of the apocalypse, but a warm, spring-like wave of heated air held at a constant 29 degrees. This? Shun Tian froze in place, her brain completely short-circuiting. She gaped at the scene before her. Inside the spacious, brightly lit cabin lay a premium woolen carpet. The middle section was neatly arranged with leather sofas and 20 plush single-person bunks. A 3-door refrigerator in the corner emitted a faint, cooling hum. Beside it on the stainless steel counter sat several half-finished glasses of iced honey orange soda and a few open bags of chips. Over 30 exquisitely voluptuous women clad in nothing but provocative lingerie clustered together in pairs and small groups. Some doing yoga, others trimming their nails. What kind of survival vehicle was this? This was nothing less than the pinnacle mobile palace of the apocalypse. Recalling her past few days spent in the cramped, drafty cockpit of her fighter bundled in a filthy padded coat and gnawing on moldy biscuits, Shun Tian was overwhelmed by a disorienting sense of living another life entirely. Tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. What are you standing there for? A cold, deep male voice drifted from the front. Yu Feng strode out of the cockpit, looking down at the petite girl who had just boarded. Only then did Shun Tian get a clear look at the famed passenger plane Big Shot, who had shaken the entire server. A commanding figure standing over 1 meter 80 tall, muscles sharply defined his facial features, deep and stern. His entire being exuded a potent masculine pressure that made one's legs go weak. Big Shot, Shun Tian stammered. Go to the private shower room at the very back and wash yourself. Get rid of that machine oil smell. Yu Feng pointed toward the tail of the aircraft. Shower room. A hot bath. Shun Tian was utterly dumbfounded. Outside, even a sip of clean water was a luxury. Yet this plane could afford to lavish someone with a bath. 20 minutes later, in the captain's quarters, the heavy metal door received a gentle knock. Enter, said Yu Feng, lounging on a 5-meter-wide bed, idly rolling the newly dropped level 4 wind attribute crystal core between his fingers. The door swung open. Shun Tian walked in with her head lowered. Cleansed of grime, she revealed her original, exquisitely adorable baby-faced features. Barely 1 meter 60 in height she had. Through some inexplicable twist, no spare clothes to claim on the plane, and was forced to make do with a strikingly contrasting pink anime sailor-style lingerie set. The fabric was pitifully scant, wholly unable to contain the staggering proportions that defied her petite frame. Her snow-white skin flushed with an enticing rosy hue under the warm lighting. A true baby-faced beauty. The visual impact rivaled even Elise's. Yu Feng gave her a deliberate once-over, the corner of his mouth curling into an enigmatic arc. On my plane, everyone must demonstrate their value to the team. Aside from providing a bit of intel, what else can you do? Shun Tian abruptly lifted her head. Her big eyes no longer held vacant cuteness, but a hatred seared into her very bones. Big Shot. No, Captain. She bit her lip until it nearly bled, her eyes scarlet-rimmed. I know you're powerful. My teammates, my 2 brothers. The day before yesterday, they were beaten to death by people from the Earth-Sha Alliance while covering my retreat. As long as you're willing to take me in and one day give me the chance to wipe out every last one of those Earth-Sha Alliance bastards, my life is yours. She drew a deep breath, trembling fingers undoing the single tie at the back of her sailor-style lingerie, as if making an offering. I'm willing to do anything. I offer myself willingly. Gazing upon that flawless baby-faced figure now utterly exposed to the air, the smoldering fire in Yu Feng's eyes ignited in an instant. The savage vigor born of his 30-point constitution had been aching for an outlet. Earth-Sha Alliance. How convenient. I was just planning to use them as a blood sacrifice to mark my campaign. Yu Feng let out a cold laugh, pulled Shun Tian roughly into his arms, and pressed her down onto the broad bed. Since you wish to offer yourself, then let me see just how deep your resolve runs. Accompanied by the metallic click of the door locking the captain's quarters once again echoed with stifled, honeyed cries of passion. Outside the window, the level 4 heavy armed passenger plane carried an aura of absolute annihilation as it barreled at full throttle into the depths of the desolate continent. Inside the captain's cabin, the heavy metal door sealed out the thunderous roar of the engines beyond. Upon the 5-meter-wide plush bed, Shun Tian curled up against Yu Feng's chest like a docile kitten. You're incredible. From now on, Tian belongs only to you. Even if you chased me away, I'd die here on your plane before I'd leave. She was utterly love-struck. Once she gave her heart, she bound it wholly to this man. The instant her words faded, a voice erupted like thunder inside Yu Feng's mind. Ding. Female player Shun Tian has successfully awakened. Awakened exclusive ability repair grade F upgradable. Ability effect consumes stamina to rapidly repair vehicle damage and master mechanical equipment. Physical enhancement complete strength 1, constitution 2, agility 2. Shun Tiantian's eyes flew wide open on the bed. A faint luminous white glow flowed across her delicate form, sweeping every trace of exhaustion away. Why do I feel like I'm brimming with power? Shun Tiantian gazed at her hands where gear-shaped phantoms of light pulsed faintly within her palms. Captain, I think I've awakened an ability. My head is flooded with mechanical blueprints and repair techniques. Yu Feng leaned against the headboard, produced a cigarette he had pilfered somewhere, lit it, and drew a long drag. That proves I didn't dote on you for nothing. Yu Feng exhaled a plume of blue smoke. He was now fully certain any woman who boarded his aircraft would automatically be subjected to the overriding rules of the multi-fertility fortune system. Conceive, and an ability awakens. Moreover, this repair skill had arrived at the perfect moment. That pale scar the Tier 4 aberration had gouged across the left wing now had a free mechanic to mend it. Yu Feng casually drew from his spatial storage the LV 5-passenger aircraft upgrade blueprint, which radiated a dark golden brilliance, and tossed it directly onto Shun Tiantian's magnificently endowed chest. Take a look at this, Yu Feng said with a slight tilt of his chin. Shun Tiantian took the blueprint with curiosity, her gaze sweeping over its upgrade requirements. In the next instant she sucked in a sharp breath, her voice rising an entire octave. 1,000 units of high-grade nanocrystal steel. A tier, for crystal core. Shun Tiantian stared at the blueprint, then at Yu Feng as though seeing a ghost. Captain, how on earth did you upgrade this aircraft? These base stats and advancement requirements are completely beyond any standard. Let alone solo wanderers, even the Tianxiao Alliance pooling their entire guild's resources couldn't produce 1,000 units of nanocrystal steel at this stage. That's because they're useless. Yu Feng crushed out his cigarette, swung his legs off the bed, and casually slung a black jacket over his shoulders. Any leads on where to scavenge this stuff? Shun Tiantian bit her lip, rapidly scouring the terrain maps she had gathered while wandering the wasteland. There is. She jerked her head up sharply. About 800 kilometers north of here, there's an abandoned aviation parts factory hidden within an ice valley. Its warehouses are absolutely stocked with nanocrystal steel. Give me the coordinates, Yu Feng said without a wasted word. But that place, we can't go there. Shun Tiantian panicked. She leaped barefoot from the bed and threw herself at Yu Feng's arm, her ample bosom pressing fiercely against him. That place is a super monster colony. The terrain is incredibly complex. Tens of thousands of mutated ravens and countless giant eagles use it as their breeding ground. When I flew my fighter jet before, I only dared glance at it from 50 kilometers out on the outermost perimeter. I didn't even dare activate my radar. Going in is a one-way death sentence. A death sentence. Yu Feng laughed coldly. He gripped Shun Tiantian's delicate chin, his gaze drifting to the snowy expanse of her breasts. She'd make a fine mother someday. On my flight path there are no dead ends. Now move. Put on something and come with me to the cockpit. 3 minutes later. The LV-4 heavy-armed passenger aircraft violently pitched its nose skyward mid-flight as 4 colossal engines unleashed a terrifying roar that shattered the frozen clouds. The dark, massive fuselage tore through the air currents, hurtling northward toward the ice valley with a ferocity approaching the speed of sound. Inside the cockpit, Shun Tiantian had changed into a fitted JK uniform and sat in the co-pilot's seat, her face flushed with the tender shyness of a girl newly initiated into love. On the radar screen, the target coordinates were still 200 kilometers away. Directly ahead, the airspace was suddenly obscured by an extraordinarily dense wall of black clouds. Beep, beep, beep. The fire control radar screamed in frantic alarm. That was no cloud at all. It was a swarm of over 10,000 Tier 2 mutated ironbeak ravens packed so densely they blotted out the sky. At the heart of the raven flock, dozens of Tier 3 storm giant eagles, each with wingspans exceeding 20 meters, circled among them. They had detected this uninvited intruder and now shrieked with piercing cries, surging forward like a black mudslide. Captain, monster swarm, pull up and evade. Shun Tiantian trembled all over. A beast tide of this magnitude would force even an entire fighter squadron to detour. What's there to fear? Sit tight. I'll show you something impressive. Yu Feng's expression hardened like iron, his hands gripping the control yoke with unshakable steadiness. He had no intention of decelerating. Instead, he shoved the throttle lever dead against its 120 overload limit. Fire control system full automatic mode. Yu Feng's thumb slammed down hard on the red firing trigger. Scrub the sky clean. Boom, 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 boom. Beneath both wings, 4 Defa 666 30mm aircraft autocannons instantly erupted with a thunderous, maddening roar. 2-meter-long tongues of dazzling flame tore through the dim sky. Firing at a terrifying rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, the tracer bullets wove 4 visible whips of death fire across the heavens. The onrushing mutated ravens never even had time to scream. They were instantly obliterated into exploding clouds of blood mist within this metallic tempest. Dozens of imperious Tier 3 storm giant eagles attempted to weather the onslaught with their massive frames, but under the concentrated fire of high-explosive armor-piercing rounds the scales they took such pride in proved as fragile as paper. Severed limbs and black blood erupted violently into the air. The passenger jet didn't slow down even a fraction. The 6 thick alloy spike barriers mounted on its nose plowed straight through the remnants of the monster swarm. The precision-engineered meat grinder serrations along the wing edges sliced any survivors clean in two like blades through flesh. Full coverage, triple-layer high-strength composite armor repelled every beak and windblade. The absolute stabilization system inside the cabin whirred furiously, ensuring not even the slightest tremor. Shun Tiantian slumped in her seat, watching through the bulletproof glass as a torrential rain of blood poured down outside. Her mind had gone completely blank. This wasn't escape, it was a one-sided annihilation by firepower. The monster swarms that the great guilds regarded as avatars of death weren't even worth a tap of the brakes to this man. Did you understand? Yu Feng released the fire control trigger, his tone as flat, as if he had crushed a few ants. I understand. Shun Tiantian swallowed hard, the terror in her eyes completely replaced by wild, almost fanatical worship and infatuation. This display of absolute violence had shattered her entire worldview, flooding her with an overwhelming sense of security. Yu Feng pointed at the radar screen. From now on, you are my eyes. Wherever the red dots gather, tell me. We fly straight through them. Yes, Captain of the Dragon Nation. Shun Tiantian responded loudly, her small face flushed crimson. As night deepened, the temperature across the desolate continent plummeted to -30 degrees. The passenger jet cruised smoothly at an altitude of 5,000 meters. Yu Feng set the autopilot and turned, handing the controls over to Alyssa, who had just entered. Watch the flight path. Wake me when we reach the parts factory. Yu Feng gave Alyssa's rounded peach-shaped bottom a pat. As you command, my king. The golden-haired beauty threw him a flirtatious glance. Yu Feng beckoned and led Shun Tiantian, who was still in a state of extreme exhilaration, as he pushed open the metal door leading to the central passenger cabin. The moment the door cracked open, an overwhelmingly bold fragrance of butter mingled with Sichuan peppercorns surged through the warm air, rushing toward them in an intoxicating wave. Shun Tiantian had just stepped into the mid-cabin when she froze in place, as if struck by lightning. Inside the spacious cabin, the climate control system pumped out warm air at a constant 28 degrees. Thick premium wool carpets covered the floor, with more than 20 plush single berths arranged in neat rows. But none of that was the main attraction. The real focal point was the lounge area at the center of the cabin. A high-power induction cooker hummed softly. Inside a massive stainless steel pot, a rich beef tallow broth bubbled furiously, rolling and gurgling with vibrant crimson oil. The flavors of chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and an array of spices mingled together, assaulting the senses with every breath. Beside it, a 3-door commercial freezer stood wide open, packed to the brim with fresh vegetables and assorted meats. More than 30 stunningly attractive women clad only in thin lace underwear were gathered around. Chuyu held a plate of freshly sliced premium beef rolls. A Ding Yutong was tearing apart crisp Napa cabbage leaves with her bare hands, and Sun Yen herself still held a can of Mishua iced tea, oranges frosted with ice on the outside. On the barren wasteland outside, where even a spit would freeze instantly, and millions massacred each other over half a moldy biscuit, they were having hot pot here. Shun Tiantian rubbed her eyes, convinced she was dreaming. For days she had survived inside that battered fighter jet, subsisting on licks of compressed biscuits. She hadn't even dared to dream of such luxury. Yu Feng, come eat, the meat's ready. Lu Rian, dressed in wine-red lingerie, carried a bowl of seasoned dipping sauce over her formidable figure, swaying gently with each step. She glanced at the dazed Shun Tiantian and offered a gentle smile. You must be the new girl. Go wash your hands and join us. Yu Feng pulled Shun Tiantian to the table and handed her a pair of chopsticks alongside a chilled beer. Eat. Shun Tiantian's hands trembled so badly she could barely grip the chopsticks. She stared at the premium eagle meat slices rolling in the pot, swallowed hard, and placed a piece in her mouth. Whoosh. With the enhancement of divine-tier cooking skills, an explosion of ultimate spicy and savory umami erupted across her taste buds. The premium eagle meat was extraordinarily tender, bursting with rich juices and calories. It traveled down her throat, warming her stomach before spreading through her entire body as a gentle current of heat. Shun Tiantian's eyes stung, and tears sprang to her eyes without warning. Why are you crying? Too spicy. Lu Rian handed her a tissue. And no, it's not. Sobbing openly, Shun Tiantian stuffed huge chunks of meat into her mouth, without any dignity, like a refugee who hadn't eaten in years. It's too delicious. Woo, I thought I'd never eat a hot meal again. Give me more chili. I can handle spice. Watching the youthful beauty devour food, while wiping away tears, the women around her couldn't help but chuckle warmly. In this cabin, food was the least scarce resource, and they completely understood the overwhelmed breakdown that came with surviving against all odds. Yu Feng leaned back against the leather sofa, cracked open a beer, and watched her with cool detachment. Following me, this is merely the bare minimum. If you're valuable, don't just hot pot. Every delicacy under heaven will be yours. Shun Tian suddenly set down her chopsticks, red oil still on the corners of her mouth, and rose to her feet. Captain. She squared her shoulders, her gaze steadier than ever before. I'm from Sichuan and Chongqing. Before the apocalypse, I was a freshman at Guangmei Academy. I can repair aircraft, paint, do laundry, and cook. Whatever you need me to do, I'll do it. If I ever hesitate or complain, may I die a terrible death. The combination of overwhelming force and this divine hot pot meal had utterly shattered her defenses. Remember what you said today? Yu Feng nodded. Come to my room once you're done eating. After the meal, everyone dispersed to rest. Blushing Shun Tian followed Yu Feng into the captain's quarters. The moment she entered, her gaze was immediately captured by a stack of books piled on the bedside table. The topmost volume bore the title Attack on Titan in bold letters. Not just volume 1. From the thickness, it looked like the complete collection. Shun Tian's eyes lit up like 2,000-watt bulbs. Before the apocalypse, she had been a die-hard otaku. In this desolate place devoid of internet and entertainment, these manga held an irresistible allure. She bit her lower lip, approached the bed, and gazed up at Yu Feng with large pleading eyes. Captain. About those manga. Shun Tian tugged at Yu Feng's clothing, her voice barely above a whisper. Could I borrow them? There's no such thing as a free lunch, Yu Feng said, sitting on the edge of the bed and raising an eyebrow. What will you offer in exchange? Shun Tian's cheeks flushed crimson all the way to her ears. A private tutoring session began. Inside the cockpit, the raging storm had momentarily ceased. The climate control system breathed a gentle breeze. Shun Tian clung to Yu Feng's broad chest like a languid kitten. Her fair skin was covered in crimson marks, and the tears at the corners of her eyes had not yet dried. Captain. Shun Tian's voice carried a thick nasal tone. Everything I said outside just now. I meant every word. My two brothers, they were always so good to me. Yu Feng lit a cigarette, leaning against the headboard without a word, waiting for her to continue. We used to work perfectly together. My elder brother knew machinery, my second brother was a crack shot. Shun Tian bit her lower lip as bone-deep hatred welled up in her eyes. The day before yesterday in the canyon at coordinates 800-215, we received a distress signal. The other party claimed to be a few solo players with children starving to death. My elder brother was soft-hearted, so he brought the aircraft down. Her fists clenched tight, fingernails digging into her palms. But it turned out to be a trap set by the Earth Fiend Alliance. Over a dozen heavily armed bastards rushed up to seize our plane and supplies. My elder brother and second brother were riddled with bullets by their heavy machine guns as they tried to cover my takeoff. Shun Tian's eyes reddened, tears splashing heavily onto the sheets. I only managed to salvage this fighter jet. If I hadn't run into you, I would have either been killed by that giant bird or starved to death in the snow. The Earth Fiend Alliance. Yu Feng exhaled a thin stream of smoke, his gaze cold and unyielding. What's the name of the one who led them? Jiang Zhou. Shun Tian ground her teeth. Captain of the Earth Fiend Alliance's 3rd Squadron. I'd recognize him even if he turned to ashes. Yu Feng's hand paused mid-flick of cigarette ash. He turned his head to look at the little girl weeping pitifully in his arms, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smile. Don't cry anymore. Yu Feng reached out to pinch her delicate little face. Your vengeance. I have already exacted it for you. Shun Tian froze, even forgetting to wipe her tears. What do you mean? Just before I rescued you outside that abandoned aerial base. Yu Feng's tone remained even. Jiang Zhou brought 5 armed passenger planes to ambush me. I didn't lift a finger. I let a tier 3 Frost Giant Eagle right to them. He and his plane were torn apart. Not even bone fragments remained. The few remaining lackeys were wiped clean by my aircraft cannon. Shun Tian's eyes widened, her mind going utterly blank. The blood debt that had haunted her for 2 days and nights, jolting her awake from nightmares time and again. Was it truly erased so casually by this man before her? The pinnacle of exhilaration and absolute safety shattered every rational barrier within her. Captain. Shun Tian threw herself at him, without reservation, fiercely kissing Yu Feng on the lips, pressing herself tightly against him. After a long while she released him breathlessly, her gaze blazing with unprecedented fervor. Now that I'm on your plane, I Shun Tian shall be yours in life and yours in death. From now on I'll help you kill every last member of the Earth Fiend Alliance. Good girl. Yu Feng patted her fair shoulder. Put your clothes on first. Shun Tian hopped off the bed barefoot. She walked to the coat rack in the corner and carefully extracted a waterproof sealed bag from the inner pocket of her tattered windbreaker. Tearing open the seal, inside lay a fingernail-sized black metal chip. Captain, my elder brother fought desperately to retrieve this from a military supply crate before he died. Shun Tian returned to the bedside and reverently placed the chip into Yu Feng's hands with both palms. This is a complete electronic topographic map of the wasteland continent. With this you won't need to fly around like a headless chicken. Yu Feng's eyes blazed with sudden brilliance. In the apocalypse, martial prowess was the foundation of survival, but intelligence was the true dimensional strike. He threw off the covers and strode to the co-pilot terminal in the cockpit, inserting the chip into the reading slot. Beep! The screen flickered and an immense crystalline 3-dimensional holographic map instantly unfurled in the air. Dark crimson zones representing the death mists ride slowly at the southernmost edge of the map. Across the vast northern expanse, colored light points dotted the landscape in dense clusters. Green marked abandoned city clusters, yellow indicated military resource depots, and red designated extremely dangerous mutant nests. Yu Feng's fingers enlarged the map in the void. Yanlong Mountain Flower Valley, Changha Heavy Industries Aviation Parts Factory. 800 kilometers due north of their current position, a flickering golden icon stood prominently displayed. Target location, Changha Heavy Industries Aviation Parts Factory. Abandoned projected resource, reserves high-strength nano-crystalline steel precision aviation electronic components. Danger rating, deep crimson large-scale mutant creature nest present. Captain, this parts factory is where the nano-crystalline steel needed for the blueprint upgrade is produced. Shen Tiantian leaned over, pointing at the map as she spoke. But I previously detected massive clusters of red dots on radar there. Extremely dangerous. Danger is only dangerous to the weak. Yu Feng studied the clear route guidance on the map, his spirits lifting immensely. He turned around and scooped Shen Tiantian up, tossing her back onto the bed. This chip couldn't have come at a better time. You've earned great merit. You deserve a reward. Yu Feng pressed down atop her, his gaze burning with predatory heat. Then, how will you reward me, Captain? Shen Tiantian flushed crimson, yet eagerly matched his movements. I'll reward you with a sleepless night. The main lights went out, leaving only a dim amber night lamp glowing. Yu Feng's low voice resonated through the room. From now on, you'll be in charge of intelligence coordination. Every day, monitor the regional trading channels. Filter out all information about upgrade materials and body enhancement potions, and report everything to me. I'll do whatever Captain says. Shen Tiantian nestled in the crook of Yu Feng's arm, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. The aircraft's absolute stabilization system shielded her from even the slightest turbulence. Since the apocalypse had descended, this was the most peaceful and restful sleep she had ever known. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Yu Feng opened his eyes on the spacious 5-meter double bed. Shen Tiantian was still fast asleep in his arms, a contented little smile curling at the corner of her lips. Last night's frantic tutoring session had utterly drained her of all strength. Yu Feng slipped out of bed with the lightest of movements, pulled on a fitted black t-shirt, and pushed open the metal door to the captain's cabin. The moment he stepped into the central passenger cabin, an irresistible sizzling sound of frying drifted into his nostrils, mingled with the rich aroma of something charred to perfection. In the open kitchenette, Lu Rian was standing before the induction stove. The usually aloof and dignified counselor was wearing nothing but an oversized men's white shirt, her lower garments conspicuously absent, leaving those snow-white, impossibly long legs fully bared to the air. A dainty floral apron cinched at her waist accentuated the slender curve of her figure and the breathtaking E-cup swell of her bust. A single chopstick loosely gathered her long hair at the back of her head, with a few stray strands cascading beside her pale swan-like neck. In the frying pan, several double-yolked eggs sizzled and rolled in the hot oil, their edges seared to a golden crisp. Domestic, relaxed, exuding the ultimate temptation of a devoted wife. Yu Feng stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her supple waist from behind. Aunt! Lu Rian cried out softly, her body instantly going limp in his embrace. Sensing the familiar solid warmth of his chest against her back, a faint blush rose to her cheeks. Yet she did not pull away, merely chiding him in a hushed voice. Stop it, the girls are about to wake up. The fried eggs will be ready in a moment. You've worked hard, Teacher Lu. Yu Feng nibbled at her earlobe. Teacher Lu truly was the paragon of a virtuous wife. Equally at home in the parlor as in the kitchen, always ready to fulfill his sworn brother's needs whenever the occasion called for it. God-tier culinary skills are not meant for you to exploit like a maid. Though her words were sharp, Lu Rian's hands moved with practiced grace, plating the fried eggs, and then bringing out a large pot of richly simmered preserved egg and lean pork congee. Go wash your hands and call everyone to breakfast. 10 minutes later, the cabin buzzed with lively chatter. Dozens of extraordinarily beautiful women, Chu Yu, Su Nian, Alyssa, and others, gathered around the dining table. Teacher Lu's cooking is absolutely divine. These eggs are crisp on the outside, tender on the inside. One bite, and I feel like I've been brought back to life. Ding Yutong slurped the congee in great gulps, her wheat-toned skin, tight and supple from constant training, glowing with a healthy flush. Obviously, Teacher Lu's cooking comes with built-in stat boosts. For once, Su Nian didn't trade barbs with Lu Rian. After all, she who eats her fill ought to hold her tongue. Within this climate-controlled steel fortress where the temperature remained a constant 28 degrees, the group lounged in cool, comfortable attire, savoring a steaming, sumptuous breakfast, as though civilization itself still endured. Yu Feng cradled a bowl of congee in one hand and tapped open the regional channel panel on the control console with the other. The number of survivors in the upper right corner was blindingly stark. Current regional survivors 500. In just 5 days, 3/4 of the population had been culled. In the channel's chat window, desperate wails scrolled past at a rate of dozens per second. I'm freezing to death. Someone please have mercy, spare me some fuel. My plane's tank is almost dry, and it's minus 35 degrees outside. I haven't eaten in 3 days. I even gnawed the leather grip off my control stick. Whoever has food, I'll send you my own wife for a whole month. Stop yelling. The black fog is accelerating. Those bastards from the Tianxia Alliance looted every supply cache along the route. Lone wolves like us don't stand a chance. Shin Tiantian carried her plate over and sidled up to Yu Feng. Watching those harrowing cries for help flashing across the screen, she couldn't suppress an involuntary shudder. Had she never met Yu Feng, her fate would unquestionably be far more wretched than any of these wretches. Captain. Shun Tiantian rested her head against Yu Feng's shoulder, the soft mounds of her bosom pressing against his arm, her eyes brimming with reverence and gratitude. Meeting you is the greatest luck of my life. Work hard, and that luck will never run out. Yu Feng closed the channel, set down his empty bowl, and strode back to the cockpit. He locked the cabin door behind him. With a mere thought, he summoned a glass vial filled with a dark golden liquid from his infinite space. Intermediate Body Enhancement Serum. This was the supreme reward dropped yesterday from his first kill of a Tier 4 Wind God Wyvern. Without the slightest hesitation, Yu Feng drove the needle straight into a vein in his left arm and pressed his thumb down hard on the plunger. The dark golden liquid surged instantly into his bloodstream. Boom. If the effect of the beginner serum had been like oil thrown onto a raging fire, then the intermediate serum was nothing short of a volcanic eruption. A violent surge of heat instantly tore through every fiber of his musculature. Yu Feng dropped to his knees on the cockpit's metal floor, his fingers gripping the alloy armrests of his seat in a death hold. From deep within his bones came an excruciating sound of grinding and snapping, only for them to reconstitute themselves moments later with brutal, overwhelming force. The agony blurred his vision in an instant, cold sweat pouring from his brow like a waterfall onto the floor. Ugh! Yu Feng clenched his jaw so fiercely that no scream escaped his lips. After a full 5 minutes, the tide of pain finally receded. Yu Feng rose slowly to his feet and exhaled a long breath of scalding white vapor. He tightened his fists, and with a casual swing the air itself let out a muffled sonic boom. His body now felt weightless, as though it had transcended gravity itself. His muscles were no longer grotesquely bulging, but perfectly proportioned, cast in steel and iron, every sinew brimming with explosive power. The cold chime of the system notification rang out. Ding. Intermediate Body Enhancement Serum fully absorbed. Stat increase: Strength 3, Constitution 6, Agility 7. Current stats: Strength 19, Constitution 37, Agility 20. Average adult male baseline 10. A Constitution of 37, an Agility of 20. These numbers had utterly shattered the limits of human physiology, reaching the level of a monstrous freak among elite Special Forces operatives. Even without relying on the passenger plane's heavy firepower, he could now single-handedly carve a path through hordes of undead with nothing but a tang blade. This is the taste of power. Yu Feng's eyes flashed with a wild, fervent light. He pressed the communicator. Sun Yin, post a buying order on the regional channel. Offer top prices for all grades of body enhancement serums. Buy as many as we can get. Pay with high-grade supplies and fuel. Copy that, Captain Brother. Sun Yin's crisp voice replied immediately. Just then the alarm system throughout the entire passenger cabin erupted with a piercing shrill buzz. The once peaceful regional channel interface was forcibly severed, and a heart-palpitating blood-red overlay flooded the retinas of every survivor. The cold synthetic mechanical voice boomed across the entire sky of the desolate continent, radiating an undeniable pressure of death. Regional announcement: survivors have completed the preliminary 3-day screening. Current map: Desolate Continent, Outer Ring. Survival rules updated. The first phase main survival quest has officially begun. Kunlun. Every person's breath caught in their throat at that very moment. Quest requirement: all survivors must reach the core coordinates region, Kunlun mountain range, within 6 days, and survive on Kunlun's main peak for 1 day. Penalty mechanism: any survivor who fails to reach the Kunlun mountain range within 6 days will be erased. Quest reward: completing this phase grants entry tickets to the next phase map LV. 5 and above aircraft exclusive advanced blueprints, high-grade gene serums, and more. A blood-red countdown began to pulse in the upper right corner of the screen. Time until eradication: 143 hours, 59 minutes. The cabin fell into deathly silence. This meant everyone had to maintain an extremely grueling pace of travel every single day. Any pause or dawdling could result in being swallowed whole by the specter of death hot on their heels. A blood-red countdown blazed frantically in the upper right corner of the retina. Time until eradication: 143 hours, 55 minutes. After a brief, deathly silence, the regional channel's chat interface was instantly overwhelmed by an avalanche of messages. 6 days? 80,000 kilometers. Has the system gone mad? You'd have to maintain high speed without rest to make it. It's minus 30 outside, and even my level 2 civilian aircraft can't keep up. At this rate, the engines will burn out before I get halfway. Protest. This is murder in disguise. The black fog has accelerated. It's forcing us to fly straight to our deaths. The temperature outside is already minus 35 and the fuel tank is nearly empty. Going to Kunlun is suicide. I'm not going. Desperate wails and hysterical curses intertwined to form the cruelest background score of the apocalypse. For those lone wolf players who had endured until the 5th day, through sheer tenacity, their defenses completely collapsed. Shin Tiantian stood before the secondary control console. The can of iced honey snow orange in her hand jerked, suddenly spilling cold juice across the woolen carpet. Captain. Her small face was deathly pale as she pointed at the exceedingly distant crimson endpoint on the holographic map. 80,000 kilometers, and the entire route is riddled with deep red aberrant nests and dead zones. Even if the aircraft could keep up, no human could endure 6 days and nights of hyperconcentration. The young women in the mid-cabin had heard the system broadcast too. They gathered outside the cockpit door in a panic, their expressions fraught with terror. Yu Feng reclined against the leather shock absorption chair, his fingers tapping the alloy armrest with remarkable rhythm. What's there to panic about? His voice was quiet, yet carried a steadiness as immovable as a stabilizing pillar. He glanced at the panel. A level 4 heavy-armed passenger aircraft, 4 gargantuan engines, with a maximum speed of 1200 kilometers per hour. With unlimited fuel enhancement, he didn't even need to consider energy efficiency. Not to mention, this steel fortress possessed an absolute stabilization system. He had no need for the white-knuckled combat against high-altitude air currents that plagued other players. 6 days, 80,000 kilometers. For him, it was merely a matter of pressing the accelerator. Before we go to Kunlun, we stop to collect what belongs to me. Yu Feng rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping past Shin Tiantian. Pull up the route from that terrain ship. Lock onto coordinates 800 kilometers due north, Chang'e Heavy Industries Aviation Parts Factory. Shin Tiantian stared blankly. Captain, brother, time is so tight. Are we really making a detour to run a dungeon? A craftsman must first sharpen his tools. Yu Feng patted her fluffy head, a wild curve playing at the corner of his lips. I already have the level 5 passenger aircraft blueprints. I'll take those 1,000 units of nanocrystal steel, upgrade this plane into a level 5 aerial fortress, and then head to the Kunlun Mountains to teach them a lesson. He turned toward the young women at the door, his tone brooking no argument. Teacher Lu, prepare high-calorie provisions. Sun Yin, check the fire control system preheating. Everyone buckle up. We're departing. With their pillar of strength giving the order, the previously chaotic atmosphere in the cabin was swept away in an instant. Copy that, Captain, brother. Sun Yin's eyes lit up. Lu Rian adjusted her nose bridge and swiftly turned toward the kitchen area. Absolute force brings absolute security. Meanwhile, at several hidden high-altitude coordinates across the desolate continent, the leaders of the major powers also made their moves. Inside the lavishly modified passenger aircraft of the Tianxiao Alliance, its leader Li Tianbao stared at the holographic map and smashed his wine glass in fury. Immediately muster all squads, clear out lone wolves along the route, and seize their fuel. The entry tickets to the Kunlun main peak and the advanced body enhancement serums belong solely to the Tianxiao Alliance. Anyone who dares compete will be blasted to pieces. The Fuyao Alliance. Its leader Li Min stood before a fleet composed entirely of female warriors, her gaze cold and fierce. Assemble. This mission is our perfect opportunity to prove to the entire server that women too can rule the wasteland. Full speed ahead. The War God Alliance and the Earth Shao Alliance were like sharks scenting blood, each issuing brutally bloodthirsty hunting orders along the route. In their eyes, this great migration was nothing less than a gluttonous feast of plundering the resources of bottom-tier players. Half an hour later, the thunderous roar of furious engines tore through the thick frozen clouds. Yu Feng's level 4 heavy assault aircraft resembled a dark beast hurtling at extreme velocity with stunning stability at 5,000 meters altitude. Through the radar detector, an uncommon spectacle could be observed in the wasteland skies above. Countless survivor aircraft, large and small, flew northward in dense swarms like startled migratory birds. Most had chosen to band together, attempting to use numbers to resist attacks from mutated creatures along the way. Someone like Yu Feng charging alone and carving a domineering straight line across the cloud layer was exceedingly rare. Captain, the parts factory is 10 kilometers ahead. Shin Tiantian sat in the co-pilot seat, her eyes fixed on the radar screen. Suddenly her brow furrowed. Something's wrong. The radar shows the outer airspace has been artificially blockaded. A large cluster of red dots is clogging the mandatory flight path, and there are even signals from aerial floating mines. Yu Feng glanced at the main screen. Below the cloud layer, a dozen heavily armor-reinforced level 3 aircraft formed a semi-encirclement formation, firmly blocking the sole entrance to the Valley Parts Factory. The comms channel crackled with the pleas and furious curses of other lone wolf players. Listen up, Wild Alliance. The Parts Factory is a strategic supply point on the way to Kunlun. On what grounds are you blockading the route? Cut the crap. Our Alliance leader Li says the Parts Factory belongs to the Wild Alliance now. If you want to pass, leave behind half your supplies and fuel. Anyone who refuses will be rammed to death. Captain, it's the Wild Alliance. Shu Yu swallowed hard. This guild ranks in the top 10 in the region. They're notoriously rabid. Should we evade them and cross over the snowy mountains from the back? Evade. Yu Feng scoffed coldly, his left hand shoving the thrust lever to maximum. Roar. The dark aircraft not only failed to slow down, but generated a terrifying sonic boom cloud charging like a black meteorite as it brutally tore through the air currents hurtling straight toward the blockade line. 500 meters. The dozen Wild Alliance aircraft detected this massive behemoth, and an exceedingly arrogant warning instantly crackled through the comms channel. Black aircraft ahead. Immediately reduce speed and force land. Hand over your supplies. Otherwise I'll blast you and your plane into fireworks. Yu Feng didn't even bother grabbing the comms microphone. His right hand slammed directly onto the fire control console. Clack, clack, clack. Beneath both wings of the passenger aircraft, the armored panels instantly slid open. 4 Blackmod Defa 6 66 30mm aircraft cannons thrust out from the fuselage in a sudden snarl, their frigid barrels locked directly onto the central lead aircraft opposite under the guidance of the fire control radar. The oppressive weight of death instantly pierced through hundreds of meters via the radar signal. The Wild Alliance comms channel, which had been blustering moments before, fell into instant deathly silence, as if strangled by an invisible hand. All of you shut your mouths. Stow your weapons. A slightly flustered commanding rebuke suddenly erupted from the central aircraft. Immediately after, a Level 4 modified passenger aircraft emblazoned with a tiger descending the mountain motif slowly ascended from behind the formation. The cabin door's external speaker activated, and a deliberately hearty voice rang out. Brother, misunderstanding. Pure misunderstanding. Brother, up front, don't open fire. I'm Li Gang, Alliance leader of the Wild Alliance. Let's be friends. Yu Feng reclined in his leather shock absorption chair, lit a cigarette, and regarded the modified aircraft attempting to cozy up 100 meters away. Be friends. He exhaled a plume of blue smoke, his voice transmitting coldly through the public channel without a ripple of emotion. My rules are simple. Clear the flight path within 3 seconds, or I'll roll right over your wreckage. The cold mechanical voice echoed through the public frequency between the two aircraft, carrying an unequivocal death threat. In the cockpit of the opposing Tiger aircraft, Li Gang, the leader of the Wild Alliance, felt his face instantly turn the color of dried liver. He was at least a prominent figure in the region. Ordinarily, lone players would bow and scrape before him. Yet today some lone pilot had the audacity to ride all over him and curse him to his face. Alliance leader. This kid is way too arrogant. We have over a dozen aircraft. Should we really fear just one? I'll lead the brothers into battle against him. Vice Alliance leader Zhang, who, a bald man with a brutish face, slammed his fist on the console in a rage-spraying drool. What do you know? Li Gang backhanded Zhang, who hard across the back of the head, gritting his teeth as he growled. Are you blind? Didn't you see the 4 cannons mounted beneath his wings? Those are 30mm aircraft cannons. One burst from them, and we won't even have time to bail out. Li Gang was an extraordinarily slick operator, a smiley tiger. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his rage, then plastered on an overly enthusiastic smile and grabbed the microphone. Brother, please don't be angry. We set up this checkpoint absolutely not to target you. There are numerous high-tier mutants holed up in this parts factory, and we're blocking the flight routes out of concern for ordinary players' safety. One more second. Yu Feng's thumb casually rested on the red launch button, while the cannon barrel was already heating up and rotating. Move aside. Everyone move aside. Li Gang shouted hoarsely over the internal channel, his scalp tingling with fear. Over a dozen Wild Alliance aircraft scattered like stray dogs, hastily clearing a wide aerial corridor on both sides. Yu Feng steered with one hand as the heavily reinforced passenger plane pushed forward slowly. At the moment the two aircraft passed each other, separated by only tens of meters. Li Gang instinctively raised the high-powered military binoculars hanging around his neck and peered through the bulletproof glass, attempting to glimpse inside the mysterious passenger aircraft. When his gaze pierced through the co-pilot's window of the reinforced passenger plane, Li Gang froze completely, as if struck by electricity. Inside the temperature-controlled, brightly lit cockpit, a blonde, blue-eyed woman with an exaggerated figure sat in the co-pilot's seat. That tight black spaghetti-strap dress could barely contain her terrifying F-cup figure, and that slender waist was blindingly white. Standing behind the main pilot was a cute Lolita with a childlike face, wearing anime-style sailor outfit lingerie, obediently massaging the shoulders of the man in the pilot's seat. Li Gang's Adam's apple rolled violently as he swallowed hard, his eyes suddenly blazing with greedy, lewd green light. In this desolate, bone-chilling apocalypse where they hadn't even touched a woman's hand, this bastard who appeared out of nowhere had actually converted the plane into a harem, and they were all top-tier beauties. Possessiveness and jealousy instantly devoured his reason. He wanted both, this firepower-intensive fortress and those stunning beauties filling the entire aircraft. Li Gang abruptly pressed the communicator, his tone becoming extremely sincere. Brother, wait. Since we're all headed for the aviation parts factory, why not cooperate? Exactly. Li Gang spoke at a furious pace as though afraid Yu Feng might bolt. Brother, I'll be straight with you. The outer perimeter of this parts factory is defended by over 1,000 mutated crows and giant eagles. Even with your formidable firepower, your ammunition will eventually run dry with just one aircraft. If our forces join together, my dozen or so planes will draw out the monster horde while you provide covering fire. Whatever supplies we secure, including that batch of nanocrystalline steel, will be split 50-50 between us. How about that sufficiently sincere, right? On the Wild Alliance's internal channel, Zhang, who exploded, Alliance leader. Are you insane? Why give him 50%? We have so many people. Shut up and mute the mic. Li Gang shot Zhang, who a vicious glare hissing in a low voice. Yu Feng sat in the cockpit listening to the empty promises crackling through the communicator, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking sneer. You want me to send a dozen rickety planes to draw out the monster horde? Did he really think Yu Feng hadn't noticed the deep crimson danger rating on the radar? This old fox clearly had sinister intentions, using Yu Feng as the primary assault force to absorb the brunt of the attack, waiting until his ammunition was depleted and the aircraft's armor was worn down before striking from behind to steal everything. Captain, we can't agree to this. Shun Tian stamped her foot in agitation, her generous bust bouncing with each movement. These people have the worst reputation. They're definitely planning to set us up. Elisa also frowned slightly, her azure eyes revealing a hint of killing intent. I can simply use the cannons to tear that noisy rat apart. Tearing him apart would be too wasteful. Yu Feng reached out and pinched Shun Tiantian's cheek, his eyes revealing an extremely cold calculation. In a game, you need a tank to aggro the monsters. Since someone is eager to be the pathfinder and cannon fodder, I have no reason to refuse. Not only would he use the Wild Alliance to test the strength of the high-tier monsters inside the factory, but at the critical moment, he would also devour their supplies entirely. This is called making the best use of resources. Yu Feng pressed the transmission button, his voice calm. Agreed. I'll be the main assault force. Your people provide rear guard. Stay close. Straightforward. You're a real man of action, brother. Li Gang laughed loudly over the channel, his laughter concealing undisguised smugness. He immediately issued orders. All units follow that black aircraft and enter the parts factory. Boom. Yu Feng wasted no words and pushed the throttles to maximum. The LV-4 heavy reinforced passenger plane let out a feral roar, plunging like a black broadsword into the gray ice valley. Li Gang piloted the Tiger passenger plane closely behind. Zhang, who spat resentfully. Boss, are we really handing over the initiative like this? You wouldn't understand. Li Gang switched off the public frequency, his sycophantic smile vanishing, instantly replaced by extremely vicious malice. This is called using someone else's knife to kill. Does he really think those 4 cannons will let him walk all over us? Li Gang opened the secret intelligence panel on his console and sneered. I paid a hefty price for this intelligence from the black market. This parts factory doesn't just contain over a dozen tier 4 Stormwing dragons. Deep within the hangar, there's also a tier 5 Stormwing Frostdrake that has just finished laying eggs and is in a weakened state. That's a true Lord-level disaster. Zhang, who gasped sharply, his face turning pale. Tier 5. Then going in is just signing our death warrants. What's there to fear? When the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Li Gang's eyes turned cold and ruthless as he stared fixedly at the enormous dark aircraft ahead. Wait until that kid engages the tier 5 monster and both sides are weakened with depleted ammunition, then we'll strike from behind and harvest the spoils. By then that top-tier aircraft will be ours, and that blonde foreign beauty and the child-faced Lolita. I'm going to take my fill of them one by one tonight. The rest of the top-tier girls will be shared among the brothers. Everyone takes turns. Upon hearing there were women to divide, Zhang, whose fear was instantly replaced by lust, letting out a lewd chuckle. Boom. Violent gusts of air tore through the ashen ice fog. Between 2 snow-capped peaks soaring into the clouds, a fathomless Great Rift Valley suddenly opened wide. Deep within the belly of the Rift Valley, an ultra-heavy industrial base, its floor space rivaling that of an entire prefecture-level city, lay crouched beneath the ice. The rusted colossal steel dome had been eroded by the wind and snow of ages, riddled with countless holes. The windbreak walls, standing several kilometers tall on the outer perimeter, had collapsed for the most part, revealing massive gates wide enough to accommodate a dozen large passenger aircraft flying side by side. Shanghai Heavy Industries Aviation Parts Factory. Yu Feng sat in the leather pilot's chair, his gaze settling on the golden coordinate blinking on the holographic map, an unusual glint flickering deep within his eyes. The native civilization of this planet had achieved an extraordinarily advanced level of industrial development. The sheer majestic scale of the factory before him alone was enough to crush the most elite aviation manufacturing bases of the Blue Star. Unfortunately, it had all now become a breeding ground for alien species. Brother, this is Plant No. 2 on the outskirts of the parts factory. Li Gang's warm, familiar voice crackled through the public frequency. His level 4 Tiger-modified passenger aircraft flew at the very front, its fuselage, converted from a police transport plane, covered in thick explosion-proof steel plates with 2 6-barrel Gatling guns mounted on the nose. Over a dozen aircraft from the Wild Alliance formed a loose wedge formation, sandwiching Yu Feng's dark stealth aircraft in the middle with particular ingenuity. In the name of protection, but in truth surveillance. Yu Feng tapped his fingers against the alloy armrest without replying. Shen Tiantian sat in the co-pilot seat wearing a cute loose pajama with bare legs, her gaze fixed intently on the fire control radar screen. Captain, the radar isn't picking up any red dots. Shen Tiantian lowered her voice, her tone fraught with unease. It's too quiet here. Last time I passed through the outskirts, the radar was flooded with dense signals from flocks of birds. Now it's clean as if something cleared them out in advance. Where there is anomaly, there is surely demon. High-tier monsters possess an extremely strong sense of territoriality. When the lesser fodder disappear, it means the true apex predators have awakened. Quiet is good. Quiet makes for better theater. Yu Feng casually popped open a can of honey snow ice orange stuck in a straw and took a sip. The ice-cold sweet nectar slid down his throat, and in the same motion, he pushed the throttle lever slightly down, bringing the passenger aircraft to its lowest speed, holding it steady at the rear middle of the Wild Alliance fleet. The fleet passed through the kilometer-tall steel gates, entering the gloomy interior of the factory. The internal space was staggeringly vast and expanse, so immense it was suffocating. The labyrinthine load-bearing steel beams rose like a forest of iron beneath, which lay the bottomless ruins of the assembly workshop. The air reeked with a pungent stench of blood and the acrid, putrid smell of bird droppings. Li Gang gripped the control stick, his palms drenched in cold sweat. Intelligence had reported over a dozen Tier 4 Wind Divine Pterosaurs here. He had originally intended for Yu Feng to take point as cannon fodder, never expecting the slippery bastard to retreat straight to the back. Zhang, who have the first squadron, fire 2 illumination flares. Li ground barked through gritted teeth. Bang! Bang! 2 pallid illumination flares streaked upward on tails of smoke, instantly illuminating the labyrinthine steel dome above. In the very instant the light flared. Roar! An utterly harrowing, soul-piercing shriek of fury exploded from deep within the dome. Over a dozen massive ash-gray shadows shot forth like arrows from the string, plummeting from concealed dead angles among the steel beams. Their colossal bodies with wingspans exceeding 30 meters leveraged the factory's complex terrain to accelerate into blurs of afterimages. Tier 4 alien species, the Wind Divine Pterosaurs. Enemy attack. Open fire. Everyone open fire. Li Gang's eyes instantly blazed crimson, his hoarse voice screaming wildly over the channel. The Wild Alliance fleet instantly descended into chaos. Dense streams of machine gun bullets tore through the air in frenzied sweeps, trailing sparks. But within such a complex indoor space with severely obstructed visibility, the agility advantage of the Wind Divine Pterosaurs was magnified to its absolute extreme. They refused to take the bullets head-on. Their massive flesh wings jerked sharply to one side, their enormous bodies gliding past the streams of fire. Whoosh! A Wind Divine Pterosaur swooped past a Level 3 modified passenger aircraft. Its beak, a full 5 meters long, snapped open, and a crescent-shaped azure windblade visible to the naked eye shrieked forth. Crack! The thickened armor that the passenger aircraft had so prided itself on was sliced apart instantly by the windblades splitting like tofu. The windblade's momentum undiminished, it severed the fuel line of the left side engine in one stroke. Flames erupted skyward. The passenger aircraft spun wildly and slammed into an adjacent load-bearing pillar, bursting into a blinding fireball. Ah, help! Screams rose one after another over the public channel. In the span of a mere half-minute, the vanguard formation the Wild Alliance had so prided itself on was utterly torn apart. 3 passenger aircraft plummeted while the remaining ones scattered like headless flies through the steel forest. The Wind Divine Pterosaurs were simply too fast, and the penetrating power of their wind blades had reached the terrifying Tier 4 threshold. Ordinary armor shattered at the slightest contact. Li Gang's Tiger passenger aircraft was being hotly pursued by 2 Wind Divine Pterosaurs. Its 6-barrel Gatling gun spat frenzied streams of fire, yet could only spark uselessly against the monster's ash-gray scales. Brother, you! Open fire! Li Gang, drenched in sweat, screamed madly into the communicator. Are you sightseeing back there? If you don't fire, we all die together. The dark Level 4 heavy-armed passenger aircraft hovered motionless in the shadows at the periphery of the battle circle. Its fuselage was perfectly steady, not even the slightest tremor. The hover device he'd unlocked was exceptionally useful. It allowed positioning adjustments in any direction far better than the gliding he had before. Yu Feng reclined in the leather shock-absorbing chair, watching the chaotic battle unfolding ahead. He swallowed the last sip of juice at his leisure, crushed the empty can flat, and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Then he pressed the comm button, his tone exceedingly vexed. Brotherly, we've got a big problem. Li Gang's heart sank with a foreboding jolt. What's wrong? The magnetic field in here is too strong. My fire control electronic system has crashed. Yu Feng sighed. The cannons can't fire. Brother, hold on a bit. I'll have our mechanic reboot the system. 10 minutes at most. Your damned magnetic field. Li Gang was so furious he nearly coughed up blood onto the dashboard. System crash, my ass. Why didn't it crash when you were pointing that cannon barrel at me outside? That little bastard clearly wants to watch them die. Hold the line. Hold the damn line, all of you. Li Gang's eyes nearly split with rage as he slammed his fist against the console. But he knew they couldn't retreat. If they retreated now, the formation would collapse completely, and everyone would be eaten as snacks by those beasts. Most critically, he absolutely could not give up that batch of nanocrystalline steel in the core zone, or the drops from the Tier 5 boss. The battle within the factory had become unspeakably brutal. The Wild Alliance's defensive line was on the verge of total collapse. Of the 12 aircraft, only 7 remained in desperate struggle. The wind blades of the Wind Divine pterosaurs swung like the scythes of death, each sweep claiming swathes of armor and player lives. Zhang Hu, push forward. Wash the area with depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds. Li Gang's eyes blazed blood red as he roared into the channel. The weak spot of these beasts is the wing root joints on their shoulders. Hit there. Zhang Hu, piloting a heavy fighter, gritted his teeth and pulled the nose upward. The cannons beneath the fuselage roared frenziedly, the depleted uranium rounds striking with lethal precision into the left shoulder of a Wind Divine pterosaur. PFFT, black blood spurted forth. The Wind Divine pterosaur let out a cry of agony, its body lurching violently as its speed plummeted. A perfect opportunity. Zhang Hu's face lit up with delight. The moment he was about to fire his final shot, several water barrel-sized crimson fireballs radiating overwhelmingly violent heat erupted without warning from the dark void behind them. They traveled at blistering speed, trailing long, orange-red flame tails. Boom. The fireballs struck the injured wind god pterosaur squarely in the chest with pinpoint accuracy. Terrifying heat exploded instantly. Before the creature could even let out a scream, this Tier 4 mutant, with a 30-meter wingspan, was blown apart, reduced to a shower of charcoal across the sky. Shattered flesh mixed with black ash rained down into the abyss. The public channel fell dead silent. Everyone in the Wild Alliance froze in place. What the hell is? Zhang Hu's eyes widened. Missiles. Rocket-propelled grenades. No, that was absolutely pure elemental flame. Inside the cockpit of Yu Feng's passenger jet, Sun Yin stood barefoot on the floor beside the co-pilot's seat. Her pink lace lingerie clung to her strikingly fair figure, rising and falling with her labored breathing. A few residual sparks danced across her pale fingertips. So fragile. Sun Yin sneered, a sickly ferocity flashing in her eyes. Brother Yu Feng, this giant bird isn't even as tough as the zombies outside. 5 consecutive bursts of extremely compressed high-explosive fireballs had drained a third of her stamina, but they also produced an extraordinarily terrifying instantaneous explosive power. Good work. These low-level mobs are just perfect for your practice. Yu Feng reached over and pinched her thigh. That single fireball not only stunned the Wild Alliance, but also drew the entire horde's aggro. 3 of the largest wind god pterosaurs whirled around, their scarlet vertical pupils locking dead onto the dark passenger jet behind. Abandoning the remnants of the Wild Alliance, they beat their wings and dove into the attack. Captain, they're coming. Shen Tiantian gripped her seatbelt tightly. Hold on. Yu Feng gripped the control stick with both hands and stomped hard on the rudder pedal. The massive armored jet executed an eerie high-angle sideslip midair. Amid the roar of its engines, the fuselage slithered like an eel straight between 2 enormous load-bearing pillars. Whoosh! 3 cyan wind blades grazed the wings. Clang! The outermost blade slashed across the fuselage, producing a piercing screech of metal grinding against metal. Supernatural trait steel fuselage grants immunity to all physical penetration below Tier 3. But against a Tier 4 wind blade, the heavy dark armor still bore a white gouge half a foot long and 2 inches deep. Watching from afar, Zhang Hu's eyes blazed with greed. A Tier 4 wind blade could slice through explosion-proof steel plates, and yet it left nothing more than a white scratch on this plane. If only he could strip that armor and mount it on his own aircraft, he'd dominate the desolate continent. That white mark really bothers me, Yu Feng frowned. Let me. Shen Tiantian bit her lip and pressed both hands hard against the metal console panel. She closed her eyes, and her newly awakened Tier F repairability activated instantly. A visible glow of jade-white light spread from her palms like rippling water, instantly covering the damaged areas of the jet's exterior. The phantom of interlocking gears flashed within the radiance and vanished. 3 seconds. The glaring white gouge disappeared completely, the armor as smooth and pristine as new, even restoring the paint finish to its original flawless state. Holy crap. In the nearby Tiger Jet, Li Gang raised his high-powered binoculars, his lips trembling. The War God Alliance prided itself on having the top mechanics in the entire server. Repairing such damage would require grounding the aircraft and spending half an hour welding with high-strength alloy plates. And this plane had a god-tier support ability, user capable of instant vehicle repair. Li Gang's eyes turned completely green. Invincible firepower, indestructible armor, and this kind of counter-heavenly support. This plane, he had to have it. Even if he burned through the entire Wild Alliance to get it, it would be worth every penny. Beep, beep. Yu Feng honked the jet's aviation horn with outrageous arrogance. The deafening pneumatic sound echoed through the factory. He was kite-running the monsters. The massive jet weaved nimbly through the dense steel beams, light as a swift. No matter how fiercely the wind god pterosaurs spat wind blades, Yu Feng evaded them all in advance with his inhuman reflexes and the jet's power. For the ones he couldn't dodge, Shen Tiantian repaired them instantly. Meanwhile, the Wild Alliance had reached its breaking point. Boss, we can't hold. Squad 2 is wiped out. Zhang Hu screamed pitifully over the channel. Witnessing his devastating losses, Li Gang's eye twitched violently. He knew he could no longer hold back. Fall back. All of you fall back. Li Gang suddenly shoved open the cockpit canopy and leaned half his body outside. His eyes bulged wide, a bizarre ghostly blue light erupting from his pupils. Magic immobilize. This was his trump card dug out from a ruin at tremendous cost. An overwhelmingly powerful spiritual wave exploded outward from him, instantly enveloping the surrounding airspace. The dozen or so wind god pterosaurs that had been ferociously attacking suddenly stiffened. The wild wind stopped dead. They froze midair like insects sealed in amber, unable to flap their wings, even slightly. PFFF. Li Gang vomited a huge mouthful of blood, his face turning the color of ash. Forcing control over a dozen Tier 4 mutants, the backlash of spiritual energy made his head throb violently. Fire. Destroy them. Li Gang roared hoarsely. Zhang Hu and the surviving Wild Alliance members unleashed a frenzied barrage. Depleted uranium warheads rained down like hail, pummeling the weak points on the pterosaur's shoulders. Sun Yan naturally wouldn't miss the chance to steal the kills. Standing by the co-pilot window, her eyes blazing with excitement, she launched burst fireballs one after another at those living target dummies, as if they were free. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions rang endlessly. Within a mere 10 seconds, the immobilized wind god pterosaurs were torn to shreds, their flesh and blood raining down like a storm. The battle ended. The factory air grew thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder. The Wild Alliance had arrived with 14 aircraft, now only 5 remained, still belching black smoke. Brotherly, that's awesome. That immobilization technique truly took my breath away. Over the public channel came Yu Feng's smiling voice. Li Gang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared fixedly at the unscathed dark jet, not even a scratch on its paint. Through the bulletproof glass, he could clearly see Yu Feng casually feeding potato chips from an open bag to the blonde beauty beside him. The extreme sense of imbalance distorted Li Gang's face completely. Coldly, he opened the channel and spoke with poisonous courtesy. Brother, your electronic systems really do repair slowly. If you'd been 2 minutes slower, old brother here would have been done for. Indeed, these junk chips scrounged from the secondhand market always fail at critical moments. Thanks to Alliance leader Li's godlike might, ending everything with a single move. I'm truly in awe. Yu Feng laughed it off without a trace of sincerity. He hung up and silence returned to the cabin. Shun Tian tugged at Yu Feng's sleeve, her face pale. Captain, that Li Gang's look was terrifying. He was staring at our plane the way a wolf stares at meat. He can only look. Yu Feng crushed the chip in his mouth, a cruel smile curling across his stern features. He's used his trump card and lost most of his men. This old fox has been squeezed dry of any utility. Once we enter the core hangar, I'll personally see him off. Yu Feng glanced at the radar. At the farthest end of the factory, the enormous red, representing the Tier 5 wind god frost pterosaur, had begun to pulse slowly. The 5 remaining aircraft of the Wild Alliance followed the dark hacker plane into the core hangar. The air was deathly silent. On the radar screen, the deep crimson blip suddenly flared to life, like a beating heart. Crack! An ear-splitting sonic boom erupted deep within the hangar, shattering the abandoned tempered glass around them as it rained down like hail. A colossal phantom spanning nearly 40 meters from wingtip to wingtip plunged fiercely down from the shadows of the dome. Whoosh! A violent gale howled. A pale green wind blade 10 meters in length tore through the air and sliced precisely into the heavily scarred modified aircraft at the center of the Wild Alliance. No explosion. No flash of fire. That Level 3 aircraft, along with its pilot, was cleaved perfectly in two. The cut surfaces were as smooth as mirrors, and only then did it crash to the ground with a thunderous boom. The monster revealed itself. It was a colossal creature entirely encased in frost-like dragon-scale armor. 3 sharp ice-blue horns protruded from its crown, and its inverted pupils burned with ruthless killing intent. The piercing cold from its breath condensed into fine ice crystals in the air. Zhang, who seated in his heavy fighter, chattered his teeth. Fifth rank. This goddamn thing is a 5th rank wind god frostworm. The intelligence was real. Li Gang's eyes were bloodshot, his knuckles white as he gripped the control stick, forcing himself not to retreat. What's there to panic about? I have my enchantments and firepower. Even at the 5th rank, we may still have the strength to fight. Everyone prepared to focus fire. But the 5th rank lord did not give them a single moment to form their battle array. It slammed its wings downward, unleashing a terrifying speed that belied its massive frame. The few hundred meters between them vanished in an instant. Retreat. Get out fast, Li Gang screamed, but it was already too late. The wind god frostworm crashed into the Wild Alliance's formation like a massive artillery shell. The monstrous air current upended a fighter jet on the spot, sending it crashing into a load-bearing pillar and erupting into a fireball. One of the dragon's fleshy wings swept across like a colossal ice cleaver. Crack! Another armed aircraft's tail was brutally smashed off, spinning uncontrollably toward the ground. A one-sided slaughter. In less than 10 seconds, the Wild Alliance's proud barrage was torn to shreds, leaving them no room to counterattack. Li Gang's eyes seemed ready to burst from their sockets. He threw open the canopy, his irises flaring with an eerie blue glow. Enchantment immobilize. A frenzied torrent of spiritual power swept indiscriminately across the entire space. The wind god frostworm, poised to crush its next prey, jerked to a sudden halt, its enormous body frozen mid-air. Fire! Fire now! Li Gang roared frantically. But half a second passed. Roar! The WYRM let out a disdainful shriek, its frosty armor shuddering violently. The azure spiritual bind shattered like glass, splintering into fragments. Li Gang was struck as if by lightning, vomiting a large mouthful of blood mingled with organ fragments. Blood even welled from the corners of his eyes. The rank suppression was too severe, his immobilization spell was utterly useless against a 5th rank aberration. Just then, swish! A massively compressed orange-red fireball shot from the rear, slamming violently into the WYRM's back. Boom! Flames erupted, scorching heat ravaging the area. Sun Yin stood by the co-pilot window and let out a cold snort. Yet as the flames dissipated, the frost armor on the WRM's back had only melted a shallow layer, leaving a singed black mark. It hadn't even breached its true dermis. Defense this high, eh? Sun Yin frowned. The WYRM turned its head, its vertical pupils locking onto the dark hacker aircraft behind them. It had sensed the provocation. Witnessing this, a trace of deeply venomous madness flashed across Li Gang's blood-smeared face. His Wild Alliance was already a corpse, and Zhang, whose aircraft belching black smoke, was fleeing toward the factory entrance. The situation had completely collapsed. You want me dead? Not so easy. Li Gang pulled a wooden carving doll from his chest, radiating an eerie crimson glow. A rare, transcendent item, substitute envoy. It could forcibly strip a target of bodily control for a fleeting instant, forcing them to bear attacks meant for him. Without hesitation, he crushed the doll. His spiritual sense locked ruthlessly onto Yu Feng in the cockpit nearby. Inside the dark hacker aircraft, Yu Feng was about to pull the thrust lever when a sudden buzz echoed in his mind. A profoundly chilling surge of spiritual energy forcibly cut into his neural center. His hands, acting on their own accord, shoved the thrust lever to the mat. The nose dipped sharply. Rather than retreating, the aircraft surged straight toward the thoroughly enraged 5th rank WYRM. Across the open channel, Li Gang's unbridled manic laughter rang out. Huh. Kid, so what if your firepower is fierce? You'll still end up as my scapegoat. Being the one to hold this beast back for me is your honor. In this apocalypse, only the last one standing is the victor. I'm done playing with you. The Savage Tiger passenger jet made a hard turn, throttling to maximum as it fled frantically toward the factory gate. Li Gang's face was etched with the smug arrogance of a petty man succeeding. Captain, the monster is coming. Shun Tian stared at the colossal behemoth diving straight at them, her entire body going rigid with terror, her voice cracking. 5 seconds later, Yu Feng's terrifying physique, rated at a staggering 37, coupled with his reinforced neural resilience, instantly obliterated the foreign mental control. He reclaimed full control of his body, his gaze utterly impassive. He raised the half-empty can of Nishua ice cake orange juice to his lips, taking a slow sip as the cold liquid slid down his throat. No need to rush. Yu Feng's voice was as cold as absolute zero. His left hand steadily pressed the fully automatic launch button on the fire control console. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 DEFA 666 30mm aircraft cannons unleashed an instantaneous wrathful roar. This time it was not blind suppression. The fire control radar locked onto the tiny gap in the ice armor that Sun Yin's fireball had just exposed with pinpoint accuracy. With a terrifying rate of fire at 6,000 rounds per minute, hundreds of high-explosive armor-piercing shells strung together into a blinding line of death mid-air. All of their firepower poured relentlessly into that weakness less than half a meter wide. First second, the singed ice armor shattered completely. Third second, the He warheads tore through the thick dermis, burrowing deep into the WRM's flesh before detonating. Fifth second, the WYRM let out a piercing, agonizing shriek, its spine brutally severed. More than 10 seconds later, sky and air alike were filled with flying flesh and blood. That once arrogant 5th rank lord, half its body reduced to pulped meat, could no longer sustain flight. Its colossal frame spiraled downward, crashing heavily into the ruins below. It seemed this 5th rank wind god WYRM was currently in a weakened state, for over 1,000 He armor-piercing rounds had punched right through it. The 4 30mm aircraft cannons, upgraded to perfection at a multiple of the usual cost, had proven truly formidable. Shun Tiantian's heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally settled back into her stomach. Gazing at the man beside her calmly, sipping his drink, the fear in her eyes was completely overtaken by fervent worship. It's not dead yet. Yu Feng casually crushed the empty can. His foot slammed onto the throttle. The Level 4 heavy armored passenger jet let out a feral roar. Its 80-ton frame carried devastating kinetic energy, diving directly toward the falling WYRM to crush it underfoot. The alloy ram stabbed viciously into the WRM's chest. The precision steel meat grinder saws on the wing edges spun at high velocity, instantly shredding its lingering remains into a rain of blood. The cold mechanical voice immediately flooded the display. Ding. Successfully killed a 5th rank Wind God Frostworm. Rewards obtained: free attribute points 6 of 5th rank Ice Element Core X1, Intermediate Body Enhancement Potion X1, Transcendent Item Frost Amulet X1, Nishua Ice Cake, Orange Juice X1000, 4K Television X1 containing multiple HD films. At the factory entrance, Li Gang's Savage Tiger jet had just cleared the threshold. He glanced back triumphantly. His smile froze instantly upon his face. There was no sight of the dark hacker aircraft being torn apart as he had imagined. Only black blood drifting through the air and a towering steel behemoth slowly rising from the rain of blood. Yu Feng's passenger jet remained completely unscathed, not a single flake of paint lost. And those 4 dark cannon barrels were already slowly turning, locking onto him with deadly precision. A bone-chilling dread shot instantly from the soles of Li Gang's feet straight to the crown of his head. Wind and snow surged into the ruined hangar, and the 4 massive engines emitted an extremely low rumble like the Reaper sharpening his scythe. The red laser calibration beams from the fire control radar struck straight onto the cockpit glass of Li Gang's modified Tiger passenger jet. The overwhelming sense of pressure made the surrounding air seem to freeze. Li Gang sat in the pilot's seat, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Zhang Hu. Where the fuck is Zhang Hu? Open fire. Cover my retreat. Li Gang roared hoarsely into the internal channel, his voice betraying utter terror. No response came. Moments later, Zhang Hu's trembling voice crackled over the public channel. Brother Yu. Captain. I surrender. The Wild Alliance was all Li Gang's doing. I was just running errands. Please spare my life. I'll give you all my supplies. 100 meters away, Zhang Hu's fighter did not fire at all. Instead, it decisively cut engine power and slowly descended onto the snowfield, signaling complete surrender. Son of a bitch, Zhang Hu. You ungrateful traitor. Li Gang choked on a mouthful of blood, his face contorted with rage as he cursed wildly. But he knew cursing wouldn't save his life. Li Gang realized Zhang Hu was no longer an option, and those 4 cannon barrels had begun their subtle rotation for preheating. The shadow of death loomed overhead. Brother. Big brother. Captain Yu. Li Gang's tone executed a complete 180, his voice dripping with abject flattery and tears. Misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. That supernatural item was defective. It lost control on its own. He frantically waved his hands before the screen, desperate to sell his worth. Captain, don't kill me. I admit you're powerful, but going to Kunlun alone is far too dangerous. You saw my magic, immobilize. I can be your top-tier support. And that stand user. I'll compensate you with all the Wild Alliance's fuel. Keep me alive, and I'll scout ahead for you, be your dog. Li Gang lowered himself to the dust, even flaunting the reputation and influence he had built outside, attempting to barter for a sliver of survival. Inside the dark hacker's cockpit, Yu Feng leaned back in his leather shock-absorbing seat, picked up the half-finished can of Nishua orange slushy, and gave it a shake. The ice cubes clinked crisply. Listening to Li Gang's desperate pleas over the public channel, like a stray dog, Yu Feng's lips curled into an extremely cold smirk. Be a dog. Yu Feng pressed the transmission button, his voice flat and utterly devoid of inflection. I have a cleanliness issue. Trash that knows how to backstab isn't qualified to even board my plane. I still have plenty of supplies. Li Gang attempted a final struggle. Kill you, and the supplies will surface anyway. I'll go collect them myself. It'll be cleaner. The moment the words fell, Yu Feng's thumb casually pressed the red launch button. Boom, boom, boom. The 30mm cannon let out its deafening roar once more. 200 meters away. Li Gang didn't even have time to scream before the modified passenger jet, emblazoned with the tiger descending the mountain motif, was instantly torn apart by a hail of dense depleted uranium, high-explosive rounds shredded into countless fragments. Fireballs detonated and steel wreckage mixed with flesh rained down into the abyss below. The Wild Alliance's leader perished, his body never recovered intact. The world fell silent. Yu Feng released the button, the cannon slowly ceasing its rotation and retracting into its armor plating. The entire sequence flowed with effortless precision, devoid of any unnecessary hesitation, as though he had simply swatted away a disgusting fly. In the co-pilot seat, Shen Tiantian gazed dumbfounded at the burning wreckage, her mouth slightly open. So resolute. So badass. In this desolate continent where men devoured men, everyone resorted to any means and schemed relentlessly to survive. But before this man, all conspiracy, cunning, and polished words were shattered in a single blast of the simplest, most brutal absolute force. This was the true king of the apocalypse. Captain, the way you pressed that launch button was absolutely heroic. Shen Tiantian's eyes sparkled, and she naturally leaned closer, her full breasts pressing firmly against Yu Feng's arm. Zhang Hu's armed fighter sat among the ruins 100 meters away, engine already killed. He remained in the cockpit, watching debris drift down from the sky, cold sweat soaking through his entire body. His hands raised, he didn't even dare touch the control stick. Captain Grandpa Li Gang is dead, and the Wild Alliance is disbanded. All my supplies are in the cabin. Everything is yours. I beg you just let me go like a fart. Over the public channel, Zhang, whose voice trembled as if electrocuted. Yu Feng sat in a leather shock-absorbing chair, one hand resting on the control stick. He stared at the fighter jet ahead, which had completely abandoned all resistance, his eyes betraying not the slightest ripple of emotion. Keep you alive so you can find another chance to sink your teeth into me from behind, oi. Yu Feng sneered. In the apocalypse, leaving the roots of evil untouched only invited them to sprout again with the spring wind, especially one so spineless that it shifted with the wind. His thumb pressed directly against the red button on the fire control console. At that very moment, a horrifying, piercing roar erupted without warning from the deep wind and snow outside the factory. So terrifying was its timbre that the vast steel-structured dome trembled in protest. The temperature plummeted in an instant, and the water pooled across the factory floor froze over with visible speed. Yu Feng furrowed his brow slightly, his fingers suspended in midair. On the fire control radar screen, a deep purple-red blip 1/3 larger than the Tier 5 Wyvern from before hurtled into the hangar with terrifying speed. A violent gust of wind surged inward. An enormous creature, its entire body encased in thick ice armor, descended with a thunderous impact. It was a peak-tier male Tempest Frost Wyvern with a wingspan nearing 50 meters. 3 thick azure ice horns pierced the heavens. Its powerful hind legs gripped a steel crossbeam, crushing the half-meter-thick beam into a severely warped shape. It had only just returned from hunting when, lowering its head, it beheld the corpses of its kind strewn across the ground, along with the female Tempest Frost Wyvern blown into 2 mangled sections. She had been its mate. The male wyvern threw back its head and shrieked, its crimson vertical pupils fixed upon Zhang, who the nearest living being below. What is this? Zhang, who stared blankly at the embodiment of death looming above him, having even forgotten to beg for mercy. The male dragon granted Zhang, who no time to react. Its colossal head lunged downward, its cavernous maw gaping wide. A stream of deep blue extreme cold breath cascaded down like a waterfall. Help! Zhang, who managed to cry only a single word. Crack! The heavy fighter jet, together with Zhang, who inside, was instantly encased by the extreme cold breath in a vast crystalline ice sculpture. The armored exterior, the instrument panel within, and Zhang, whose terrified expression, were all frozen in place. Even in the cockpit, where the climate control held the temperature at a steady 28 degrees, the bone-chilling, murderous intent seeping through the bulletproof glass could not be suppressed. The oppressive presence of this peak-tier 5 male dragon was nothing like that of the female from moments before, weakened as she had been after laying her egg. After crushing Zhang, who, the male wyvern suddenly turned its head. Its gaze, seething with hatred and ferocity, fixed itself upon the dark aircraft hovering in midair. The lingering scent of cannon fire and gun smoke upon the female dragon allowed it to identify the true murderer at once. Brace yourselves. Yu Feng casually tossed aside an empty juice can and gripped the control stick with both hands. His agility of 20 points and constitution of 37 points were instantly driven to their limits, pushing his neural reaction speed to the very pinnacle of human capability. With a deafening roar, all 4 engines of the passenger plane erupted into a shrill, ear-piercing scream. The male dragon moved. Like an azure-white meteor weighing 100 tons, it plunged savagely from the crossbeam, its massive alloy claws lunging straight for the cockpit. Extreme mode weapons free. Yu Feng stomped hard on the rudder. Without hesitation, Alyssa, in the co-pilot seat, pressed the red button on the fire control console. A deep hum and a series of mechanical clacks rang out. 4 DEFA 666 30mm aviation cannons immediately entered an extreme overload state. Blazing tongues of fire, each 3 meters long, erupted forth. In the instant the passenger plane rolled perilously onto its side to evade the dragon's pounce, a full 3,000 depleted uranium, high-explosive armor-piercing rounds tore into the male dragon's back over the course of half a minute. Flames surged skyward as the ice armor shattered. Roar! The male dragon cried out in agony, its immense body tumbling violently through the air. But it was not blasted through as the female had been. The ice armor along its back was extraordinarily thick, and the high-explosive rounds had only shattered its outer layer, causing a patch of black blood to ooze forth. Realizing that this black iron monstrosity possessed grotesquely overwhelming close-range firepower, the peak Tier 5 Tempest Wyvern beat its wings and climbed instantly, putting 500 meters between them. It opened its enormous beak. Its extreme cold breath, interwoven with dense crescent-shaped wind blades, swept across the entire airspace like a violent storm. It's increasing the distance. Alyssa shouted. Yu Feng clenched his teeth around the control stick. The passenger plane's enormous frame could find no escape within this dense web of attacks. Bang! 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 The fuselage trembled violently. As the extreme cold breath swept across the left wing, thick ice crystals instantly formed around the engine intakes, and the passenger plane's speed abruptly dropped. Immediately afterwards, several cyan wind blades, each 10 meters long, struck the underside of the fuselage and the tail with pinpoint precision. With the supernatural trait steel body activated, the aircraft fought desperately to withstand the assault. But the attack of a peak Tier 5 creature was simply too powerful. Several 2-inch deep gouges were carved into the belly armor, while warning lights flashed furiously. Shen Tian. Yu Feng roared. I'm on it. Shen Tian scrambled from the rear and lunged toward the auxiliary control console, pressing both hands firmly against the sensor panel. Her Class F repair superpower erupted without reservation. A radiant white glow flowed along the circuitry toward the damaged areas. The outer hull emitted a teeth-grinding screech as the fissures slowly began to close. But the passenger plane's loss of speed had given the male dragon a fatal opening. From the highest point of the factory dome, it folded both wings and launched into a death dive like a javelin. Its speed broke through the sound barrier, and even the air erupted in thunderous shock waves. I can't evade it. Killing intent crystallized in Yu Feng's gaze. If I can't evade it, then I won't. Yu Feng hauled the nose upward with almost reckless ferocity and drove the aircraft head-on into the male dragon's dive. Two colossal beings crossed paths in midair. The male dragon's right wing sharp as a blade viciously carved through the passenger plane's right wing. A teeth-grinding shriek of tearing metal reverberated throughout the hangar. Only the supernatural armor's absolute resistance to physical penetration kept the aircraft from being torn apart. Even so, a terrifying 5-meter-long breach was ripped into the right wing's armor, causing the hydraulic lines within to rupture in a shower of sparks. The aircraft tilted violently. Ugh! Shen Tian suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the floor, utterly drained. Her eyes rolled back as her psychic power was instantly exhausted from forcibly repairing the wing's primary structure. The wing had fractured only a third of the way through, narrowly preserving the aircraft's balance. You damned animal. Looking at Shen Tian, lying motionless, a savage fury ignited in Yu Feng's eyes. Far from retreating, he advanced. Despite the damage to his wing, he forcibly disengaged the automatic stabilization system and, relying solely on manual control, drove the passenger plane deep into the dense ice clouds at the top of the hangar. The male dragon's pounce found only empty air, and it immediately spiraled through the sky in search of its prey. The next instant, the ice clouds split apart. The dark aircraft emerged like a phantom and slipped into the male dragon's blind spot directly behind it. The distance was less than 50 meters. Die! Yu Feng held the trigger down with his right hand, while pushing the thrust lever to its limit with his left. All 4 cannons fired at point-blank range. The roaring metal storm instantly shredded the male dragon's unprotected tail and cloaca, boring deep into its internal organs. At the same moment, the 80-ton passenger plane, propelled by its momentum, drove its 6 thick alloy impact horns brutally into the male dragon and shattered its spine. The high-speed, meat-grinding serrations along the wing edges then carved into the base of its membranous wings. Flesh and blood flew through the air as bones shattered. Before the peak Tier 5 lord could even finish its death cry, it was forcibly shredded into a rain of mangled flesh. Ding! You have successfully slain the Tier 5 male Tempest Frost Wyvern. You have obtained Tier 5 Ice Core X1, Intermediate Body Enhancement Potion X1, Level 5 Aircraft Blueprint X1A, and 1-0 units of Mishua Ice Orange. A deluge of dark blood rained down like a torrential storm, washing over the obsidian armor plating. The passenger plane's right engine trailed black smoke as it hovered motionless in midair. The only sound remaining was the faint hissing of machine gun barrels cooling in the aftermath. We won. Inside the cabin, Shuyu gazed through the bulletproof glass at the carnage strewn across the floor. Her legs gave way beneath her, and she collapsed onto the leather sofa. Sun Yen and Lu Rian exhaled long and slow, their backs thoroughly soaked with cold sweat. The savagery had been beyond anything imaginable. This was their first encounter with a creature of terror standing at the very pinnacle of this continent's food chain. That suffocating pressure of life hanging by a thread was enough to shatter the spirit of any player. Yet in the hands of the man gripping the control yoke, an 80-ton passenger plane had been flown with the ferocity and brutality of a bayonet charge. Inside the cockpit, Yu Feng expelled a breath of stale air and massaged his shoulders, which ached from the strain of the G-forces. Rather than resting, he brought the aircraft down to an altitude of 50 meters above the ground. System activate automatic collection. The passenger plane glided slowly toward the entrance of the factory building. At the spot where Li Gang had disintegrated into fragments moments ago, a faint crimson glow pulsed softly. Ding! Acquired rare supernatural item, stand substitute. A wooden figurine marred with hairline cracks now rested in Yu Feng's hand. This artifact could forcibly redirect damage onto another in the wielder's place, an undeniably divine trump card for survival in dire moments. Old fox, I'll take that. Yu Feng toyed with the figurine briefly before tossing it casually into his infinite space. He then proceeded to pilot the passenger plane into a frenzied sweep through the cavernous interior of the factory building. The abandoned military warehouse of Changha Heavy Industries was thoroughly torn open. The wreckage of more than a dozen modified passenger planes and fighter jets belonging to the Wild Alliance, along with the bones and blood of the Tier 5 male and female dragons was all swallowed whole by the bottomless depths of the infinite space. Cold mechanical notifications flooded his consciousness in rapid succession. Collection successful, acquired 2,500 units of nanocrystal steel. Collection successful, acquired 50 advanced electronic components. Collection successful, acquired 500 units of premium alloy armor plates. Collection successful, acquired large quantities of basic survival supplies, ammunition, and meat rations. Yu Feng glanced at the system panel. Materials required to perfectly upgrade a Tier 5 passenger plane: nanocrystal steel X 1500, advanced electronic components X 30, Tier 5 crystal core X 1, Tier 5 aircraft blueprint X 1. Not only had every requirement been met with surplus to spare, but he even had a remaining Tier 5 isotribute crystal core and abundant premium materials. The greatest trump card for advancing the Kunlun main quest was now thoroughly secured. Teacher Liu. Yu Feng activated the cabin, broadcast his voice, carrying an unusually languid hint of amusement. Crisis resolved. Crack open a few bottles of red wine tonight, slice up the tenderloin from those 2 Tier 5 wyverns, and treat everyone to a proper meal. The cabin instantly erupted in a wave of exhilarated cheers. Yu Feng switched off the microphone, released his safety harness, and made his way to the auxiliary control console. Shen Tiantian remained slumped on the metal floor. Her babyish face was pallid as paper, her forehead glistened with cold sweat, and her wide eyes had gone glassy and unfocused with exhaustion. The forceful overdraft of her psychic energy to repair the aircraft's right wing had placed an unbearable burden on a newly awakened F-rank ability user. "Elisa, come here," Yu Feng called out. The blonde beauty immediately stepped forward, the snowy swell of her bosom heaving with each breath. She knelt on one knee and pressed both hands against Shen Tiantian's forehead. A soft pearlescent glow of healing energy slowly seeped into the little girl's body. Several minutes later, Shen Tiantian's breathing steadied, her stamina began to recover, and the vacant look in her eyes gave way to renewed vitality. The spiritual trauma has been stabilized, but her ability reserves are completely depleted. She won't be able to use her powers again anytime soon. She'll need a gradual recovery. Elisa withdrew her hands and dabbed at the fine sheen of sweat on the tip of her nose. Yu Feng nodded and bent down to scoop up the featherlight Shen Tiantian into a princess carry. "Captain." Shen Tiantian instinctively looped her arms around Yu Feng's neck and buried her face against his broad chest. Her voice came out soft and delicate like a startled kitten. "The right wing didn't break. I did it. You did exceptionally well. You've earned great merit." Yu Feng lowered his gaze to the pitifully endearing baby-faced girl cradled in his arms, his tone carrying an unmistakable commanding dominance. "But an F-rank ability is far too weak. The moment you face anything remotely powerful, you'll collapse from exhaustion. You need to level up immediately." At the mention of leveling up, an irresistibly alluring flush instantly bloomed across Shen Tiantian's previously ashen cheeks. She knew precisely what Yu Feng meant by leveling up. Only within his captain's quarters, through that extraordinarily frenzied extra tutoring, allowing the multi-blessing system's judgment to deepen, could her abilities and physical constitution undergo rapid breakthroughs. Leveling up sounds great. Shen Tiantian's wide eyes gleamed brightly, and rather than showing any resistance, a faint trace of secret excitement flickered deep within. "Captain, does that mean I get to go read manga in your room again? I just reached the halfway point of Attack on Titan Volume 2 yesterday, and it's been driving me crazy." Watching the girl fixate on manga, even in the aftermath of such a life or death ordeal, Yu Feng burst into amused laughter. "Fine. Today you can read as much as you want." Yu Feng carried Shen Tiantian and strode out of the cockpit. As he passed through the central cabin, the other women watched the little girl being carried into the captain's quarters, their gazes filled with longing and knowing tactful retreat. Sun Yan pursed her lips, a tiny flame dancing between her fingertips, and muttered, "That brat. What luck she has." Click. The heavy metal door locked shut from within. Inside the captain's quarters, Yu Feng tossed Shen Tiantian onto the plush 5-meter-wide bed and retrieved the volume of Attack on Titan Volume 2 from the nightstand, flipping it toward her. That spectacular session of post-battle tutoring lasted well over an hour. It only came to an end when Shen Tiantian tearfully begged for mercy, too weak to even lift the manga in her hands. Only then did Yu Feng finally let her rest. Whoosh! The dark ink-black LV-4 armored passenger plane tore through the thick, ashen, frozen clouds. The deep crimson danger zones on the radar screen had faded into the distance, replaced by an expanse of extraordinarily rare emerald green coordinates. The blizzard gradually weakened. Yu Feng gazed down through the cockpit's bulletproof glass. Nestled among the surrounding mountains, a colossal geothermal rift valley opened up in a breathtaking vista. There was no devastated, scarred tundra, no roaring zombies. The entire valley was shrouded in the mist of geothermal hot springs, with colossal, vibrantly colored flowers of unknown species blooming across every hillside. Yanlong Mountain Flower Valley, one of the few safe oases marked on the terrain chip Shen Tiantian had provided. The aircraft's 4 engines gradually decelerated as the fuselage descended with remarkable stability onto a flat meadow at the heart of the valley. The hatch swung wide and a warm breeze infused with the fragrance of blossoms and moisture rushed to meet them. The external temperature display read 24°C. Amidst this Arctic wasteland, the place was nothing short of an earthly paradise. Oh my God, there's actually a place this warm. A chorus of astonished cries erupted from the women in the mid-cabin, clad only in thin undergarments. The taut nerves strained for days on end found their release in that singular moment. Over 30 exquisite beauties barefoot scrambled down the boarding ramp, chasing one another across the soft grass as their delighted laughter echoed through the valley. Yu Feng lit a cigarette, one hand tucked into the pocket of his black jacket as he descended the stairs. "Brother Yu Feng." A voice impossibly soft and sweet drifted toward him from the side. Sun Yan was dressed in that sheer pure white lace lingerie draped loosely in an oversized men's white shirt. Vast expanses of her snow-white skin gleamed with an almost blinding brilliance beneath the sun. She jogged over, and with the utmost naturalness looped her arm through Yu Feng's, pressing her formidable 36D curves firmly against him. "Let's take a walk over there." Yu Feng casually tossed aside his cigarette, but his hand turning to grasp her boneless, delicate fingers as he strode toward the depths of the flower sea away from the crowd. The two of them passed through the waist-high tapestry of colorful blossoms. The vapor rising from the hot springs caused wisps of Sun Yan's bangs to cling softly to her cheeks, lending her an enchanting, heart-stopping aura of pure desire. "I'm tired," Sun Yan cooed, coquettishly tugging Yu Feng down onto the soft flower bed. The fragrance of blossoms permeated the air. Sun Yan draped herself entirely across Yu Feng's broad chest, her fair fingertips tracing gently over the bite mark on his collarbone, one she herself had once left there. "Brother Yu Feng, do you still remember when we had that club gathering at the very start of freshman year?" Sun Yan lifted her little face, her large, dewy eyes gazing at him. "Back then I got drunk and said that my biggest dream in life was to visit Province and see an endless sea of flowers. I remember. You even threw up all over my shoes." A faint smile curved at the corner of Yu Feng's lips. "EW." Sun Yan gave his chest a playful little punch, then her gaze grew exceedingly hazy, her voice dropping low as if she were murmuring in a dream. "I thought back then that the dream was so impossibly far away. Who could have imagined that with the apocalypse here, with everyone on the brink of death, you would actually bring me to see a sea of flowers?" She rose slightly, the oversized shirt slipping to reveal her voluptuous curves. A sudden, overwhelmingly intense, almost pathological possessiveness welled up in Sun Yan's eyes. "Brother Yu Feng, this place is wonderful. No monsters, no cold wind." She lowered her head, greedily inhaling Yu Feng's scent. "How wonderful it would be if the black fog outside could swallow up all those women on the plain. If it were just the two of us here, I would cook for you every day, bear your children. Anyone who dared to take you away, I would incinerate them to ash with my fireballs. Wouldn't that be perfect?" The utterance, the epitome of Yandeki devotion, carried a chilling sweetness amidst the sea of flowers. Yu Feng did not avert his gaze from her near-predatory stare. With a single commanding motion, he reached out and firmly cupped the back of Sun Yan's head, yanking her down in one fierce motion. Their lips collided violently. An aggressively possessive, deep kiss charged with the masculine weight of raw hormones instantly shattered all of Sun Yan's frenzy. A tantalizingly seductive moan escaped her throat as her body instantly melted into spring water. The pathological edge within her was utterly crushed beneath Yu Feng's overwhelming dominance, leaving nothing but complete surrender. "If you want to monopolize me, that frail little body of yours won't be able to handle it." Yu Feng released the breathless Sun Yan, his fingers grazing her flushed cheek, his voice low and slightly rasped. "Just behave and do what you're supposed to do. As long as you're obedient enough, this sea of flowers is nothing. Once I conquer Kunlun, I'll build you a glass house with hot springs on the mountaintop, so you can watch the snow and flowers every single day." Sun Yan buried her face deeply into the crook of his neck, tears of happiness streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. The two lingered in their intimacy amidst the blossoms for over 2 hours. The profound stillness rendered the passage of time almost imperceptible. Only when the sky began to darken did the valley's temperature start to plummet at a visibly alarming rate. A remarkably steady rhythm of high heels striking the grass sounded from behind them. Chu Yu was dressed in an exceedingly form-fitting black tactical suit, obtained just days ago through bartering supplies on the trading channel, which accentuated every contour of her flawless D-curves. She stood 5 meters away, her gaze sweeping over the two of them as they rose from the flower bed. A flicker of jealousy crossed her eyes, swiftly suppressed beneath a veneer of rationality. "Captain of the Dragon Nation, it's time to take off." Chu Yu crossed her arms over her chest, her tone crisp and professional. "The Black Fog's advance is accelerating. We've lingered in the Flower Valley for 3 hours. The main peak of Kunlun is still 70,000 kilometers away. Let's go." Yu Feng patted Sun Yan's waist and rose with brisk efficiency. 10 minutes later, the entire crew had boarded. The LV For heavy armed passenger plane lifted off once more, its four engines unleashing a low guttural roar as it hurtled headlong into the northern night. Inside the captain's quarters, the temperature held steady at 28 degrees. Yu Feng reclined against a soft, 5-meter-wide bed, idly turning the 5th-tier isotribute crystal core over in his hands. Chuyu stood before the bed, a tactical tablet in hand, her expression exceedingly grim. Speak. Yu Feng's eyelids lifted slightly. The situation is dire. Chuyu drew a deep breath, her ample bosom heaving violently. Shen Tian just cross-referenced the data from that comprehensive terrain ship with the transaction records from the regional channel. Among the current 6 major alliances, the Tianxia Alliance's march speed and combat power expansion are the fastest. She tapped the tablet, activating a holographic projection. A colossal warship model glowing with a dark golden radiance materialized in midair. Just 2 hours ago, Tianxia Alliance's leader Li Tianbao upgraded his main vessel to LV-6. Chuyu stared intently into Yu Feng's eyes, searching his face for any trace of panic. He pooled the resources of over 3,000 core elite players, forcefully stacking materials to complete the upgrade. The atmosphere in the cockpit was somewhat tense. Over 3,000 people's supplies forced together to barely assemble a level 6. Yu Feng leaned against the headboard. Rather than panicking, a deeply scornful sneer escaped his lips, pretending to be an elephant with green onions stuck in a pig's snout. Merely a bulk cobbled together from scrap materials. Chuyu informed everyone to fasten their seatbelts. Yu Feng rose to his feet, fanatical light blazing in his eyes. Today I'll show you what a true dimensional strike looks like. Striding out of the cockpit, he made his way to the most spacious area in the midsection of the cabin. Sun Yin and Shun Tian followed closely behind. With a mere thought, the blueprint for a perfect evolution of the LV-5 heavy-armed passenger airliner, 1500 units of nanocrystalline steel, 30 high-grade electronic components, and that 5th-tier ice element crystal core, all suspended in midair simultaneously. System initiate perfect upgrade. An immensely grand invisible force instantly enveloped the entire aircraft. There were no piercing mechanical noises, only the terrifyingly rapid atomic restructuring on a microscopic level. The cabin space expanded outward at a wildly visible rate. The original single-deck ceiling shot upward instantly. The hardened nanocrystalline steel surged and interwove like liquid metal imbued with life, directly constructing an extraordinarily spacious double-decker structure above everyone's heads. Good heavens! Shun Tian covered her mouth with both hands, her large eyes wide with astonishment. Sun Yin, even more thrilled, hugged Yu Feng's arm, pressing her ample curves firmly against him. Brother Yu Feng, the airplane has become 2 stories. In just 10 seconds, the restructuring was complete. A cold mechanical voice echoed sharply within Yu Feng's mind. Ding! Perfect upgrade of the LV-5 heavy-armed passenger airliner succeeded. Current hull specifications: length 42 meters, height 14 meters, wingspan 36 meters. Total weight 100 tons. Durability 100. Fully coated 3-layer high-intensity nanocrystalline steel. Defensive power has doubled. New second-floor combat room and independent observation deck added. Firepower module evolution: original 4 30mm cannons upgraded to DEFA 6 66 50mm aviation cannons. Perfect evolution exclusive reward: main cannon installed directly beneath the aircraft nose. The demonic energy Vulcan cannon fires destructive energy beams fueled by crystals of all tiers. Unlimited fuel module has been synchronously adapted to the new engines. Yu Feng gazed through the porthole. The fuselage exterior had transformed into an extremely deep dark matte finish. The alloy spear rail ram at the nose and the hardened steel meat grinder serrations along the wing edges had been reforged with high-intensity nanocrystalline steel, shimmering with a chilling bone-cold gleam. What kind of passenger plane was this? It was fundamentally an ancient, ferocious beast capable of marching sideways across the wasteland. The material specifications are all top-tier nanocrystalline steel. Sun Yin leaned against the window, examining the armor plating's texture, and clicked her tongue in awe. Even if Li Tianbao from the Heavenly Alliance plundered tens of thousands of people, he absolutely couldn't acquire this many high-tier materials. That level 6 of his probably couldn't withstand a single main cannon shot in front of this aircraft. A wild, unrestrained smile curled Yu Feng's lips. Passenger aircraft upgrade detected. Advanced lottery wheel chance 1. Withdraw. Draw. The wheel spun frantically within his mind before coming to a halt on an exceptionally dazzling dark gold sector. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an exquisite item: demonic energy furnace. Function: can infinitely purify low-tier materials at a 1:1 ratio. There is a chance to synthesize cross-tier exquisite materials. Yu Feng's eyes lit up. This was a strategic-grade divine artifact. He directly bound the demonic energy furnace within his infinite portable space. With a mere thought, he swept the 1:0 units of scrap ordinary steel picked up as a bargain during his earlier raid on Changha Heavy Industries and dumped them all into the demonic energy furnace. Purify. Flames roared skyward inside the furnace, the progress bar advancing with astonishing speed. Ding. Purification complete. 100 units scrap iron synthesis, 1000 units refined steel. 1000 units refined steel synthesis, 100 units armored steel. 100 units armored steel synthesis, 10 units nanocrystalline steel. 10 units nanocrystalline steel synthesis, 1 unit ultra nanocrystalline steel perfect tier, critical hit. Obtained exquisite material perfect tier ultra nanocrystalline steel, X1 unit. Yu Feng spread his palm and a metallic ingot radiating an extraordinarily captivating deep blue luster appeared out of thin air. It was incredibly heavy in his hand, its hardness far surpassing the aircraft's current main armor. He turned his head and casually tossed this priceless piece of ultra nanocrystalline steel into Shun Tiantian's arms. Take it and research it. Yu Feng's tone was utterly casual, as if he'd just tossed away a broken stone. Shun Tiantian fumbled to catch it. As someone possessing the repair and mechanical mastery abilities, the moment her fingers brushed it, her entire body trembled, as if electrocuted. This is ultra nanocrystalline steel. The molecular structure is absolutely perfect, completely free of impurities. Excitement flushed her young face crimson, and she lunged forward to plant a fierce kiss on Yu Feng's cheek. Captain, you're incredibly awesome. An extraordinary display of wealth and subtlety, taken to the extreme. Yu Feng clapped his hands, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, his tone carrying an unquestionable dominancy. Inform everyone to immediately activate frantic hoarding and hunting mode. Clear out every high-tier mutant and resource chest along the route. Before we reach Kunlun, I will arm this aircraft to its teeth and prepare a dimensional strike for the other players that they will never forget in their lifetimes. At 10 p.m. deep into the night, the raging steel behemoth cruised smoothly at 10,000 meters altitude. Yu Feng took a hot shower, his bare muscular torso exposed as he leaned against the cockpit's large bed, browsing the holographic map. Click. The door lock emitted an exceedingly faint sound. The door pushed open, and Ding Yutong stepped inside. The 19-year-old provincial sprint team prospect was not wearing her usual loose sportswear today. She wore a neat ear-length bob haircut, and her body was clad only in an extremely alluring black athletic underwear set. Years of high-intensity training had endowed her with remarkably perfect muscle definition. Her firm, wheat-toned skin glowed with health under the lights, her abdominal lines clearly visible. Her thighs utterly free of any excess flesh were taut and brimming with explosive power. She casually closed the door and decisively locked it. Captain. Ding Yutong approached the bedside, lacking any hesitation, speaking directly. I want to awaken my ability. I want to go to the second-floor combat room and help you fight monsters. I refuse to just sit idle in the back. Her nature had always been to act immediately upon seeing injustice, never dragging her feet. A deeply satisfying union lasted for over an hour. True to schedule, the cold system notification sounded. Ding. Detected female player Ding Yutong's successful awakening. Awakened exclusive ability Heavenly IF rank upgradable. Ability effect consumes stamina to flawlessly overlook terrain and scout targets within a certain range. Physical enhancement complete strength 3, constitution 3, agility 4. Ding Yutong snapped her eyes open, a remarkably concealed glimmer flashing deep within her pupils. All fatigue vanished instantly. I can see. She excitedly wrapped her arms around Yu Feng's neck. Yu Feng, I see a monster pack 3 kilometers beyond the cloud layer. This ability is insanely powerful. Since you can see, put your clothes on and get to work. Yu Feng delivered a sharp slap to her firm glutes. The following noon, above the ruins of an abandoned metropolis on the barren continent, roar. For colossal engines unleashed a thunderous bellow that threatened to shatter the very heavens. ALV. 5 heavy-armed passenger aircraft, its entire fuselage shrouded in abyssal black, like an ancient demon god, violently tore through the gray mist, descending with brutal dominance from the cloud layers above. The terrifying wind pressure generated by its 100-ton mass sent the already crumbling abandoned buildings below into frenzied clouds of dust and debris. Within the second-floor independent combat chamber, panoramic bulletproof glass offered an unobstructed 360-degree view of absolute clarity. Sun Yin stood before the fire control console clad in a skin-tight black combat suit. After days of relentless cramming and slaughter, her fire magic had successfully advanced to C rank. Beside her, Ding Yutong's eyes shimmered with razor-sharp luminescence as she conducted a full-spectrum reconnaissance. 11 o'clock, 2 kilometers out, an abandoned gas station. Ding Yutong rattled off coordinates with blistering speed and pinpoint precision. A survivor convoy is surrounded. Target numbers are massive: 200 tier, 3 storm giant eagles, plus a dozen or so new variant flame giant eagles and thunder giant eagles. I see them. Yu Feng, seated in the primary pilot's position, shoved the throttle lever to its absolute limit with casual indifference. He was not here to rescue. He was here to hunt. Boom. The passenger aircraft erupted with terrifying physical kinetic force, showing no intention of decelerating as it charged headlong into the dense formation of giant eagles. Has he lost his mind? Within the ruins of the gas station below, Over a dozen survivors cowered behind shattered cover, their faces etched with utter despair as they watched the black aircraft plummet like a meteorite. A beast tide of this magnitude would force even massive guilds deploying hundreds of fighter craft to take detours. Yet this aircraft dares to ram its nose directly into it. The next moment, they witnessed the most breathtaking exhibition of violent aesthetics in their entire lives. Puff, puff, puff. The 100-ton steel behemoth, shielded by its supernatural absolute defense, brutally plowed through the formation of Tier 3 giant eagles. The spiked battering ram, forged from high-strength nanocrystal steel, sliced through them like a steel blade through warm butter. The giant eagles, powerful enough to tear apart armored vehicles, were instantly obliterated into exploding clouds of blood mist upon contact with the fuselage. The razor-sharp meat grinder serrations along the wing edges spun at tremendous velocity, mercilessly drawing in severed limbs and torsos. In an instant, the heavens erupted into a torrential downpour of blood and flesh. Defenses meant nothing. Pure, unadulterated physical devastation. In a single charge alone, more than half of the 200-plus Tier 3 giant eagles were crushed into oblivion. Screech. From the rear of the beast-tied 5 Tier 4 Thunder giant eagles, their wingspans exceeding 20 meters, flew into absolute fury. With a violent beat of their wings, savage azure lightning converged frantically upon their beaks. Crackle. 5 high-pressure lightning bolts, thick as water barrels, split the sky apart and struck with uncanny precision against the aircraft's dark armor. The survivors in the ruins closed their eyes. It's over. Lightning of this caliber could utterly incinerate the aircraft's electronic systems, or even ignite the fuel tanks. Yet as the lightning dissipated, not a single spark had flown from the aircraft. Not even a flake of exterior paint had been knocked loose. The fully enveloped triple-layer high-strength nanocrystal steel, coupled with the insulating properties of its supernatural characteristics, rendered such lightning attacks as laughably insignificant as a mere tickle. Is that all you've got? Yu Feng sneered. Brother Yu Feng, leave them to me. Within the second-floor combat chamber, a gleam of almost pathological excitement flickered in Sun Yan's eyes. She raised her right hand as her C-rank fire magic erupted without reservation. Fireball burst. 5 terrifying fireballs compressed to their absolute limit and tinged a sinister dark red, shrieked through the air and hurtled with pinpoint accuracy toward the Thunder giant eagles. When forces of such caliber joined hands, the result was nothing short of tactical annihilation. Boom, 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 boom. Successive cataclysmic explosions erupted across the sky. The Thunder giant eagles were reduced to charred corpses before they could even emit a final cry, plummeting straight down like broken stones. Roar! The remaining 7 or 8 Tier 4 flame giant eagles, witnessing this carnage, spewed scorching pillars of flame from their maws, attempting to flank the aircraft from the sides. Yu Feng didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. With his thumb, he pressed the fire control key with utter nonchalance. Allow me to introduce you to the gospel of 50 millimeters. Bang, 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 bang. The newly upgraded DEFA 666 50mm aerial cannon unleashed a savage roar several times more thunderous than before. The exceptionally thick, depleted uranium high-explosive armor-piercing rounds carved 4 blinding whips of death through the air. The one-sided slaughter had begun. The fire attribute feathered armor the flame giant eagles took such pride in proved as fragile as paper before 50mm armor-piercing rounds. One massive body after another was detonated mid-air, flesh and feathers scattering across the heavens. In less than 3 minutes, the terrifying beast tide, enough to annihilate any top-tier guild, had been completely swept clean. The passenger aircraft hovered with uncanny stability directly above the ruins of the gas station. A frigid mechanical voice flooded Yu Feng's mind in an unceasing torrent. Ding! Successfully slain Tier 4 Thunder Giant Eagles X5, Flame Giant Eagles X8, Tier 3 Storm Giant Eagles X210. Auto-collect enabled. Acquired Tier 4 Thunder Crystals X5, Tier 4 Fire Crystals X8, Tier 3 Wind Crystals X210. Premium drops obtained. Intermediate Body Enhancement Potion X1A, Rare Electronic Components X100, High-Grade Alloy X300, Massive quantities of premium eagle meat and basic survival supplies. Shun Tian stared at the overflowing inventory panel, squealing with excitement over the comms channel. Captain, massive haul. An intermediate body enhancement potion plus tons of desperately needed supplies. Yu Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. This relentless cycle of growing stronger through slaughter was utterly intoxicating. He rose from the genuine leather seat, walked to the bulletproof glass on the port side of the cockpit, and leaned forward, gazing coldly downward. Behind the gas station ruins, the dozen or so survivors had long since collapsed to the ground in terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Clad in tattered rags, clutching rusted iron rods and pistols, they gazed up at the unsullied steel demon god hovering above. Their eyes brimmed with absolute reverence and mortal dread. Yu Feng uttered not a word. He had no need for gratitude, nor did he care whether these people lived or died. On this barren continent where only the fittest survived, his sole purpose was to crush every piece of refuse that dared to obstruct his path. The obsidian black LV-5 heavy transport aircraft touched down with impeccable steadiness before an abandoned gas station. The raging wind dispersed the thick metallic tang of blood lingering in the air. The stout nanocrystal steel battering rams mounted on the aircraft's nose glinted with a dazzling metallic sheen. The hatch opened. Yu Feng descended the boarding stairs with deliberate slowness, clad in a black tactical jacket, one hand tucked casually into his pocket. Behind him, Ding Yutong stood guard with an AK-47 cradled in her grip, her gaze razor-sharp. Beyond the ruins, Fu Su and a dozen survivors lay pressed flat against the earth, trembling as violently as rattling reeds. They gazed upon the man who descended like a god from the heavens, scarcely daring to draw breath. A being of such terrifying caliber could snuff out their lives with less effort than crushing a handful of ants. Yu Feng paid them no heed. He approached the skeletal remains of a dilapidated passenger aircraft half buried at the edge of the ruins and raised his hand. System activate spatial traction collection. A flash of luminescence. The fuselage wreckage, weighing over a dozen tons, along with the scattered fragments of corroded metal strewn about, vanished instantaneously into thin air, drawn wholly into his boundless portable dimension. Ding. Collected scrap steel 8,600 units, salvage components 100 units. Fu Su and the others peered through the fissures in the rubble, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, as their entire conception of reality shattered. This supreme being piloted a 100-ton flying fortress capable of obliterating Tier 4 aberrant creatures with a single salvo, yet he had landed here for the purpose of scavenging junk. The sheer absurdity of the contrast caused Fu Su's mind to crash entirely. Yet he recovered swiftly. This was the singular opportunity of their miserable lives to cling to the coattails of an apex powerhouse. Fu Su clenched his jaw fiercely, then produced a waterproof sealed pouch from his garments with the utmost care, scrambling out of cover on hands and knees. He dropped to both knees 5 meters from Yu Feng. "Boss, thank you for saving our lives." Fu Su hoisted the sealed pouch above his head with both hands, his voice raw with emotion. "My name is Fu Su. This is a primary body enhancement serum I risked my life to retrieve from a military airdrop crate. I offer it to you as tribute. Please grant us your protection and allow us to follow in your shadow." The dozen survivors behind him likewise crawled forth in haste, prostrating themselves in a neat row upon the frozen ground. Yu Feng halted his steps. He turned his head, casting a glance at the pale azure vial in Fu Su's trembling hands, his eyelids rising just a fraction. A primary body enhancement serum would prove utterly negligible, given his current constitution of 37 points. Yet this man called Fu Su possessed both ambition and the wisdom to read the tides of fortune. "You wish to follow me?" Yu Feng stepped forward, casually accepting the vial, his tone indifferent to the point of detachment. "Yes, so long as you'll spare us a scrap to eat, our lives are yours to command." Fu Su kowtowed with such force his skull rang against the earth. "You're not qualified to board my aircraft." Yu Feng lit a cigarette and exhaled a thin plume of azure smoke. "But as it happens, I do find myself in need of a few hands to handle the grueling work." Fu Su's head snapped upward, not a flicker of humiliation in his eyes, but an eruption of wild, unbridled elation. In this accursed apocalypse, attaching oneself to such an apex powerhouse was a blessing millions would kill to obtain. Henceforth the Yu Feng alliance shall be established. I shall serve as its leader, you shall be my vice leader. Yu Feng regarded him, his voice low, yet imbued with an authority that brooked no defiance. This serum of yours shall count as your tribute. Your task is a simple one. Expand the Yu Feng alliance to 300 members within 3 days. 300. We still have 2 remaining civilian airliners. We'll burn the midnight oil, endure hardship, sacrifice rest. We'll reach that number in no time. Fu Su trembled with fervor from head to toe. Building an organization requires supplies. I shan't send you empty-handed to recruit. Yu Feng's cigarette pinched between his fingers gestured toward the surrounding wreckage. See all these low-grade materials? We see them. Go collect scrap iron for me. Wrecked vehicles, corroded sheet metal, discarded rebar. Any metal at all, bring it all back. Yu Feng's lips curved into a most subtle arc. 1,000 units of scrap iron shall fetch you 1 unit of universal fuel. 10,000 units of scrap iron shall earn you a rifle with ammunition or other supplies of equivalent value. Bring me however much you can gather. The moment these words fell, Fu Su and his dozen companions collectively turned to stone. Scrap iron in exchange for fuel. Scrap iron in exchange for weapons. Upon the barren continent, scrap metal was the most worthless detritus imaginable. Apart from the rare few who had unlocked advanced forging skills, ordinary folk found scrap iron too much trouble even for kindling a fire. Yet fuel and sustenance, those were hard currency worth killing for. A leader. Is what you're saying truly real? Fu Su viciously pinched his own thigh, hissing at the sharp sting. What do you need all that scrap iron for? What needn't be asked, don't ask. Yu Feng's gaze turned cold as steel. Yes. My apologies for speaking out of turn. Fu Su flinched violently, though internally his joy swelled to the point of bursting. exchanging scrap iron for high-grade supplies. This trade were it to spread would draw not merely 300 recruits, but 3,000. Those scattered players teetering on the brink of starvation and freezing death would swarm their Yu Feng alliance in an unending tide. Absolute windfall profit. The boss was practically running a charity. Did exchanging premium supplies for scrap iron amount to a loss? The arcane furnace trade unleashed its might. 10,000 units of corroded scrap refined into 1,000 units of fine steel, 100 units of armored steel, 10 units of nanocrystal steel, ultimately synthesized into a single unit of ultra-grade nanocrystal steel. On the open market, 5,000 pounds of premium meat could not procure a single unit of ultra-grade nanocrystal steel. Such materials were priceless, yet unobtainable. These laborers, grateful for mere scraps and leftovers, remained utterly oblivious to the staggering magnitude of profits they were generating for a true apocalyptic capitalist. Exploiting the asymmetry of information to ruthlessly harvest the labor of the masses, the swiftest method to snowball one's fortunes. Add me as a friend. From this day forth deliveries shall be made at 8 o'clock each evening. Yu Feng opened his system panel. A gentle chime rang out. Fu Su's contacts list gained a new friend. He glanced down at the ID, and his pupils contracted to pinpricks. Yu Feng, that very Long Nation pilot who had brazenly purchased elixirs in the regional channel, who had single-handedly slain the Tier 4 Wind God Wyvern and the Tier 5 Frost Lord. Boss Yu Feng. Fu Su swallowed hard, his legs buckling completely. Take these. Yu Feng willed it so, and from his spatial storage materialized several AK-47 rifles seized from Chang'e Heavy Industries, along with several hundred rounds of ammunition, 2 large casks of purified water, and several hundred gene of premium eagle meat and dragon meat. All cast carelessly upon the snow. Consider this in advance. Handle the matter flawlessly, and finer fare shall follow. Yu Feng turned toward the boarding stairs, his retreating silhouette radiating an aura of absolute coldness. Beholding the firearms and the premium meats emanating that irresistibly fragrant aroma, the dozen survivors' eyes burned crimson with desire. Loyalty unto death to our leader. Fu Su led the cry, screaming the oath toward Yu Feng's departing back with near religious fervor. A few casks of water and several pieces of meat had sufficed to purchase absolute allegiance from a band of most useful apocalyptic laborers. The boarding stairs retracted slowly, and the heavy hatch sealed shut. Whoosh! For engines spewed torrents of ferocious, ghostly blue exhaust flames. The 100-ton iron Leviathan surged heavenward, leaving behind only a conclave of fanatical devotees. At 10,000 meters altitude, the LV-5 heavy transport glided serenely through the pale, gray frozen clouds. The exterior temperature had plummeted to a terrifying -40 degrees. Gale force winds carrying shards of ice hammered mercilessly against the aircraft's bulletproof glass. Yet within the cabin existed an entirely different world. In the spacious 2-level lounge, the climate control system delivered an unwavering stream of warmth at a constant 28 degrees. A sumptuous Persian handwoven carpet adorned the floor, while the faint fragrance of rose incense suffused the air. Yu Feng reclined upon an exceptionally supple genuine leather sofa, shrugging off the tactical jacket still scented with the lingering tang of gunpowder. Captain brother, come quick and see my new invention. Shun Tiantian darted out of the rear cargo bay barefoot, clad only in an adorable sailor-style undergarment. In her hands, she clutched a remote cobbled together from discarded water pipes and electrical wires, which she eagerly presented to Yu Feng like a prized treasure. I hooked up the broken high-pressure water pump I dismantled a few days ago to the aircraft's external temperature control system, then diverted some of the gray water to create an automatic high-pressure cleaning device. Shun Tiantian's wide eyes sparkled with excitement as she pressed the red button on the remote. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, several concealed nozzles on the aircraft's exterior sprang out in an instant. Powerful jets of scalding water mixed with decontaminant surged forth, washing away every trace of blood and ice left behind from the earlier collision with the giant eagle, until the armor gleamed pristine once more. In less than 10 seconds, the dark nanocrystalline steel once again radiated a profoundly deep and cold luster. Not bad. Your F-rank repair and mechanical mastery skills have produced something truly ingenious. Yu Feng's lips curved into a faint smile as he reached out to tousle her fluffy short hair. As long as Captain Brother likes it, I can install an automatic grill on the plane for you next. Shun Tiantian proudly straightened her remarkable assets. Back inside the private cabin, the 4K television was playing a classic kung fu romance film. The screen flickered with soft light as the speakers delivered crisp sounds of combat and dialogue. Yu Feng reclined in the center of the genuine leather sofa. To his left, Su Nian, dressed in sheer white lingerie, pressed herself almost entirely against his body. To his right, Alyssa wore a provocative black camisole, one slender long leg draped directly across Yu Feng's knee. The newly arrived Shen Tiantian had changed into a pink cartoon nightgown, sitting obediently on the carpet with a bucket of popcorn cradled in her arms. Her wide eyes remained fixed on the screen, eliciting gasps of amazement every so often. Captain Brother, have some popcorn. Shun Tiantian turned and held up a piece of popcorn toward Yu Feng, her youthful ample figure trembling slightly with emotion. Sun Yin's gaze turned cold. She lowered her head and bit the popcorn, directly chewing it up and swallowing it in a few bites. Taking advantage of the motion, she pressed her bountiful bosom firmly against Yu Feng's arm, her voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. Yu Feng brother doesn't care for sweets. Right. Alyssa let out a soft laugh, her sinuous waist swaying gently as her golden hair brushed past Yu Feng's shoulder. She lifted a glass of chilled red wine and brought it to Yu Feng's lips. You try this. You worked hard taking down that great ice bird. The two women flanked him on either side, a palpable undercurrent of hostility flowing between them. Sensing their undisguised killing intent, Shun Tiantian shrunk her neck and continued watching the movie with her head lowered. Yu Feng took a sip of red wine from Alyssa's hand, his free arm encircling Sun Yin's waist. On this desolate continent where people devoured one another, being surrounded by such exquisite beauties vying for his favor felt nothing short of a heavenly existence. After the movie ended, Shun Tiantian yawned and sensibly rose to her feet. Captain Brother, I'm heading back to the sleeper berth. I need to wake up early tomorrow to build your automatic grill. Sun Yin watched Shun Tiantian's retreating figure, her sense of crisis intensifying sharply. A cunning glint flickered across her eyes, and she seized Ding Yutong, who had just walked over, by the arm. Come Yutong. With me to the combat room. Sun Yin declared with battle-ready determination, puffing out her chest. We'll use your sky eye in coordination with my fire magic to patrol the surrounding area. I refuse to be nothing more than a free-loading ornament. Ding Yutong stumbled as she was dragged along, casting a helpless glance at Yu Feng before following Sun Yin up to the observation deck. No sooner had Sun Yin and her companion departed than a soft click sounded from the metal door. The door swung open. Ling Yinxue, the younger of the twins, stood at the threshold. She was dressed today in a tantalizingly pure yet alluring set of white lace lingerie with a lightweight silk cover-up draped carelessly over her shoulders. Standing at 170 centimeters, her figure was slender, yet the terrifying assets that exceeded even Shun Tiantian's by a full cup strained the lace lingerie to its absolute limits. Yu Feng. Ling Yinxue blushed, her gaze evasive. I heard the movie playing outside just now. That film is something I've always wanted to watch, but never got the chance. These past few days on the plane have been so boring. May I watch it for a while in your room? Is Kung Fu Hustle really that good? Yu Feng casually gestured toward the 4K television in the corner. Look up whatever you want. Overjoyed, Ling Yinxue immediately shut the door and hurried over to operate the screen. Yu Feng leaned against the headboard, his gaze falling upon her. Just as Ling Yinxue watched the television with rapt attention, the lace lingerie, already a size too small, seemed unable to bear the weight any longer. With a distinct snap, the slender strap on the right side suddenly slid off her shoulder. A vast expanse of dazzling snowy white flesh sprang forth with a faint hint of rosy pink at the peak. Ling Yinxue cried out in alarm, her hands scrambling in panic to retrieve the fallen strap. The visceral visual impact of this scene instantly ignited Yu Feng's fire. He strode forward in great steps, swept Ling Yinxue up in his arms, and sat back down on the sofa with her. Ling Yinxue's beautiful face turned deathly pale with fright. She pressed both hands desperately against Yu Feng's chest. What are you doing? Your strap broke. Let me help you with it. A wicked smile curved Yu Feng's lips. No. Ling Yinxue struggled violently, her eyes instantly reddening as unmistakable resistance tinged her voice. Let me go. My sister told me that a girl's body can only be touched by her future husband after they're married. Yu Feng observed her pitifully innocent expression on the verge of tears, and his movements came to an abrupt halt. He was no brainless fool who forced melons never tasted sweet. Besides, she was already on his aircraft and couldn't run anywhere. Fine. Save it for your future husband. Yu Feng released her without hesitation, stood up decisively, and walked over to sit in the single armchair beside the room. Continue watching yours. Ling Yinxue frantically adjusted her clothing and fled to the far side of the bed, clutching her knees as she stared at the 4K television, her heart pounding like a drum. Yu Feng paid her no heed. With a mere thought, he summoned from his spatial inventory the wooden figurine he had seized from Li Gang, the decoy substitute. The puppet's surface was covered in dense fine cracks emanating an exceedingly sinister and cold fluctuation. As Yu Feng's fingers traced over the figurine, the battle against the savage alliance, Li Gang's magic, body freeze, and this decoy artifact all served as stark warnings to him. The aircraft's physical defenses had already been maxed out, its outer shell could be called invincible. But the mutation patterns on the desolate continent were bizarre in the extreme. If the Kunlun main peak harbored mutants capable of mental domination or rule-based creatures that outright ignored armor, then relying solely on the aircraft's shell would absolutely be insufficient to withstand them. A smith must first strengthen himself. 4 days remain until the Kunlun mission. A ruthless gleam flashed in Yu Feng's eyes. He directly opened his system space and retrieved the 3 vials of intermediate body enhancement potion that had dropped from his first kills of Tier 4 and Tier 5 mutants today. The dark golden liquid swirled within the glass tubes. Without the slightest hesitation, Yu Feng seized the first vial, drove the needle straight into his vein, and pushed the plunger all the way down. Immediately followed the second vial, then the third. Boom! The compounded potency of 3 intermediate potions, like 3 active volcanoes, erupting simultaneously, detonated violently within his blood vessels. Violent currents of brutal heat tore through his muscle fibers with reckless abandon. His bones emitted the crisp, crackling sound of popping beans. Yu Feng ground his molars together with deathly determination, veins bulging across his forehead as cold sweat instantly soaked through his black t-shirt. 10 full minutes. The agony receded like a tide, replaced by a terrifying sense of power, the kind that could tear through armor with bare hands. The cold chime of the system notification rang out. Ding. Absorption of 3 intermediate body enhancement potions complete. Physical attributes greatly enhanced. Current attributes: strength 36, constitution 59, agility 35. Average values for a normal adult male are 10, constitution 59. Yu Feng clenched his fist violently. A muffled sonic boom erupted directly in the air. His current body density and regenerative capacity had utterly transcended the realm of humanity. He felt he could bend steel pipes barehanded. But what followed was an exceedingly violent side effect. The overwhelming vital energy from the 3 potions had nowhere to vent. Yu Feng felt as though his entire being was a furnace about to explode. He lifted his head. His gaze pierced through the dim amber lighting and settled on the large bed several meters away. Over an hour later. You bastard. Ling Yinshue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She bit her lip in aggrieved fury and glared daggers at Yu Feng. How dare you do this without my consent? Yu Feng gathered her into his embrace. I really can't be blamed for this. Yu Feng shamelessly pointed at the empty glass vials on the table. I just injected 3 potions. The potency was too overwhelming. If anyone is to blame, it's because you're too enchanting. You set the powder keg ablaze. Ling Yanxue, infuriated, reached over and pinched his waist hard. I don't care. You've taken my innocence. Don't think I'll forgive you easily. You must take responsibility for me. Yu Feng lowered his gaze to this pure yet alluring little white rabbit who, despite being thoroughly claimed, still stubbornly clung to her defiance. He leaned close to her ear, his voice low and devastatingly seductive. Didn't you say only a husband is allowed to touch you? Now that I've stamped my seal on you, isn't it perfectly legal? Yu Feng's large hand once again covered those astonishingly proportioned snowy mounds, gently kneading them. Be good. Go take a shower. I'll arrange an easy task for you tomorrow. Anyone who dares bully a wife of mine, Yu Feng, I'll blast them to oblivion with a single shot. Those domineering, fiercely protective sweet nothings utterly demolished Ling Yanshue's final psychological defense. Blushing furiously, she buried her face deep into Yu Feng's chest, her voice barely louder than a mosquito's hum. Outside the window, the blizzard raged on with undiminished fury. The 100-ton steel behemoth tore through the curtain of night. Yu Feng cradled the exquisite beauty in his arms and closed his eyes. The terrifying foundation brought by a constitution of 60 points made his anticipation for the Kunlun expedition 4 days hence seethe with savage eagerness. Ding. Detection: female player Ling Yanxue has successfully conceived. Exclusive ability draw in progress. An icy mechanical voice echoed throughout the cockpit. Ding. Female player Ling Yanxue has been confirmed pregnant. Awakening of exclusive ability domination grade F upgradable. Physical enhancement complete: strength 2, constitution 3, agility 2. Ability effect consumes mental energy to spiritually mark weakened mutant creatures, forcibly taming them into bonded servants. Yu Feng watched Ling Yanxue panting beneath the blankets, a sharp gleam flickering through his gaze. This ability was downright perverse. The high-tier mutant creatures of the Wasteland continent were not only terrifyingly powerful, they also made for exceptional meat shields and expendable pawns. With this ability, all he had to do was beat the monsters half to death and let Ling Yanxue contract them. He could raise a true army of monsters. This girl was an absolute treasure trove. The following morning, Yu Feng pushed open the metal door of the cockpit. In the midsection cabin, Lu Ruyan and Shun Tiantian were preparing breakfast. Shun Tiantian turned around with a cup of hot milk, and the instant her eyes met Yu Feng, she froze in place. She simply felt that the man before her today was somehow different. Having been remodeled through 3 doses of intermediate-grade potions stacked together, his constitution now reached a staggering 60 points. His muscle lines radiated a fiercely restrained brutality, and every gesture he made exuded an overwhelmingly potent masculine virility. A crushing pressure washed over her. Shun Tiantian's heart skipped a beat, her knees turning weak beneath her. Seated at the dining table, Su Nian raised her head. As a grade C fire mage, her perception of energy fluctuations was extraordinarily acute. Through her gaze, Yu Feng seemed to harbor boundless energy within his very being. Yu Feng pulled out a chair and sat down. He lifted a bowl of preserved egg and lean pork congee, took a sip, and with one hand swiped open the holographic panel. The survival counter pulsing in the upper right corner was blindingly stark. Current zone survival count 10000. In just a single day, so many had vanished. The weak didn't even qualify as cannon fodder. They had all been devoured by the black mist and the mutant creatures. The remaining million were all desperate fugitives who had clawed their way over the bones of their own kind. The survival laws of this land were tightening at a terrifying pace. Second floor combat room. Ding Yutong's pupils flickered with a faint glow as she fixed her gaze on the airspace directly ahead. Captain, 50 kilometers dead ahead. Large-scale engagement. Ding Yutong spoke rapidly. 1 grade 5 passenger aircraft, 15 grade 4 armed aircraft. They're surrounding a scattered player formation. They're blocking our direct flight path. Yu Feng sat in the pilot's seat and glanced at the fire control radar. Dense clusters of red dots had sealed off the entire airspace. The distance drew closer. Through the panoramic bulletproof glass, the distant battle was clearly visible. The 20-odd scattered aircraft had been battered into sorry ruins, making their final stand like cornered beasts. The aircraft encircling them all bore an extremely brazen insignia, a black skull emblazoned across their wings. Earthsha Alliance. Those pestilent ghosts again. Chiyu crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Yu Feng did not slow down. The 100-ton steel behemoth surged forward with raging wind pressure, barreling straight toward the heart of the battlefield. He pressed the public channel broadcast key. His voice was cold and hard, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Path ahead. You're in my way. Move. The public channel fell silent for a moment. Inside, a grade 5 modified heavy-haul passenger aircraft emblazoned with blood-red skulls. Lehu, the squad leader of Earthsha Alliance's first team, his face bloated with brutish flesh, held a glass of red wine in his hand. He turned his gaze to the radar. A single lone black passenger aircraft. Where did this piece of trash crawl out from? How dare they meddle in Earthsha Alliance's affairs? Lehu snatched the microphone and cursed viciously. Even if I'm the king of heaven himself today, I still have to coil up for me. He raised a high-powered telescope, his gaze piercing through the clouds and landing inside Yu Feng's cockpit. The figures of Su Nian, Chu Yu Shun Tiantian, and the others fell onto his retina. Lehu's eyes instantly flooded with blood, his face twisted with lewd lust. What fucking top-grade goods? All units hear my command. Forget those scattered fools. Disable that black aircraft's engines. Blast every male into ash. Grab all the females alive. Tonight I'll personally initiate them one by one. The utterly vulgar taunts echoed across the public channel. 15 grade 4 armed aircraft arrogantly swung their noses around, forming a fan-shaped encirclement that locked the dark passenger aircraft in a deadly vice. Inside the cockpit, the temperature plummeted. The instant Shen Tiantian heard the 3 words, Earthsha Alliance, her once rosy little face turned deathly pale. She stared fixedly at the distant grade 5 aircraft with its blood-red skull, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. 3 days ago at the canyon coordinates, her eldest brother had his legs shredded by heavy machine gun fire. Her second brother was burned alive by incendiary rounds. Their desperate cries as they shielded her escape had pierced straight through her eardrums. It was the inescapable extreme nightmare that haunted her. Earthsha Alliance. Shun Tiantian's eyes burned crimson, tears splashing heavily onto the metal console. She whipped her head around, her ample chest pressing hard against Yu Feng's arm, her voice hoarse and broken. Captain, it's them. The ones who killed my brothers. It's them. The extremity of her hatred made even her breathing tremble. Yu Feng turned his head slightly, reaching out to wipe the tears from the corner of Shun Tiantian's eyes. The touch of his large hand was exceedingly steady. He lifted his eyelids, his gaze sweeping across the 16 brazenly arrogant Earthsha Alliance aircraft in the distance. His eyes instantly chilled to the absolute extreme. Su Nian. Yu Feng released his grip, his left hand seizing the control stick. Charge the main cannon. Copy that. Su Nian's eyes flashed with a chillingly pathological killing intent as she slammed her palm down on the activation key of the magic energy fire god cannon. A grade 4 fire attribute crystal core slid instantly into the combustion chamber. Yu Feng pressed the public channel, his voice carrying the oppressive weight of the Grim Reaper. Shen Tiantian, keep your eyes wide open and watch. I'm not only going to wipe them all out. I'm going to dig out their base coordinates and scatter the ashes of these beasts across this entire wasteland. Su Nian slotted the crimson 4th-tier fire element crystal core into the console's crystal slot. Charging initiated. 5-second countdown. Directly beneath the aircraft's nose, the seamless dark armor split open on both sides, and an extremely exaggerated heavy cannon barrel slowly emerged. Deep within the muzzle, furious dark red demonic energy began gathering wildly, the surrounding air visibly warping from the intense heat. 5, 4. In the airspace ahead, Lei, who held his wine glass, staring at the protruding cannon. For a moment he was stunned, then erupted into an ear-splitting manic laugh over the public frequency. Huh. You think a battered passenger jet armed with a large caliber cannon can intimidate me? Fire. Destroy that cannon. 3, 2, 15 level. 4 combat aircraft unleashed their cannons simultaneously, a dense hail of armor-piercing rounds raining down on the stealth black aircraft. Sparks erupted in all directions. Bullets capable of shredding armored vehicles struck the triple-layered high-strength nanocrystalline steel and left not even a scratch. 1. Fire. Yu Feng reclined against his leather seat, his eyelids lifting slightly. A thunderous boom erupted, not the deafening sound of gunpowder detonation. Instead, a beam of pure dark red energy exceeding 2 meters in diameter tore through the space ahead in an instant. The extreme heat instantly vaporized the surrounding air with a piercing shriek. The beam swept across the Disha Alliance's encirclement like a colossal blade, cleaving through the night, tearing through everything in its path with devastating, unyielding force. There was no explosion, no debris. The 10-level, 4 combat aircraft flying at the forefront along with their pilots inside were instantly vaporized into gas by the terrifying heat upon contact with the dark red beam. Not even a scream could escape before 10 fleeting puffs of black ash materialized in midair and vanished. The beam dissipated. A deathly silence fell over the entire battlefield. The battlefield, still erupting with gunfire moments before, seemed forcibly frozen in time. Lei Hu's wine glass shattered against the metal deck, crimson liquid splattering everywhere. He stared fixedly at the 10 red blips that had instantly disappeared from the radar screen, his blood turning to ice, his scalp prickling with shock. What the hell was that thing? Lei Hu's voice cracked completely. One shot annihilating 10 level, 4 combat aircraft instantly. What level of aircraft possessed such overwhelming firepower? Captain, retreat. We can't fight this. The surviving pilots of the 5 remaining level 4 combat aircraft were utterly broken, their voices trembling with desperation. Run, scatter and run. Lei Hu's eyes bulged with fury as he yanked the control stick violently. The level 5 heavy cargo aircraft's engines roared in agony, attempting to turn around. Trying to escape. Yu Feng's lips curled into an extremely cruel smirk. The demonic energy cannon required a 3-minute cooldown between shots, but his 100-ton steel behemoth possessed far more than its cannon. It was formidable in itself. All 4 engines surged to full thrust. The level 5 heavy cargo aircraft unleashed terrifying acceleration that seemed absurdly disproportionate to its massive frame. It surged forward like a prehistoric T-Rex gone mad. With a sickening crunch, its reinforced nanocrystalline steel ram struck with pinpoint accuracy, impacting the waists of 2 level 4 combat aircraft attempting to evade. Those 2 aircraft crumpled like cardboard toys, snapping clean in half before erupting into massive fireballs midair. The high-speed rotating carbon steel saw blades embedded along the wing edges sliced directly through the cockpits of 3 additional combat aircraft, grinding the pilots and instrument panels into a bloody pulp. In just 3 minutes, the entire elite vanguard of the Disha Alliance was annihilated. Every aircraft lost except Lei Hu's command vessel. Lei Hu's level 5 cargo transport scrambled desperately to flee, but the stealth black aircraft behind it remained like a parasite gnawing at his heels, maintaining a relentless 100-meter gap of certain death. With a casual press of the fire control key, Yu Feng triggered the 50mm aircraft cannon. A single depleted uranium armor-piercing round struck with surgical precision, severing the left tail fin of Lei Hu's transport. The cargo aircraft banked violently, its speed dropping sharply. Don't kill me, bro. Stop firing. Lei Hu was utterly terrified, screaming for mercy over the public frequency while deploying his final card. I am the captain of the Disha Alliance's first squad. Our alliance leader is about to reach level 6. Let me go, and I swear the Disha Alliance will not pursue this. But kill me, and the 8,000 elite forces of the Disha Alliance will never let you live. Yu Feng listened to the barking over the public frequency, took a drag from his cigarette, held between 2 fingers, and exhaled a stream of blue smoke. I despise being threatened. That's my greatest pet peeve. Yu Feng cut the public frequency and gripped the control stick with both hands. This hunt, he wanted Shun Tian to watch it clearly. The cannon roared again. 2 precise shots destroyed Lei Hu's transport's left and right main engines respectively. The heavy cargo aircraft lost all power, belching thick black smoke as it plummeted downward. Yu Feng controlled his aircraft, maintaining a perfectly synchronized descent with the falling transport, its nose locked dead on toward Lei Hu's cockpit. Bro, don't kill me, I surrender. Lei Hu howled desperately as the crushing weightlessness of freefall overwhelmed him. Yu Feng ignored his frantic pleading and turned to look at Shun Tian beside him. She stood at the co-pilot console, her eyes fixed on the smoking enemy aircraft, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Her eldest brother and second brother had been hunted and slowly butchered by those very beasts. Captain. Her voice was hoarse, her entire body trembling. Yu Feng reached out with his large hand, pulled her petite shoulders into his embrace in an overwhelmingly possessive gesture, and covered her hand with his. Press it. Send him on his way. Yu Feng's voice was calm and steady, radiating absolute security. Shun Tian closed her eyes and bit her lip. Under the enveloping grip of Yu Feng's hand, her thumb firmly pressed the red firing button. The 450mm cannons unleashed their full firepower with thunderous roars. Within a single second, over 100 depleted uranium high-explosive armor-piercing rounds tore through the air like a metallic storm, instantly shredding Lei Hu's level 5 passenger aircraft into countless fragments. A A fireball detonated with spectacular brilliance mid-air, leaving no trace of the captain of Disha Alliance's first squad amidst the carnage. As the smoke cleared the LV, 5 heavy passenger aircraft climbed back to altitude and hovered steadily. Inside the cockpit, Shun Tiantian watched as the fireball completely vanished, and the intense fear and hatred she had been suppressing for days finally erupted without restraint. She whirled around, wrapping her arms tightly around Yu Feng's neck and burying her face in his broad chest as she burst into tears. "Wah, thank you. Captain Ji, thank you." Her tears immediately soaked through Yu Feng's black tactical jacket. The mechanical ability-wielding lowly who could bonk monsters on the head with a wrench in front of outsiders now shed all pretense, shrinking into Yu Feng's embrace like a wounded cub desperate for safety. Sun Yin stood to the side watching the scene with rare composure and quietly slipped out of the cockpit. "Wash your face when you're done crying." Yu Feng patted Shun Tiantian's back, his fingers gently tousling her short hair. "No one will touch a single hair on your head aboard my aircraft again. This debt with Disha Alliance isn't settled yet." Shun Tiantian lifted her head, eyes red as she nodded fiercely, her youthful face brimming with intense devotion and absolute loyalty. Just then a few faint green dots appeared on the radar screen. It was the scattered squadron that had just been besieged by Disha Alliance. Their remaining 7 battered Level 3 civilian aircraft approached cautiously. A trembling voice filled the public channel with deep reverence. "Boss, thank you for saving our lives. If you hadn't intervened, we would have all died here today." Yu Feng picked up the microphone, his tone cold. "I didn't do it to save you. They were blocking my path." The scattered player captain swallowed hard, his voice even more subservient. "Boss, we understand. A common man commits no crime, but carrying a jewel makes him guilty. Disha Alliance attacked us like madmen solely for this item. We cannot protect it, so we offer it to you now as repayment for your mercy." Before he finished speaking, a system notification popped up with an eye-catching air trade request. "Player, Wang Hai, has sent you a trade request. Trade item grade 4 wind element crystal core 1. What they're requesting? Nothing." Yu Feng glanced at the crystal core glowing with pale cyan light on his display panel and raised an eyebrow slightly. A grade 4 crystal core was an absolute strategic grade premium material that would make major guilds fight tooth and nail in the current wasteland continent. It could dramatically enhance weapon power and even serve as the core requirement for upgrading to a level 5 aircraft. No wonder Disha Alliance had been hunting them down like mad dogs. Yu Feng opened his infinite portable space and took a quick glance inside. Neatly arranged inside were 6 grade 4 thunder element crystal cores, 7 grade 4 fire element crystal cores, 1 just used 18 grade 4 wind element crystal cores, and even a single grade 5 ice element crystal core. To him, these were merely ammunition for the Mana Vulcan cannon. "Keep them for yourself." He casually tapped the decline trade button without a second thought. Inside the 2 scattered player aircraft aloft, Wang Hai and his team froze in utter shock. He refused. That was a grade 4 crystal core. The boss didn't even glance at it and sent it right back. "Boss, Could you possibly think it's too little?" Wang Hai's voice trembled as his worldview suffered a devastating blow. "We truly only have this one. I said I don't want it, I don't want it. Don't bother me with trash." Yu Feng cut off the public channel chatter and slowly pushed the throttle forward. "Trash." Hearing those words, Wang Hai's head buzzed. The supreme divine item that all players across the server fought to the death to obtain was merely trash in the eyes of this man piloting the Dark Fortress. This was the absolute information gap and foundational disparity brought by dimensional strikes. As the massive object was about to depart, Wang Hai snapped out of his daze and urgently shouted over the public channel, "Boss, wait. You may not value this crystal core, but I must share some intelligence with you. In the storm rift 80 kilometers ahead to the right, there's an enormously large flock of mutated eagles. Their numbers number at least 1,000, and many of them are wounded, weakened high-tier giant eagles. It seems they've just gone through an internal tribal conflict." Yu Feng's hand on the throttle paused slightly. Wounded, weakened high-tier giant eagles. He immediately recalled Ling Yinshue's F-rank exclusive ability that had just awakened yesterday, Control. All he needed to do was mark weakened monsters mentally to forcibly subjugate them as disciples. Wasn't this a ready-made monster armory and leveling paradise? A ruthless curve formed on Yu Feng's lips. "Change course. Right front 80 degrees. With both hands on the controls, the 100-ton steel behemoth carved an imperious arc through the sky. "Let's go stock up." Inside the cabin, Ling Yanxue had just changed into a form-fitting yoga outfit. Upon hearing the announcement, she nervously rubbed her hands together. "Stay put, I'll take you to catch a few pets today." Yu Feng's voice came through the intercom to Ling Yanxue, carrying an unquestionable dominance. The dark black aircraft spewed azure afterburners as it raced toward the storm rift like the Reaper. A brutally forceful subjugation was about to unfold. Boom! The LV-5 heavy passenger aircraft tore through the thick gray fog, descending upon the storm rift valley like a dark god of destruction. The gale howled relentlessly as the temperature plummeted to 50 degrees below zero. From deep within the canyon, the stench of blood rose skyward. Thousands of mutated giant eagles were tearing into one another in a frenzy, feathers and severed limbs swirling through the air like a macabre storm. Clinging to the cliff walls were a dozen massive blood-soaked tier 3 frost giant eagles. They had been defeated in the brutal struggle for dominance. Their wings shattered, their lives fading with each labored breath. Captain coordinates locked. Directly below us on the cliff face, 12 severely wounded tier 3 frost giant eagles. In the second tier combat room, Ding Yutong's eyes gleamed with razor-sharp focus. Her F-rank celestial eye ability pierced effortlessly through the blizzard's veil, exposing every energy fluctuation of the creatures below with crystalline clarity. Sun Yin, clear the field. Yu Feng's hand rested on the control stick, his voice flat and unhurried. Leave it to me, brother Yu Feng. Sun Yin stood before the fire control console, a disturbingly euphoric glint flickering in her eyes. She raised her pale right hand, and her C-rank fire magic erupted without restraint. Explosive fireball barrage. Several densely compressed high-explosive fireballs rained down into the canyon floor like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying waves of searing heat detonated instantly, incinerating dozens of low-rank mutant eagles still locked in combat, reducing them to black ash scattered across the sky. The violent explosions drew terrified wails from the 12 wounded frost giant eagles on the cliff face. Yin Shui, time to work. Yu Feng switched on the cabin broadcast. Moments later, the metallic door to the cockpit slid open. Ling Yin Shui stepped inside, wearing an impossibly form-fitting pure white yoga outfit, the taut fabric sculpting her breathtaking figure in ways that rivaled even Shun Tiantian's legendary curves. She nervously rubbed her hands together as she approached Yu Feng. With commanding authority, Yu Feng wrapped his arm around her slender waist and led her onto the second-tier extended observation deck. The glass shield activated and the freezing wind rushed in. Don't be afraid. Yu Feng pointed at the 12 trembling giant eagles on the cliff below. Use your ability. Mark them. Let them know who their master is. Ling Yin Shui drew a deep breath and closed her eyes. Her F-rank exclusive ability domination activated instantaneously. A formidable wave of psychic energy invisible to the naked eye erupted outward from her position with explosive force. 12 concealed spiritual markers shot forth, like chains precisely piercing the brows of the 12 frost giant eagles. Screech. The massive bodies of the giant eagles stiffened abruptly. The ferocity and wildness in their eyes receded like a withdrawing tide, replaced by an absolute, fanatical submission. Dragging their broken wings, they lowered their proud heads in unison toward the dark aircraft hovering in the sky above. It was done. They're listening to me. Ling Yin Shui opened her eyes and turned excitedly toward Yu Feng. But the next moment, the severe backlash of depleted spiritual energy struck without warning. Her vision blackened, her legs buckled, and she collapsed backward. Yu Feng caught her in one swift motion, pulling her firmly against his chest. Taming 12 tier 3 creatures on your first try? That wasn't easy. He gazed down at the exhausted campus beauty in his arms, a roguish smile curling at his lips. Beautifully done. Tonight in my quarters, I'll personally give you some extra tutoring to help you recover. At the mention of those 2 words, Ling Yin Shui's ears flushed crimson. She buried her face into his chest, too shy to utter a sound. With a mere thought, Yu Feng opened his infinite portable space. Retrieve. The 12 wounded tier 3 frost giant eagles vanished instantaneously from existence, stored safely within the spatial dimension. Within the portable space, they could gradually heal their wounds by drawing upon their master's energy. Upon reaching Kunlun, they would form a skyborne aerial commando unit descended from the heavens themselves. Meanwhile, 300 kilometers from the Storm Rift Valley, above an abandoned gas station, 50 armed passenger aircraft, their wings emblazoned with blood-red skull insignias, hovered ominously in the sky, racing to answer a distress signal. Zhao Shi, captain of the Earth-Sha Alliance's second squad, stood in the cockpit of an LV-4 heavy assault aircraft, his gaze fixed intently upon a charred remnant in the snow below. It was a severely scorched metal plate upon which a half-destroyed skull insignia could still be vaguely discerned. So Lei, who is dead after all, Zhao Shi muttered through gritted teeth, his bloated features contorted with unbridled rage. The entire first squad, wiped out. That bastard Yu Feng actually dared to strike lethally. He seized the communicator and contacted the Earth-Sha Alliance headquarters. Vice Alliance leader. Lei, who has fallen. That bastard Yu Feng must possess heavy firepower exceeding tier 5. A chilling voice crackled through the channel. Panic over one man's death. The fall of the first squad is a small price. We'll use Yu Feng's life to establish dominion over the entire barren continent. Along the Kunlun main peak route, we are laying out a heaven-shattering trap to annihilate every rogue operative. Take the second and third squads, 50 armed aircraft in total, and crush Yu Feng into dust. I want his aircraft and every woman aboard it. Understood. Zhao Shi's eyes blazed with savage cruelty. All squads hear my command. Activate full-spectrum radar. Track that black aircraft. I'll flay him alive. Inside the dark aircraft cockpit, Yu Feng had just escorted the exhausted Ling Yin Shui to the bedroom and returned to the pilot's seat when the system interface flickered wildly. Alliance leader. It's Fu Su. I've collected all the scrap for you. Fu Su's voice echoed through the communicator suffused with barely contained euphoria and sycophantic devotion. Good. Initiate the trade. Yu Feng's tone remained placid, betraying no emotion. Ding. The system notification chimed. Player Fu Su has initiated a trade 150 units of scrap steel. Requesting anything you wish. With a thought, Yu Feng allocated 5,000 gene of premium dragon meat, 150 units of universal fuel oil, and assorted other supplies, tossing them into the trade interface. When Fu Su laid eyes on this shipment of god-tier rations in the post-apocalyptic world, he nearly knelt in the snow to kowtow on the spot. Many thanks, Alliance leader, for your generous reward. The 300 brothers of the Yu Feng Alliance pledge their undying loyalty to you. Additionally, I've just intercepted intelligence. The Earthsha Alliance's 2nd and 3rd squads have merged. 50 armed aircraft in total are racing along your flight path to intercept you. Understood. Yu Feng severed the communication with crisp efficiency. This was the capitalist game. By leveraging a workforce struggling at the breadline, one could plunder the resources of an entire wasteland at minimal cost. Yu Feng opened the mana furnace within his infinite portable space. Purify. Violent flames erupted wildly within the furnace interface, the progress bar advancing at astonishing speed. Ding. Purification of 150 units of scrap steel complete. Perfect tier critical strike triggered. Obtained premium material ultra nano crystal steel 15 units. Yu Feng gazed at the 15 blocks of ultra nano crystal steel radiating a deep blue luminescence within his space, a coldly ruthless arc forming at the corner of his lips. This material was so rare that even the top 10 alliances on the entire server, exhausting every resource at their disposal, couldn't produce a single block. Yet he had acquired 15 of them in exchange for a few hundred gene of unwanted scraps. Exhilarating. Ding. Yutong report contacts. Yu Feng leaned back in his seat and lit a cigarette. In the 2nd-tier combat room, Ding Yutong's forehead glistened with sweat as she fixed her gaze on the instruments ahead. Captain. 60 kilometers to our rear, 50 high-risk red energy signatures are executing a pincer formation. They're closing fast. In 20 minutes at most, we'll have visual contact. 50 aircraft. In the current state of the barren continent, this constituted an unstoppable tide of steel capable of flattening anything in its path. A frontal engagement would be exhausting. Yu Feng exhaled a plume of blue smoke, his fingers drumming idly against the control stick. A hunter never races his prey across an open plain. He switched to the internal channel. Shen Tiantian report to the cockpit. Moments later, Shen Tiantian bounded in. Clad in a white shirt and a skin-tight black pencil skirt, her innocent face alight with excitement. Captain, what's the mission? With a wave of his hand, Yu Feng materialized the 500 high-explosive aerial proximity mines salvaged from the Changha Heavy Industries facility, along with a mass of electronic components instantly piling the logistics bay floor high. Use your ability to modify these proximity mines into intelligent sensor mines. Add a friend or foe identification system. Yu Feng ruffled her hair affectionately. Can you do it? Absolutely. The sight of mechanical components ignited a gleam in Shun Tiantian's eyes, and her F-rank mechanical mastery ability awakened as if by instinct. She plunged directly into the pile of parts, her hands pressing against the metal casings. A brilliant white radiance pulsed frantically from her fingertips. What would have been tedious disassembly, reassembly, and programming transformed into art in her hands, flowing with mesmerizing grace. In less than 10 minutes, 500 modified miniature high-explosive sensor mines stood neatly arranged to one side. Captain. The moment an enemy aircraft enters a 30-meter radius, they'll detonate in chain sequence. Even gods couldn't survive that. Shen Tiantian puffed out her chest with pride. Well done. Sun Yin head to the 2nd-tier combat room. Prepare for sniper overwatch. Got it, brother Yu Feng. Sun Yin ascended the spiral staircase with feline grace, the pathological killing intent in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Yu Feng pushed the throttle to maximum. The LV-5 heavy passenger aircraft surged forward with staggering thrust, plunging directly into a treacherous terrain known as the Death Canyon ahead. Towering glaciers 1,000 meters high flanked either side. At its narrowest point, the canyon could accommodate only 3 aircraft flying abreast. The dark aircraft came to an impossibly steady hover at the canyon's narrowest choke point. The cargo doors opened and 500 modified sensor mines were surreptitiously dispersed throughout the canyon's entrance and the snow-obscured dead zones along the cliff walls. The trap was laid. 20 minutes later. Roar, roar, roar. The frenzied thunder of engines tore through the blizzard. Zhaoxi's 50 Earthsha Alliance armed aircraft surged into the canyon like a swarm of apocalyptic locusts blotting out the sky. Captain. Radar confirms that black aircraft is sitting dead center in the canyon. He hasn't run. A subordinate's excited shout crackled through the comms channel. Hasn't run. He's paralyzed with fear. Zhaoxi stood in the cockpit, his face twisted with savage glee, raising his high-powered binoculars. All squads accelerate. Forget formation. Whoever disables his engine first gets a woman as reward. Spurred by the promised reward, the 50 aircraft plunged into the impossibly narrow canyon passage like rabid hounds scrambling toward the choke point in a frantic free-for-all. They had no idea they were stepping into true hell. Deep within the canyon, aboard the dark aircraft, Yu Feng reclined against the supple leather seat, elegantly cradling a glass of Romani Conti that Alicia had just poured for him. He watched the dense cluster of red blots bunched together on his radar, the grim smile of the Grim Reaper curling at his lips. Close the gate. Slay the dog. Yu Feng snapped his fingers with casual indifference. 500 meters ahead, the swiftest Earth-Sha Alliance modified aircraft had the misfortune of crossing the 30-meter trigger perimeter of the first sensor mine. Beep! A piercing electronic tone shrieked through the blizzard. The next instant, boom! A blinding eruption of fire blazed skyward with earth-shattering force. Chain detonation activated instantaneously. Boom! The instant the first modified proximity mine detonated, this colossal powder keg of a canyon erupted without restraint. 50 Earth-Sha Alliance armed aircraft were crammed into a glacial rift less than 100 meters wide. Not even enough room to turn around. The chain detonation sequence activated at once. Along the precipitous cliffs on either side, the 500 proximity mines Shen Tian had planted blazed red in perfect unison. What kind of ambush was this? This was a tailor-made crematorium. Bang, bang, bang. The chain explosions roared deafeningly, their shockwaves battering back and forth between the canyon walls. The 7 or 8 level 4 modified aircraft at the vanguard had their armor instantly reduced to scrap. The secondary blasts from ruptured fuel tanks erupted in blinding brilliance. Pull up, all of you, damn it. Zhao shrieked hysterically over the open channel, the rolls of fat on his face quivering in terror. He wrenched at the control stick with every ounce of strength, desperately trying to force his heavily armored transport skyward. But the heavens above were choked with lifeless ice clouds, and all around him allies were crashing blindly into one another. An aircraft with its tail sheared off spun wildly and slammed straight into Zhao Shi's wing, sending a shower of sparks flying. They call this an aerial battle. This is nothing short of a massive chain reaction traffic catastrophe. 500 meters away, a certain matte black LV-5 heavy transport hovered steadily at the canyon's midpoint. The high-strength nanocrystalline steel armor blanketing its fuselage held every shockwave firmly at bay. Within the cabin, a constant 29 degrees, warm air brushing gently against the skin. Yu Feng lounged luxuriously in his genuine leather shock-absorbing seat, left hand resting casually upon the control stick. In his right, he cradled a glass of iced honey snow orange juice Shen Tian had just freshly squeezed, and he took a blissful sip. The ice cubes within the glass chimed merrily. A glance at the radar screen revealed the 50 crimson dots representing the Earth-Sha Alliance blinking out in rapid succession, fading to ash. Surveying the hellish inferno of thunder and fire before him, Yu Feng scarcely lifted an eyelid. With an idle motion, he pressed the internal communicator. Sun Yan, Yu Tong, don't let them perish too swiftly. Put them to use as target practice. Understood, Captain. The second-level independent combat chamber offered a 360-degree panoramic bulletproof view. Ding Yutong stood clad in a tantalizing black sports bralette, her taut wheat-toned skin glistening with a faint sheen of sweat. She planted both hands firmly upon the console, a subtle radiance igniting deep within her pupils. Her F-rank Sky Eye ability surged to full activation, piercing straight through the dense smoke and hellfire to reveal everything beneath. 11 o'clock, 300 meters. 2 of them hugging the left flank, trying to slip away. The left one's belly's been ruptured, fuel tanks leaking out in the open. The locked targets could be transmitted to teammates through spiritual perception, a genuine humanoid see-through radar hack. Copy that. Watch this. Sun Yin stood at the ready. Today she wore nothing but a pristine white fitted shirt styled into a missing bottom look. With every movement, her magnificent assets surged with audacious momentum. A fanatic obsessive fire burned within her gaze as her right hand seized violently at the air. Her C-rank fire magic compressed with frenzied intensity, instantly condensing 2 fist-sized, yet terrifyingly scorching crimson fireballs. Off you go. With a delicate flick of Sun Yin's jade-like fingers, the fireballs traced wickedly cunning arcs along the canyon's wind currents, threading precisely through the narrow gap between 2 rock formations. Fwoosh! A direct strike, right into the fuel tank. Boom! A pillar of fire erupted skyward. The armed aircraft was bisected on the spot, its blazing wreckage crashing straight into its wingman on the right. Both hunks of iron departed this world together, plunging headlong into the canyon floor. Lower right corner, 7 o'clock. A heavy unit reversing. Ding Yutong continued calling targets. Explosive fireball burst. Sun Yin moistened her crimson lips and loosed yet another shot. A brutal one-sided death roll call had erupted into full murderous frenzy within the canyon. Ding Yutong's full map X-ray vision, Sun Yin's violent target locks. The 2 women's coordination was seamless. The Earth-Sha Alliance elites who strutted with such arrogance in ordinary days couldn't even brush the hem of their enemies' garments before being systematically devastatingly executed by this dimensional strike headshot roll call. Captain, we can't hold. Can't break through the mine array, and there's some cheater nearby lobbing bombs. My engine's dead. Someone help me. The comms channel was drowned in wails and screams. 3 minutes was all it took, 50 aircraft half obliterated. Surveying the wreckage strewn in every direction, Zhao Shi nearly suffered a cardiac arrest on the spot. He had believed that bringing 50 aircraft would let him grind Yu Feng into the dirt. Only now did the bitter truth dawn upon him. The other party had boldly remained in place purely to wait for this flock of imbeciles to deliver their heads. Rear echelon becomes vanguard. Winds rising, beat a retreat. Zhao Shi's defenses shattered completely. He wrenched the rudder with all his might, desperate to flee back the way they came. The remaining 20-odd battered survivors flew as though granted amnesty, scrambling headlong back toward the canyon entrance. The very instant they caught sight of the snowstorm at the entranceway. Within the matte black transport, Yu Feng leisurely set down his glass. Come and go as you please. You really think this is some public thoroughfare? A smirk curled at the corner of Yu Feng's lips, the cold, merciless smile of the Grim Reaper itself, as his thumb pressed heavily down upon the red detonation key of the main console. Rumbling. 3 massive directional breaching charges, Shen Tian, had pre-planted upon the kilometer-high cliffs, flanking the entrance, detonated simultaneously. Millions of tons of glacial ice commingled with unyielding rock collapsed with earth-shattering force. Like an overturned celestial river, boulders and ice cascaded with an overwhelming mountain-flattening momentum, completely welding the canyon entrance shut, piling into a sheer wall several hundred meters thick. The 3 leading Earth-Sha Alliance armed aircraft had nowhere to evade, and were instantly pancaked into iron discs, their pilots perishing without so much as a whimper. Zhao Shi slammed the brakes with desperate force. Gazing upon the route of escape, now utterly severed, an abysmal chill pierced him from crown to soul. Retreat no longer existed. On the radar screen, the matte black transport advanced with unnerving steadiness, firing nothing, accelerating nothing. With that suffocating uniform velocity, it bore down upon the broken remnants. The abyss of utter despair erupted completely within the hearts of the Earth-Sha Alliance players. They dare call this warfare. This is nothing but a one-sided encirclement, a locked door beating of the hounds. Yu Feng gripped the control stick with one hand and slammed his foot down on the throttle, flooring it. The 100-ton Level 5 heavy aircraft let out a savage, thunderous roar. What positioning? What tactics? Screw all of that. Yu Feng drove this iron war god straight through the burning wreckage strewn across the ground, crushing everything beneath its wheels. Boom. An enemy aircraft that had lost power and hovered midair was pierced straight through by the nanocrystalline steel ram at the nose of the dark shadow. The razor-sharp meat grinder blades along the wing edges spun at tremendous speed. Like slicing through tender tofu, the enemy cockpit and its pilot were instantly shredded into an exploding mist of blood. Black and crimson blood mingled with machine oil splattering across the dark armor. The automatic cleaning system activated instantly. A stream of water washed it all away, leaving not even a trace of blood. Madman. This bastard is a complete madman. Zhao Shi watched the meat grinder rolling toward him, so terrified that his teeth bit clean through his own lips. Scatter. Everyone pull up now. The remaining dozen or so aircraft swarmed like disturbed hornets, desperately climbing for altitude, attempting to escape along the cliff walls. Sun Yan. Yu Feng's gaze was ice cold. On it. From the second-floor combat room, Sun Yan snorted coldly, leaning half her body over the observation deck. Trying to run. Eat this big one. Boom. 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 3 consecutively fired ultra-compressed, high-explosive fireballs tore through the air and slammed straight into the right main engine of Zhao Shi's heavy passenger aircraft. The engine, already smoking from the earlier chaos, instantly gave up the ghost, belching thick black smoke like a chimney. Zhao Shi's aircraft lost balance in an instant and spiraled down from the sky. With a muffled crash, the aircraft slammed heavily onto a flat glacial rock below. The landing gear snapped clean off and the belly caved inward like a crushed can. Yu Feng lowered his altitude and the dark shadow came to a steady hover exactly 20 meters directly above Zhao Shi. Its massive shadow fell like death itself, descending from above. The scorching tail flames from the 4 main engines were so intense that the bulletproof glass of Zhao Shi's cockpit nearly melted. Over the public channel came Yu Feng's lazy drawl. Run, why aren't you running? Did your legs break? Zhao Shi, head drenched in blood, kicked open the severely deformed cockpit hatch. He knew he was finished today, but having lorded over others for so long, he still tried to put on a brave front. Don't get too cocky. Zhao Shi's voice cracked as he howled up at the steel behemoth above him. I'm the captain of the Earth-Sha Alliance's 2nd squad. You took out the 1st squad, now you've beaten our 2nd squad. You've thoroughly made enemies of the entire Earth-Sha Alliance. He pointed at his own nose, blustering with hollow bravado. Our vice leader is about to reach level 6. 8,000 elite troops are stationed right outside Kunlun. If you dare lay a finger on me today, the moment you set foot in Kunlun, the entire Earth-Shao alliance will absolutely destroy you. Brain dead. Yu Feng casually picked at his ear, not even bothering to waste half a sentence more. He simply pressed the fire control button. Boom. A 50mm aerial cannon round slammed directly into the steel plate beside Zhao Shi. The depleted uranium armor-piercing round instantly blasted open a crater the size of a wash basin, and the flying shrapnel sheared off Zhao Shi's left ear on the spot. Ah! Zhao Shi clutched his ear, which was gushing blood, screaming like a slaughtered pig, and collapsed to his knees in a pile of shattered glass. Did you stuff laxatives in your brain? Yu Feng sat in the cockpit leisurely lighting a cigarette. Did you really think I kept your miserable life until now because I was afraid of your Earth-Shao alliance? He exhaled a puff of blue smoke, his voice carrying a bone-chilling cold. The Earth-Shao alliance is exactly who I'm hunting. If I don't slaughter you fat sheep, where would I find top-tier materials to drop? Zhao Shi clutched his ear, trembling with pain. Staring at that pitch-black cannon muzzle, the last line of defense in his heart completely crumbled. So this lunatic never gave a damn about any major guild from the very start. In this man's eyes, the Earth-Shao alliance was nothing more than a bunch of slightly fatter mobile supply crates. From a crash-landed modified aircraft nearby, several half-dead Earth-Shao alliance players crawled out in a panic, sliding to their knees in the snow and kowtowing until their heads rang against the frozen ground. Boss, Ancestor, please don't kill us. We have intel to offer you. A player who looked like a scrawny monkey sobbed until tears and snot streamed down his face. Everything Zhao Shi said is true. The Earth-Shao alliance's main force never even entered the depths of Kunlun. Keep talking. Yu Feng flicked the ash from his cigarette with a flick of his finger. The skinny monkey spat out the intel like beans pouring from a jar. The vice leader ordered the 8,000 men divided into 10 battalions, all blocking the canyon passages around the main peak of Kunlun. They're setting up toll stations. Toll stations? Yu Feng's eyebrow arched, and he let out a laugh. Exactly. The system requires everyone to reach Kunlun within 6 days, and right now every solo player is flying toward it. Relying on their overwhelming firepower, the vice leader sealed off the routes. Any aircraft passing through must hand over 2/3 of their supplies and fuel as toll fees. Anyone who refuses gets blasted into dust. Upon hearing this, Yu Feng burst out laughing. Harvesting leaks right on top of the system's main quest. The Earth-Shao alliance's leadership really knows how to make money, true commercial geniuses. Still, these overlord-style terms could only intimidate the poor solo players. How many level 5 aircraft does your Earth-Shao alliance have now? Yu Feng exhaled a smoke ring. T10. The skinny monkey answered, frantically terrified of being shot for hesitating. But the vice leader Ghost Eye, his heavy passenger aircraft, just leveled up to level 6 yesterday. At the words, level 6, a spark instantly ignited in Yu Feng's eyes. What did he use to level it up? He led a raid on a military scientific research ruin and obtained massive amounts of nanocrystalline steel. The most crucial part is he got his hands on an extremely rare AI computer chip. To save his life, the skinny monkey spilled everything. Once that chip was installed, his level 6 aircraft activated full intelligent fire control capable of locking onto hundreds of targets simultaneously. At these words, silence instantly fell within the Dark Shadows cockpit. An AI computer chip. This thing was precisely the core threshold material Yu Feng needed to perfectly advance this 100-ton heavy passenger aircraft to level 6. Right now, the trading channel didn't even show a hair of it. Even with money, it was impossible to buy. Captain Shun Tian in the co-pilot seat drew a sharp breath. She understood the incredible value of that chip all too well. Once obtained, this aircraft would completely bid farewell to manual targeting and transform into a fully automatic destruction machine. Not only did Yu Feng show no panic, but a thrill of 5-fingered discount shopping gleamed in his eyes. Wasn't this just like someone stuffing a pillow right under your neck just as you were falling asleep? Ghost Eye, huh? Yu Feng casually stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. He looked down at the utterly desperate Zhao Shi and the skinny monkey below, his tone as casual as someone ordering takeout. I've got my eye on that level 6 aircraft of his. The moment the words fell, Yu Feng's thumb pressed heavily down on the fire button. Boom, boom, boom. The 30mm cannon roared. Never cultivating virtue in life, but specializing in murder and robbery. Depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds instantly tore Zhao Shi and those surrendering players into fragments. Along with that damaged heavy passenger aircraft, they were all blasted into a brilliant fireball. Clean and decisive, handling the killing and the burial in one go. 4 wolves that dared bare their fangs, Yu Feng's only method of dealing with them was to send them straight to hell, and stomp on them twice for good measure. System activate auto collection. Ding. Collected advanced armor plate X 5000 scrap steel X 300 tier, 3 crystal core X 120 tier, 4 crystal core X 20, universal fuel X 500, complete one-piece manga collection. The wreckage across the ground vanished instantly, wholly absorbed into the infinite space. Watching the resources on the system panel skyrocket wildly, Yu Feng had scored an absolute windfall from this haul. 300,000 units of scrap steel and a vast quantity of supplies vanished entirely into the portable spatial dimension. Beyond the canyon, the blizzard continued its furious assault, yet within the darkened stealth aircraft, a tranquil stillness prevailed. Yu Feng shrugged off his black tactical jacket, still reeking of gunpowder, and pushed open the metal door to the cockpit chamber. Inside, the temperature held steady at a comfortable 28 degrees. Upon the grand bed, Shen Tiantian lay sprawled face down across the covers in an extraordinarily alluring pose. She wore one of Yu Feng's white dress shirts above, paired with a sleek black pencil skirt that clung tightly to her hips. Her two slender, perfectly straight legs were kicked up into the air, toes swaying lazily. In her hands, she cradled Volume 3 of Attack on Titan, completely engrossed in its pages. "Big brother Captain, you're back." Hearing the commotion, Shen Tiantian turned her head, her doll-like face glowing with an obedient smile. "Zhao Shi is dead. The heavy stone weighing on my heart has finally been lifted. Now that the stone is lifted, it's time for serious business." Yu Feng strode forward, plucked the manga from her hands, and tossed it aside, then gripped her slender waist with both hands and flipped her over in one decisive motion. The collar of the shirt fell open, and the exaggerated curves of her impossibly youthful figure bounced free. I was just at the part where the Titan transforms." Shen Tiantian murmured, her cheeks flushing a rosy crimson. Half an hour later, a frigid mechanical chime exploded within Yu Feng's consciousness. Ding! Shen Tiantian's ability has advanced. Exclusive ability repair and mechanism mastery elevated to rank D. Physical attributes synchronized and enhanced: strength 5, constitution 8, agility 5. Shen Tiantian's eyes snapped open with sudden force. An overwhelming current of warmth instantly surged through her entire body. The bone-deep exhaustion from depleted stamina vanished without a trace, replaced by a torrent of mechanical schematics and advanced assembly logic flooding her mind. She leapt from the bed barefoot and dashed straight to the corner of the logistics storeroom, where piles of unsorted electronic salvage lay heaped together. Her 10 fingers danced in a blur as her rank D ability activated in full. In mere minutes, she had assembled a palm-sized, extraordinarily intricate black metal box. "Big brother Captain, look at this." Shen Tiantian presented the device to him with the eager pride of a child showing off a treasure. "Earlier, I extracted Zhao Shi's voice frequency from the public channel and built a high-grade voice simulation synthesizer." She pressed the switch on the box. "Vice Alliance leader. That punk Yu Feng definitely has firepower exceeding level 5 on him." Zhao Shi's voice rang through the room, so uncannily lifelike it perfectly captured every desperate cracking note of his panicked fury. A glint of sharp light flickered in the depths of Yu Feng's gaze. With this device in hand, the death sentence of that Vice Alliance leader, called Ghost Eye from the Earth-Sha Alliance, was already sealed. Yu Feng finished dressing and gave Shen Tiantian's head an affectionate pat. "Get dressed and come out for a briefing." Middle passenger cabin. Around the long oak table, every core member of the women had assembled. Yu Feng occupied the seat of honor. Lu Rian immediately presented a freshly brewed cup of coffee, her rippling gaze carrying an intoxicatingly mature allure. "Tiantian, within the next 12 hours I need you to use every material available to manufacture high-altitude, floating mines capable of blowing through a rank 6 aircraft's armor, along with armor-piercing missiles equipped with tracking functionality." Yu Feng took a measured sip of coffee, issuing his orders without preamble. "Mission guaranteed. Using a rank D ability for this is like slaying a chicken with a butcher's blade." Shen Tiantian puffed out her chest with brimming pride. "Teacher Lu." Yu Feng turned his gaze toward Lu Rian. "Utilize the regional trading channel. Take our premium quality meats and basic materials and sweep the market clean. I want every body-enhancing elixir and every item with extraordinary properties. Buy them all, no matter the quantity." Lu Rian adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and gave a crisp nod. "Understood. I'll push profit margins to their absolute lowest. Strip those scattered survivors down to their last thread." Beside her, Sun Yin watched Yu Feng entrust weighty responsibilities to Lu Rian and Shen Tiantian, while also catching sight of Alyssa's brazenly audacious gaze. She rose to her feet without hesitation, wedged herself against Yu Feng, and dropped firmly onto his lap. Her bountiful figure pressed flush against his chest. "Big brother Yu Feng, you haven't assigned me any task at all. My fire magic is incredibly powerful now. Anyone who dares disobey, I'll burn them alive." Sun Yin pouted, an almost pathological possessiveness churning beneath her gaze. Yu Feng did not push her away. He leaned back against the chair, his gaze sweeping across the entire assembly. "Come with me. Today I'll show you something truly extraordinary." Yu Feng's intent stirred. The metal bulkhead at the forward end of the cabin suddenly rippled like disturbed water. A concealed portal radiating a faint azure luminescence materialized from thin air. "Step through." Yu Feng rose to his feet, keeping Sun Yin tucked against his side, and entered the portal at the head of the procession. The women exchanged glances before following in quick succession. The instant they crossed the threshold of light, every voice fell silent at once. An independent dimension stretched endlessly in every direction. The sky hung in a motionless veil of pure white, while supplies piled into towering mountains around them, forming a grotesquely vast steel range and forests of provisions. The flow of time here was frozen in absolute stillness. The mountains of supplies stretched beyond the horizon. Oh my god. Alyssa clamped a hand over her mouth, her sapphire eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. Ling Yinxue stood thunderstruck, unable to form words as her gaze swept toward the corner. With sharp perception, she noticed that the 300,000 units of scrap steel wreckage just salvaged from the canyon had vanished entirely. In its place sat 30 units of deep blue metallic bricks arranged in impeccably neat stacks. Yu Feng, where did all that scrap iron go? What is this blue glowing metal? Ling Yinxue pointed at the stack, her voice trembling. Sharp eyes. Yu Feng walked to the center of the open clearing. A colossal arcane furnace, blazing with dark gold flames, materialized at his summons. The violent heat warped the surrounding air in savage distortions. Keep your eyes wide open. With a wave of Yu Feng's hand, 30,000 units of scrap steel from a distant corner of the dimension hurtled into the air and were swallowed whole by the furnace's maw. The furnace flames churned with wild fury. 3 seconds later, a crisp ding rang out. 3 ingots of ultra-nano crystal steel, radiating a flawlessly ethereal azure sheen, were expelled from the furnace's base and hovered into Yu Feng's palm. Scrap iron transmuted into ultra-nano crystal steel. Lu Rian cried out in shock, her composed facade shattering completely. She knew the prices of the wasteland continent all too well. 30,000 units of scrap, too worthless even to fuel a fire, had been transformed into a rank 6 material that even top-tier alliances like the Tianxiao Alliance would slaughter each other to obtain. This was the legendary art of turning stone into gold. As long as the scrap keeps flowing, I'll have as much of this premium material as I damn well please. Yu Feng pinched the ultra-nano crystal steel between his fingers, his tone dripping with unbridled arrogance. The entire hall fell deathly silent. Every woman present stared at Yu Feng, their gazes transformed from reverence for a powerful figure into the rapturous worship of beings witnessing a creator. In this godforsaken apocalypse, possessing such a game-breaking trump card made Yu Feng the absolute deity. Lu Rian's breathing grew ragged and hurried. She strode swiftly to Yu Feng, the flames of towering ambition igniting behind her glasses. Yu Feng, since you can purify without limit, we could purchase every player's scrap iron across the entire region, using nothing but the cheapest purified water and rotten meat. Then we release just a trickle of the purified mid-tier materials to exchange for their elixirs and crystal cores. Lu Rian's commercial mind was terrifyingly sharp. Within 3 days we could monopolize the entire economic lifeblood of this million-player region. The life and death of every soul will rest upon your single decision. Well said. Yu Feng burst into laughter and casually tossed the ultra-nano crystal steel to Lu Rian. I'm entrusting this matter to you and Fu Su's Sovereign Winds Alliance. I want this continent from this day forward to heed only one voice. Standing at the rear, Chu Yu bit down hard on her crimson lips. Watching Lu Rian claim such authority, the fierce competitive fire within her was ignited completely. Military conquest, economic monopoly. This man is unquestionably the emperor of the apocalypse. Chu Yu drew a deep breath. She swore to herself that within this terrifying empire he was building, she would climb to a position second only to him and above all others. Yu Feng seized Ling Yinxue's wrist and dragged her into the cockpit to give her a thorough lesson. An hour later, Ling Yinxue collapsed against Yu Feng's chest, too exhausted to lift even a single finger. A cold system announcement echoed through the cabin. Ding. Ling Yinxue's ability has advanced. Exclusive ability control upgraded to E rank. Effect capable of forcefully taming injured 3rd-tier mutants or weakened 4th-tier mutants. Physical attributes simultaneously enhanced strength 3, constitution 5, agility 4. An incredibly vast surge of spiritual power exploded within Ling Yinxue's mind. She clenched her fists in disbelief, feeling the terrifying energy flowing through her body. I've become stronger. She lifted her head, her gaze toward Yu Feng filled with profound dependence. Go take a shower and get ready to work. Half an hour later in the cockpit, Yu Feng sat in the captain's seat. The 100-ton steel behemoth erupted with violent dark blue exhaust trails, once again tearing through the ashen gray frozen clouds. Beep. The radar suddenly emitted a sharp warning. In the second-floor command center, Ding Yutong shouted, Captain, a lone 4th-tier frost giant eagle 10 kilometers directly ahead. Its enormous size completely blocked our flight path. Ignore it. We plow right through. Yu Feng showed no intention of slowing down, instead pushing the throttle all the way forward. Boom. The dark stealth aircraft violently broke through the sound barrier, charging head-on toward the frost giant eagle with a 30-meter wingspan. The giant eagle had barely time to react, opening its beak to unleash a torrent of frigid breath. But the level 5 passenger jet was simply too fast. Swoosh. The razor-sharp nano-crystal steel ram sliced through the giant eagle's left wing base like a hot knife through butter, the sound of shattering bones echoing through the storm. Yinxue, your turn. Yu Feng maintained steady control of the yoke and glanced sideways at her. Ling Yinxue closed her eyes. Her E-rank spiritual power exploded without reserve, transforming into an invisible chain that pierced deeply into the falling eagle's mind. A creature in an extremely weakened state. The giant eagle thrashed wildly, but its grievous injuries had left its mental defenses shattered. 3 seconds later the fury in its eyes dissolved, replaced by absolute submission. Success. Ling Yinshue's face was slightly pale, but her expression blazed with triumph. Yu Feng directed his will, and a spatial rift opened in midair. The enormous 4th-tier sky overlord along with all the high-tier loot on the ground was swept into the void. The passenger jet climbed once more. 40 minutes later, on the horizon ahead a profoundly dark and terrifying chasm emerged. Cold winds howled through the rift, producing shrieks like the wails of vengeful spirits. Location: Death's Abyss. Yu Feng piloted the aircraft steadily downward into the deepest part of the chasm. The dark hull blended seamlessly with the canyon's shadows. Tian deploy mines. Yu Feng communicated through the internal channel. Shun Tian and several other girls rapidly ascended through the deployment hatch, meticulously planting dozens of high-altitude tracking floating mines, each violently modified by D-rank abilities, throughout the thick cloud layer above the rift. Any large vehicle passing through would find these mines latching onto it like bloodsuckers before detonating straight through the armor. Inside the spatial dimension, in a state of absolute stillness within an area Yu Feng had specially designated, 12 enormous 3rd-tier frost giant eagles lay obediently on the ground. Ling Yinxue wore a pure white yoga outfit, her generous chest rising and falling rapidly with each breath. Her eyes were half closed, a fine sheen of sweat coating her forehead as her E-rank exclusive ability Control operated at full power. Visible waves of gentle spiritual energy flowed continuously from her into the eagles' damaged bodies. Nourished by Ling Yinxue's ability, the broken bones and torn plumage of the 12 eagles were healing at an astonishingly rapid pace. The 4th-tier giant eagle emitted a deeply pleasurable low cry, its massive head affectionately nuzzling against Ling Yinxue's calf. They've almost fully recovered. Ling Yinxue opened her eyes, beads of sweat dotting her forehead as her heavy chest continued to rise and fall with each breath. Yu Feng crushed out his cigarette and strode over. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind with an extremely possessive grip. Ling Yinxue's body tensed instantly, a deep blush flooding her cheeks. Stop it. We still have important work to do. They're recovering, and you're exhausted. Isn't this how I charge you up? Yu Feng whispered against her earlobe. Beep. A brief communication alert sounded from the cockpit. Job's done. I'm going to take a shower. Yu Feng turned crisply and headed toward the spiral staircase. Bottom of the Death God Abyss. A blade-like cold wind howled as an extraordinarily dense black fog churned wildly across the canyon floor. Yu Feng stood upon a jutting ice-covered rock, one hand tucked casually into his pocket. Before him lay 30 pieces of ultra-nano crystal steel, radiating a flawless deep blue glow alongside a pile of discarded electronic components, a fabricated crystal control core assembly he had deliberately staged. Shin Tian crouched nearby, holding several remote detonators as she completed the final wiring. Captain Brother, the stage is all set. Showtime whenever you're ready. Shin Tian flashed an OK sign, her large eyes shimmering with excitement. Yu Feng gave a nod, drawing from his tactical jacket's pocket that sleek black advanced voice modulation synthesizer. He pressed the recording button and cleared his throat. In an instant, every trace of languor vanished from his face, replaced by the impeccably composed expression of a seasoned special operative. Connecting to the Earth Fiend Alliance channel. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. An astoundingly convincing voice, that of Zhao Snake, laden with the thick stench of blood and ragged, desperate gasps, erupted across the desolate canyon. Vice Alliance Leader. Help. It's Zhao Snake. Cough, cough. Yu Feng poured every ounce of effort into his synthesizer, delivering the performance of a loyal hound in his death throes. We fought to the bitter end and crippled Yu Feng's engines. He made an emergency crash landing at the bottom of the Death God Abyss. But he's no fat sheep. This is a treasure trove. Yu Feng drew a deep breath, his tone weaving greed and terror into a flawless tapestry. Vice Alliance Leader. That bastard's aircraft is stuffed with supplies. All damn upgrade materials. He's blown open an ancient relic at the bottom of the abyss. There are 30 units of ultra-nano crystal steel inside, plus 20 crystal control core components, all in pristine condition. Vice Alliance Leader, send reinforcements fast. Scouts from the Heaven Alliance are already closing in. If we're late, they'll snatch it all. Before the words had fully faded, Shun Tian pressed the detonator with impeccable timing. Boom. 2 high explosive charges detonated dozens of meters away, the violent explosions and cascading rockfalls captured in devastating realism over the channel. Yu Feng severed the communication without hesitation. Perfect. Yu Feng tossed the synthesizer lightly in his hand, a cold smile curling his lips. There's no way he won't take the bait. 30 pieces of ultra-nano crystal steel, enough to alter the fate of any guild. Even if Ghost Eye suspects a trap, he'd have to swallow his pride and dive in for a gift this extravagant. Sun Yan stood nearby, idly toying with a flickering flame at her fingertips. With a casual flick, she sent a densely condensed orb of fire element wrapping a mobile signal source hurtling into a crevice within the sheer cliff face at the rift's deepest depths. The bait cast. Now they wait for the fish to bite. 200 kilometers away above the polar ice plateau, an absurdly massive LV-6 mobile fortress aircraft, its entire hull emblazoned with blood-red skull motifs, hovered in midair with the imperious bearing of a monarch. Around it, a combat formation of over 3,000 armed aircraft blotted out the sky. Within the lavishly appointed observation deck on the fortress's second level, the Earth Fiend Alliance's vice leader Ghost Eye, a burly, powerfully built man with a shaved head and a mechanical eye patch over his left eye, stood gripping a blood-slicked tactical cleaver. Beneath his feet lay the freshly skinned corpse of a survivor. Pathetic. The lone wolves these days have gone soft in the spine. Ghost Eye spat out a bloody wad of phlegm, his gaze radiating unbridled savagery. His ambitions knew no bounds. Already at LV-6, he stood a hair's breadth from LV-7. So long as he secured enough ultra-nano crystal steel and core components, he could completely break free from the Alliance leader's control, establish his own dominion, and even swallow the entire Earth Fiend Alliance whole. Just then, that encrypted voice message accompanied by the thunder of explosions abruptly flickered to life on the tactical display. The Death God Abyss. 30 units of ultra-nano crystal steel. 20 crystal control cores. Bloodshot fury flooded Ghost Eye's solitary eye as his entire frame trembled with insatiable greed. 30 units of ultra-nano crystal steel. Limited edition core components. Ghost Eye drove his cleaver clean through the oak bar counter, his breathing as ragged and thunderous as a bull gone mad with bloodlust. This damn fortune is practically forcing him into rebellion. Vice Leader, this intelligence is highly suspicious. A tactical advisor rushed forward anxiously. Zhao Snake just lost contact, and now this unprecedented relic surfaces. Yu Feng's aircraft is bristling with firepower. This could very well be a trap designed to ensnare us. A trap. Ghost Eye seized the advisor by the collar and hurled him brutally against the glass wall. Even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I'll flatten it today. Those are 30 pieces of ultra-nano crystal steel. With them I can ascend to LV-7. I will become the god of this barren continent. He whirled around sharply, his voice a ragged snarl. Relay my orders. Have Diplomat Chao Yuan lead the main force to continue pushing the Kunlun blockade line as planned. Bring 350 of our finest fully equipped armed aircraft to follow me in a direct assault on the Death God Abyss. Yu Feng's life, I want it. His materials, I want those too. But Vice Leader, what about the Alliance leader? Another word, and I'll split you open myself. Ghost Eye sent the advisor flying with a savage kick. Where profit beckons, hearts are swayed. Before treasures capable of shattering the heavens and rewriting fate itself, all reason was torn to shreds by unbridled greed. 3 minutes later, 350 pitch-black armed aircraft, bristling to the teeth with weaponry, broke formation from the main fleet. Like a school of sharks scenting blood in the water, they surged forward at ferocious velocity toward the Death God Abyss. The fish has taken the bait. High above the Death Abyss, hidden within extraordinarily thick thunderclouds, a Level 5 heavy passenger aircraft had activated its highest-tier radar silence mode, an optical stealth coating lurking like an ancient primordial beast concealed within the darkness. Yu Feng sat in the cockpit's command seat, his legs propped upon the control console with utter nonchalance. Upon the adjacent holographic display, crimson high-risk alerts blazed as over 300 enemy aircraft surged forward at full speed. Captain, they've split their forces. Only 350 are approaching. Ding Yutong stood before the panoramic viewport. The main fleet continues onward toward Kunlun. Leading them is precisely that Level 6 mobile fortress. Greed overreaches the stomach. 350 aircraft, precisely enough to satisfy my appetite. Yu Feng exhaled a ring of smoke. Today I shall set off the most resplendent fireworks for the Earth Fiend Alliance. 40 minutes later, RORRR, the furiously thunderous roar of engines tore through the deathly stillness above the Death Abyss. The 350 elite armed aircraft led by Ghost Eye arrived above the gorge with brazen swagger. Beep. Full spectrum search complete. No enemy aircraft signals detected. Unable to pinpoint the exact location of Zhao Shi's communication device, the radar operator reported at full volume. Ghost Eye stood before the observation window, his single eye fixed with deadly intensity upon the bottomless black mist below. No aircraft. As Yu Feng seized the cargo and fled, Ghost Eye ground his teeth, crushing the cigar in his hand with extreme agitation. Deputy Leader looked below. One of his subordinates pointed toward the screen. Upon optical magnification, several deeply gouged tracks from heavy armored tires could be seen cutting haphazardly across the snow at the gorge's entrance. Those were unmistakably the marks plowed into the earth by a 100-ton behemoth during a forced landing. And at the terminus of those tire tracks, an extraordinarily concealed crevice within the mountainside emanated a faint, yet maddening, deep blue luminescence. That was the signature flawless luster unique to ultra-nanometer crystal steel. Ghost Eye's heartbeat instantly surged to its absolute peak. Dispatch 2 drones to scout below. Initiate real-time visual transmission. 2 tactical reconnaissance craft swiftly descended. The instant the footage projected onto the main display, the entire command chamber of the Level 6 fortress fell into a death-like silence. Within the mountainside crevice, an ancient metallic gate had been half blasted open. Before the gate lay 30 ingots of premium ultra-nanometer crystal steel and 20 crystalline control cores scattered across the ground. Beside them lay an internal communicator drenched in blood upon which the emblem of the Earth Fiend Alliance was unmistakably etched. It was genuine. High-grade materials beyond all possibility of forgery. Ha ha ha. Brother Xiaoxi, you truly are a paragon of loyalty. Even in death you've left me this golden mountain. Ghost Eye erupted in utterly hollow laughter, his greed finally boiling over beyond all reason. He ceased to entertain even the slightest rationality. All units on alert and providing cover. First Squadron, 50 warplanes, descend with me to the gorge floor and retrieve the cargo. The fortress aircraft took the vanguard, leading 50 armed craft as they plunged directly into the gorge's profoundly lightless abyss. The ground drew ever nearer. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Ghost Eye could already discern through the glass the exquisitely perfect grain upon the ultra-nanometer crystal steel, and he fancied himself beholding visions of ascending to level 7 and reigning supreme over all. But at that very moment, a woman in black robes, skeletal and emaciated, who had been standing beside Ghost Eye all along, suddenly convulsed violently. She was Ghost Eye's most closely guarded trump card, a special player who had awakened the extraordinarily rare ability known as miracle precognition. The woman's eyes rolled back, and she let loose a blood-curdling scream. Run. It's a trap. 3 seconds. The entire death abyss will be annihilated. Run. An overwhelmingly terrifying premonition of mortal peril exploded outward. The wild elation upon Ghost Eye's face instantly froze solid, every hair on his body standing rigidly on end. He wasted not a single breath on words, nor did he have time to issue a retreat command. Years spent dancing with death had forged within him an incomprehensibly terrifying muscle memory. He crushed in his fist a black wooden pendant that hung about his neck, a transcendent artifact known as the teleportation staff. Blindingly radiant white light instantly enveloped this colossal level 6 fortress. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3, boom. 500 modified high-altitude levitating mines along with several high-yield directional demolition charges, which Shun Tiantian had buried with utterly unhinged meticulousness at the bottom of the death abyss, were detonated simultaneously. Violent tongues of fire erupted like a volcanic cataclysm, instantly transforming the entire gorge floor into a hellish inferno. The shockwave intermingled with shards of shattered glacial rocks swept with brutal savagery across every inch of space within a radius of several kilometers. The 50 elite warplanes of the Earth Fiend Alliance that had descended behind the fortress never even had time to react before this omnipresent chain of detonations shredded them into a rainstorm of metallic fragments. Their screams were instantaneously swallowed by the deafening explosions. Crack. Upon an ice peak several kilometers distant, space itself twisted grotesquely. Ghost Eye's level 6 fortress passenger craft crashed out in a state of utter disarray. Vast sections of its hull armor ruptured, and 2 auxiliary engines billowing thick black smoke. Ghost Eye slammed heavily against the console, vomiting copious mouthfuls of fresh blood. His mind, drained to the very limits of spiritual exhaustion, felt as though an iron rod of immense girth were being driven back and forth through it, the agony writhing across the floor. He dragged himself upright with desperate resolve, fixing his gaze upon the radar display. The 50 personal escort fighters that had descended into the gorge, completely annihilated. Not a single red dot remained. The 300 outer perimeter alert aircraft above had been overturned by the terrifying blast wave, dozens plummeting to their destruction upon impact, the remainder all sustaining damage as their formation collapsed into utter chaos. The ultra-nanometer crystal steel was fake. The communicator was the lure. How dare you scheme against me? Whoever you are, I shall dismember you into 10,000 pieces. Flay you alive slice by slice. Ghost Eye, like a maddened beast, howled with blood-curdling fury throughout the command chamber. Search. Seal off the entire airspace. Scour every inch of this earth if you must, but drag that bastard out into the light. Within the thunderclouds, a pitch-black stealth helicopter hovered with ghost-like steadiness. Yu Feng crushed his cigarette between his fingers, casting a cold gaze upon the 300 red dots dispersing in search patterns across his radar. A cruel arc curled at the corner of his lips. Dig 3 feet deep. I'm right above your head. He turned his head toward the figure beside him. Yin Shui, send your pets to say hello. Ling Yin Shui had changed into a form-fitting black combat suit, the fabric stretched taut across her enormous bosom. Her classy abilities surged at full capacity, her gaze radiating extreme exhilaration. Understood. 12 Frost Eagles of the 3rd tier. Shen Tiantian had gone utterly mad, strapping high-yield levitating explosive mines across their backs and bellies. With a flicker of intent, 12 colossal eagles dove from the cloud layer like gray-white bolts of lightning. Above the Death God abyss, the Earth-Sha Alliance's outer patrol fleet scattered like headless flies. What is that? Birds. How the hell are there frost eagles in this godforsaken place? Wait, there's a red glow on them. High-yield explosives. Open fire. For fuck's sake, open fire. Yet the third-tier eagles dove at blistering speed, and under absolute psychic control, they cared nothing for their own lives. Boom, boom, boom. 12 bomb-laden eagles crashed with pinpoint precision into the densest cluster of aircraft. Ling Yanshui severed her psychic link at the final second, detonating the explosives. Over a dozen Class 4 armed helicopters never even completed evasive maneuvers, obliterated on the spot into searing fireballs. Wreckage mingled with eagle flesh and blood scattering across the sky. Already skittish as startled birds, the Earth-Sha Alliance fleet instantly erupted into chaos, their formation utterly disintegrating. You goddamn coward hiding in the shadows. Have the guts to show yourself. Gui Yin howled over the open channel, his eyes blood-red like a desperate madman who'd gambled away his last coin. As you wish. Yu Feng's utterly calm voice crackled over the open channel. The 100-ton iron behemoth of a stealth helicopter shattered through the cloud layer with brute force. Bearing devastating wind pressure, it materialized in everyone's sight like a war god descending upon the earth. Gui Yin stared at the pitch-black aircraft, trembling with rage. Concentrate fire. Turn him into Swiss cheese. Yu Feng didn't even glance at the armor-piercing rounds pouring down like rain. High-grade nanocrystal steel, immune to all physical attacks below the third tier. Bullets struck its surface without leaving so much as a scratch. He unhurriedly retrieved an ice-blue crystal core radiating terrifying cold from his personal storage space. A fifth-tier ice attribute crystal core. A supreme-grade treasure dropped from slaying the wind god Frost Wyrm. Yu Feng thrust it directly into the control console socket of his arcane fire god cannon. Charging main cannon. Sun Yan. Copy that, brother Yu Feng. A pathological fervor gleamed in Sun Yan's eyes. Hum. An oppressively deep, charging hum reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The massive cannon barrel beneath the aircraft's nose slowly extended as the surrounding air condensed violently from extreme cold and raging energy, sending ice crystals drifting across the sky. 5. 4. Gui Yin stared at that absurdly thick cannon barrel, his scalp tingling. A fatal premonition seized his throat in an instant. Scatter. Everyone scatter. 3, 2, 1. Fire. Yu Feng's finger tapped the console with a light touch. Boom. No flames. Only a frost-blue beam of annihilation exceeding 3 meters in diameter, erupting with the fury of an aurora, tearing heaven and earth asunder. This was no mere instantaneous beam, but a river of death persisting for a full 30 seconds. The energy contained within a fifth-tier crystal core was staggering beyond comprehension. Wherever the frost-blue beam passed, the air instantly froze into a vacuum. Even sound was completely devoured. Like the Reaper's scythe, the beam swept across the airspace ahead in a brutal fan-shaped arc under Yu Feng's impossibly steady control of the joystick. Crack, crash. Earth-Sha Alliance warcraft struck by the beam, whether Class 4 or Class 5, didn't even have the chance to explode. Their armor instantly embrittled under absolute zero, then was crushed by the violent beam's impact into countless minuscule frost-blue particles drifting across the sky. Those attempting to climb and flee vanished from the sky, like pencil sketches erased by rubber, disappearing in entire swaths. 30 seconds. When the beam finally dissipated and the cannon barrel emitted hissing white smoke, the airspace ahead had been swept clean into a colossal void. Nearly 200 armed helicopters. Not a single piece of intact wreckage remained, all transformed into drifting frost powder. Dead silence fell across the entire battlefield. Whether surviving Earth-Sha Alliance players or the women aboard the stealth helicopter, all were stunned into complete mental shutdown by this godlike strike of divine punishment. Shu Yu stood in the second-floor combat room, gazing through the bulletproof glass at the empty sky outside, sucking in a cold breath. Her D-assets heaved dramatically. She knew Yu Feng was powerful, but erasing 200 high-tier warcraft with a single cannon blast. This firepower had utterly shattered her understanding of the world. This is the power of a fifth-tier crystal core. Lu Ruyan adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her fingers gripping the clipboard so tightly they had turned bone white from exertion. Her keen commercial instincts told her that Yu Feng's current combat power was sufficient for him to single-handedly challenge an entire top-tier alliance. Buffed. On the distant ice peak, Gui Yin watched the 200 red dots vanish from his radar, rage overwhelming him as a mouthful of black blood sprayed violently across the holographic screen. 200 warcraft. Among them were several Class 5 helicopters he had lavishly funded. The Earth-Sha Alliance's accumulated wealth had been obliterated by more than half in a single blast. Yu Feng. Gui Yin resembled a rabid dog driven into a corner, his single eye bulging grotesquely. I'm going all out against you today. Everyone remaining. Ram him to death. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining 60 to 70 armed aircraft of the Earth-Shao Alliance surged into motion at Ghost Eye's frenzied roar. Dragging trails of flame behind them, they charged toward the dark phantom airship like moths hurling themselves into fire. A desperate do-or-die assault. Ghost Eye personally piloted his battered LV-6 mobile fortress armor scarred and torn, leading the charge at the forefront. Dense armor-piercing rounds and aerial cannon shells came pouring down upon the Dark Phantom's hull like a torrential rainstorm. A ceaseless clatter of metallic impacts rang through the air, scratching the surface. Yu Feng remarked, leaning back against his seat, his gaze colder than ice. Sun Yin Yutong. I've been waiting for this. Sun Yin stood before the fire control console, unleashing her Class C fire magic without the slightest reservation. Explosive fireball barrage. A dozen dark red high-compression fireballs rained down upon the enemy formation like a meteor shower. Simultaneously, Yu Feng gripped the control sticks with both hands, switching the Ford Defa 666 50mm aerial cannons into fully automatic firing mode. Bang 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 bang. At a terrifying rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, an exceedingly dense web of metallic fire was woven across the sky. Depleted uranium rounds paired with Sun Yin's supreme fire magic created nothing short of an inhuman slaughter. The charging Earth-Shao Alliance fighters collided with an invisible wall of lament, detonating mid-air in a chain of explosions. In the span of a single charging pass, another 50 to 60 fighters were reduced to blazing fireballs, plummeting into the death abyss below. Only Ghost Eye's LV-6 Fortress aircraft remained, its thick shell, reinforced with partial nanocrystalline steel, somehow weathering the metal storm as it surged forward with reckless abandon, closing the distance to within 800 meters of Yu Feng. Though it had not exploded, the Fortress aircraft's durability had plummeted visibly to 70%, its surface pockmarked with horrifying bullet holes. Died. Ghost Eye's eyes blazed crimson as he slammed his hand down upon the classified attack key on the main console. A crescent-shaped energy blade, dense and tangible, shrieked through the air as though tearing space itself, erupting from beneath the Fortress aircraft in a devastating flash. Its speed was blinding, instantly breaking the sound barrier. Ryup. The energy blade struck with surgical precision against the root of the Dark Phantom's left wing. Sparks flew in every direction. The supposedly indestructible nanocrystalline steel armor was sliced open, a deep gash torn into its surface. Ding. The aircraft has sustained high-energy cutting damage. Current durability reduced to 95. The cockpit shuddered faintly. Yu Feng raised a brow. It can breach my defenses. The exclusive weapon module of a level 6 airship. Far from panicking, the predatory hunger in his gaze ignited into an inferno. Every precious component inside that level 6 aircraft had to be torn out. Since you want close combat, I'll oblige you. Yu Feng floored the throttle. The 100-ton steel behemoth advanced rather than retreated, charging headlong to crush Ghost Eye's Fortress aircraft beneath its weight. All four main cannons focus fire on the cockpit. Bang 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 bang. This was no strafing run, but an exceedingly precise, targeted demolition. The thick 50mm depleted uranium rounds fired at an outrageously concentrated density locked viciously onto the nose of the Fortress aircraft. Boom boom boom. Even the nano armor of a level 6 aircraft could not withstand such ferocious point-blank devastation. In mere 30 seconds, Ghost Eye's aircraft's durability plummeted catastrophically from 70% to 20%. The nose armor shattered completely. Both main engines belched plumes of thick black smoke as the aircraft's speed plummeted, teetering on the brink of collapse. Inside the command chamber, alarms wailed in chaotic chorus, sparks showering in every direction. Ghost Eye's face was drenched in blood as he frantically pressed the teleportation staff hanging around his neck. Yet the runes upon the staff remained dim and lifeless, utterly unresponsive. The cooldown had not elapsed. No, I cannot die here. I am destined to become a level 7 overlord. Ghost Eye crumbled entirely, slumping in his chair as he trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, a tall, slender woman in black robes who had been cowering in the corner suddenly rose as though seizing a lifeline. With trembling hands, she frantically patched into the public communication channel. Boss Yu Feng, don't fire. Please don't fire. The woman's voice quivered with overwhelming terror. I am a special ability user. My ability is magic art precognition. I can foresee crises 3 seconds into the future. The reason Ghost Eye dodged your traps earlier was because of my foresight. She scrambled on all fours toward the screen, tearing open her black robes to reveal the provocative lingerie and pale skin beneath, her voice dripping with the most desperate flattery and pleading. Boss, don't kill me. I swear fealty to you. I'll be your dog. You can do whatever you want with me. With my precognition, you'll reign supreme across the entirety of Kunlun. Inside the Dark Phantom. Upon hearing the pleas echoing through the public channel, the women's expressions shifted in varying degrees of complexity. The woman's ability was undeniably rare and extraordinary. If tamed, it would serve as an ultimate cheat. Yu Feng sat in the pilot's seat, his fingers drumming against the control stick in a measured rhythm. He watched the tall, slender woman weeping pitifully on the screen, stripped of all dignity, as an utterly cold and mocking smirk curled at the corner of his lips. You can foresee the future. Yu Feng's voice remained utterly flat. Yes, I can, the woman exclaimed in a frenzy, believing she had seized her chance at survival. Then foresee this. Yu Feng's thumb settled casually upon the red firing key. Will you be blasted to ash by me today? The woman's expression froze instantly. Within her pupils the 4 cannons of the Dark Phantom had already ignited with deadly fire. No. Boom. Without a shred of hesitation, Yu Feng pressed the key to its limit. Dozens of high-explosive armor-piercing rounds instantly pierced the already riddled LV-6 Fortress aircraft. The fuel tanks detonated. An extraordinarily brilliant fireball erupted magnificently above the death abyss. Ghost Eye, the vice leader of the Earth-Shao Alliance, along with that self-proclaimed clever prophetess woman and the level 6 aircraft he had so prided himself upon, were utterly obliterated into a shower of metallic debris scattered across the heavens. An instant kill. Clean and decisive. From execution to burial. For a woman as fickle as a weed in the wind, capable of betrayal, without the slightest qualm, Yu Feng, however desperate for manpower, still found her too filthy to sully his aircraft. He much preferred women he had personally raised and shaped into unwavering loyalty. System auto-collect. Ding. Successfully eliminated 1 level 6 aircraft, 320 level 4, and level 5 aircraft. Ding. Obtained premium drops, AI computer chip X1. Crystal control core components X50. Level 6 aircraft blueprint X1. Nanocrystalline steel X1500. Ding. Obtained premium drops, extraordinary item. Teleportation staff, extraordinary item. Energy blade. Obtained tier 4 crystal cores X150, tier 5 crystal cores X3. Tier 6 Crystal Core, X1A Basic Body Enhancement Potions, X20 Massive Basic Resources. Watching the loot refreshing frantically across the system panel, Yu Feng leaned back in his chair and exhaled a long plume of blue smoke. This free haul had essentially gathered all the core materials needed for the perfect upgrade of the level 6 aircraft. That woman actually had quite a figure, and her ability was so unique. Don't you think it's a pity you killed her just like that? Elisa sashayed over with a glass of red wine, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall. She leaned against Yu Feng's shoulder with uninhibited boldness, the overwhelming pressure of her F-cup figure brushing against his arm. A pity. Yu Feng casually pinched her exquisitely sinuous waist, drawing a soft coquettish sound from Elisa's lips. He cast a glance toward the middle cabin where Lu Rian and Shun Tiantan were busily working, and Sun Yin and Ling Yinshu gazed at him with eyes brimming with worship, his voice tinged with a roguish, unbridled arrogance. I've got a whole plane full of women, so many top-tier beauties I can barely fit them all, and I'm busy day and night giving them lessons. Where would I find the time to collect a pile of junk? Above the death abyss, the scent of gun smoke and charred flesh was borne away by the raging wind. The pitch-black stealth aircraft hovered with consummate stability within the heavy thunderclouds. Yu Feng examined the 2 supernatural items that had just erupted from Ghost Eye with one hand. Supernatural item teleportation staff. Once activated, it can instantaneously transport a person or its currently bound vehicle across an immense distance. Cooldown 12 hours. Supernatural item energy blade. It can envelop a vehicle's bladed physical weapon in a high-frequency energy field, inflicting energy-based cutting damage that ignores armor. A fine treasure. Yu Feng toyed with the staff, radiating an eerie light in his hand. Ghost Eye's battered armored passenger aircraft had relied upon this artifact to shift its position forcibly amid the canyon explosion. With this, whether traveling, fleeing for his life, or executing an unpredictable point-blank collision, this 100-ton steel leviathan would become a specter of aerial warfare. Yu Feng directly bound the teleportation staff deeply to the aircraft's central control console. Then he picked up the blue glowing energy blade and fixed his thoughts upon the configuration mounted outside the fuselage. Attach. The command was issued. An eerie blue high-frequency oscillating energy field instantly enveloped the razor-toothed whirling blades of refined steel mounted on either side of the wings. The once cold, hard physical blades advanced directly into refined steel energy razor blades. Henceforth, when encountering thickly armored mutated creatures or enemy aircraft, he would no longer need to grind away their durability slowly. He could cut through them like tofu at point-blank range. Having completed all this, Yu Feng brought up the system panel to inspect the present advancement requirements for the passenger aircraft. Standard level 6 aircraft upgrade requirements: 2 units of nanocrystal steel, 10 crystalline control core components, 1 tier 6 crystal core, and a level 6 aircraft blueprint. Perfect level 6 aircraft upgrade requirements: 1 units of ultra nanocrystal steel, 50 crystalline control core components, 1 AI computer chip, 1 tier 6 crystal core, and a level 6 aircraft blueprint. Yu Feng disregarded the standard upgrade outright. The finest materials in his possession had all been seized without cost from level 6 players, leaving him fully equipped with crystalline control cores, an AI computer chip, and a tier 6 crystal core. The sole missing material was ultra nanocrystal steel. His inventory currently held only 300 units, leaving him short by 700. Yu Feng opened his communications list, found Yu Fengming's vice leader Fu Su, and sent only 4 exceedingly terse words: "Deliver the scrap metal." A reply came in an instant. The trading interface immediately sprang open, and system notifications sounded in rapid succession. Player Fu Su has initiated a trade with you for 0 units of scrap steel. The other party requests anything at all. Yu Feng transferred other supplies from his inventory. The transaction was completed at once. Combined with the stock he had accumulated through automatic collection over the past few days, the scrap steel in his inventory surpassed the 7 million mark. To independent players, this was refused, too troublesome even to discard, yet in Yu Feng's hands, it was the hard currency with which to monopolize the entire continent. Yu Feng entered the infinite inventory and directly activated the mana furnace, burning with a dark golden flame. Feed it all in. 7 million units of scrap steel poured into the furnace like floodwaters through a breached dam. The violent heat drove the furnace walls into a frenzy of trembling as the low-tier materials were utterly disintegrated and reconstituted at the fundamental level of law. The progress indicator raced onward. Ding! 7 million units of scrap steel have been purified. Perfect grade, critical bonus triggered. Output 700 units of premium material, perfect grade, ultra nano crystal steel. 700 metal ingots, each radiating a flawless deep blue luster, were stacked in perfect unison in a corner of the inventory. Gazing upon this hoard of premium material, which even a top-tier guild, such as Tianxia Guild, could not obtain, even by bankrupting itself, Yu Feng reclined against the genuine leather seat and savored the exquisite sense of profiteering born of asymmetrical information. The materials were complete. Yu Feng glanced at the AI computer chip resting quietly upon the central console and pressed the golden glittering perfect upgrade button on the system panel. Boom. The instant the command was issued, the vast quantity of materials within his inventory was deducted in full. An intensely concentrated stream of eerie blue data surged from the cockpit and instantly enveloped the entire aircraft. The muffled sounds of metal bones assembling erupted wildly both within and without the cabin. The once 100-ton fuselage began expanding violently, while the cabin space was forcibly extended and broadened by the power of law. The old mechanical instrument panel at the front station melted away completely. An AI computer chip emitting a silvery glow became embedded in the mainboard, transforming into an exceedingly futuristic 360-degree holographic surround projection. 10 minutes later, the blue light dissipated. An aerial fortress of staggering proportions descended fully into the skies above this desolate frozen plain. Ding! Perfect upgrade complete. Current aircraft status: level 6, heavy firepower, armed passenger aircraft. Current aircraft dimensions: length 45 meters, height 15 meters, wingspan 38 meters. Total weight 120 tons. Durability 100 ultra nano crystal steel. Aircraft defense 200, capable of withstanding conventional tactical missiles. Firepower modules equipped with 4 fully automatic DEFA 666 model 80mm aerial cannons firing at 600 rounds per minute with a range of 600 meters and an ammunition store of depleted uranium high explosive armor piercing rounds. 2 mana-powered Vulcan cannons have been installed directly beneath the nose. They use crystal cores of every tier as fuel and fire beams of devastating energy. Charge time 5 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Beam diameter 4 meters. Additional support modules: 10 km all-range reconnaissance radar and a fully automatic missile interception system. Interior space: 30 berths, 10 private single rooms, 10 bathrooms, with shower facilities, 1 kitchen, 1 laboratory, 1 lounge, a 6-meter bed in the captain's cabin, and oversized logistics storage, hold a second-floor operations room, and an independent observation deck. Magnetic hover system installed. 4 high-altitude powered magnetic levitation devices have been installed, allowing the aircraft to remain completely motionless while hovering in midair. Supernatural trait: steel fuselage retained and enhanced. External defense increased by 500, immune to all forms of physical penetration below Tier 4. Includes an absolute cabin stabilization system. Aircraft configuration: ultra nano crystal steel spike-lined ramming prongs and ultra nano crystal steel energy razor blades. Yu Feng surveyed the transformed cockpit and reached out to touch the holographic control console. With a mass of 120 tons paired with this extravagant firepower network, he was now an absolute paragon in terms of individual combat strength. Shen Tiantian rushed barefoot into the cockpit. As she beheld the holographic radar interfaces and automatic missile interception system suspended in midair, an intensely fervent light blazed within her wide eyes. This mechanical creation, which far surpassed the technological development of the current era, struck directly at the very core of her desires. Captain. Shen Tiantian threw herself into Yu Feng's arms, pressing her bosom firmly against his chest as she raised her head, her eyes filled with utterly devoted adoration. The algorithms for this radar and fire control system are perfect. I'm going to cling to your aircraft for the rest of my life. Sun Yin followed her inside. She was wearing a form-fitting black sweater with an exceptionally low neckline, and her extravagant figure surged domineeringly with every step. As she gazed at the four exceedingly thick 80mm aerial cannon barrels outside the window, the pathological bloodlust and her adoration for power within her were ignited completely. Brother Yu Feng, you're far too strong. Sun Yin squeezed Shen Tian aside with utter naturalness. Even if that Tianxia Guild fellow Li Tianbao reaches level 7, his broken aircraft still couldn't compare to even a single one of our cannon barrels. When we reach Kunlun, if anyone dares obstruct our path, I'll coordinate with your mana cannons and burn them all to ash. Who the hell does Tianxia Guild think it is? Inside the cockpit of a level 6 heavy-armed passenger aircraft. Beyond the window stretched a raging polar ice, plane temperatures plummeting to minus tens of degrees, yet the cabin interior remained as warm as spring. Yu Feng reclined against a 6-meter-wide plush bed, a post-climax cigarette dangling between his fingers. The enormous bed lay in utter disarray. Ling Yanshu, exhausted from their intensely passionate encounter moments ago, lacked even the strength to lift a single finger. Yu Feng exhaled a wisp of blue smoke, summoned the system's camera function with a mere thought, and aimed the lens toward the window. Click. First shot, 4 immensely thick 80mm aerial autocannon barrels gleaming with cold metallic luster mounted on either side of the wings, alongside a magical energy Vulcan cannon mounted beneath the nose, radiating an ominous dark crimson aura of annihilation. Click. Second shot, lens panning back inside. An ultra-luxurious flat-deck cabin where a holographic AI fire control radar interface hummed with activity, countless crimson blips on the screen locked onto instantaneously. Upon the oak dining table, an opulent feast was laid out in a neat row. Exquisite grilled skewers of premium eagle meat, sashimi of dragon flesh, and bottles of top-tier red wine still radiating warmth. With utter nonchalance, Yu Feng tossed these 2 photographs, along with a holographic AI screen demonstration video, showcasing several hundred targets locked in automatic fire control, directly into the guild channel of the Wind Riding Alliance. Packaged and sent. The caption was but a single line: level 6 passenger aircraft completed. Alliance brothers, eat well and drink well and make haste to rendezvous at Kunlun. Meanwhile, somewhere in an ice valley upon the barren continent, Vice Alliance leader Fu Su of the Wind Riding Alliance was leading several subordinates bundled in tattered cold weather gear, scrambling through the snow to scavenge scrap metal in the most pitiful fashion. The frigid wind lashed against their faces like blades, and their midday rations consisted of nothing more than half a block of hardened bread frozen stiff as stone. Ding! The channel notification chimed. Fu Su, fingers trembling, opened the light screen. For the first second there reigned a deathly silence. The second after, the entire channel erupted like a volcano violently coming to life. Holy shit! Are those goddamn 80mm aerial autocannons? Caliber is truth incarnate. This firepower could blast a hole straight through the heavens. Magical energy cannons. Holographic AI radar. Locking onto 300 targets in a single second. A single volley of this firepower could pierce a hole through the sky itself. That AI fire control system. Full screen lockdown. This isn't a passenger aircraft at all. It's a Star Destroyer. Holy shit, the snow outside is colder than my very soul, yet the big shot is actually eating hot pot in a climate-controlled cabin set to 28 degrees. That meat is dragon flesh. I just took 2 slashing wounds fighting over half a frostbitten dead rat. Those solo players bundled in tattered rags and shivering uncontrollably in the snow glanced down at their own aging level 3 aircraft, leaking wind from every seam, devoid of even a space heater. Then looked back at the video where a colossal leviathan rivaling an interstellar battleship and a life of extraordinary decadence were on display. Their very worldviews were shaken to the core. Comparisons among men can be fatal. Fu Su, his voice trembling with emotion, respectfully opened his microphone and shouted across the channel. Brothers, do you see it now? This is the foundation of our Wind Riding Alliance. This is the might of our alliance leader. The Earth Fury Alliance means nothing. All members of the Wind Riding Alliance shall follow our alliance leader unto death. The players below fell into a state of absolute frenzy, the barrage of messages flooding the screen in an endless torrent. The big shot is legendary. Long live the big shot. Alliance leader, does your aircraft still need some poor soul to scrub the toilets? I can endure any hardship. I sleep only 3 hours a day. I absolutely live for overtime work. Money means nothing to me, just let me board the ship. Alliance leader, look at me. I studied foot massage and acupressure. My technique is impeccable. I eat low-fat meals every day, and my physique is absolutely outstanding. Gazing at that utterly shameless pack of frantically boot-licking allies in the channel, Yu Feng's lips curved into a sneer of absolute contempt. Such is human nature. The moment you display the power and resources to crush all opposition, they will submit willingly and with hearts full of devotion. Sun Yin pushed open the door carrying a cup of hot milk. She wore an impossibly tight white bodycon skirt today, her generous figure swaying with an almost domineering rhythm as she walked. Seeing Yu Feng browsing the guild channel, she naturally drifted closer and pressed her cheek against his shoulder. Yu Feng, these people are so noisy. Sun Yin pouted. With a single hand, Yu Feng typed a line into the channel. Just a level 6 aircraft, basic operation. Alliance brothers, hurry up and gather materials to upgrade your aircraft and reach Kunlun as soon as possible. Said with casual understatement, yet it accomplished the most flawless flex imaginable. To celebrate the aircraft reaching level 6. With a series of taps, Yu Feng withdrew over 3,000 caddies of premium Frost Giant Eagle Prime meat directly from his spatial inventory. Ding! Alliance leader Yu Feng has distributed a lucky draw red packet premium Eagle meat, 3,000 caddies. The instant the red packet appeared, it was snatched clean within 3 seconds. The channel once again descended into utter madness, wails and howls of joy echoing everywhere. I got some. 12 caddies. Top grade premium Eagle meat. I haven't tasted fresh meat in half a goddamn month. Whoa. Alliance leader, you are my dearest father. From this day forth my very life belongs to the Wind Riding Alliance. Loyal unto death to our alliance leader. Let anyone dare speak ill of the Wind Riding Alliance, and I'll ram my aircraft straight into them. Just then an icy cold mechanical system chime exploded within his mind. Ding. Host strength, constitution, and agility attributes have all exceeded 30 points. Current physical development has reached the limit of the first stage. The daily sign-in reward of 1 free attribute point has been officially cancelled. Ding. System module upgrade. New hidden attribute panel unlocked. Spirit. Compensation reward issued. Intermediate body enhancement potion 1. Stored in spatial inventory. Yu Feng's brow arched slightly. The daily sign-in attribute points have been cancelled. A spirit attribute has been unlocked. He leaned back against the headboard and let out a contemptuous snort. Cancel them then. The terrifying strength I possess today was earned through my own hands. Cut and slashed for real in this apocalypse, forged through painstaking day and night effort. The system. It merely played some modest supporting role, nothing more. With a mere thought, Yu Feng summoned the intermediate body enhancement potion, its vial emanating a faint dark gold luminescence, into his palm. Without a moment's hesitation, the needle plunged directly into the vein of his upper arm, the plunger depressed in one stroke. Whoosh! An explosively violent surge of scorching heat erupted within his veins, his entire body undergoing continuous reinforcement accompanied by a faint sting of pain. 10 minutes later, the agony dissipated. Yu Feng suddenly clenched his fist, and a deep, muffled sonic boom detonated in the air. The system panel refreshed automatically. Name Yu Feng. Current attributes: Strength 38, Constitution 66, Agility 38, Spirit 15. Average adult male baseline 10. A Constitution of 66. With such terrifying flesh density, Yu Feng felt certain that even stripped of his protective suit, he could sprint naked across a frozen wasteland at -50 degrees. Spirit at 15, though exceeding that of an ordinary person, would undoubtedly prove a weakness when confronting high-tier psychic variant creatures. Yet the side effects of the intermediate potion arrived precisely as expected. The wildly surging, boundless vital energy within him demanded release. Yu Feng's eyes flickered crimson. And what better time to give Ling Yinsu an extra lesson? 1 hour later. The system notification chimed in with impeccable punctuality. Ding. Female player Ling Yansu's ability has advanced. Exclusive ability control has been elevated to grade D. Ability effect capable of forcibly taming tier 4 variant creatures in a lightly wounded state or severely wounded and weakened tier 5 overlord class variant creatures. Maximum simultaneous tamed units increased to 30. Physical attributes synchronously enhanced: Strength 5, Constitution 7, Agility 4, Spirit 10. Yu Feng, well pleased, patted her sweat-dampened snow-white back. This girl is not merely an exceptional beauty. She is a monster commander of boundless future promise. Yu Feng tossed on a tactical jacket and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, cigarette but clamped between his teeth. Yu Feng swung himself out of bed and casually draped a black tactical robe over his shoulders. He lit a post-climax cigarette, drew a deep breath, and exhaled a curling plume of smoke. System. Initiate the advanced lucky spin draw upon reaching level 6 aircraft unlock. Ding. Advanced lucky spin activated. Within his mind, an enormous wheel radiating dark gold radiance began to spin with frenzied velocity. The pointer swept rapidly across various premium materials and weapon blueprints before coming to rest firmly upon a purple compartment crackling with thunderous radiance. Ding. Congratulations to the host on drawing the premium reward extraordinary trait Thunder Engine. Effect permanently bonded to the current vehicle. Fully takes over and reshapes the engine propulsion system, enabling the aircraft engine to unleash 300 of its ultimate thrust, with cruising flight speed increased to 3 times its normal value. Activation produces an armor-piercing sonic boom capable of inflicting concussion damage to surrounding low-tier aerial objects. Yu Feng's cigarette-holding hand paused for the briefest instant, and an intense blaze of fervent excitement erupted within his gaze. Triple the speed. A 120-ton airborne steel fortress, whose original speed merely approached the limits of a heavy passenger aircraft. Now armed with this Thunder Engine, this colossal beast would absolutely fly more terrifyingly than the most advanced fighter jets. Those who cannot defeat me cannot escape. And when I choose to flee, none can give chase. This truly is the ultimate physical divine technique. Fuse immediately. Deep within the 4 massive turbofan engines, dazzling arcs of pale blue lightning blazed to life in an instant. The entire aircraft trembled faintly as though an ancient thunder beast had been thoroughly roused from its slumber. Outside the captain's private quarters, the regional channel was being spammed with frantic messages. Sun Yin strode briskly into the cockpit in her high heels, of freshly prepared juice in hand. A skin-tight white sweater clung to her extraordinarily arresting figure, jostling violently with each step until it made the eyes blur. Brother Yu Feng, the regional channel is going haywire. Sun Yin set the juice on the central console, her fingertips gliding rapidly across the holographic screen. Someone has posted a sector-wide rescue bounty. The reward is 3 vials of basic spiritual power enhancement serum. Yu Feng had just finished his post-coital cigarette and was reclining against the leather bed with his eyes closed in rest. The moment he heard the words spiritual power enhancement serum, his eyelids flung open and a razor-sharp glint flashed through the depths of his dark gaze. After his injection of the intermediate enhancement serum, his strength, constitution, and agility had all skyrocketed, yet his spiritual power alone remained stuck at 15 points. These 3 vials were a pillow delivered just as sleep was calling. A distress message bolded and highlighted in red was pinned to the very top of the channel. Player Li Jili coordinates deep within the Xianin Forest Sea. Help. My Tier 4 passenger plane's engine has been destroyed. I'm surrounded by a swarm of Tier 5 mutant creatures, bloodthirsty bats. Whoever saves me, I'll hand over both vials of basic spiritual power serum I got from yesterday's silver treasure chest. Attach live photo. In the image, a swarm of colossal bats with wingspans exceeding 5 meters and bodies bristling with black bone spurs were ravenously gnawing at the battered armor of a passenger plane. Sparks were flying everywhere as the armor was nearly torn open. The players in the channel had completely lost their minds. Tier 5 bloodthirsty bats. Forget it. This is unsolvable. Last time a fully equipped Tier 5 heavy armored aircraft squadron was torn into spare parts by these beasts at the edge of the Xianin Forest Sea. These creatures are insanely fast, and they carry sonic wave interference. Fire control radar can't lock onto them at all. Whoever goes dies. Li Jili, go in peace. Take this serum with you into the coffin. We'll burn paper offerings for you on holidays, brothers. The desperate caller Li Jili released a voice message on the channel, his voice a complete collapse of pre-death hysteria. Just then a message with an exclusive golden border popped up. Fuyao Alliance Vice Leader Su Qingyao LV. 6 Storm passenger plane 1500 kilometers from the incident site. Li Jili, hold on. Your serum, the Fuyao Alliance will have it. The moment this message appeared, the entire channel instantly erupted. Holy shit. Goddess Su from the Fuyao Alliance has stepped forward. She just upgraded to a Tier 6 plane yesterday. I heard it's equipped with a high-frequency sonic interception, net the perfect counter to bloodthirsty bats. Li Jili, your ancestral grave is smoking. With Goddess Su stepping in, your life is saved. Li Jili wept with joy, kowtowing frantically in the channel to express his gratitude. Yu Feng sat in the pilot's seat watching the screen full of fawning bullet comments, the corner of his mouth curling into an extremely cold and cruel smirk. With a single hand, he traced a straight line across the holographic star map. Coordinate locked deep within the Xianin Forest Sea. Less than 1,000 kilometers from us. Shun Tiantian ran barefoot into the cockpit, glanced at the star map, and her adorable little face turned tense. Captain Brother, those are Tier 5 colonial mutants, and the magnetic field is chaotic. Are we really going to steal them? Steal it? Yu Feng's fingers tapped the control stick with an extremely rhythmic cadence. This is called reasonably acquiring spoils of war. He abruptly pushed the throttle to full. Thunderbolt engine activate. Roar. From deep within the 120-ton steel behemoth, 4 ultra-large turbofan engines erupted with blindingly fierce arcs of ghostly blue thunder. The entire fuselage shuddered violently as the accompanying armor-piercing sonic boom instantly blasted a terrifying hollow through the thick, surrounding ice clouds. Cruising speed forcibly tripled. The pitch-black passenger plane transformed into a violent black lightning bolt, brutally and unreasonably tearing through the vast sky with absolute audacity. 20 minutes later, the forward vision rapidly darkened. A boundless, scorched black forest abruptly stretched across the ice plains. The Xianin Forest Sea. The trees here towered to 100 meters, their entire bodies black as ink, their twisted branches resembling mummified corpses struggling in agony. Not a single trace of light existed within the forest. The thick black fog churned violently, like viscous ink, so deathly silent that no wind or snow could be heard. Eerie, oppressive, and extremely dangerous. Beep, beep, beep. The moment they entered the airspace above the forest sea, the AI computer issued a low-frequency alert. High-intensity magnetic field interference detected. Automatically switched to optical holographic imaging and underlying logic lock. Yu Feng gripped the control stick steadily, and the pitch-black passenger plane descended, gliding smoothly just above the jet-black canopy. Project the terrain imaging. The holographic screen flickered, and a high-definition perspective view of the forest seafloor was directly spread out. Yu Feng, look at the ground. In the image beneath the thick layer of withered black leaves there was a dense carpet of something ghastly white. Zooming in, they were all humanoid skeletons ranging from 2 meters to over 30 meters in height. The edges of the bones were extremely smooth, and some were even still wearing rusty standardized metallic armor. The AI computer quickly provided analytical data. Bone carbonization analysis complete. Target time of death confirmed at least 120 years ago. The cockpit instantly fell into a deathly silence. 120 years. Global players had been forcibly deployed to this desolate continent for a mere 10 days or so. Where did these skeletons come from? Could this place have had another civilization before we arrived? Sun Yin swallowed hard, a flash of panic in her eyes. Or has this survival game already been played through countless rounds? No one could answer the question. A creeping, horrifying chill crawled up everyone's spines and shot straight to the top of their skulls. The secrets hidden in this wasteland ran far deeper than they had imagined. Radar alert. Massive high-energy targets approaching rapidly from the 10 o'clock direction. Shun Tiantian's hands flew across the console. Deep within the forest sea, a wave of thick black fog surged forward like a tsunami. Within the black fog, hundreds of massive, ferociously fanged, bloodthirsty bats carved bizarrely erratic trajectories through the air, charging directly at the pitch-black passenger plane. Their speed was extreme. The naked eye could barely catch streaks of black afterimages. Clang. The largest of them all, a tier 5 bloodthirsty bat chieftain with blood-red eyes, arrogantly took the lead. Its razor-sharp bone spurs capable of tearing through tank armor clawed savagely at the glass viewport on the left side of the pitch-black passenger plane. The piercing screech of metal grinding rose outside the cabin. A flash of brutal excitement gleamed in the bat chieftain's eyes as it prepared to indulge in the ecstasy of tearing through steel. But the next second its expression froze solid. On that layer of dark blue ultra-nanocrystalline steel armor, only a faint white scratch had been left. And within less than half a second, even that pale mark healed without losing a single speck of debris. The bat chieftain hung outside the cabin, its blood-red eyes glaring fixedly through the glass. Inside, Yu Feng was holding a cup of honey snow orange, leisurely sipping through a straw that made soft gurgling sounds. One human, one monster facing each other through the glass. The scene was utterly absurd. Ling Yinshu, it couldn't hold it in, and burst out laughing, covering her mouth. Why does this monster look a little aggrieved? It thought it was cutting tofu, but it bit into a diamond. Yu Feng shook his head and set down his cup. The armor defense of a Tier 6 passenger plane reached 200, granting immunity to all physical penetration below Tier 4. The physical attacks of this Tier 5 monster against the ultra-nanocrystalline steel were nothing more than a scraping massage. Shriek. Realizing it had been played like a fool, the bat chieftain let out an extremely piercing sonic screech. The surrounding hundreds of bloodthirsty bats instantly fell into a frenzy. Like dumplings dropped into boiling water, they clustered onto the fuselage of the pitch-black passenger plane in swarms. Talons and fangs rent and gnawed with maddened ferocity, and the sonic attacks twisted the air violently. However, the 120-ton steel behemoth hovered in mid-air, immovable as a mountain, taking only a flicker of damage that was repaired in an instant. Defense test complete. Absolutely perfect. Yu Feng patted the central console with enormous satisfaction. The languid look vanished from his face, and his gaze instantly turned cold and hard as iron. Sun Yin, take over fire control. Lock all targets. Copy, Captain. Sun Yin's pathological killing intent instantly boiled over, and her hand slammed down onto the fire control panel. The terrifying computing power of the AI computer chip went into full overdrive, and hundreds of red targeting circles instantly lit up the holographic screen. They're done scraping. Yu Feng's thumb pressed the fire button hard. Now it's our turn to mop the floor. Boom, 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 boom. 4 fully automatic DEFA 666 Type 80mm aerial cannons erupted simultaneously with an absolutely terrifying metallic roar. What was the concept of 6,000 rounds per minute? In 4 seconds, an astonishing 400 massive tungsten alloy high-explosive armor-piercing rounds, forming an almost continuous line of terrifying fire, brutally tore apart the black fog outside the window. No room for evasion. No suspense of physical vaporization. The bat chieftain, clinging to the outside of the window, didn't even have time to scream before 3 80mm armor-piercing rounds struck its torso. Its hard bone spur armor exploded like papier-mâché, and its massive body instantly bloomed into an extraordinarily brilliant firework of flesh and blood in midair. In a single second, the fire net swept in a fan-shaped arc. The hundreds of bloodthirsty bats surrounding them were swept away like dead leaves in a gale. Not even intact corpses remained, blasted into a reeking rain of blood that drifted down into the black forest below. Instant kill. Total annihilation. Shun Tiantian's jaw dropped, and the wrench in her hand clattered to the floor. Although Sun Yin knew the firepower was devastating, witnessing this pure, overwhelming cannon fire with her own eyes still left her ample chest heaving violently in shock. How brutally efficient. This was the absolute dominion of Tier 6 heavy firepower. System auto-collect. Yu Feng leaned back in his chair. Ding. Successfully killed Tier 5 mutant 1 Tier 4 mutants 312. Obtained Tier 5 dark crystal core 1 Tier 4 dark crystal cores 300 nanocrystalline steel 1 mutant bat poison fangs 50. Yu Feng looked at the loot panel, and his brow instantly twisted into a knot. For seconds 400 tungsten alloy armor-piercing rounds fired. Converted into scrap steel refining cost, this is a fortune. And only 1 nanocrystalline steel dropped. Killing these pennies is a massive loss. This utterly mood-killing complaint earned an exasperated eye roll from Ling Yinxue and the others who had just been immersed in the shock. This man's firepower was godlike, but his heart was blacker than any capitalist's. 10 kilometers away at the edge of the Xianin Forest Sea, the gale tore through the black fog as 50-odd armed warplanes painted with cyan wing insignias burst through the clouds. Leading the formation was an LV-6 Storm passenger aircraft, its entire body streamlined and coated in a scarlet paint job. Su Qingyao, Vice Alliance leader of the Fuyao Alliance, sat within the cockpit, her figure tall and athletic in a skin-tight combat suit that traced every sharp curve. She gazed down at the gruesome scene along the forest's edge, and that usually impassive, frosty, beautiful face now completely lost its color. Below the black, withered branches were draped with viscous shreds of flesh and bone fragments. These were the corpses of several hundred Tier 5 bloodthirsty bats, shattered into such minuscule pieces that not even a palm-sized scrap of intact flesh could be pieced together. Vice Alliance leader, the scan results are in. Over the comm channel, the recon soldier's voice trembled. The target was torn apart in mere moments by large-caliber solid rounds fired at an ultra-high rate. That rate of fire, that kinetic energy. It absolutely surpasses every known heavy weapon system currently in existence. The squad members who had earlier mocked the gunner on the channel as a blind cat catching a dead mouse now flushed scarlet, wishing they could bury their heads inside their consoles. You call this a blind cat catching a dead mouse? If this kind of firepower swept over them, the whole squad would be sitting at a funeral banquet within 1 second. Li Tianbao's Tianxiao Alliance took a different route, so it absolutely cannot be him. Su Qingyao's slender fingers clenched tightly around the joystick, a fierce glint of dread and horror flickering deep within her gaze. Since when did the desolate continent produce a monstrous powerhouse of this caliber? Dread aside, the lure of those 3 bottles of low-grade spiritual energy potions was simply too great. All units hear my command. Full speed ahead. Destination, the distress coordinates. When you encounter this big shot, every single one of you will switch your weapons to safety. Anyone who dares a negligent discharge will be thrown out to feed the bats personally. At the same moment, inside the second-floor combat room of the dark black aircraft, Brother Yu Feng radar shows 2 aerial formations tailing us from 5 kilometers back, over 100 ships in total. Sun Yin's fingertip glided across the holographic screen, her crimson lips curving upward, while her enormous bust pressed firmly against the control console. One of them looks pretty tough, led by a Tier 6 combat passenger craft. Should I give them a burst fireball to roast them first? No need. Yu Feng lounged against the captain's cabin sofa, casually toying with a lighter. Since they want to watch the show, let them watch to their heart's content. The azure tail flames of the Thunder engine sliced through the darkness as the dark black aircraft descended with absolute stability over the coordinates at the heart of the Forest Sea. The surrounding black fog was thick as ink that refused to dissolve, and the 10-kilometer full-range reconnaissance radar screen erupted in massive waves of snow interference. Brother Captain, I don't see any sign of Li Jili. Shun Tiantian stood barefoot atop the co-pilot console, a cup of honey snow orange in hand, blinking her enormous eyes as she teased. It's been almost 20 minutes now. That poor bastard's probably been chewed up and swallowed by now, his ashes already melted into the black earth right before her words had even faded. Squeak. An unbearably piercing shriek exploded from every direction. Over 50 bloodthirsty bats with crimson eyes like an enraged swarm of hornets burst savagely from the black fog and slammed directly into the massive hull of the dark black aircraft. Their claws raked frantically, their fangs tore with abandon. Clang, 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 clanged. A rapid succession of crisp metallic impacts rang out. The bats exerted themselves to the utmost, gnawing away relentlessly, yet on the ultra-nano crystal steel armor plating not a single crack appeared. Not even a damn flake of paint was chipped off. Instead, several bats actually snapped their own bone claws clean from the effort. Seeking death. Sun Yin's gaze turned icy, her right hand erupting with blazing firelight. Brother Yu Feng, I'll burn them all. Wait. Yu Feng suddenly sat upright, his gaze piercing through the bulletproof glass and locking dead onto the area behind a thick black tree below. There, a bloodthirsty bat, noticeably smaller than the rest, was crouched. It had not joined the assault, but rather crouched with its 2 claws covering its head in a pathetically cowardly posture, its rear and sticking up as it shivered in the shadows. System, activate the local light screen. Yu Feng smiled with an amused expression. The next second, above the head of that utterly pathetic bat, a translucent system light screen trembled into view. Li Jili player ID 9527. Shen Tiantian nearly sprayed fruit juice all over the operation console. So this thing is actually an aircraft. The bat had clearly heard the commotion from the dark black aircraft. It raised its head in an extremely human-like manner and waved its tiny claws toward the enormous cannon barrels, letting out a pig slaughter wail over the regional channel. Big shot. Don't open fire. I'm Li Jili. I'm human. This skin is an optical illusion I created with my illusion ability. Save me. Wearing the pelt of an aberrant creature over his own body, blending into the monster horde to survive. That kid's quite the talent. A playful smirk curled at the corner of Yu Feng's lips. Since the man is still alive, I'll graciously accept those potions. His thumb pressed down on the fire control key with casual ease. The AI computer instantly took full command. Boom! 480mm aerial cannons roared in perfect unison. Hundreds of depleted uranium high-explosive armor-piercing rounds formed a crossing fire net, instantly shredding the 50-odd bloodthirsty bats that had been giving massages on the hull into dazzling, grotesque fireworks of flesh and blood. A rain of blood scattered down in a torrential downpour over Li Jili's aircraft. Li Jili stared at the mound of bat remains, his mind utterly shattered. Just then the black fog behind them was violently smashed apart. Two aircraft formations, one trailing the other, surged into this airspace. At the forefront were over 50 battered armed planes, the leader of which was merely a beat-up LV. Four old passenger craft, black smoke still billowing from its wings. Snapping viciously at their tails were over a dozen massive Tier 5 bloodthirsty bat alphas, savagely spewing wind blades. Alliance leader, we've come to protect you. Over the public channel, Zhang Ji of the Yu Feng Alliance let loose an utterly tragic and cracking roar. The 50-odd battered planes scrambled toward the dark black aircraft like ducks being chased by dogs in a most undignified retreat. Yu Feng watched this group of subordinates who had come to protect him while dragging along their own pursuers, and the corner of his mouth twitched violently twice. Just one Tier 4 in the bunch, with the rest being Tier 3 junk. Did they come to escort me or to deliver takeout? An absolute embarrassment. Yu Feng cursed irritably, pushed the joystick forward, and slightly adjusted the cannon muzzles. Bang, 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 bang. 4 streams of fire leapt over the heads of the Yu Feng Alliance fleet, precisely blasting the dozen-odd Tier 5 bats that had been pursuing them into smithereens midair. With the crisis resolved, Zhang Ji and the others stared at the dark black aircraft standing like an iron war god, along with the monster remained still drifting down from midair. The channel instantly erupted with fanatical worship. Holy shit. The big shot's badass. 1 second clear. With this kind of firepower from our alliance leader, even Jesus would have to take 2 solid slaps before leaving. What virtue or fortune do we possess that the alliance leader would personally open fire to cover us? In this life, I live as a man of the Yu Feng Alliance, and in death, I remain a ghost of the Yu Feng Alliance. Yu Feng couldn't be bothered with these lovable idiots' flattery. His gaze fell upon the other aircraft formation that had emerged from the black fog in close pursuit. The Fuyao Alliance. Over 50 elite warplanes, upon catching sight of the dark black aircraft at the center of the clearing, collectively yanked their braking handles hard. The immense inertia caused the formation to jolt awkwardly midair. Inside the Scarlet Storm passenger craft, Su Qingyao's pupils contracted sharply to the size of pinpricks. What was she looking at? A steel behemoth. 45 meters long, 38-meter wingspan, total weight exceeding 100 tons. Directly beneath the nose, 2 magic energy cannons radiated a destructive crimson light. On either side of the wings, 4 exceedingly thick 80mm aerial cannon barrels were emitting acrid white smoke. And what sent shivers down the spine of every soul present was the perfect dark blue metallic luster flowing across the entire aircraft. Oh, ultra nano crystal steel. How is this possible? From the Fuyao Alliance's channel came the utterly shrill ghost-seeing shriek of a senior tactical analyst, Vice Alliance leader. Look at that aircraft's armor plating. It's entirely ultra nano crystal steel. One continuous piece without a single seam. At these words, the entire Fuyao Alliance formation fell into a deathly, bone-chilling terror. What concept did ultra nano crystal steel represent? It was an absolute strategic grade divine material at the current stage of the desolate continent. Only an extremely small number of top-tier guilds that ventured deep into ancient ruins or heavy military factories could scrape out 3 to 5 meager pieces, paying for them with human lives. Li Tianbao of the Tianxiao Alliance had listed an astronomical price on the black market. 500 units of fuel for a single piece of ultra nano crystal steel to upgrade his Tier 7 passenger craft, and yet it remained unpurchased. Many top-tier players, just for a smidge of this material, were willing to sacrifice the lives of their subordinates by the hundreds. Currently, the most impressive modification seen across the entire server was merely pasting a few dozen units around the cockpit or engine housing, treating it as a life-preserving trump card. But before them, the massive fortress-like body of this dark black aircraft was constructed entirely from ultra nano crystal steel. How many units of premium materials would this have consumed? 1,000? 2,000? Did they dig up the ancestral graves of some ancient military factory for this? A subordinate gulped, his voice saturated with profound despair. No wonder tier 5 bats couldn't even scratch the paint. This armor coupled with those 4 80mm cannons and magic energy cannons. The tactical analyst wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This is absolutely not a configuration an LV-6 could possess. Its actual combat firepower is pushing the threshold of LV-7 or even LV-8. All 100+ of our planes combined wouldn't be enough for them to mop the floor with in a single sweep. Su Qingyao's hands gripped the joystick so tightly her knuckles turned bone white. She had always fancied herself a top-tier player standing at the pyramid's apex of this desolate continent, but at this moment an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and shock shattered her pride into dust. This was a genuine dimensional reduction strike. This was genuine absolute force. The mission to rescue Li Jili had been hijacked, and those 3 bottles of spiritual energy potions were certainly out of reach now. But Su Qingyao drew a deep breath forcibly, suppressing the horror in her heart as her chest heaved violently. In this apocalypse, the ability to forge ties with a terrifying powerhouse of this caliber was far more valuable than 3 bottles of potions. Release weapon locks. All units maintain the highest respect. Su Qingyao's voice was crisp and cold, though a subtle tremor lingered at its tail. She pushed open the cockpit hatch, braved the howling gale, and stepped decisively onto the bow plating. Facing that unviewable aerial fortress, she called out in a clear voice. Su Qingyao, Vice Alliance leader of the Fuyao Alliance, pays her respects to the esteemed Big Shot. May I inquire your distinguished name? The obsidian aircraft hovered steadily in midair. Inside the cockpit, Yu Feng rested one hand on the control panel, not even glancing at the LV-6 Storm passenger plane coated in crimson paint hovering opposite. He dismissed the greeting from Su Qingyao, Vice Alliance leader of the Soaring Alliance, as though it were mere wind. Yu Feng cut straight into the regional channel, his voice cold and hard. Li Jili. The bats are exterminated. Hand over the 3 bottles of basic spiritual enhancement potions I requested. From the dense black fog below, the shimmer of optical camouflage distorted and rippled. A colossal phantom of a giant bat frozen in a cowering defensive posture shattered into nothingness, revealing a battered LV. For civilian crop dusting aircraft. 2 pesticide tanks still dangled from its wings, black smoke belching from its engine. Li Jili sat in the drafty cockpit, wiping cold sweat from his face, and promptly traded over the 3 bottles of spiritual enhancement potions. Boss, all the potions are here. You're my second set of parents. Li Jili howled through the channel with all his might, his voice saturated with the euphoric relief of a man spared from death and profound reverence for those 4 80mm autocannons. Yu Feng raised his hand, drawing the 3 potions into his interdimensional space. He glanced down at the crop duster, his eye twitching slightly. You fly this pile of junk. No wonder you've survived this long. Your ancestors' graves must be billowing green smoke. Li Jili scratched his head awkwardly, his face flushing crimson. Don't laugh at me, boss. I have no other skills, just a slightly better streak of luck. At that moment, Su Qingyao drew her crimson passenger plane closer. Li Jili spotted the Soaring Alliance insignia and nearly jumped out of his skin, hurriedly offering apologies over the public channel. Lady Su. My apologies. I was grasping at straws out of desperation. This boss already cleared the monsters. Wasted your trip, I'm sorry. Su Qingyao suppressed the shock welling within her, maintaining the dignified composure befitting a Vice Alliance leader of a major guild. She paid no heed to Li Jili's embarrassment, her gaze locked dead on Yu Feng. This friend's firepower is extraordinary. Which guild's pillar do you belong to? Su Qingyao's voice was crisp and cool, laced with an imperceptible probe. Before Yu Feng could respond, Zhang Ji from the ragtag fleet behind them bellowed into the public channel at the top of his lungs. All ears on me. This is the Alliance leader of our Yu Feng Alliance. Aircraft no. 10,000 captain of the Dragon Nation. Zhang Ji's face beamed with pride, as though that 120-ton airborne fortress were his own to command. 50 battered level 3 passenger planes behind them flickered their searchlights in perfect unison, forcibly manufacturing an imposing presence. Su Qingyao's brow furrowed slightly. Yu Feng Alliance. Never heard of it. But anyone capable of fielding a warplane forged from ultra-nanocrystalline steel of this caliber is certainly no unknown figure. As she deliberated, her gaze pierced through the bulletproof glass of the obsidian aircraft and suddenly froze on the girl in a tight, white sweater seated beside Yu Feng. Sun Yan. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Qingyao's frosty countenance. Sun Yan leaned against Yu Feng's shoulder, a glass of juice in hand, provocatively puffing out her exaggerated assets. Well, if it isn't our ice-cold campus belle, Su Qingyao. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Sun Yan's lips. Back in high school, Su Qingyao, blessed with wealth and stellar grades, had lorded over her in every aspect, except in figure, where Sun Yan had crushed her into the dust. Their gazes met, the scent of gunpowder instantly permeating the channel. You're still alive, and what's more? Su Qingyao watched Sun Yan's exceedingly intimate gesture, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. Enough. Yu Feng cut short the 2 women's age-old grievance without ceremony. He had no interest in their squabbling. His gaze locked dead on Li Jili. Those potions you gave me, were they all scavenged from the ruins? Li Jili shuddered violently and nodded hastily yes. 6 bottles in total. When the bat swarm hit, I drank 3 to keep myself alive. The rest are all yours. There's more. Yu Feng's eyes narrowed. Yes, tons of it. Li Jili pointed nervously into the depths of the Xianin Forest Sea. There's an ancient ruin inside so vast it has no boundaries. Tons of these potion crates scattered on the ground. But the magnetic field in there is insanely weird. I barely got close before those rank 5 bats locked onto me. I nearly died escaping. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyao, who had maintained her icy composure all along, suddenly caught her breath. Spiritual enhancement potions. Extremely rare on the current market. Priceless and unobtainable absolute treasures. Su Qingyao reacted with lightning speed. Alliance leader Yu. The depths of Xianin Forest Sea are fraught with peril. My LV-6 Storm passenger plane is equipped with high-frequency sonar, and my exclusive ability, Magic Farsight, can preemptively evade invisible dangers. We join forces. Each takes what they can. What do you say? Yu Feng's fingers drummed against the control panel, his mind racing. This woman may have her pride, but her farsight ability and sonar would indeed save considerable trouble. Either way, we're going shopping. An extra mine detector won't hurt. Deal. Yu Feng agreed with crisp efficiency. He pointed at the crop duster below. Li Jili, you lead the way. Zhang Ji, bring your pile of scrap and follow behind. Your job is picking up leftovers. Yes, sir. Zhang Ji roared with exhilaration. A temporary formation of over 100 aircraft plunged mightily into the dense black fog of the Xianin Forest Sea's depths. The deeper they ventured, the darker it grew. The black fog clung to the glass like liquid substance. Captain, something's wrong. Shen Tiantian stood barefoot on the co-pilot's console, her brow tightly knit. Magnetic field interference has exceeded 500. Radar is completely fried. Electronic compass is dead. AI fire control lock range has shrunk to under 50 meters. On the holographic screen, the once dense constellation of green dots and scanning grids had all dissolved into static snow. Everyone was now truly flying blind. Maintain altitude steady on the stick. Yutong coordinate to open the visual field. Yu Feng's voice remained composed, betraying no hint of panic. He activated the high-intensity searchlight beneath the passenger plane, yet its beam couldn't penetrate 10 meters through the black fog. Only Ding Yutong's Sky Eye ability could see through with clarity. This complete loss of control unsettled Zhang Ji and the others behind them, their breathing growing heavy. Half an hour later, the black fog ahead parted to either side without warning. The moment the scene before them came into view, everyone's pupils, including Yu Feng's, contracted sharply. An ancient ruin as colossal as a mountain range stood jutting abruptly across the belly of the Forest Sea. This was no ancient palace. It was the shattered wreckage of an interstellar battleship broken into 3 sections. Its pitch-black metal hull rose into the clouds, its surface crawling with extraordinarily thick black vines. The warship's armor plating was thicker than 10 LV-6 passenger planes combined. At the rift of the warship, gargantuan gears and unknown energy reactors were faintly visible. Before this magnificent ruin, their aircraft were as insignificant as flies buzzing around an elephant. My heavens! What level of civilization forged this? Su Qingyao murmured to herself over the public channel. The cool composure she prided herself on utterly crumbling. Stop gawking. Look below, Li Jili suddenly shrieked. On a vast open-air platform within the ruins, fractured layered dozens of silver-white briefcases lay scattered about. The cases had long since been damaged, and over 30 vials of basic spiritual enhancement potions glowing with an eerie blue light had rolled out from within. Greed stirred hearts. Yu Feng wasted no breath. With a mere thought, his interdimensional space tore apart, and 4 massive rank 4 storm giant eagles shrieked out of the cabin, diving directly toward the platform. He can even control rank 4 mutant beasts. Su Qingyao's scalp tingled, but the staggering prize before her eclipsed her terror. Quick, deploy the drones. Grab them before they do. A dozen high-tier warplanes from the soaring alliance simultaneously launched retrieval drones. Gritting his teeth, Li Jili piloted his crop duster down along the cliff face. Captain, they're making their move. Sun Yan's gaze turned cold as flames flickered to life in her palm. The storm giant eagles far outpaced the drones, their talons snatching 10 vials with terrifying precision before swiftly returning to the obsidian aircraft. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao's drones and Li Jili had barely reached above the platform. Just as Su Qingyao's mechanical claw was about to touch the potions, the temperature on the once dead silent platform plummeted without warning. An exceedingly pallid figure materialized, abruptly hovering in midair. It was a woman clad in tattered white robes, long black hair cascading down to completely obscure her face. Her body existed in a semi-transparent spectral state, her feet suspended 3 feet above the ground. The woman slowly raised her head, revealing a single eye, pale white devoid of any pupil. The public channel fell deathly silent, broken only by the ragged gasps of a few. Holy SHD. What the hell is that thing? Zhang Ji cursed through the channel, his voice trembling. The woman opened her mouth. No sound propagated through the air. Yet within the minds of everyone present, a soul-piercing venomous wail of grief instantly detonated. This was pure spiritual psychic nuclear detonation. Ugh. Li Jili, closest in proximity, bled from all 7 orifices, clutching his head with both hands as he rolled his eyes back in the cockpit. The crop duster wobbled out of control. My head. Oh. Zhang Ji writhed in agony. Behind them, dozens of Yu Feng Alliance aircraft bumping drunkenly through the air like drunkards. Su Qingyao groaned as 2 streams of blood spurted from her nostrils, her brain feeling as though pierced simultaneously by 10,000 steel needles, the agony dropping her to her knees before the control panel. Inside the obsidian aircraft, Su Nianshun, Tiantianling Yinxue, and the other girls aboard instantly collapsed to the floor, clutching their ears in agony. Yu Feng alone stood unscathed. At the instant the shriek erupted, the unremarkable wooden pendant that had always hung against his chest suddenly blazed with a resplendent glacial blue radiance. Extraordinary item. Frost Guardian Amulet has automatically activated. A layer of extremely dense ice blue spiritual energy armor instantly condensed upon Yu Feng's body, completely blocking that resentful wail capable of tearing the soul asunder. Yu Feng sat motionless in the pilot's seat, his gaze as cold as absolute frost, utterly unscathed. Behind him, Zhang Ji and the others were in utter chaos within their fighter. Clutching their bleeding ears, they screamed frantically over the communication channel, "Fire! Kill that bitch!" Dozens of Tier 3 passenger craft opened fire simultaneously. The machine cannons spewed bullets wildly. Dense volleys of projectiles pierced through the female ghost's spectral form, slamming against the steel walls of the ruins and sending sparks flying in every direction. Physical attacks were utterly ineffective against vengeful ghosts in their spiritual state. The female ghost emerged completely unscathed, even twisting her head sharply to fix her dead stare upon Zhang Ji's aircraft. At this critical moment, Su Qingyao gritted her teeth and endured the searing pain. She slammed the control stick downward with force, and the storm passenger craft's weapon module shifted rapidly. A specially crafted bullet slid into the chamber. Bang! The silver-dusted projectile struck the female ghost's shoulder with pinpoint precision. Black smoke erupted and billowed upward instantly. The female ghost threw her head back and let out an extraordinarily piercing shriek. That blow thoroughly enraged her. With a furious howl, the white-robed wraith summoned countless translucent figures that swiftly drifted forth from the wreckage crevices deep within the ruins. Hundreds of vengeful ghosts instantly encircled the airspace above. An overwhelming sense of terror and suffocation exploded across the entire region. Yu Feng sat calmly in the pilot's seat. The frost amulet emitted a faint blue radiance, completely shielding him from all spiritual corruption. His gaze cut sharp and precise, sweeping directly over the open-air platform below. Beside scattered crates of spiritual energy potions lay an ancient crimson key. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns emanating a subtle, transcendent aura. Retrieve the key and all the potions. Yu Feng communicated telepathically with the storm eagle within his personal space. The eagle dove through the terrifying spiritual pressure. Its razor-sharp talons secured the potion crates and the crimson key before it turned and raced toward the Dark Hunter craft at full speed. Less than 100 meters from the fuselage, Yu Feng silently commanded, "Auto-collect." Ding! Acquired 10x basic spiritual enhancement potions, 1x ruins crimson key. The items vanished into his personal space instantly. Retreat. Yu Feng yanked the control stick back hard. The thunder engines erupted with blinding azure electric arcs. The Dark Hunter craft violently reversed, its heading, its 100-ton frame crushing through the air as it surged toward the forest's exit. Su Qingyao followed closely behind. She activated her D-rank ability, Magic Gaze, attempting to find the safest escape route. Several vengeful ghosts quickly locked onto their target, pressing directly against the storm craft's bulletproof glass. A deathly pale face filled Su Qingyao's entire field of vision. Cut off your spiritual energy. Open all channels and broadcast. Sing pop love songs. Romantic thoughts can suppress these purely negative spiritual entities. Su Qingyao screamed into the channel. Zhang Ji and the others froze for a moment before bellowing over the frequency. "You betrayed my love and forced me to leave. I love you like a mouse loves rice. My dear, take your time flying, watch out for thorny roses ahead." These deeply off-key love songs echoed through the terrifying black mist filled with an absurd, almost comical quality. Su Qingyao piloted her fighter and decisively launched 2 silver dust interceptor missiles. The massive explosion sent clouds of silver powder blooming behind them, briefly slowing the pursuit of the vengeful ghost horde. The fleet pushed their engines to the limit in a desperate escape. 20 minutes of life-or-death flight. The black mist ahead gradually thinned. The Dark Hunter craft burst straight through the Xianin forest barrier. Sunlight struck the dark blue armored fuselage directly. The bone-chilling cold and mental static vanished instantly. Everyone collapsed into their pilot seats, gasping for air. Su Qingyao. Yu Feng opened the communication channel, his voice completely emotionless. Physical attacks were useless against that thing. How did you manage to harm it? Su Qingyao wiped away her nosebleed with a tissue and steadied her breathing before responding. Spirits are immune to physical damage. Currently, the only effective methods are silver-dusted projectiles or extremely rare, transcendent artifacts. Yu Feng turned to look at Shun Tiantian. Tiantian, write this down. When we get back, plate all 10,000 of our 80mm armor-piercing rounds with silver. Shun Tiantian obediently nodded. Okay, Captain. The other end of the communication fell dead silent. 10,000 80mm shells, all silver-plated. Su Qingyao's throat went dry. This man was completely obliterating everything with wealth. While ordinary players struggled merely to survive, he was already considering comprehensive firepower coverage with exclusive materials. No sooner had they stabilized than Li Jili clutched his remaining potions, tightly gasping heavily over the channel. Su Qingyao quickly made an offer. Li Jili, you have 4 bottles of basic spiritual potion. I'll offer 500 units of universal fuel for 1 bottle. Li Jili's eyes lit up. 2,000 units of fuel would allow him to fly freely for over half a month without having to count every drop. Deal? Thank you, Goddess Su. Li Jili agreed, readily pressing the trade button as he added casually. I've already consumed several bottles myself. My magic doesn't require particularly high spiritual power, so these would just collect dust. Yu Feng coldly watched the holographic screen, his fingers tapping the console. Li Jili, you still have 6 more bottles, right? I'll take them all. Li Jili was overwhelmed with surprise. Boss, if you want them, I'll give them to you for free. If you hadn't covered me just now, I would have perished in there. Yu Feng never take things for nothing. Yu Feng's tone was resolute. I won't settle with universal fuel. 1 unit of ultra nano crystalline steel in exchange for your 6 bottles. The entire channel fell dead silent again. Li Jili gasped sharply. Ultra nano crystalline steel was absolutely priceless on the black market. Truly worthy of a boss so incredibly generous. Deal or not? Yu Feng directly sent the trade request. Li Jili pressed confirm with wild excitement. Deal, deal, deal. You're my benefactor, boss. The trade completed instantly. Li Jili was moved to tears, convinced he had gotten an enormous bargain. Yu Feng leaned back in his seat, a hint of inner satisfaction flickering in his eyes. After efficient fusion in the demon energy furnace, 1 unit of ultra nano crystalline steel cost less than 100 units worth of universal fuel waste. This scheme was extremely flawless, a complete victory with 0 loss. Su Qingyao could no longer remain composed. Alliance leader Yu, she managed, her voice carrying unmistakable jealousy. You still have surplus ultra nano crystalline steel. Yu Feng lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. A little. About 200 units. Su Qingyao's heart skipped a beat, her worldview collapsing in an instant. Top guilds fought over a single unit, yet he casually mentioned over 200. I want to trade. Su Qingyao spoke urgently. Name your price. Do you have high-tier crystal cores, or LV? 7 aircraft upgrade schematics. My own aircraft is preparing for an upgrade as well. Su Qingyao gave a bitter smile, overwhelmed with frustration. Alliance leader Yu, you may not be aware. Currently across the entire barren continent map, there are only 10 LV. 7 aircraft upgrade schematics in existence. They have all been claimed by the 4 major guilds. Even with ultra nano crystalline steel, without the schematics you cannot reach level 7. However, there is another method. Destroying and dismantling other level 7 aircraft has an extremely high probability of dropping level 7 upgrade schematics. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Yu Feng's eyes. Indeed, killing and looting was the most convenient approach. Good intelligence. Yu Feng replied casually. For future trades, contact my secretary directly. Sun Yin, you handle this. The Dark Hunter craft side bulletproof glass slowly lowered. Su Qingyao turned to look. Sun Yin wore extremely form-fitting ivory loungewear with vast expanses of fair skin on display. She held a cup of freshly ground hot coffee, leaning lazily against the window and beckoning to Su Qingyao with her finger. Goddess Su, the wind is strong outside. Would you like to come sit in the captain's cabin? The aircraft's air conditioning is blowing warm air. Through the window, Su Qingyao clearly saw the extremely luxurious large sofa inside the cabin. Shen Tiantian sat barefoot, hugging a large bag of chips and eating with evident delight. On the table in front were stir-fried vegetables with dragon meat, complete in color, aroma, and taste, with rich fragrance permeating the air. Su Qingyao looked down at her blood-stained combat suit, then at the narrow, cold cockpit. In the same apocalypse, the other party was enjoying life, while she struggled on the edge of survival. Her mentality completely shattered. Su Qingyao forcefully suppressed the bitterness in her heart, biting her lip before speaking. Yu Feng, since we're both heading to Kunlun, why not travel together? Your firepower is formidable, and I happen to need a protector. Not interested. I have always preferred freedom. Yu Feng refused extremely straightforwardly. Su Qingyao was publicly rebuffed, which stung her pride deeply. In the past, she had been the beauty queen everyone chased at school, with legions of suitors flocking to her whenever she picked up her phone. Since she was the one who had made the proposal, she instantly felt angry and humiliated. She issued a cold threat. Yu Feng, don't be too arrogant. You may have 200 units of ultra nano crystalline steel, but if I spread the word, can you withstand the siege of the 6 great alliances by threatening me? Yu Feng's gaze turned cold instantly. His thumb pressed heavily on the fire control console. Directly beneath the nose, two demon energy Vulcan cannons emitting destruction red light instantly extended. The icy barrels pointed directly at the storm passenger craft. Violent energy fluctuations made the air twist madly, and the piercing charging sound oppressed the entire area. You can go ahead and try. Yu Feng's voice was cold and hard, as iron exuding absolute decisiveness in killing. Those who dare to come for my supplies must pay with their lives. If they dare to come, I'll scatter their ashes to the winds. The dark crimson radiance of the demonic energy Vulcan cannon triggered violent energy resonance in the air. Su Qingyao sat in the cockpit of the storm airliner, her back instantly drenched in cold sweat. She gazed at those two terrifying cannon barrels pointed directly at her aircrafts, knows her proud self-esteem crushed with brutal indifference. Alliance leader Yu win this round. Su Qingyao bit down hard on her lip and voluntarily disengaged the weapons lock system. She drew a deep breath, forcibly steadying her voice. Out of respect for Sun Yin, I'll give you a piece of free intel. The Earth-Sha Alliance has established an aerial checkpoint at the only entrance leading to Kunlun. Every passing player must surrender 70% of their supplies. Anyone who resists will be shot down on the spot. Su Qingyao pushed the throttle, and the storm airliner gradually climbed to a higher altitude. The upper echelons of Earth-Sha Alliance have gone all in this time. The ones leading the charge are all vicious players. No matter how sturdy your aircraft may be, watch out for their heavy firepower net. That's all I have to say. Act wisely. The Crimson fighter trailed flames from its exhaust as it led the squadron swiftly away from this airspace. Yu Feng sat upright in the pilot's seat, watching the green dot receding on the holographic radar as a contemptuous sneer curled at the corner of his lips. Surrender 70% of their supplies. These fools from Earth-Sha Alliance are practically perfect resource ATMs. He had been fretting over where to gather the advancement blueprints for a LV-7 class airliner, and now these delivery men had come knocking on his door. Yu Feng turned his head, his gaze sweeping toward the ink-dark expanse of the Xian-In forest sea behind them. The spirit-body female ghosts from the ruins earlier had indeed exceeded the reach of physical firepower. The energy beams from the demonic main cannons and the energy sawtooth blades on the wings might be able to inflict some damage upon them. However, these two attack methods were far too cumbersome and purely offensive in nature. The aircraft lacked comprehensive spiritual defense. There were still over 20 class beauties aboard who hadn't awakened their supernatural abilities. Their delicate bodies could never withstand such pure soul-piercing attacks. Losing any one of them would pain him considerably. Once he gathered sufficient spiritual defense equipment and high-grade potions, he would surely return to these ruins and plunder them of every last scrap. Yu Feng withdrew his gaze, his eyes settling on the Wind Control Alliance fleet, led by Zhang Ji behind them. 50-odd battered LV-3 class airliners, their fuselages riddled with dents and pockmarks. Some had wings nearly broken off, others had engines still spewing black smoke. This kind of scrap metal wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder once they reached Kunlun. Yu Feng's consciousness sliced directly into his portable spatial storage, activating the demonic energy furnace. Mountains of scrap steel piled in the corner of the space rapidly dissolved. In the blink of an eye, 10 metal ingots radiating a flawless dark blue luminescence appeared in the storage compartment. Yu Feng opened the regional communication panel locked onto Zhang Ji's coordinates and initiated a trade directly. Zhang Ji had been fretting over how to patch the drafty cockpit glass when the system's light screen suddenly popped up, a trade prompt before his eyes. Alliance leader Yu Feng has initiated a trade with you. Item Ultra Nano Crystal Steel X 10 units. Requested none. Zhang Ji's eyes bulged wide, his breath instantly suspended. He slapped himself hard across the face, and upon realizing it wasn't an illusion, he sprang up from the pilot's seat in one bound, cracking his head against the cabin ceiling without feeling a thing. Holy shit. Ultra Nano Crystal Steel. 10 units. The guild channel erupted instantly. Over 50 battered players stared at the light screen, their eyes red enough to bleed. This is the kind of strategic divine material you couldn't get an ounce of even if you sold your life to a top-tier guild. And the alliance leader is just handing it out by the pound. I've made it. I've actually touched real Ultra Nano Crystal Steel. Zhang Ji's trembling hands clicked, except his eyes red-rimmed, his voice choking like a 200-pound child. Alliance leader, what is the meaning of this? We didn't contribute anything just now. We nearly became a burden. This gift is too heavy, we cannot accept it. Shut your mouth. Don't put on that tragic act for me. Yu Feng's voice was ice-cold and hard, radiating an imperious dominance. Your planes are too shabby. You're embarrassing the Wind Control Alliance. Take these 10 units of Ultra Nano Crystal Steel and trade them on the market for Grade 5 and Grade 4 upgrade materials. Right now this premium material has a price, but no supply. Just chip off a few scraps, and you'll have enough to completely overhaul all 50 of your aircraft. Zhang Ji was moved to tears and snot howling at the top of his lungs in the channel. Alliance leader. From this day forth, if you tell Zhang Ji to go east, I will absolutely never go west. Anyone who dares touch a single hair on the Wind Control Alliance's head, I'll ram my plane into their entire family. 50 players simultaneously activated their belly searchlights, rendering the highest grade flashing light military salute to the dark aircraft. Morale was forcibly elevated to an absolutely fanatical peak in that moment. Stop shouting slogans. I don't keep useless people around. Yu Feng casually tossed out the core demand of any true capitalist. This material isn't free. Once your planes are upgraded, get out there and scavenge scrap metal, scrap glass, and scrap rubber from every corner of the map. As much as you can find. I want it all. Pay me back at fair value. Zhang Ji and the others were overcome once more with a goosebump-inducing wave of profound gratitude. The big shot had given them a heaven-defying top-tier divine material, and all he asked in return was that they pick up trash to repay the debt. If this isn't a living bodhisattva, what is? This kindness, a lifetime of being worked like an ox or horse, could never repay it. Mission guaranteed. We are the Alliance Leaders Waste Recycling Brigade. In the eyes of these bottom-tier players, Yu Feng wasn't conducting a transaction at all. He was granting them a second life. For the rest of their lives, they could only pledge their unwavering devotion. From that shabby crop duster plane, next door Li Jili had witnessed this entire exchange. He swallowed hard. If he could join the Big Shots Alliance, his chances of clearing this game would skyrocket. The desperate survival instinct caused him to abandon all dignity. Big Shot, please take me in. I can endure hardship. I'm not afraid of toil. I also have the ability disguise. Just let me board your plane. Even wiping the deck for you would be enough. Li Jili howled on the public channel. Yu Feng glanced at him, his tone brooking no argument. My airliner only accepts beauties. A rough man like you doesn't even have the qualification to smell my exhaust. Li Jili's face was filled with despair. However, Yu Feng's tone shifted. Your luck isn't bad. You may join our Wind Control Alliance under the command of Fu Su and Zhang Ji. Make use of your lucky koi constitution. Venture into those deadly grounds and perilous zones to search for special materials. When you find premium items, I'll trade high-grade materials for them. Once we reach Kunlun, the Wind Control Alliance will guarantee your survival. Li Jili froze for a moment, then was seized by wild joy. He reacted quickly, even though he couldn't directly join the Big Shots exclusive plane. Entering the alliance meant clinging to an immensely thick thigh. No need to risk his life on the front lines. Simply leveraging his talent for treasure hunting could earn him top-tier protection. Don't worry, boss. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I'll unearth every treasure hidden in those forgotten corners for you. Li Jili nodded rapidly. Yu Feng decisively cut the communication and turned toward the secondary control console. Tian set the course. Full speed ahead. Target coordinates Kunlun. Shun Tian stood barefoot on the metal control console, her 10 fingers tapping the keyboard with practiced expertise. On the holographic screen, a blazing crimson flight path locked on instantly. Coordinates locked. Brother Captain. Yu Feng's thumb pressed heavily down on the throttle. Roar. Deep within the 120-ton dark aircraft, 4 ultra-large turbine engines erupted with blinding blue-violet thunder arcs. The colossal steel behemoth instantly breached the sound barrier. The black fuselage tore through the frozen high-altitude clouds, transforming into a violently raging shadow of death, hurtling straight toward Kunlun. Meanwhile, on a certain peak of the Kunlun Mountains, a colossal military platform had been carved out from massive hollowed ice and rock. This was the forward command outpost of the Fu Yao Alliance. Along the platform's edge, thousands of uniformly painted elite warplanes sat at rest. Defense towers rose in dense formation, their anti-aircraft guns pointed straight at the heavens. At the outpost's core, within an exceedingly luxurious steel chamber, a woman clad in a wine-red velvet qipao lounged languidly upon a massive throne, a glass of blood-red wine cradled in her hand. The qipao's slit rode extraordinarily high, revealing a pale, slender, elongated right leg. She wore an exquisite silver mask over half her face, her exposed eyes extraordinarily deep and glacial. Fu Yao Alliance leader Li Min. The central holographic projector illuminated, and Su Qingyao's figure materialized on the light screen. Alliance leader. The Xianin Forest Sea mission failed. The potions were intercepted. Su Qingyao lowered her head slightly, a note of frustration threading through her tone. Li Min swirled her wine glass, her voice utterly languid, yet radiating a scalp-tingling pressure. Intercepted by whom? Li Tianbao's Tianxiao Alliance, or those mad dogs from Earth Shao Alliance? Neither. It was a lone player. He calls himself the Alliance leader of Wind Control Alliance, Yu Feng. Su Qingyao drew a deep breath and proceeded to deliver a meticulously detailed report of everything that had transpired. Upon hearing full-body ultra-nano crystal steel armor, for 80mm aircraft cannons plus dual demonic main cannons, and instant annihilation of several hundred tier 5 bats. The hand swirling Li Min's wine glass froze abruptly. An LV-6 airliner unleashing the firepower net of a half-step LV-8. Li Min's pupils beneath the mask contracted slightly, a profoundly amused smile rippling at the corners of her lips. And he has that freshman campus beauty, Su Nian, by his side. Yes, Su Nian is extremely dependent on him. Su Qingyao added. Alliance leader Yu Feng has at least 200 units of ultra-nano crystal steel remaining. Should we send people to rendezvous with him? The Earth Sha Alliance has set up a checkpoint at the Kunlun entrance. If he dies there, all those premium materials will fall into Earth Sha Alliance's hands. Rendezvous. Li Min regarded Su Qingyao as though she were an imbecile snorting without the slightest mercy. Qingyao, you remain far too naive. She rose to her feet, the wine-red qipao sculpting out her exceedingly voluptuous curves. She walked before the holographic light screen, her fingertip gently tapping the image of Yu Feng's dark aircraft. In the apocalypse, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. For a man whose background we don't know, you're suggesting we go to total war with Earth-Sha Alliance. The Fuyao Alliance's fortune isn't to be squandered like this. Li Min's voice was cold to the bone. If he can't even break through a single Earth-Sha Alliance checkpoint, then he's nothing but a doomed fool guilty of possessing treasures beyond his station. He deserves to die. But if he truly can blast his way through Earth-Sha Alliance's defenses. A flash of extreme avarice gleamed in Li Min's eyes. Then he qualifies to set foot in Kunlun, qualifies to sit across from me at the negotiating table. Qingyao. Li Min's tone shifted abruptly, becoming exceedingly severe. I don't care what method you use. Buy them, trick them, or even climb into his bed. In any case, you must secure those 200 units of ultra-nano crystal steel for me before Earth-Sha Alliance and Tianxia Alliance can react. This is the final piece I need to break through to LV7. Anyone who stands in the way dies. On the other side of the light screen, Su Qingyao clenched her lips tight. Climb into that arrogant man's bed. The mere thought of Yu Feng's utterly emotionless cold eyes looking at her filled her with profound humiliation. But beneath Li Min's absolute authority, she had no room to refuse. Understood. I will stop at nothing. Su Qingyao lowered her eyes in resignation and severed the communication. Li Min drained the red wine in her glass in a single gulp, then casually smashed the goblet against the steel floor. The crimson wine spread outward like fresh blood. Yu Feng. Heh. Let me see whether this suddenly emerged dragon from across the river can overturn the stagnant waters of Kunlun. Inside the captain's private quarters, the lights were dimmed to a warm amber glow. Yu Feng sat alone on the leather sofa, retrieving 13 vials of basic spiritual enhancement serum from his personal storage space. An eerie blue fluorescence shimmered within the glass tubes. This stuff shouldn't have any cumulative side effects, right? Without hesitation, Yu Feng grabbed the injector and emptied every syringe straight into his veins one after another. The frigid liquid surged along his bloodstream toward his brain. His vision blurred for a brief moment. The mechanical chime of the system rang out in his mind. Ding. Host has been detected injecting 13 vials of basic spiritual enhancement serum. Spiritual attribute has received a substantial boost. Name Yu Feng. Current attributes: Strength 42, Constitution 76, Agility 40, Spirit 50, average adult male, baseline 10. The panel refreshed. Not only had his spiritual power skyrocketed to 50 points, but the coordinated enhancement of his physical functions had also caused the other 3 attributes to rise slightly. Yu Feng opened his eyes and exhaled a long, turbid breath. His mind had never felt clearer. Through 2 layers of soundproof alloy doors, he could even distinctly hear the rhythmic scrape of Lu Rian's blade against the cutting board from the mid-section passenger cabin. Refreshed and invigorated. However, he had gravely underestimated the inherent drawbacks of the enhancement serum. The overwhelming energy within him had nowhere to vent. His blood churned wildly as a surge of wicked heat rose from his lower abdomen. His good brother raised his head in unapologetic protest. Too many injections at once. The fire within him was simply too intense. Yu Feng yanked open the collar of his tactical jacket and rose restlessly to his feet. He needed to find someone to quench this fire. He pulled open the cabin door and strode out. In the corridor outside, a tall, slender figure happened to be passing by. Shredder, perfect timing. With a heavy thud, the thick metal door slammed shut and locked. Yu Feng, what are you doing? The girl cried out, her voice laced with obvious resistance and panic. She struggled, desperately shoving hard against Yu Feng's chest with both hands. Extra lessons. Yu Feng's eyes burned red as he pinned her directly against the door panel. You bastard. Let me go. The girl flew into a furious rage, raising her hand to deliver a slap. How dare you fight back? 2 hours later. The large bed lay in complete disarray. The girl had long since fallen into a deep sleep from sheer physical exhaustion. Unshed tears still clung to the corners of her eyes, her brows slightly furrowed, lending her a pitifully vulnerable air. Yu Feng leaned against the headboard and lit a post-coital cigarette. His gaze swept over the tangled bedsheets. A startlingly vivid stain of dark crimson blood caught his eye. The hand holding Yu Feng's cigarette froze midair. Bloodstains. Ling Yanxue had lost her virginity to him long ago. Where did this blood come from? Could Eliza's healing abilities possibly include the power to restore that membrane? He turned his head to look at the sleeping girl beside him. His gaze drifted downward. Her torn dress lay discarded on the floor. Beneath the half-drawn blanket, a pair of astonishing curves revealed an aggressively domineering silhouette. The size was wrong. A full cup size larger than Ling Yanxue's. A deafening buzz exploded in Yu Feng's mind. The twin sister, Ling Yanxuang. The one who always wore a cold expression guarding against him as though he were a thief, that sunder a sister-protecting maniac, had actually been wandering the corridor dressed in her younger sister's clothes. Blinded by the raging fire within him, he hadn't even bothered to look at her face carefully before dragging her inside and taking her. This spiritual enhancement serum is truly the bane of mankind. Yu Feng stared at the ceiling silently, offering a half-hearted jab of complaint in his mind. Slept with her, so be it. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to someone else. Yu Feng snubbed out the cigarette, casually pulling a blanket over Ling Yinshuang. He rolled out of bed, threw on a tactical bathrobe, and stepped out of the captain's quarters. Arriving in the outer independent living room, Yu Feng sat imposingly in the command chair. He activated the system's holographic display. Regional survivors 1032541. The frequency of the numbers changing had become exceedingly slow. The extreme cold and black mist had eliminated all the weak. The remaining 1 million plus survivors all possessed genuine capabilities. The intensity of competition was about to escalate exponentially. Beep. The communication channel flickered. A private message had arrived from Fu Su, vice leader of the Wind Riding Alliance. Alliance leader. I have successfully rendezvoused with Li Jili. Fu Su's tone brimmed with barely concealed excitement. This kid Li Jili is absolutely miraculous. The moment we met up, he led us straight to a snow pit, where we unearthed hundreds of wrecked drones. They were fully loaded with maxed-out incendiary bombs and assault rifles, all standard-issue military equipment. Our Wind Riding Alliance's core membership has now expanded to over 300 people. These brothers are working incredibly hard. At the current pace, we can absolutely collect 15 million units of scrap steel before sunset. However, while scavenging in the outer zones, we frequently encounter high-tier aberrant species roaming about. The brothers down below want to trade scrap iron for some heavy machine guns to defend themselves and improve survival rates. What do you think? Yu Feng read through the lengthy report with a satisfied nod. Li Jili's lucky koi constitution was beginning to manifest. Wherever he went, opportunities fell into his lap. Fu Su was proving himself a competent black-hearted contractor as well. Approved. Yu Feng's fingers tapped across the control panel as he sent the command. Tell the brothers to go all out. For weapons, trade the scrap iron directly with Sun Yin. I'm authorizing you 50 Gatling guns and 100 armor-piercing rounds. But remember the rules. All Wind Riding Alliance trade channels and material sources are to be classified as top secret. Anyone who dares leak a single word on public channels or to other guilds, I will personally fly over and host a funeral banquet for their entire family. Fu Su replied instantly on the other end. Rest assured, Alliance leader. Anyone who dares to betray us, no need for you to lift a finger. I, Fu Su, will be the first to flay them alive. Cutting the communication. A cold capitalist smirk curled at the corner of Yu Feng's lips. 15 million units of scrap iron. Once this batch was in hand and fed into the magical energy furnace for purification, it would yield another 1500 perfect units of ultra-nano crystalline steel. As long as the rear base remained secure, his materials would be inexhaustible. After handling the guild's trivial affairs, Yu Feng's consciousness sank into his personal storage space. His gaze locked onto a corner. There lay a deep crimson key brought back from the ancient ruins of the Xianin Forest Sea. The key's surface was intricately carved with patterns so complex they made the eyes ache. With a mere thought, Yu Feng retrieved it. The moment it rested in his palm, an intensely frigid wave of spiritual force, laden with powerful corrosive energy, rushed from his fingertips straight into his mind. The frost talisman on his chest suddenly blazed with a piercing blue light. The two forces collided violently across Yu Feng's body, emitting a faint hissing sound. System identification complete. Key of the Abyss. Grade mythic, rank extraordinary artifact. Item description: a key fallen from the ancient upper planes. It carries the aura of an unspeakable great existence. The bearer shall endure the gaze of the abyss. Extremely dangerous. Yu Feng's pupils contracted. Mythic rank. Upper planes. The waters of this desolate continent ran far deeper than he had imagined. The ancient warship wreckage in that Xianin Forest Sea absolutely harbored secrets capable of overturning the very rules of this apocalypse. Perhaps even this global survival game of transmigration was somehow connected to these unspeakable things. After a brief moment of shock, Yu Feng's gaze hardened once more. The power level was far too high. Even piloting a level 6 passenger aircraft, he wasn't qualified to touch taboos of this magnitude. Store. With a thought, Yu Feng deposited the crimson key into the deepest isolated containment slot of his storage space. Not touching it now didn't mean he wouldn't consume it later. Once he advanced to a higher tier level, whatever unspeakable thing dared cross him would be blasted flat with a single cannon shot. Yu Feng looked up at the countdown on the holographic radar. Only 48 hours remained before the mandatory commencement of Kunlun's Phase 1 survival mission. With the Thunder Engine's maximum thrust at 3 times the speed of sound, reaching the main peak of Kunlun from the current coordinates would take no more than 6 hours. The Earth Fiend Alliance had already set up a checkpoint at the Kunlun entrance, forcibly collecting tolls. The World Alliance's Li Tianbao had surely been secretly scheming devious plots. The Fuyao Alliance's Li Min was even more of a no eagle released without a rabbit type. The true bloodbath was only now beginning. Yu Feng pressed the aircraft-wide broadcast button. His cold, hard voice echoed through the spacious passenger cabin. Su Nian Shun, Tian Tian Lu Rian Ding Yu Tong Eliza. All personnel gear up. Assemble in the living room. We have a meeting. 5 minutes later. 5 extraordinarily beautiful women, each with distinct styles, filed in one after another. Su Nian wore a skin-tight combat suit, idly tossing a compressed fireball in her hand. Shun Tiantian carried a tactical wrench, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Rian adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, holding the regional supply quotation board. Ding Yutong and Eliza also took their respective positions within an exceedingly luxurious, independent living room. The crystal chandelier overhead cast a warm amber halo, while soothing light music played softly throughout the space. The air was thick with the rich aroma of freshly ground coffee and roasted high-tier dragon meat. 5 breathtakingly beautiful women sat upon the sofas arranged along either side of the room. Listen carefully. Yu Feng set down his cup, his gaze instantly hardening into something cold as iron. The countdown to the Kunlun main quest has less than 48 hours remaining. Those fools from the Earth-Shao Alliance have set up a blockade at the entrance. If we are to enter Kunlun, we will inevitably have to clash with them head-on. Yu Feng's fingertips tapped against the rosewood table. My objective extends far beyond mere breakthrough. I intend to slaughter every high-ranking member of the Earth-Shao Alliance and strip them of the LV-7 airship upgrade blueprints they possess. Yet while the magma fire cannon's might is absolutely terrifying, the consumption of high-tier crystal cores it demands is equally staggering. Quality steel must be reserved for the cutting edge. We require far more affordable, wide-reaching conventional combat methods to sweep away their low-tier cannon fodder. What ideas do you have? Speak. The atmosphere within the living room instantly turned deadly solemn. Shun Tiantian was the first to raise her hand high, her large eyes ablaze with an almost fanatical mechanical radiance. Captain brother, me. After my spiritual force advanced, my mastery of mechanics has grown stronger too. I can use ordinary electronic components and scrap metal to rig up an entire batch of high-frequency ghost mine drones. Right now I can take direct spiritual control of 300 drones simultaneously. She gestured excitedly. 300 drones carrying high-explosive mines programmed with AI self-destruct protocols. Essentially a budget version of swarm cruise missiles. As long as the materials hold out, I'll blast the Earth-Shao Alliance's formation into Swiss cheese. Excellent. Yu Feng nodded with profound approval. Rian, grant maximum clearance to the lower-tier warehouse. Whatever Tiantian needs in scrap iron or explosives, supply her without limit. Lu Rian noted it down with lowered eyes. Understood. But this alone is not enough. Yu Feng's gaze darkened with depth as he casually retrieved a piece of super nanocrystalline steel radiating a flawless deep blue luminescence from his spatial inventory, then slammed it onto the table with a sharp crack. If the Earth-Shao Alliance dares collect tolls, then we'll teach them what a true dimensional strike truly means. Yu Feng turned his gaze towards Su Nian. Su Nian opened a regional channel and post an anonymous server-wide bounty on my behalf. Use this super nanocrystalline steel to purchase with no limits all LV-6 and LV-7 high-tier crystal cores, along with every rare blueprint, explosive, and extraordinary item that players across the region possess. The moment those words left his mouth, Lu Rian drew a sharp breath. Alliance leader, you mean to? Precisely. I want every soul across the entire desolate continent to come work for me. Yu Feng leaned back against his chair, a bone-chilling sneer curling at the corner of his lips. Men die for wealth, birds die for sustenance. A single block of super nanocrystalline steel is enough to make those loners oppressed by the Earth-Shao Alliance sell their very lives to us. A morbid thrill flickered through Su Nian's eyes as her ample chest heaved dramatically. Understood, brother Yu Feng. I swear I'll squeeze every last drop of their remaining value dry. By then the regional channel had already become a chorus of grievances, a boiling graveyard of voices. Those Earth-Shao Alliance bastards. At every entrance to Kunlun, thousands of heavy firepower airships block the path. They demand we hand over massive supplies before they'll let anyone through. My brother merely hesitated for a moment, and they blasted him into a fireball on the spot. Not even his corpse remained. This is outright robbery. Where are the people from the Tianxiao Alliance? Isn't anyone going to do something? Forget it. The major guilds already entered through special channels long ago. Who cares whether we loners live or die? Can't get in and we die, hand over supplies and go in and we still starve. Utter despair and fury spread through the channel. Everyone teetered on the precipice between life and death. At that very moment, a server-wide bounty bordered in dazzling gold appeared out of nowhere, pinned ruthlessly to the top of the channel. Server-wide acquisition now accepting super nanocrystalline steel as the core bargaining chip. We are purchasing in bulk Tier 6 and Tier 7 crystal cores, advanced aircraft blueprints, high-intensity explosives, and rare extraordinary items. Exchange rate: 1 Tier 6 crystal core for 1 unit of super nanocrystalline steel. Blueprints and items negotiable. Additionally, low-tier materials and scrap metal may also be exchanged for premium rations, warm clothing, and standard weapons. No upper limit, fair dealing for young and old alike. The moment this bounty appeared, the entire regional channel fell into a deathly silence lasting 10 full seconds. Then an utterly frenzied tide of disbelief exploded forth. Holy shit! Super nanocrystalline steel. Isn't that a legendary material so rare that major guilds have to throw lives into ruins just to obtain it? Someone's actually using it as currency to trade. Has this anonymous big shot gone insane? Trading this stuff for crystal cores. Which primordial ruin did they empty out? Don't believe it. It's gotta be a trap to fish coordinates. 2 minutes later, a message carrying an unimpeachably authentic system-certified transaction screenshot suddenly detonated across the channel. The sender was a notoriously famous lone wolf player in the region known as Juing. Juing, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. It's real. I just used a tier 6 aberrant crystal core I nearly died to obtain plus some busted blueprint, and I actually exchanged them for an entire flawless block of super nanocrystalline steel. System auto-traded instant delivery. Gotta run, I'm off to upgrade my airship's defenses now. Those Earth-Sha Alliance armor-piercing rounds can never punch through me again. In the screenshot, that block of super nanocrystalline steel radiated its deep blue brilliance with a breathtaking, suffocating allure. Solid proof. At that moment, the entire desolate continent exploded into utter frenzy. The rationality of over 1 million survivors was instantly incinerated by sheer ecstasy and greed. It's real? Big shot, accept my knees. I've got 3 tons of C4 explosives. Can I exchange them for some super nanocrystalline steel? I've got a premium sniper rifle here begging to trade for 0.1 units of super nanocrystalline steel. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Get out there and hunt high-tier aberrants. Dig into ruins. With super nanocrystalline steel in hand, who the hell are we afraid of the Earth-Sha Alliance for? Within mere half an hour, the regional channel overflowed with frantic comments, dense with a ceaseless flood of messages. Sun Yen watched the trading interface flicker wildly, her hands cramping from the speed. Brother Yu Feng. Sun Yen swallowed, her voice trembling. They're crazy. Everyone across the entire regional server has gone completely crazy. Current intake 21 tier, 6 crystal cores, 1 tier, 7 crystal core, and over 100 tons of high-intensity explosives. Additionally, we've collected over 10 million units of low-grade scrap metal. Yu Feng lifted his coffee for a sip, savoring to the fullest this sublime thrill of standing atop the clouds, gazing down upon the masses laboring on his behalf. What others risked their lives to obtain as divine materials was in his hands merely scrap iron to be cycled through the magma furnace. Through sheer information asymmetry, he had effortlessly leveraged the entire server's human resources. This is the true essence of the game's rules. Yu Feng stood with one hand in his pocket before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. While the Earth-Sha Alliance still relies on such crude methods as robbery and murder, I have already seized control of the entire economic lifeline. As everyone dispersed to busy themselves with sorting supplies, the alloy door to the living room was quietly pushed open a sliver. Ling Yinshuang, wearing a slightly oversized white men's shirt, her legs still unsteady. She bit her crimson lip, her cheeks flushed, as though they might drip water at any moment, slipping into the captain's quarters with profound awkwardness. Yu Feng turned his head, and upon beholding his sister-in-law in such a state, a glimmer of mischief flickered deep within his eyes. He walked over, and with absolute dominance wrapped his arm around her impossibly slender waist. What? Haven't had enough private lessons yet? Yu Feng lowered his head, teasing her against her earlobe. Ling Yinshuang trembled throughout. Her stubborn pride compelled her to push Yu Feng away. Yet under the absolute suppression of his strength, she could only collapse helplessly against that broad chest. You bastard. Ling Yinshuang's eyes reddened slightly, her voice thin as a mosquito's hum. You didn't even look clearly, and just. We've already slept together. You're my woman now. Yu Feng interrupted her with absolute bluntness, his large hand brazenly squeezing that astonishing fullness. So, slipped over here, now to come settle accounts with me. I am not. Ling Yinshuang clenched her teeth, as though reaching some monumental decision. She raised her head, a flash of stubborn pride gleaming in her beautiful eyes. I've awakened an ability. Because of what you did earlier. Yu Feng raised an eyebrow. What ability? F-class ability research. Ling Yinshuang drew a deep breath. Although it's a support type, so long as I have materials, I can now analyze and refine all manner of alchemical solutions. I can even combine medicinal herbs with aberrant toxins to synthesize biochemical weapons. Yu Feng's eyes lit up instantly. It was like a pillow delivered to one already drowsy. He immediately pulled Ling Yinshuang forward and summoned up the hallucinogenic herbs he had just acquired. Good Schwer. Wait, no, good Shuang. Yu Feng's gaze flickered with utterly ruthless cold light. I'm giving you 12 hours. Refine every bit of these materials into large area diffusion, mind-bending, hallucinogenic gas agents. The more potent, the better. What are you planning? Ling Yinshuang stared at that enormous pile of herbs, her scalp tingling. Planning? Yu Feng sneered. Don't the Earth-Sha Alliance love blocking the gates? I'm going to make them, without ever realizing it, become a herd of pigs fit only for slaughter. Ling Yinshuang sensed the viciousness embedded deep within this man's bones, yet an eerily profound sense of security welled up inexplicably within her. She nodded firmly. Leave it to me. Within 12 hours I'll guarantee a single breath will shatter their minds. Yu Feng, immensely satisfied, gave her round bottom a pat before turning and striding out of the cabin. In the midsection of the cabin, Shen Tian was dressed in blue coveralls, brandishing a wrench as she meticulously welded blocks of brutally potent C4 explosive into the bellies of hundreds of drones. Yu Feng walked to the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the desolate frozen tundra beneath his feet. Below, several battered shabby Tier-4 aircraft buzzed about like headless flies in the snow, frantically scrabbling for scrap metal, desperate for a single meal from that mysterious big shot. Yet he, master of a 100-ton steel fortress, surveyed it all from above. Earth-Shao Alliance. Yu Feng exhaled a wisp of pale smoke, his voice dispersing with eerie calm through the luxuriously tempered cabin. Your good days are over. Kunlun Main peaked, the central stronghold of the Fuyao Alliance. Within the steel hall, a wine-red silk qipao clung tightly to Li Min's voluptuous curves. She lounged languidly upon her throne, her eyes, half veiled by a silver mask, fixed intently upon the red and bold anonymous server-wide bounty pinned to the top of the regional channel. Using super nanocrystalline steel as scattered coins to barter for supplies. Li Min swirled the red wine in her goblet, a profoundly sardonic smile curling at her lips. Qingya just reported to me that he holds 200 units in his hands, and no sooner did she leave than this bounty appears. This Yu Feng is far bolder than I had imagined. Alliance leader, this kid is far too arrogant. He's essentially revealing all his cards to both the Tianxiao Alliance and the Earth-Shao Alliance. Her adjutant cautioned in a low voice. Arrogance requires capital. What he's doing is recruiting workers from across the entire server. Li Min drained her cup in one swallow. Relay the order. Anyone in the Alliance holding blueprints or explosives he needs is to trade with him immediately for super nanocrystalline steel. For now, upgrading our airships and strengthening our forces takes priority. From these troubled times, the Fuyao Alliance will claim its first taste of the spoils. Meanwhile, at the War God Alliance Command Center, the Alliance's leader Xiao Zhantian, a man of immensely imposing build with a grotesque saber scar across his right cheek, stood before a holographic sand table. His fingertips drummed against the tabletop in a measured rhythm as he studied the bounty, posting a cold sneer, curling his lips. How very interesting. The poster possesses an ocean of surplus ultra-nano crystal steel. He is purchasing high explosives in massive quantities alongside conventional weaponry, which indicates his formation certainly includes ability Awakens specialists in medical or logistical fields capable of integrating such resources. The fact that he only seeks aircraft blueprints up to LV-7 reveals his current vessel is merely level 6 at most. Most crucially, his reckless hoarding of munitions and a trajectory pointing directly toward Kunlun. The Earth Fiend Alliance has established a blockade there. He is plainly preparing to make the first cut against them. Alliance leader, what are our orders? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Moreover, he possesses materials we urgently require for our LV-7 upgrade. Xiao Zhantian issued his command with decisive resolve. Go to the armory and prepare 300,000 rounds of 80mm autocannon armor-piercing shells. Proceed with the transaction through anonymous channels. Mind you, maintain a courteous demeanor. Do not adopt the odious arrogance of a major guild. This individual is a formidable player. Elsewhere, the Earth Fiend Alliance's encampment was shrouded in an atmosphere of suffocating, deathly silence. Crash. A solid oak table was kicked to splinters by Earth Fiend Alliance leader Tuoba Xiao. Like a maddened lion, he paced furiously about the room, his eyes blazing crimson. Ghost Eye has gone dark. A level 6 passenger aircraft carrying hundreds of elite warriors simply evaporated in the Death God abyss. And now some lunatic has surfaced, treating ultra-nano crystal steel like worthless scrap by posting bounties for it. Does he truly believe the barren continent has no law? Alliance leader, please calm yourself, a subordinate reported tremulously. Today at the Kunlun checkpoint, through our toll collection, we have already accumulated an ocean of supplies. This strategy yields tremendous profit. Relay orders. Send Xiao Yuan to secure the eastern entry. Tuoba Xiao seized his subordinate by the throat, lifting him with brutal force. All frontline battalions. Triple the thickness of the blockade line. Henceforth, any passing player who dares resist is to be shot down immediately. Those who submit are to be stripped of everything. Especially that fat sheep who posted the bounty. Even if it costs us thousands of aircraft, seize every last piece of his ultra-nano crystal steel. I want him torn apart beyond recognition. By contrast, within the northern Kunlun sector's provisional command post of the Tianxia Alliance, the atmosphere was utterly feverish. Tianxiao Alliance leader Li Tianbao gazed at the bounty, posting an extreme glint of unbridled greed erupting in his eyes. His apocalypse fighter had already reached LV-7, yet when confronting level 7 overlord-class aberrant creatures, its defenses remained woefully inadequate. If he could obtain this batch of ultra-nano crystal steel and coat it entirely across the armor for a flawless upgrade to LV-8, he might even withstand a compact tactical nuclear weapon. What manner of trash does the Earth Fiend Alliance think itself to be? Li Tianbao erupted in wild laughter. Issue a district-wide announcement. Any player possessing Ultra Nano Crystal Steel may join my Tianxiao Alliance unconditionally as a core squad captain. Should the Earth Fiend Alliance dare lay a single finger upon him, I shall wage total war upon them. Beyond the struggle over resources and premium materials had already devolved into rivers of blood. Meanwhile, 10,000 meters above, ALV-6 stealth black aircraft glided smoothly through the dense ice clouds. Within the cockpit, the climate control system maintained an exquisitely comfortable temperature. Yu Feng reclined imperiously upon a genuine leather sofa, his legs casually propped upon an oak coffee table. He cradled a freshly brewed cup of premium Da Hong Pao tea, listening to the howling blizzard outside with an expression of utter tranquility. Yu Feng, dear. Sun Yin, her stiletto heels clicking, swayed her exquisite serpentine waist as she entered the private cabin. A tactical tablet in hand, her ample figure trembled with each step, her gaze brimming with reverent adoration. The matter with Fu Su has been concluded. Thanks to Li Jili's treasure-attracting constitution, they actually excavated the ruins of an abandoned military-industrial base from beneath the permafrost. Combined with what the solo players contributed, the total scrap metal reached an astonishing 53 million units. 3 million more than projected. Excellent. A satisfied smile curled at Yu Feng's lips. With a mere flicker of intent, he absorbed this ocean of scrap steel entirely into his spatial inventory. His consciousness dove into the space where the arcane furnace burning with dark golden flames stood ready. Feed it all in. 53 million units of scrap steel surged like a black metallic tide, pouring violently into the furnace maw. Ding. Scrap steel purification complete. Perfect tier, critical hit triggered. Output perfect tier ultra nano crystal steel 300 units. Gazing upon the mountain of deep blue metallic ingots, rather than satisfaction, an even more frenzied ambition ignited within Yu Feng's eyes. LV-7 aircraft blueprints would eventually fall into his hands, but he would not settle for conventional upgrades. System, if I feed the ultra nano crystal steel back into the arcane furnace, can cross-tier purification be performed? Ding. Transcendent tier materials may undergo secondary purification, requiring the expenditure of massive quantities of same tier materials as fuel. Confirm. Confirm. All of it. Yu Feng hesitated not at all. The furnace fire transformed utterly from dark gold to an eerie violet red. The thunderous roar of low reconfiguration echoed madly throughout the spatial inventory. 3 minutes later, the violet flames gradually subsided. The instant the furnace mouth opened, a blinding crimson radiance erupted violently. Ding. Cross-tier purification successful. Epic tier, critical hit triggered. Consumed ultra nano crystal steel 300 units. Acquired premium materials super red nano crystal steel 530 units. The system interface automatically displayed an extravagant attribute description. Super red nano crystal steel performance 10 times that of ultra nano crystal steel. Essential core material for the flawless upgrade of LV-7 passenger aircraft. Once armor is formed, theoretically capable of withstanding a micronuclear detonation. Yu Feng gripped a single ingot of the dark crimson metal in one hand. The moment it met his palm, an intensely violent warm energy surged forth. Nuclear resistant. Yu Feng clenched the super red nano crystal steel, tightly, veins bulging across his hand, a fiercely suppressed burst of wild laughter rumbling from his throat. With this treasure, Li Tianbao's LV-7 aircraft was not but a fragile plastic toy in his eyes. In his supremely elevated spirits, Yu Feng withdrew his consciousness from the spatial inventory. Teacher Lu. Yu Feng pressed the communication key, his voice carrying a rare note of relaxation. Notify everyone, no operations tonight. We feast. Within the private dining hall, the lighting had been dimmed to an ambiguously warm amber. Upon the oak table, succulent premium dragon steak, exquisite frost eagle wing skewers, and an alluringly fragrant magical beast mushroom soup were laid out in a magnificent spread. At the center rested 2 bottles of extraordinarily aged Romanicani red wine. An extravagant feast crafted by divine culinary skill, encircled by 5 breathtaking beauties seated about the table. Elisa wore an exquisitely revealing crimson evening gown. Ding Yutong had changed into a sleek black halter top. Shun Tiantian was clad in an oversized white shirt with nothing beneath. Here, brother Yu Feng, a toast to you. Sun Yin proactively raised her crystal goblet, taking a delicate sip of the red wine, her fiery crimson lips utterly captivating. While those scavengers outside are slaughtering each other over scraps of supplies, here, we are sipping Romanicani and dining upon dragon meat. Lu Ruyan swirled her wineglass, a complex, contemplative sentiment surfacing upon her cool, composed features. Beside Yu Feng, she felt nothing but absolute security. This bore no resemblance to an apocalypse survival scenario. Rather, it was the private holiday excursion of a scion of the financial elite. That's because Captain is amazing. Shun Tiantian mumbled through a mouthful of dragon meat. As the wine flowed and rounds past, the atmosphere gradually warmed, growing increasingly intimate. Let's watch a film to unwind. Yu Feng activated the 75-inch 4K display. A classic pre-apocalypse romance played across the screen. Ling Yinxue, clad in pink sleepwear, naturally nestled closer, resting her head upon Yu Feng's broad thigh. Upon seeing the kissing scene in the film, Shun Tian shrieked theatrically and burrowed directly into Yu Feng's embrace. Meanwhile, Sun Yin cradled her wine glass, her exquisitely slender legs slipping free from beneath her hem, her toes, tracing an impossibly provocative path along Yu Feng's thigh. The whispered, breathless dialogue of the film murmured in his ear, surrounded by every manner of fatal temptation. Yu Feng's breathing gradually deepened. Movie's over. Yu Feng turned off the television with absolute decisiveness, his voice steady. 10,000 characters omitted. A fierce battle was brought to its ultimate culmination that night, 10,000 meters above the Earth. Yet the tranquility before the storm was destined to be brief. The Earth Fiend Alliance's blockade line was about to face a steel godfiend beyond mortal reckoning. At 9 o'clock the next morning, above the extreme ice plains, ferocious winds raged, lashing the land with shards of ice. In the upper right corner of every surviving player's vision, that Crimson System countdown ticked on mercilessly. The main quest countdown for Kunlun stood at 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 32 seconds. High above the barren continent, tens of thousands of aircraft, ranging from small civilian planes to massive military transports, were racing desperately toward the peak of Kunlun. Frost thick as armor clung to every aircraft's exterior, while engines groaned under the strain. The air grew suffocating with tension. Whether one arrived too late, encountered high-tier mutated beasts, or ran afoul of the Disha Alliance's blockade, death awaited either way. At the center of the main airway, clouds were violently torn apart by some immense force. A steel leviathan radiating a deep blue aura burst through the rift like a thunder god descending. Measuring 45 meters in length with a wingspan of 38, the aircraft deployed 4 thunder engines that unleashed trails of electric blue plasma. Its 120-ton ultra-nano crystalline steel hull carved through the atmosphere with a thunderous roar. Its colossal shadow descended upon the skies below, forcing the struggling Tier 3 and Tier 4 passenger aircraft scrambling nearby to veer wildly in all directions. What the hell, this firepower? Could this be a Star Destroyer? Complete ultra-nano crystalline steel armor. Even scouring every ruin across the entire server wouldn't yield enough materials. Deng Xiai, captain of the scattered player formation, gripped the control stick so tightly his knuckles turned white, his eyes locked on the 4 80mm aircraft cannons mounted along the giant ship's flank. He swallowed hard, palms slick with cold sweat. Pressing his calm, his voice trembled as he ordered his men to close in at full speed. If we can bring this powerhouse into our alliance, the Disha blockade won't matter anymore. But before he could advance the throttles, a dozen red blips erupted across the radar display. An elite fighter formation bearing lightning insignia hurtled in from the flank, cutting off Deng Xi's path. Leading them was a level 5 armed passenger craft heavily outfitted. Deng Xi slammed his fist against the console, face twisted with frustration. That was the Thunder Alliance, one of the 5 major faction leaders. With such a local overlord intervening, a small group of merely a dozen aircraft had no standing whatsoever. The Thunder Alliance formation spread out in a half encirclement, closing in on the dark hacking aircraft. A level 4 fighter broke from the ranks and moved to the dark craft's starboard side. Inside the cockpit, Zhang Ningning huddled in a stiff black military coat with tattered gloves on her hands. She activated the wideband transceiver and initiated a video call. This is the Thunder Alliance. Friends ahead, please respond on video. Inside the dark hacking aircraft, Shun Tian sat cross-legged on the leather swivel chair at the auxiliary console, her bare feet dangling. She wore a crisp white oversized shirt with nothing beneath it, left hand gripping a tactical tablet, while her right held a glass of iced honey snow orange drink. At the request, she turned to the sofa behind her. Captain, someone wants to video chat with us. Yu Feng leaned back against the cushions, a half-smoked cigarette between his lips, eyes closed in meditation. Accept. A holographic display unfolded above the console. Zhang Ningning's face materialized on the left side, while Shun Tiantian's image appeared on the right. The moment their gazes met, Zhang Ningning froze entirely. What was she seeing? A spacious cabin maintained at a constant 28 degrees, crystal chandeliers hanging overhead and spotless leather seats gleaming in the light. The girl at the controls had porcelain pale skin and hair, still carrying the fresh scent of shampoo, yet she held an iced beverage in her hand. Meanwhile, Zhang Ningning hadn't washed her face in 5 days and had to meticulously ration her water intake. A bitter wave of envy surged through her, distorting her features. She forced down her turmoil and lifted her chin, adopting an arrogant posture. We are the Scatter Alliance, formed under the leadership of the 5 major factions. The Alliance currently commanded over 10,000 aircraft, including 5 level 5 passenger liners, and they were in the process of selecting a president. Zhang Ningning raised her voice with calculated condescension and temptation. Your aircraft looks impressive. Join us, follow our Alliance's directives, and together we can resist the Disha Alliance's blockade. This is your only chance at survival. Shun Tian blinked her large eyes, took a sip of the chilled juice, and asked innocently, 10,000 aircraft. Is that a lot? Zhang Ningning's expression darkened. Yu Feng slowly opened his eyes, removed the cigarette from his mouth, and didn't even glance at the screen. Tian terminate the video feed. Accelerate and ram through. The order was delivered with absolute coldness, leaving no room for hesitation. Roger that. Shun Tian cheerfully responded and severed the connection with a tap of her pale finger. She gripped the control yoke with both hands and pressed down hard on the Thunder Engine's maximum thrust button. A tremendous explosion erupted as electric blue arcs surged violently. The dark hacking aircraft forcibly accelerated from cruising speed to 3 times the speed of sound. A terrifying sonic boom detonated midair. The 120-ton ultra-nano crystalline steel hull maintained its trajectory without deviating, charging directly toward Zhang Ningning with brute force. Are you insane? Zhang Ningning screamed in terror. She wrenched the control stick hard to the right, and her fighter rolled away just in time to avoid the collision. The dark hacking aircraft screamed past her wing. Violent wake turbulence and electric blue arcs engulfed Zhang Ningning's fighter instantly. Sparks flew wildly from the instrument panel as the entire aircraft lost control, rolling uncontrollably through the air before barely stabilizing. Zhang Ningning's forehead slammed against the console, blood streaming down her face. You bastard. Don't push your luck. Zhang Ningning pressed her bleeding forehead, screaming furiously into the guild channel, her voice filled with venomous rage. Alliance leader. They crashed right at us. They don't even respect our alliance. A cold laugh echoed through the Thunder Alliance channel. Just a single broken level 6 aircraft. They really think they're invincible. The Disha Alliance has deployed 5,000 heavy weapons ahead. Going in alone is suicide. The guild leader's voices carried an edge of schadenfreude. Ignore them. Let him serve as a scout and cannon fodder to exhaust the Disha Alliance's ammunition. Notify the other guild leaders to hurry up with the voting. We must select the Scatter Alliance president today. Zhang Ningning glared at the fading red dot on the holographic radar, teeth grinding. I want to see how the Disha Alliance's cannons turn that couple into minced meat. At 10,000 meters altitude, the dark hacking aircraft accelerated smoothly. Shun Tian spun her chair around to face Yu Feng, a trace of confusion in her large eyes. Captain, with over 10,000 aircraft, wouldn't it be better to let them serve as the vanguard and take the initial casualties? Yu Feng crushed out his cigarette, rose from the sofa, and walked to the command console. He reached out and ruffled Shun Tian's hair. A hastily assembled force doesn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Yu Feng gazed at the rolling cloud sea ahead, his voice carrying absolute coldness. When facing the Disha Alliance's coordinated cannon fire, those scattered players would immediately turn and flee, pushing others forward as shields. Weaklings banding together remain weak. Yu Feng leaned one hand on the console, his eyes flashing with the ruthless gleam of a warlord. The reason I previously established the Yu Feng Alliance was merely to secretly gather low-tier materials and keep the secret of the magic energy furnace hidden. The strong never need to negotiate with anyone. As long as our firepower can dominate the entire airspace, we simply crush through. What I want isn't to break the blockade. I want to annihilate the entire leadership of the Disha Alliance. Shun Tian gazed at Yu Feng's sizzled profile, her heart pounding wildly, admiration nearly spilling from her eyes. Captain, you're the coolest. The alloy door slid open. Sun Yin stepped inside in high heels, wearing a tight black leather jacket zipped only halfway, her curves accentuated with each confident stride. She carried a data panel, approached Yu Feng, and naturally leaned against his arm. Brother Yu Feng, last night's bounty acquisitions were extremely successful. Sun Yin activated the holographic display, revealing rows of resource data. We've collected 36 tier crystal cores and 2 7th tier ones. 500 tons of high explosives. Countless rounds of conventional ammunition and medical supplies. Sister Shuang has finished extracting all the gas grenades. Yu Feng nodded slightly. The allure of ultra-nano crystalline steel was indeed terrifying. Players across the entire barren continent were working themselves to death for it. And this? Sun Yin turned her wrist and retrieved a short staff approximately half a meter long from a storage compartment. The staff was dark gray throughout, with a cracked gray-white gemstone set at its apex. A faint, eerie vibration emanated from within the gemstone. Jue-ing, that lone wolf player, brought this. He wants some ultra-nano crystalline steel to upgrade his aircraft. Sun Yin handed the staff to Yu Feng. The system identifies it as a perfect grade, transcendent item. The immobilization scepter. Yu Feng took the staff. Immobilization scepter. Perfect grade, transcendent item. Effect locks a designated area ahead. Forces all targets within that zone to lose physical momentum and energy circulation. Immobilization duration 5 seconds. Cooldown 24 hours. Yu Feng examined the description on the interface, a bloodthirsty smile curling slowly across his lips. A forced immobilization for 5 seconds. This was practically a divine skill. The 2 magic energy hawk guns mounted beneath the nose, powered by high-tier crystal cores, required exactly 5 seconds to charge before each shot. This was their sole tactical vulnerability. Opponents with sufficient speed or high-frequency evasion systems could easily dodge the main gun's lethal beam. Now this immobilization scepter perfectly closed that gap. Immobilize. Charge. Fire. The Disha Alliance's prized armor and evasion capabilities would be rendered worthless against his overwhelming firepower, nothing more than stationary targets lined up for destruction. After traveling some distance beyond the extreme cold Rift Valley, the dark hacking aircraft hovered in midair. Fierce winds tore through swirling snow and ice. Powerful searchlights beneath the fuselage illuminated the cliffs at the valley floor. Perched along the cliff edges were 30 massive fourth-tier flame eagles. Sensing their territory violated, the 30 eagles spread their wings and screeched, hurling scorching fireballs toward the aircraft. Our intelligence appears accurate. These are indeed unusual flame eagles. Yu Feng leaned back in his leather sofa, cradling a cup of hot coffee. Sun Yin, clear the area. Yutong, report positions. Ding. Yutong's eyes shimmered with a faint glow. 15 on the left wing, 10 on the right, 5 directly ahead. Distance 800 meters. Leave it to me, brother Yu Feng. Sun Yin strode to the control console in her heels, placing both hands on the fire control sensor sphere. Class C fire magic surged as dozens of high-explosive fireballs streaked outward, intercepting the eagle's assault midair. The resulting detonations blackened feathers and sent the 30 birds tumbling from the sky. Ling Yinxue stepped forward, her eyes glowing with the ethereal light of a Class D control ability. Her immense mental presence spread like an invisible net, enveloping the severely wounded flock in an instant. The piercing cries of the eagles fell silent. All 34th-tier flame eagles folded their wings and knelt in unison upon the snow, their eyes blazing with tamed fervor. Collect. With a mere thought from Yu Feng, the 30 fire eagles vanished into thin air, teleporting directly into the livestock zone of his personal spatial dimension. He drained his coffee in one gulp, set the cup down, and strode toward the rear of the cabin. Pushing open the metallic door to the secret chamber, Yu Feng closed his eyes and projected his consciousness directly into his personal spatial dimension. Deep within that realm, the magic energy furnace burned with eerie violet-red flames. Dozens of shipping containers stood neatly arranged, filled with C-4 high-explosive drones hastily manufactured by Shun Tiantian through the night, along with 300,000 rounds of 80mm tungsten alloy armor-piercing ammunition. Without hesitation, Yu Feng dumped thousands of units of ultra-nano crystalline steel into the furnace, then poured in 100,000 rounds of armor-piercing shells. System notifications rang out continuously. Ding. Purification successful. Triggered legendary critical hit. Acquired 100 mithril high-explosive armor-piercing rounds. Acquired 5000 perfect-grade, high-frequency intelligent, floating mines. Yu Feng didn't even glance at the results, continuing to pour in more ammunition. If he was going to annihilate everything, the firepower needed to be completely overflowing. At a nearby workstation, Ling Yinxuang, clad in a white lab coat, pushed several large jars of dark green liquid toward Yu Feng. A product of my Class F research ability. Ling Yinxuang turned her face away, her tone deliberately aloof. High-concentration hallucinogenic gas. A single drop can drive all living creatures within a kilometer radius into madness, blurring the line between friend and foe. Yu Feng reached out and grasped her chin, his thumb tracing along her pale cheek. Well done. This batch will be served as an extra course to the Disha Alliance. Ling Yinxuang's cheeks flushed red as she swatted his hand away. Stop being so rough, go do your actual work. Yu Feng chuckled softly, withdrawing his consciousness from the space. The ammunition and strategic advantages he needed were now all assembled. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, messages flooded the regional channel at blinding speed. Tens of thousands of scattered players were frantically posting to rally support. The Scatter Alliance has mobilized, led by the Thunder Zongheng, Aoshi Fengmong, and Zhanhuan factions. Over 10,000 aircraft closing in. We'll drown the Disha Alliance's defenses with nothing but spit. No tolls will be paid. Disha Alliance, prepare to die. The simmering resentment of lower-tier scattered players, long oppressed and exploited, had transformed into blind optimism through this reckless gathering of forces. They genuinely believed that sheer numbers could bridge the chasm between power levels. At the same moment, 50 kilometers behind the battlefield, 5 LV, 5 passenger aircraft emblazoned with different insignias concealed themselves within the thick clouds. These belonged to the 5 supreme leaders of the Scattered Alliance. Rather than leading the charge, they had gathered together for a covert cloud conference. The atmosphere within the conference channel was arrogant and restless. The position of Supreme Leader must belong to my Zongheng Alliance. The Zongheng Alliance leader, a cigar dangling from his lips and his face bloated with brute flesh, declared, I command 3,000 LV, 3 passenger aircraft beneath me. Bullshit. My Thunder Alliance possesses the greatest number of high-tier aircraft, the Thunder Alliance leader bellowed, slamming the table in fury. I say the War Soul Alliance should preside over this coalition. We were the very first to be established, the War Soul Alliance leader asserted, rising to his feet in no mood to concede. The squabbling dragged on intermittently for 10 minutes. The Zongheng Alliance leader suddenly sneered, exhaling a plume of blue smoke. Enough. Shut your mouths, all of you. Are you truly intent on leading those 10,000 fools to their deaths? The other 4 were momentarily stunned. The Earth-Sha Alliance fields nearly 10,000 heavy firepower aircraft. Are we to butt heads against them with our bare skulls? A cunningly sinister gleam flashed through the Zongheng Alliance leader's eyes. Those tens of thousands of aircraft belonging to the scattered players are merely bargaining chips in our hands. I have already made covert contact with Tuoba Shao. We shall step forward and compel the scattered players to pay a transit fee. In return, 20% of the tolls shall be divided equally among the 5 of us. Not only shall we enter Kunlun safely, but we shall also pocket a fortune. The Thunder Alliance leader swallowed hard, a gleam of greed surfacing in his eyes. Sell them out. What if the scattered players revolt? Revolt. Any who dare to incite rebellion shall be struck down on the spot. He who wields the mightier fist shall dictate the terms. The Zongheng Alliance leader's face radiated smug triumph. The 5 of us shall form an alliance, feasting upon the scattered players' flesh and draining their blood dry. This is what it means to be a man of discernment. The 5 alliance leaders exchanged glances and erupted in unison into brazen, raucous laughter. This treachery against the lower ranks was a performance they had mastered with chilling ease. Deep within the extreme cold defense line, the Earth-Sha Alliance command post, Tuoba Shao sat upon a grand chair draped in tiger pelt, watching the blustering of the scattered alliance on the light screen, and snorted with contempt. Supreme Leader, the envoys from Zongheng Alliance have come to collect their 20% share. A subordinate reported in hushed tones. Give them my ass. Tuoba Zhao's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he pressed the communication key of another covert channel. Alliance leaderly, the targets have been flushed out. 50 kilometers to the rear. I leave them to you. On the opposite side of the light screen, the Tianxiao Alliance leader Li Tianbao reclined upon a luxurious throne, 2 scantily clad women nestled in his arms. A trivial matter. Even tens of thousands of ants clustered together remain nothing but ants. He severed the communication. Tuoba Zhao's eyes blazed with surging killing intent. Prepare to close the net. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the 5 alliance leaders were still ensconced in their cloud conference, fantasizing about the wealth and glory that awaited them upon entering Kunlun. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of propellers tore through the sky. The sonic waves pierced straight through the cloud layer. A gargantuan helicopter, its entire frame a deep abyssal black, colossal as a mountain, materialized without warning above the gathering point. The fuselage shimmered with the distinctive dark gold radiance characteristic of Tier 7. An LV-7 Phantom armed helicopter, the ace card of Tianxiao Alliance. Trailing closely behind it came the LV-7 heavy assault fighter of Earth-Sha Alliance. Before the 5 alliance leaders could even react, the holographic radar was instantly flooded with blinding crimson light. Lock confirmed. Missile matrix launch. Li Tianbao's frigid voice reverberated openly across the regional channel. 5 high-frequency guided air missiles trailing lethal plumes of flame locked directly onto the 5 passenger aircraft holding their meeting. No, this cannot be. We had a deal. The Zongheng Alliance leader shrieked in desperation, frantically shoving at the control stick. The armor of an LV-5 passenger aircraft was as fragile as tissue paper before an air-to-air missile. Boom, boom, boom. 5 colossal orange fireballs detonated in rapid succession at 10,000 meters altitude. No emergency landing. No pleas for mercy. The 5 LV-5 aircraft disintegrated mid-air on the spot, transforming into a rain of burning debris that plummeted into the icy plains below. The 5 alliance leaders perished instantly. The entire regional channel plunged into a deathly silence. The tens of thousands of scattered player aircraft gathered below had borne witness to the entirety of their leader's instantaneous annihilation. The scattered players who had been reveling just a moment before now suffered complete mental shutdown. Leaderless, their formation instantly crumbled. Thousands of aircraft darted about the sky like headless flies, triggering a cascade of collision accidents. Dead. All of them dead. Deng Xiai, the captain of a scattered player squadron, slumped in his seat, his hands trembling too violently to grip the control stick. Zhang Ningning gazed up at the Tier 7 helicopter in the sky, so terrified that tears and snot streamed down her face. The channel echoed with nothing but desperate wails. We cannot win. Those are Tier 7 aircraft. We surrender. We will pay the toll. Let us pass. We beg of you. Tuoba Zhao's arrogant voice thundered through the loudspeakers, echoing across the entire defense line. You ungrateful wretches who refuse to show gratitude. Henceforth the transit fee is raised. Those who cannot pay shall be cast out immediately. Any who dare force their way through shall be executed without mercy. The villainous arrogance swelled to such overwhelming heights that it suffocated all who lay beneath it. At 3 in the afternoon, a fierce blizzard ravaged the extreme cold Rift Valley. Despair had spread to its absolute zenith as thousands of scattered player aircraft formed long queues, meekly awaiting the Earth-Sha Alliance's plunder. From the distant horizon, a thunderous rumble of extraordinary depth suddenly reverberated forth. It was not the sound of ordinary engines. It was a sonic boom. A steel behemoth, its entire body radiating arcs of ghostly blue electricity, violently tore through the dense ice clouds. The fuselage stretched 45 meters in length, its 120-ton ultra-nanocrystal steel armor refracting a suffocating metallic cold light beneath the sun. An LV-6 heavy fire-armed passenger aircraft descended with overwhelming might. Within the cockpit, Yu Feng sat upon a broad command chair. The holographic screen locked onto the Earthshaw Alliance's Tier 7 aircraft nestled deep within the defense line, dozens of kilometers away, shielded by layers upon layers of warplanes. That was the personal aircraft of the newly appointed Vice Supreme Leader and Diplomat of the Earthshaw Alliance. Captain brother, should we just ram straight through? Shun Tian gripped the control stick, her large eyes brimming with excitement. Not yet. Yu Feng bit down on his cigarette, exhaling a wisp of blue smoke. He cast a glance at the desperate scattered player fleet below the corner of his mouth, curling into a frosty smile. Stirring up the grass and alarming the snake did not align with his pursuit of maximum profit. His target was solely that Tier 7 aircraft. He intended to blast it for an upgrade blueprint. Tian, patch into server 360's public channel. Crank that gramophone to maximum volume. Copy that. The very next second, a melodious, soothing classic love song, My Heart Will Go On, poured forth from the ultra-high-power broadcast system of the dark aircraft. The crystalline female voice reverberated across the blood-soaked, oppressive battlefield above, radiating an intense sense of the absurd and striking contrast. Fuyao Alliance's main headquarters. Holographic images flickered in the steel hall. At the center of the display, fierce snow and wind raged at the entrance of the Jinghan Rift as tens of thousands of combat aircraft queued up like worker ants. The camera zoomed in. Among the queue was a massive, dark-colored transport aircraft. All weapon modules were retracted, its radar silent. Aside from its imposing size, it appeared entirely non-threatening on the surface, obediently shuffling forward with the line. Li Min reclined on her throne, swaying the goblet in her hand, a clear glint of contempt flashing in her eyes. Is this the dragon crossing the river you spoke of? Li Min turned her gaze towards Su Qingyao on the holographic screen and let out a sneer. I thought he had the guts to blast right through the Dishu Alliance's defenses, yet here he is meekly queuing up to pay protection fees. Su Qingyao sat in the cockpit of the Storm aircraft, watching the dark transport in the distance with a complicated expression. She bit down hard on her lower lip, a wave of powerlessness rising in her heart. The man who had been so arrogant and domineering before her had ultimately bowed his head when faced with a truly powerful alliance. Alliance leader, should we still go to rendezvous with him? Su Qingyao asked softly. Rendezvous my ass. Li Min downed her red wine in one gulp, her voice cold as ice. The lives of tens of thousands of sisters in the Fuyao Alliance could not be staked on a spineless coward. To offend both the Dishu Alliance and Tianshao Alliance over him. He doesn't deserve it. Hold all forces in position. Once he pays the toll and enters the mountains, you'll take your people to apprehend him and extract the source of that super nanocrystalline steel. The transmission cut off. Li Min casually shattered the empty wine glass, her eyes filled with disappointment and disinterest. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the Kunlun Eastern Pass, the War God Alliance's temporary command center. That foolish woman Li Min. So much ambition, so little brains. Bao Zhantian, leader of the Zhanshin Alliance, had barely ended the call before his fist slammed onto the holographic battlefield map, sending the entire command center vibrating. The scar on his right cheek twisted with intense excitement as he stared fixedly at the high-definition image of the dark aircraft on the screen. Alliance leader, the kid's backing down. Why are we still getting involved? The aide asked, bewildered. Backing down? Are you fucking blind? Xiao Zhantian seized the aide by the collar, slamming him against the screen and pointing at the aircraft's armor. Look carefully at the coloration of this coating. Deep blue, restrained with not a single seam of welding. This is super nano crystalline steel armor containing over 80 gold. They'd strip every relic in the entire world and still couldn't gather enough. The aide's pupils contracted sharply as he drew in a cold breath. That living Yama, who traded super nano crystalline steel for low-tier materials on the 360 regional channel, is none other than this king of death. Xiao Zhantian released his grip, his eyes burning with fanaticism and conviction. He's lining up with weapons retracted, not to pay protection money but to close the distance and get close to the Dishu Alliance's upper echelon. This kid's planning a decapitation strike. Xiao Zhantian whirled around, his voice thunderous. Deliver my order. The War God Alliance's first and second elite squads launch immediately. Disengage radar silence. The moment the front line opens fire, the entire force charges straight through to help him breach the flank defenses. Adding flowers to brocade is nothing compared to sending charcoal in snowy weather. I'm putting my entire fortune on this kid today. The extreme cold rift. Ferocious winds lashed against the cockpit windows, driven by driving hail. Spanning several kilometers wide, the rift served as one of the primary passages into Kunlun, flanked on both sides by Kunlun's colossal peaks soaring tens of thousands of meters into the clouds. Peaks so dense they defied even radar penetration. The dark aircraft hovered inconspicuously in the middle of the formation. Yu Feng sat in the pilot's seat, a half-unlit cigarette clenched between his lips, his eyelids half lowered. Brother, that's a big craft. You're burning serious fuel, aren't you? A rough voice crackled over the left channel frequency. A level 6 Iron Wing heavy transport, its hull newly armored, maneuvered alongside. Yu Feng turned his head. The holographic display automatically projected the caller's profile. Player ID Juing. Level 6 Iron Wing heavy transport. Juing. Yu Feng's brows lifted slightly. The lone wolf player from last night, who traded a paralysis scepter for his super nano crystalline steel. Not bad. Just trying to make a living. Yu Feng replied flatly, not exposing him. Times like these make it tough for lone wolves. The Dishu Alliance thugs are blockading and robbing us left and right, while the Tianxia Alliance's aircraft back them up from behind. Juing cursed profusely over the channel before abruptly shifting his tone to something almost hearty. But I like your style. Bro, I've been working with an anonymous big shot recently, trading gear and most of my supplies for some materials. Just upgraded to a level 6 craft. Defense is absolutely solid. Once we pay the toll and get through, stick close behind me. Juing will watch your back. The lone wolf, who'd only just reached level 6, confidently puffed out his chest, promising to protect him. A wry smile tugged at Yu Feng's lips as he replied dryly, "Fine, then I'll be counting on big brother Juing to cover me." Inside the cabin, Shun Tian furiously tapped away at her keyboard, shoulders shaking as she struggled to suppress her laughter. After the small talk ended, the dark aircraft closed in on the Dishu Alliance checkpoint. Just 7 kilometers remaining. The atmosphere in the cockpit plummeted to freezing point. "Captain." Shun Tian's smile vanished, replaced by absolute focus in her wide eyes. "The high-frequency minesweeping drones have completed their self-checks. Over 80 enemy perimeter firing positions are locked. Give the word, and I can dismantle their anti-air network at any time. The Fire Eagle squad is in position." Ling Yinshuang's cold voice came through the intercom. 30 tier, 4 flame eagles loaded with high explosives are hidden in the thick thunderclouds above the rift. Ready to execute airdrop suicide runs on your command. Yu Feng spat out his cigarette and swept the holographic radar with a razor-sharp gaze. 2 kilometers ahead, the Dishu Alliance's defenses stood impenetrable. Over 5,000 heavily modified combat aircraft were deployed in staggered formations across more than 10 tiered fire positions organized by squad and company units. Heavy machine guns and aircraft cannons provided mutual cover, creating a defense as tight as an iron barrel. Tactical proficiency was exceptionally high. These grandsons really have for them. Yu Feng mused, his fingers drumming on the console. But what truly concerned him wasn't those 5,000 cannon fodder ships. He swept the holographic radar 3 times and detected no signal signatures from any level 7 craft. "The deputy leader of Dishu Alliance is quite cautious," Yu Feng sneered. "He's likely hiding at the rear of the defense line. If we engage now, the distance is too great. He could slip away at any moment." Yu Feng's thumb gently rubbed the fire control button. "Hold steady. Keep moving forward with the formation. Once we breach the first line of defense and reach optimal firing range, we go straight for decapitation." Progress at the checkpoint ahead was agonizingly slow. A battered level 3 civilian aircraft was forcibly held midair by 2 Dishu Alliance heavy combat craft. Toll fee, 70% of your supplies. Plus 300 units of fuel. A Dishu Alliance low-ranking officer with dyed yellow hair stood on the wing, leveling a Gauss rifle and swaggering as he banged on the level 3 aircraft's bulletproof glass. Inside the cockpit, a gaunt young man wore an expression of utter despair, his hands desperately shielding his girlfriend beside him. "Officer, we genuinely have nothing left. We've flown all this way. We ran out of fuel long ago. Please show some mercy. No supplies." The yellow-haired officer spat on the ground, his lecherous gaze fixated on the trembling young woman in the co-pilot's seat. "No supplies. That's fine. Leave this woman as collateral. Vice Alliance leader Chow has a weakness for pretty ones like her. You animals. I'll fight you to the death." The young man's eyes burned crimson as he slammed the engine lever forward, attempting to ram them. "Pathetic." The yellow-haired man sneered. An adjacent Dishu Alliance aircraft adjusted its nose slightly, and 3 muffled cannon booms echoed through the air. The level 3 aircraft's cockpit was instantly shredded to pieces. The young man's upper body was torn apart by a heavy caliber armor-piercing round, blood and organs spraying outward in all directions across the windshield. The woman's screams pierced through the howling wind and snow. The yellow-haired man gave a practiced wave of his hand, and several subordinates pried open the damaged cabin door. Ignoring her frantic struggles, they grabbed her by the hair and dragged her out. "Take her to Vice Alliance leader Chow as a gift." The yellow-haired man laughed unkindly, turning to point at the scattered aircraft queuing behind them. Everyone watched this clearly. This is what happens when you can't pay the toll. Across the full-frequency channel, the transmission received only a deathly silence. Every lone player in the queue, including Juing, who had so recently boasted about protecting Yu Feng, gripped their control sticks tightly, eyes blazing with fury, yet no one dared to make a move. The disparity was simply too vast. Facing those 5,000 heavily armed aircraft bearing down on them, charging forward would mean certain destruction. Inside the dark aircraft, Shun Tian watched the gruesome scene unfold on her holographic screen, her face draining of color as her slender frame shook involuntarily. Memories flooded back of her brother being slaughtered by the Dishu Alliance. She knew that helpless agony of watching a loved one die at the hands of monsters all too well. Captain. Shun Tiantian's eyes burned red, her fingers clawing desperately at the edge of the console. A broad, calloused hand settled firmly on her shoulder. Yu Feng stood behind her, his gaze utterly unwavering, cold as the glaciers of the polar regions. In this apocalypse, weakness itself is the original sin. Without strength, you can't even protect the woman beside you. Death is only a matter of time. Shin Tiantian pressed her lips together, forcing back her tears. I didn't come here to play the savior. Yu Feng turned his head, his gaze locked onto the radar screen as the coordinates drew ever closer. The abducted woman was being escorted by a small transport aircraft flying deep into the defense line toward a massive ice rock bunker. The biting wind of the extreme cold rift carved across the fuselage like shards of glass. The endless queue of aircraft snaked ahead, each one as helpless as lambs awaiting the slaughter. Within the LV-5 military transport, the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. Zhang Ningning huddled in the co-pilot's seat, wrapped in a stiffened, threadbare military coat. Her face was smeared with grime and engine oil, her appearance utterly wretched. Not far ahead loomed the checkpoint of the Dishu Alliance. The yellow-haired overseer had just dragged away a young woman, her anguished screams still echoing through the blizzard. Zhang Ningning trembled violently and clutched the arm of the man beside her. Brother Jia, Alliance Leader Jia, please help me break through. I won't let them take me. This is a LV-5 military transport. We should be able to fight our way out. From the pilot's seat, Jia Youcai, deputy commander of the Thunder Alliance, turned pale with fear. He was desperately trying to conceal the premium supplies stowed in the cargo hold. Smack! At Zhang Ningning's words, he backhanded her with a sharp, vicious strike. The impact sent Zhang Ningning staggering, stars exploding behind her eyes, blood trickling from her split lip as she crashed against the cabin wall. Shut your mouth. Are you trying to get us all killed? Jia Youcai hissed through clenched teeth, his features contorted with panic. Over 5,000 heavy weapons positions up ahead. Do you think I'm charging in with nothing but my head? Listen carefully. In a moment, nobody speaks of the Thunder Alliance and nobody mentions I'm the deputy commander. The Thunder Alliance is finished. If you piss off the Dishu Alliance, I'll kill you first. Zhang Ningning pressed her swollen, reddened face against her palm, staring blankly at the man who only days ago had sworn on his life to keep her safe. So much for the deputy commander of the Thunder Alliance. In the face of true power, he was less than a stray dog. All her illusions shattered, she curled into a trembling ball in the corner, knees drawn to her chest, too terrified even to breathe. The procession inched forward until Jia Youcai's transport reached the front. His face split into an oily, ingratiating smile, groveling like a sycophantic servant. Thank you for your hard work, sir. These are 70% of our supplies plus 100 rations of fuel as a small token for the brothers. The yellow-haired overseer, a cigarette dangling from his lips, glanced dismissively at the offered tribute and snorted with contempt. Just as he was about to wave them through, his gaze drifted to Zhang Ningning, crouched in the co-pilot's seat. She looked pale, but young, with a fine figure beneath her ragged clothes. Well, keeping the good stuff hidden, aren't we? The yellow-haired man exhaled a ring of smoke and tapped the fuselage with his rifle barrel. This one stays. We've been complaining about dull nights on watch. She can warm up our beds. Jia Youcai's body went rigid, a flash of anger stirring within him. But after catching sight of the dozen armed aircraft behind the yellow-haired man, their guns trained directly on him, any hesitation vanished. He seized Zhang Ningning by the collar, wrenched open the cabin door, and shoved her out like discarded trash. Since the officer has taken a liking to her, that's her fortune. Jia Youcai, you bastard. All those promises you made when you were with me, swallowed by dogs. Zhang Ningning stumbled and crashed onto the platform, screaming in terror. Jia Youcai didn't even glance back. He slammed the throttle forward, and the LV-5 transport roared to life, bolting through the checkpoint like a whipped dog fleeing into the depths of Kunlun. Zhang Ningning watched the fading exhaust trail, her eyes twisting with bitter venom. Like a madwoman, she shrieked at the Dishu Alliance guards surrounding her. He's Jia Youcai, deputy commander of the Thunder Alliance. He's got top-grade spirit cores hidden in his storage space. Go catch him now. Deputy commander of the Scatter Alliance. The yellow-haired man sneered and strided forward, yanking Zhang Ningning's hair and slapping her face with contempt. What the hell is the Thunder Alliance anyway? Serve me well tonight, and I'll make sure you're satisfied beyond imagination. A lewd, raucous laughter erupted from the surrounding Dishu Alliance members. Two guards seized Zhang Ningning and dragged her toward the shelter. She knew what awaited her, a living hell worse than death. Crushing despair wrapped around her like a shroud. Just then, a haunting melody, Celine Dion's My Heart Will Go On, pierced through the blizzard, echoing abruptly across the checkpoint. Zhang Ningning struggled to turn her head. A massive, obsidian-hued vessel radiating an eerie blue luminescence was gliding steadily into the checkpoint airspace. Its 45-meter fuselage was sheathed entirely in seamless, super-nano crystalline steel, resembling an immovable iceberg of forged metal. The dark hacking craft came to a halt before the checkpoint. Through the expansive, bulletproof glass, Zhang Ningning caught a clear view of the cabin's interior. A climate-controlled sanctuary of plush leather seats, and there perched on the co-pilot console sat a breathtakingly beautiful girl named Shun Tiantian, barefoot and dressed in a white shirt. Gazing at Shun Tiantian's porcelain-clear complexion and soft, supple skin, then comparing it to her own dire predicament, a furious blaze of jealousy erupted in Zhang Ningning's chest. What good is beauty? Zhang Ningning fixed her glare on Shun Tiantian, a vicious sneer curling her lips. That aircraft is far too conspicuous. The Disha Alliance will never spare you. Your fate will be 10,000 times worse than mine. You'll all die. Go straight to hell, every last one of you. At that moment, the entire Disha Alliance checkpoint fell into a brief, suffocating silence. The yellow-haired overseer and the hundreds of guards surrounding him were all stunned by the aircraft's terrifying aura of dominance. Having guarded this checkpoint for years, their judgment was brutally sharp. They knew all too well what that sapphire-blue luminescence flowing across the dark vessel signified. What the fuck? Is this entirely super nano-crystalline steel? A guard swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Coming to his senses, the yellow-haired overseer's gaze pierced through the glass, instantly locking onto Shun Tiantian in the co-pilot seat, and the other stunning beauties faintly visible on the sofas behind her. Rampant greed clouded his judgment in an instant. If he could confiscate such a massive super nano-crystalline steel aircraft and present it to the deputy commander, or even the Alliance leader himself, he would leap straight into the inner circle of the Disha Alliance's leadership. As for those peerless beauties inside, if the upper echelons got to feast, he'd at least get to lap up the broth. What the hell are you all standing around for? Raise your weapons. The yellow-haired man bellowed. Dozens of Disha Alliance armed aircraft surrounding them trained nearly 100 gun barrels, black and menacing, directly on the dark hacking craft. Leaping onto the wing of one fighter, the yellow-haired overseer raised his Gauss rifle and pointed arrogantly at the dark craft's cockpit. People inside, listen up. We've received intelligence that you're spies sent by the Scatter Alliance. Cut your engines, immediately surrender your weapons, and exit the aircraft for inspection. Anyone who resists will be destroyed on the spot. The accusation was fabricated without cause. They robbed with brazen audacity. Yu Feng didn't even lift his eyelids. His gaze penetrated straight through the jumping yellow-haired man ahead, through the 5,000 heavy-firing aircraft bristling with hostility and locked dead onto a massive ice rock platform deep within the defensive line. There, parked on the platform, sat a luxurious LV-7 heavy assault fighter. Beneath its wings hung a conspicuous quad-mounted short-range high-frequency guided missile launcher. Faint traces of gunpowder residue still clung to the muzzle. System alert, targeting LV-7 heavy assault fighter. Upon destruction, high probability drop tier 7 Spirit Core LV-7 passenger aircraft, perfect upgrade blueprint. Yu Feng's eyes instantly hardened, sharpening like flint. Found you. Half an hour ago, it was this very aircraft that had boldly announced over the public frequency its quick slaughter of 5 Alliance leaders from the Scatter Alliance. The personal craft of Chao Yuan, deputy commander of the Disha Alliance. The yellow-haired thug stepped onto the wing of a Tier 4 fighter jet, the infrared targeting laser of his Gauss rifle sweeping wantonly across the bulletproof glass of the obsidian black aircraft. When he saw no movement within the cockpit, he immediately spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground. Playing dead, are we? The yellow-haired man's face twisted grotesquely as he bellowed at the top of his lungs. You treat my words like passing wind. Everyone ready your bolts. Smash that damn turtle shell to pieces. Drag the men out and chop them into pieces to feed the aberrant creatures. Strip the women naked and throw them into the brothers' tents. Today, everyone gets a taste of real fun. The dozens of patrol aircraft surrounding them all disengaged their safeties in unison. The mechanical clatter of heavy machine gun rounds being chambered rang crisp and unbearably shrill through the wind and snow. The several thousand solo players lined up in formation were not but lambs awaiting slaughter. They all lowered their heads in unison, unable to bear the sight. It's over. Completely over now. That fool picked the wrong place to show off. Every last one of the Earth Shao Alliance are cold-blooded killers, living beasts. No matter how thick this aircraft's armor is surrounded by thousands of guns, it'll become nothing but an iron coffin. In the distance, Zhang Ningning was being dragged by her hair by 2 Earth Shao Alliance guards. Her face had been etched with utter despair, but upon witnessing this scene, she suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. Die? All of you must die. What's the use of being pretty? In the end, you'll still become playthings for these beasts. May you all rot in hell. Her eyes were bloodshot, her vicious gaze locked onto Shun Tiantian in the co-pilot seat. Inside the obsidian black aircraft, the holographic screen projected a real-time feed of the yellow-haired man's utterly arrogant face. Yu Feng exhaled a wisp of pale smoke, his eyelids not even lifting. Kill. One plain word. No emotional fluctuation, not a single wasted breath. Sun Yan received the order and strode briskly toward the fire control console in her high heels. She would never allow anyone to insult her brother Yu Feng with such filth. A Class C fire magic was unleashed without reservation. Sun Yan's palm blazed with crimson radiance. Several high-explosive incendiary rounds pierced through the pre-installed fire ports in the fuselage, screaming forth at a terrifying velocity utterly imperceptible to the naked eye. The yellow-haired man was still laughing maniacally. His vision was instantly flooded with blinding crimson. The searing fireball struck his face with perfect precision. No scream, no struggle. His head was thoroughly carbonized. The fireball's destructive force showed no sign of waning, punching straight through the belly armor of the Tier 4 fighter beneath his feet and crashing violently into the main ammunition depot. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted. Wreckage mingled with shredded flesh scattered radially through the air. Blazing waves swept across the surroundings, incinerating the 2 guards beside him into ash. Zhang Ningning's laughter caught in her throat, her eyeballs nearly bulging from their sockets as she collapsed to the ground in terror. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The wind and snow seemed to freeze at that moment. Thousands of solo players collectively lost their voices, their minds completely crashed. Zhuing sat inside a Tier 6 Iron Wing transport, having been calmly sipping a cup of hot tea while watching the show. The instant the flames erupted, his hands trembled violently. Scalding tea splashed all over the back of his hand, his skin flushed red and blistering. He remained utterly unaware. Holy shit! Zhuing swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on the unscathed obsidian black aircraft, his eyes brimming with absolute shock. Killing in broad daylight right in front of 5,000 warplanes over a single disagreement. What a true damn hard man. After a brief, deathly stillness, the pilots of over a dozen patrol fighters on the Earth-Sha Alliance's outer perimeter erupted in fury. The yellow-haired man's dead. Enemy attack. Cut them down. Dozens of fighters reacted instantly, their aircraft cannons rapidly preheating as every muzzle locked firmly onto the obsidian black aircraft. Yu Feng pressed the fire control unlock key on the main console, his voice ice cold. You never learn. The armor on both sides of the aircraft's nose split apart. 4 80mm fully automatic aircraft cannons instantly extended outward. Bang, 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 bang. A low, brutish roar tore through the air. Upgraded mithril high-explosive armor-piercing rounds firing at 6,000 rounds per minute poured forth in a dazzling metallic storm. Over 30 Earth-Sha Alliance fighters never even had the chance to pull their triggers. Their bulletproof glass shattered instantly, their cockpits exploding into blinding clouds of blood mist. The aircraft detonated violently mid-air, one after another, transforming into heaps of burning scrap metal that crashed into the depths of the rift. Overwhelming and absolute. Pure firepower supremacy. Zhuang'er, load all the hallucinogenic gas shells. Sun Yin, prepare the main cannon. Tiantian, awaken the high-frequency ghost mine drone swarm from hibernation and hold them on standby. Yu Feng's voice remained steady, his broad palm covering the throttle. Lock onto Chao Yuan's Tier 7 aircraft. Today I want him obliterated, man and blueprints together, right down to the last fragment. Yes, Captain, brother. Shun Tiantian's 10 fingers danced across the co-pilot console keyboard in a blur, her large eyes brimming with pathological excitement. Don't worry, brother Yu Feng. He absolutely won't escape. Sun Yin licked her fiery crimson lips, her formidable assets trembling slightly from extreme excitement. Ling Yinshuang moved with practiced efficiency, sliding several specially crafted green gas shells into the launch rails. Brace yourselves. Yu Feng slammed the throttle forward, pushing it to maximum. Roar! The thunder engine roared into overload. Blindingly brilliant azure arcs of electricity instantly enveloped the 120-ton obsidian black aircraft. The massive fuselage forcibly breached the sound barrier, carrying the violent kinetic force to tear through everything in its path, crushing the wreckage of surrounding fighters as it crashed headlong into the iron bucket defense line formed by the Earth-Sha Alliance's 5,000 warplanes. Fire! Concentrate all firepower. Turn him into a sieve. Frantic, infuriated roars erupted from commanders at every level through the Earth-Sha Alliance's communication channels. 5,000 heavily armed warplanes opened fire simultaneously. Tracer rounds from aircraft cannons wove into an airtight net of death, raining down upon the obsidian black aircraft from every direction. Deafening consecutive explosions echoed throughout the entire polar rift. The obsidian black aircraft was instantly swallowed whole by endless flame smoke and the shockwaves of explosions. The entire airspace transformed into a churning absolute sea of fire. The solo players on the outer perimeter stared at that death zone, where even radar signals were completely jammed, their eyes filled with profound sorrow. In this dog-eat-dog apocalypse, too few possessed the mettle to charge alone against the tyranny of the great guilds. But such solitary courage always came at the cost of being ground into dust. Deng Xiai sat in the cockpit, heaving a long sigh before slamming his fist heavily against the armrest. Reckless. Far too reckless. No matter how fearsome his firepower, how can anyone withstand the concentrated fire of 5,000 warplanes? Even if the armor holds, the people inside will be shaken to death. Such a waste. Zhuing stared fixedly at the churning sea of fire, his eyes bloodshot. He kicked the cabin door violently, grinding his teeth as he growled in a low voice. Brother, I'll remember what you did here. Rest easy on your way. Even if I have to throw my life away, I'll twist off Tuaba Zhao's head and bring it to your grave as an offering. The hidden high-ranking members of the various major alliances observing from the shadows each reacted differently. War God Alliance Command Center. Xiao Zhantian slammed his fist onto the holographic sand table before him. Damn. What absolute guts. Fu Xiao Alliance Outpost. Li Min gazed at the light screen, a mocking glint of cold flashing through her eyes. I thought he was some dragon that had crossed the mountains. Turns out he's just a fool with nothing but brute courage. Even an immortal would die under the concentrated fire of 5,000 warplanes. Just as everyone had concluded Yu Feng's certain death, lost in feelings of solemn tragedy and ridicule. The ice clouds in the rear suddenly shattered across a vast expanse. The fleet of the Yu Feng Alliance, led by Zhang Ji, Fu Su, and Li Jili, rushed to the outer perimeter at top speed. They took in the terrifyingly concentrated barrage ahead in a single glance. But Zhang Ji showed not a trace of grief. Instead, with unrestrained excitement, he cut into the server-wide public channel and began howling at the top of his broken voice. Open your damn dog eyes wide and look. This is the guild master of our Yu Feng Alliance. Boss, you is awesome. Time to teach these Earth Sha Alliance bastards a lesson in physical persuasion. Li Jili followed suit, spamming the channel frantically. Long live the guild master. Grandchildren of the Earth Sha Alliance, wash your necks clean and prepare to collect the corpse of your vice, Guild Master Chow. The server-wide channel was instantly overwhelmed by the hundreds of Yu Feng Alliance members cheering and shouting in unison. The solo players waiting in line were utterly dumbfounded. These people must have lost their minds. Their own leader was about to be blown to ashes, yet instead of fleeing, they were celebrating and shouting. But the core members of the Yu Feng Alliance understood the truth better than anyone. The Guild Master's personal vessel had been perfectly upgraded with massive quantities of ultra-nano crystal steel, a defensive material theoretically capable of withstanding a miniature nuclear blast. The conventional aircraft cannon rounds of the Earth Sha Alliance's cannon fodder weren't even worthy of producing a decent sound against ultra-nano crystal steel. Xiao Zhantian stood before the holographic sand table, his eyes blazing with fanaticism. All troops prepare. Advance at full speed. Our target is the extreme cold rift. His voice boomed like thunder, and the scar on his right cheek quivered violently. The adjutant looked up in perplexity. Alliance leader, are we really going to war with the D Sha Alliance over one lone cultivator? One lone cultivator? What the hell kind of lone cultivator is that? It's a walking fortress of super nanocrystalline steel armor and a mobile arsenal. Xiao Zhantian shoved the adjutant aside and strode out of the command center. Those fools of the D Sha Alliance have no idea what monster they've awakened. I'm about to deliver firewood to the snow. From this day forth, the Zhan Shun Alliance shall reign supreme across Kunlun. Meanwhile, at the Fu Yao Alliance headquarters, Li Min studied the intelligence data flashing on the light screen, her brow furrowing deeply. Has Xiao Zhantian lost his mind? Taking all our elites into the extreme cold rift. Li Min's fingers tightened around her goblet. The Zhanshan Alliance's unexpected mobilization had completely upended her calculations. Could the pilot of that dark hacker fighter truly hold the trump card to overturn the D Sha Alliance? Order the escort fleet. All units launch. I will investigate myself. Li Min casually threw a sable coat over her shoulders. She wanted to see for herself what right a man named Yu Feng possessed to summon such a massive offensive. Deep within the extreme cold rift defensive line, inside a vast ice rock bunker, a level 7 heavy fighter rested at center stage, its fuselage radiating the dark gold luminescence of high-tier machinery. Within a sumptuous tent, Chao Yuan, deputy alliance leader of the D Sha Alliance, lounged upon a divan draped in the pelts of high-grade mutant beasts with copies of the novel Gozai. Scattered on the table before him, piles of seized provisions were dumped in disarray throughout the tent, with even a golden treasure chest visible in one corner. He held a goblet of scalding beast blood wine, his face contorted with depraved satisfaction. On the ground, a young woman who had just been abducted trembled violently, her garments torn into ragged strips. Master Chow, take it easy. Don't ruin such fine merchandise. His subordinate Chun Ergu hovered nearby, his face twisted in servile flattery. Scram. Chao Yuan kicked Chun Ergu aside and seized the woman's chin. The guard harvest has been generous today. I'm in need of relief. The woman wept in despair, struggling futilely against her captor's grip. Then the shrill sound of a top-level emergency alarm shattered through the tent, and a communicator interface flashed to life before him. The frontline commander's voice quavered through the calm. Deputy Alliance Leader Chow? We've got a hardened fighter pushing through the perimeter. Huang Mao got eliminated in seconds. Chao Yuan's movements halted, his expression darkening. What level aircraft? How many targets? Just one. ALV. 6 passenger craft. Chao Yuan's rage curdled into bitter laughter. He flung the woman aside and seized the communicator. A single level 6 craft warrants the highest alert. Are your 5,000 fighters mere decoration? Blow them to scrap. Drag the wreckage back to me as chamber pots. Lord Chao, they're down. 5,000 fighters are laying down, covering fire. The commander's voice broke with panic. But, just look at this. The display flickered and switched to the rift's entrance where walls of flame roared skyward. Through the heart of the inferno, a towering silhouette of deep indigo blasted through the smoke with terrifying violence. The 120-ton Dark Hacker fighter emerged smoothly from the chaos. Its hull gleamed with the cold sheen of ultra-nano crystal steel armor, immaculate and undamaged. Not a single scratch marred its surface, and the windshield was spotless. Xiao Yuan's arrogance shattered instantly, his face turning to stone. The goblet of beast blood wine slipped from his grasp and shattered on the ground. What manner of armor? Xiao Yuan's entire understanding of reality crumbled as he bellowed in outrage. 5,000 heavy fighters laying down concentrated fire, and you're telling me not even a fleck of paint was damaged to it? This defies all logic. Outside the Rift Valley, the battlefield lay shrouded in smoke that gradually scattered on the wind. The deafening clamor of engines and cannons fell silent. Thousands upon thousands of lone cultivators stood in rows, their mouths agape, transfixed by the sight above. The Dark Hacker fighter, which had just withstood concentrated fire from 5,000 warplanes, hovered in the sky with eerie calmness. Not a scratch marred its surface. Juang sat in the cargo hold and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Am I hallucinating? He drew in a sharp breath. In the cockpit behind, Li Jili danced with excitement, his head bumping against the ceiling, yet he paid it no mind. Our alliance leader is magnificent. The super nanocrystal steel is invincible across all heavens. Those cowards of the Dishao alliance must be shaking in their boots. Li Jili bellowed through the battlefield frequency. Within the Dishao alliance's defensive lines, panic spread like wildfire. Thousands of pilots gripped their control sticks with trembling hands. This was no battle, it was a one-dimensional suppression. The 7th formation of the Dishao alliance. Captain Liga stared fixedly at the holographic display, his breathing ragged. An extraordinary greed instantly overwhelmed his fear. With super nanocrystal steel of this magnitude, if I seize it, I could directly forge a level 7 aircraft. Would I still need to count out a Xiao Yuan and the rest? Liga's eyes burned crimson as he licked his chapped lips. Nearby, Captain Zhang Rong of the 8th formation caught those words through the comm channel, a shadow of cunning crossing his features. Captain Li, that turtle shell is impenetrable. Conventional armor-piercing rounds won't penetrate it. Zhang Rong offered a hollow warning. It would be wiser to report this and await Deputy Alliance Leader Chao's orders. Bah, what's there to fear? Liga severed the connection to Zhang Rong without hesitation. I've got my ace in the hole. Zhang Rong sneered within his cockpit. He eagerly anticipated Liga volunteering as the vanguard. Once Liga eliminated the enemy crew, he would swoop in to claim the wreckage, solving two problems at once. Liga slammed open the safety cover on the weapons console. All units of the 7th formation, heed my orders. Deploy the special weapons cache. Liga's voice was feral. Load the air-launched thermobaric warheads. The Dishao Alliance members nearby paled in shock. Captain, the thermobaric warhead's blast radius is far too wide. You'll hit our own forces. His deputy cried out in protest. Silence. That enclosed metal casing. Once the thermobaric weapon detonates, the scorching heat and crushing vacuum will shred anyone inside alive. Kill the pilot, and the aircraft becomes ours. Liga shoved his deputy aside and personally input the launch sequence. Heavy mechanical sounds resonated through the formation. From the undersides of 500 warplanes in the 7th formation, dark, gray, heavy thermobaric launch tubes slowly emerged. Lone cultivators who caught sight of those distinctive warheads trembled in mortal terror. Thermobaric warheads. The Dishao Alliance has lost its mind. Scatter. Tens of thousands of lone cultivator ships scrambled to retreat, creating utter chaos. Liga's face twisted into a sadistic grin. Within the crushing vacuum of a thermobaric detonation, no armor could protect against the internal hemorrhaging that would kill anyone inside. Within the Dark Hacker fighter, Yu Feng reclined against a leather seat, his gaze cold and detached. He never glanced at the surrounding lower-tier fighters with their weapons trained on him. His attention remained fixed on the radar screen locked onto the red marker at the core of the enemy defense line. Cao Yuan's level 7 fighter. Brother, Ding Yutong said from beside the viewport, her eyes shimmering with luminous spiritual energy. Her Heaven's Eye ability was fully activated. 3 o'clock position. The 7th formation is arming thermobaric warheads. Range under 1,000 meters. Ding Yutong reported swiftly, her voice steady and calm. Shin Tiantian occupied the co-pilot console, a trace of disdain flashing in her large eyes. They think thermal and vacuum shock will affect us. This aircraft's greatest strength is its resistance to vibration. The Dark Hacker fighter was equipped with an absolute cabin stabilization system, and its internal atmospheric pressure and life support were remarkably robust. Deploying thermobaric warheads against such a craft was laughable. Yu Feng's lips curled into a predatory smirk. Fools. He rose and strode to the main console, his large hand slamming down on the weapons release switch. Tiantian lock onto the 7th formation. Locked. Shin Tiantian's fingers danced across the console as the targeting reticle flashed crimson. They want to play with fire. Let's give them a storm of it. Yu Feng's voice rang out cold as tempered steel. Ahead, Liga clenched the firing trigger. Go to hell. Fire. Boom. 500 thermobaric warheads streaked toward the dark hacker fighter, their trails blazing like comets. The instant the ordnance cleared the launch tubes, the armor plating on either side of the dark hacker fighter's nose blasted outward. 4 80mm automated naval cannons unfolded. No charge-up, no warm-up cycle. Yu Feng squeezed the trigger. Roar up. 6,000 rounds per minute. A torrent of upgraded mithril high-explosive armor-piercing shells erupted from the barrels. A deep blue storm of metal shredded through the sky, painting brilliant trails of light. The barrage intersected directly with the thermobaric warheads still airborne. Detonated in midair. KRAKOM. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted above the extreme cold rift as the thermobaric warheads blew prematurely in front of the 7th formation. The scorching fire sea combined with the concussive force of the mithril shells surged back into the 7th formation with apocalyptic fury. Liga's triumphant expression froze mid-face. Blinding white light consumed his vision. There was no time for screams. A superheated blast wave exceeding 3,000 degrees engulfed the entire 7th formation in an instant. Over 500 modified warships melted into slag within the inferno. Hundreds of D-Sha Alliance members were reduced to ash in an instant, their remains scattered across the battlefield. The concussive blast fractured the surrounding glacier cliffs into a web of fissures, sending shards of ice and burning metal raining down. 2 minutes passed. The flames subsided. The air above the battlefield reeked of scorched metal and charred flesh. Where the 7th formation had once stood in terrifying might, not a single intact piece of wreckage remained. Only mounds of charred human shapes and scattered black ash bore witness to the 500 warships that had stood there moments before. Zhang Rong, captain of the 8th formation, gripped his control stick as his fighter was tossed hundreds of meters back by the blast wave. Staring at the holographic display, cold sweat soaked through his uniform. This was not a battle, it was an execution. An absolute silence fell across the battlefield. Thousands of lone cultivators and the remnants of the D-Sha Alliance guards stood frozen, speechless. Time itself seemed to halt. A rotting awe gripped every throat on the field. Impossible speed. This firepower far exceeded anything a level 6 craft should wield. The thermobaric warheads had been destroyed mid-flight. Through the lingering smoke, the dark hacker fighter advanced with terrifying composure. The barrels of the 4 80mm cannons continued to revolve slowly, wisps of acrid blue smoke curling from their muzzles. A sky scorched and blackened as far as the eye could see. 500 warplanes and over 1,000 elite members of the Earth-Sha Alliance. Not a single intact wreckage remained. More than 10,000 scattered solo players stared fixedly at the smoking ruins, their minds utterly blank, their breath frozen in an endless pause. A few seconds later, a thunderous, unrestrained roar erupted from the deathly silent crowd. Years of humiliation endured at the hands of the Earth-Sha Alliance. The relentless exploitation, the abuse, the slaughter. All of it exploded free in a single cathartic instant. Exhilarating. This feeling was even more satisfying than soaking in a hot spring on the frozen tundra while downing an entire ice-cold beer. A euphoria that flooded straight through to the crown of the skull. Zhu Ying sat in the cockpit of the Iron Wing transport, plain, his aged face flushed crimson, his toes nearly clawing through the alloy floorboard. He recalled how just half an hour ago he had pounded his chest and promised Yu Feng, "Once we enter Kunlun, I'll have you covered." Zhu Ying's word on it. "I'm nothing but a country bumpkin showing off $10 in front of a billionaire." Zhu Ying covered his face, lit a cigarette, and took a fierce drag. Though the embarrassment made him wish he could crawl into a hole and disappear, watching the Earth-Sha Alliance reduced to ash filled his heart with a satisfaction sweeter than any immortal pill. That slap across the face. Goddamn, it hurt like hell, but goddamn, it felt incredible. A young solo pilot, his eyes brimming red, gripped Deng Xi's arm tightly beside him, his voice trembling with fervent yearning. "Brother Deng, can this big shot really cut through the Earth-Sha Alliance? Does this mean we won't have to pay tolls anymore and no more people will die?" Deng Xi's expression was grim as he stared at the dark fighter jet in the distance, slowly shaking his head. "Difficult. That's a Defus 666 fully automatic aviation cannon. The rate of fire is terrifying, yes." Deng Xi pointed toward the distant enemy formation, his tone coldly rational to the point of cruelty. "But the destructive power comes at the cost of an ammunition consumption that is a bottomless pit. How much spare ammo can one plane carry, no matter how heavy its payload?" The Earth-Sha Alliance still has 10 full-strength heavy assault brigades in the extreme cold Rift Valley, 5,000 warplanes in total. There are also large numbers of elite forces standing by in the Kunlun Mountains, not to mention the colossal entity behind them, the Hegemony Alliance. Deng Xi glanced at the surrounding solo players who stood as silent as cicadas in winter. Everyone here was beaten into fear before. Right now no one dares to step forward and help. He fights alone with no logistical support, no reinforcements. The moment his ammo runs dry, that will be the Earth-Sha Alliance's counterattack. Stay far away, don't get caught in the crossfire. This is no fight we can afford to take. The light of hope instantly extinguished in the young pilot's eyes as he lowered his head in bitter unwillingness. The other solo players who had regained their composure also heard Deng Xi's analysis. The newly kindled passion in their hearts rapidly cooled. No matter how powerful an individual in the face of an organized force of such magnitude, they were ultimately far too insignificant. This was destined to be an incomparably tragic and heroic final stand. Deep within the extreme cold Rift Valley inside a massive ice rock bunker. Within a luxurious encampment beside a LV-7 heavy assault fighter. Bang! Chao Yuan kicked over the bronze wine goblet before him. Crimson beast blood wine splashed across the floor. The young woman who had been begging for mercy beneath him moments ago shrank into the corner, trembling in terror. Li Gu, you useless piece of trash. My personal 7th phalanx. 500 elites. Wiped out like that. Chao Yuan's eyes burned scarlet as he stared at the surveillance screen, his fingernails nearly digging into the leather seat. His heart bled, for those forces were his capital in the battle for power. But he was after all the Vice Alliance leader, and his eye was as sharp as his cunning was vicious. He had spotted the problem. The image zoomed in, freezing on the supermassive fuselage of the Darkfighter jet. Seamless ghost blue coating, not a single trace of joining. Chao Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Damn it, it's all ultra-nano crystalline steel. Even Li Tianbao of the Hegemony Alliance isn't this extravagant. Which ancient ruin did this kid dig up? Chao Yuan's face twisted with jealousy. And those 4 ultra-high-speed cannons. They must be products of top-tier blueprints, absolute weapons of mass destruction. Chao Yuan seized his communicator, screaming at the top of his lungs. All 10 phalanxes heed my command. Don't give this bastard a moment to breathe. Cross-coverage launch saturation strikes. Bury him in ammunition. How much spare ammo can one plane carry? No matter how thick his armor, a concentrated barrage of this scale can shake the people inside the cabin to death. Fire. Tear him apart. The military order was issued. Above the extreme cold Rift Valley, the engines of the remaining Shah Alliance fighters screamed with ear-splitting roars. 10 combat phalanxes descended like a vast black iron net, blotting out the sky, bearing down savagely upon the dark warplane. Open fire. Tens of thousands of heavy machine gun tracers, aviation cannon, armor-piercing rounds, and Stinger shoulder-fired missiles instantly wove together into a seamless, impenetrable web of fire. All manner of heavy weapons traced lethal arcs across the sky, a deluge obliterating everything. Rumble. The deafening explosions merged into a single continuous roar, violently tearing apart even the thick, heavy ice clouds. The dark warplane was instantly swallowed whole by dazzling orange-red firelight and dense billowing smoke. Such terrifying fire density would tear any conventional level 6 aircraft into shreds of iron within 10 seconds of entering this hell. Yet inside the cockpit of the dark warplane, Yu Feng reclined comfortably on a leather sofa. The premium Dahong Pao tea atop the oak table still steamed, its surface undisturbed by even the faintest ripple. The cabin's absolute stabilization system was operating at full capacity. No matter how violent the explosions outside, the interior remained as steady as solid ground. Shen Tiantian sat on the auxiliary console, swinging her pale, delicate little feet, a lollipop clutched between her lips. Warning. Fuselage has sustained ultra-high-frequency kinetic strikes. Armor durability decreased by 1. The cold mechanical voice of the system echoed through the cabin. The concentrated fire of 5,000 warplanes had barely chipped away one of the durability. Yu Feng's eyelids lifted slightly as he caught a cigarette between his lips. Sun Yin stepped forward, obediently, a flicker of C-grade fire magic dancing from her fingertips to light it for him. Tian, time to work. Yu Feng exhaled a wisp of bluish smoke. Okay, Captain Brother. Shen Tian spat out the lollipop, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. D-grade repairability, fully unleashed. A torrent of psychic power surged forth, precisely enveloping the microscopic scratches on the ultra-nano crystalline steel armor's surface. On the holographic screen, the fuselage durability numbers pulsed in perfect rhythm. 99. 100. Full health in 1 second. As long as the pilot wasn't instantly killed, Shun Tiantian's repairability, combined with the absolute defense of ultra-nano crystalline steel, formed an unbreakable cheat code of immortal regeneration. Yu Feng flicked the ash from his cigarette, his thumb pressing casually against the fire control console. Cannons free target acquisition fire. Threat priority shoulder-fired missiles. Detonate them all mid-air. On either side of the fuselage's belly, 4 80mm fully automatic aviation cannons slowly rotated within the flames. Crimson tongues of fire spat from the barrels. Mithril-tipped high-explosive armor-piercing rounds swept out with pinpoint precision, detonating every incoming high-explosive missile 100 meters away, reducing them to harmless bursts of fireworks. The dark warplane did not retreat a single step. Instead, it shouldered the concentrated fire of 5,000 fighters, brutally grinding through the smoke as it pressed steadily forward. The ghost blue ultra-nano crystalline steel armor refracted a cold metallic luster through the sea of fire. Not a single flake of paint had been knocked loose. Panicked screams erupted one after another across the Earth-Shah Alliance's communication channels. We can't break through. Damn it, we can't break through at all. The armor-piercing rounds didn't even leave a mark. Is this thing really a plane? A monster. It's a monster. 5,000 elite Earth-Shao Alliance pilots stared at the steadily approaching mass of red that on their radar utterly consumed by despair. Deep within the extreme cold Rift Valley inside a massive ice rock bunker, Chao Yuan, Vice Alliance leader of the Earth-Shao Alliance, stared fixedly at the light screen, his eyes bloodshot, his face twisted by extreme jealousy and greed. Ultra-nano crystalline steel. It's ultra-nano crystalline steel. Chao Yuan paced frantically like a beast trapped in a cage, a suppressed growl tearing from his throat. So it was him. That mysterious madman on the regional channel trading god-tier materials for garbage. He remembered now. An anonymous ID had stirred up a tidal wave across the entire server, using massive quantities of ultra-nano crystalline steel to purchase low-grade materials and explosives. At the time, he had mocked whoever the nouveau riche was who'd stumbled upon a ruin, foolishly flaunting his wealth for all to see. Now that very nouveau riche had arrived in an entire aerial fortress forged from ultra-nano crystalline steel and grounded directly into his face. The flames of greed incinerated the last shred of his sanity. Fear. No, ecstasy. Capture this plane, and he, Chao Yuan, would ascend to the heavens in a single step. What alliance leader Tuoba Shao, what hegemony alliances Li Tianbao? They would all kneel at his feet. Relay my order. Chao Yuan seized his communicator, howling hysterically at every phalanx commander. Keep firing, all of you. Don't stop. Use lives to fill the gap, use ammunition to grind him down. I refuse to believe his armor has no durability limit. Whoever puts the first crack in his fuselage, I'll award him a level 5 fighter plane and 100 women. Hearing such a staggering reward, the shattered morale of the surviving thousands of Earth-Shao Alliance pilots was forcibly reignited. Pilots with bloodshot eyes pushed their throttles forward, descending like a pack of mad dogs, scenting blood, throwing themselves back into the fray. The other side of the battlefield. At the eastern entrance of the extreme frost rift, a mechanized strike force, uniformly painted, radiating murderous intent, tore through the ice clouds and descended with devastating force. Leading them was none other than the War God Alliance's commander Xiao Zhantian, who had arrived on the battlefield in person. He stared intently at the ghostly blue figure advancing through the sea of fire like a demon god in the distance. The scar on his right cheek twitched violently with extreme excitement. Excellent. What an indestructible body. Xiao Zhantian slammed his fist onto the control console, erupting in hearty laughter. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. This defense is even tougher than a damn level 7 Overlord-class aberration. Commander, should we charge in now? His adjutant requested. Not yet. Xiao Zhantian waved his hand, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. All units assume attack formation. Point your cannons at the Earth-Shao Alliance's left flank. Apply pressure but hold your fire. He then opened the communication panel, his fingers sliding across several frequently contacted profiles before finally stopping on a gray, anonymous avatar. It belonged to the mysterious seller from whom he had previously purchased armor-piercing rounds. Meanwhile, in a safe airspace, dozens of kilometers from the battlefield, the Fuyao Alliance's reconnaissance fleet hovered among the clouds. Su Qingyao gazed at the hellish battlefield on the main screen, her beautiful face deathly pale, unable to recover her composure for a long while. She took a deep breath and connected to Li Min's communication channel, where the latter was en route. Commander, the situation has changed. Su Qingyao's voice trembled slightly. That dark stealth aircraft sustained no damage whatsoever under the concentrated fire of 5,000 warcraft. The screens connected. Li Min watched the real-time combat footage Su Qingyao had shared, and the hand swirling her wine glass suddenly froze. That dark blue armor, that unreasonably unstoppable advance, that leisurely strolling through the sea of fire. Li Min's pupils contracted sharply beneath her mask. She finally understood why that fool Xiao Zhantian had charged him like a madman, bringing everything he had. He already knew. The owner of this aircraft possesses the terrifying power to overturn the entire battle. Commander, the War God Alliance has already entered. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. Su Qingyao urged anxiously. If we help him now, it's like sending coal in the snow. We can secure the strongest ally at the smallest cost. And then what? Li Min's voice was cold as ice. Then the two of us combined with more than 10,000 aircraft will we smash head-on against the Earth-Shao Alliance and the Tianxiao Alliance's combined heavy assault force of over 20,000. Li Min looked at Su Qingyao as if she were an idiot. Don't be naive. No matter how strong he is alone, his ammunition will eventually run out. Xiao Zhantian is a gambler. I am not. The lives of the Fuyao Alliance sisters cannot be wagered on a man with an uncertain future. Hold our positions. Li Min's tone brooked no argument. We wait. Wait until he exhausts all his trump cards, or until the Earth-Shao Alliance grinds him to death. Either outcome, we lose nothing. Su Qingyao gazed at the cold woman on the screen, her lips parting slightly, before finally dissolving into a silent sigh. Inside the LV-6 heavy fire-armed passenger aircraft, the cabin's absolute stability system isolated the outside bombardment completely. Captain Brother, southwest direction, 9 o'clock position. That LV-7 fighter is guarded by 2 full heavy assault formations hiding behind the ice rock cover. Shin Tian pointed at the radar screen and reported crisply. Yu Feng leaned back on the sofa, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Shuer, how are the preparations? At the independent control station, Ling Yinshu, dressed in a white shirt, displayed a ghostly flush across her exquisitely beautiful face. Her eyes flickered with the eerie glow of her D-rank control ability, and fine beads of sweat seeped from her brow. Still. 73 seconds. Ling Yinshuang's voice trembled with excitement. All 30 blazing fire eagles have reached the designated high-altitude airspace. The smoke and explosions below provide perfect cover for them. Just then, beep. An encrypted communication request popped up on Sun Yin's communication panel. It was from the War God Alliance's commander Xiao Zhantian. Brother, that body of yours is tough enough. I Xiao Zhantian am impressed. Xiao Zhantian's bold, booming voice rang out. That bastard Xiao Yuan is hiding at the back. I'll bring my men to break open those 2 guard formations from the flank. You seize the chance to decapitate him. Once it's done, the blueprints are yours, the wreckage is mine. Let's be friends. Yu Feng glanced at the screen and laughed coldly. I appreciate the kind thought. However, killing this rabble doesn't require any assistance. Take your men and watch the show from the sidelines. On the other end of the screen, Xiao Zhantian was clearly stunned. After 3 full seconds, instead of getting angry, he burst into even louder, wilder laughter. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Arrogant enough. I like it. Brother, I Xiao Zhantian have decided. You and I are friends. Xiao Zhantian decisively cut the communication and issued an order to his adjutant beside him. All units, shut down weapon systems. Turn on the belly searchlights. Watch the show from the sidelines. In the Earth-Sha Alliance's command channel, Xiao Yuan noticed the War God Alliance's strange movement and immediately sent a challenge. Xiao Zhantian, what the hell do you mean? You want to start a war with me? Xiao Zhantian, a cigar dangling from his lips, replied with utter contempt. Relax, Vice Commander Qiao. The Kunlun Mountains have such beautiful scenery. I brought my brothers here for a stroll to watch the fireworks. You carry on. Don't stop on my account. Xiao Yuan was so furious he nearly spat up blood. Inside the massive ice rock bunker, the air pressure was extremely low. Xiao Yuan kicked over the bronze wine vessel in front of him. Scarlet beast blood wine splashed onto the pure white exotic fur pelt. He stared fixedly at the large cluster of red dots on the light screen, representing the Zhanshun Alliance, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching uncontrollably. That reckless fool Xiao Zhantian would never make a move without purpose. The Zhanshun Alliance had always maintained neutrality and avoided conflict, yet now they dared to deploy their entire force across the border to provoke the combined factions of the Disha Alliance and Tianxia Alliance, clearly confident in their ability to win against that black aircraft. Deputy Alliance leader, the Zhanshun Alliance, is massing on the left flank. We must pull 3 battalions to defend against a flanking attack. The frontline commander's voice crackled through the communicator. Defend against what? Xiao Yuan snatched up the communicator, his roar shaking the command tent. Even if you gave Xiao Zhantian 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare actually fire. Pull all heavy weapons teams from the west, north, and south gates to the main battlefield. A feral determination flashed in Xiao Yuan's eyes. Send word to Alliance leader Tuoba, and tell Li Tianbao of the Tianxia Alliance that the Zhanshun Alliance is preparing to attack. As for that turtle shell up ahead, I don't care if we have to pile up bodies or exhaust every shell in our entire guild. It must be reduced to scrap metal today. Military orders cascaded down through the ranks. Above the extreme cold rift, the fire net of 5,000 Disha Alliance warships intensified once more. Heavy machine gun rounds and armor-piercing shells rained down like a torrential storm against the super nano-crystal steel armor, sending blinding sparks flying. On the periphery of the battlefield, the scattered player squadron had retreated even further. Deng Xiai sat in his cockpit watching that dark hacker aircraft that had endured cannon fire for a full minute without counterattacking, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. He's run out of ammunition. Deng Xiai released his death grip on the control stick and slumped back against the seat, exhaustion evident in his voice. No matter how tough the armor is, without any way to fight back, he'll eventually be crushed alive by the barrage. Let's scatter. Playing it safe is the iron law of the apocalypse. Pessimism and despair spread through the thousands of scattered players like a plague. No miracle appeared, for when the weak faced a major guild, there was ultimately only one path to death. Yet these scattered players did not know that Yu Feng's aircraft carried an absolute cabin stabilization system. While gunfire and explosions shook the heavens outside, the interior remained perfectly calm and undisturbed. Bang! Zhu Ying's fist smashed the thermos on his desk, sending boiling tea water cascading across the floor. He stared at the holographic screen, his chest heaving with each ragged breath. He was done playing the coward. Zhu Ying cut straight into the server-wide public channel and roared at the top of his lungs. I can't take this anymore. That brother was surrounded because he was fighting the Disha Alliance. 20 seconds to impact. I'm leading the charge. If you've got any guts, follow me and wipe out these bastards. Sending the message, Zhu Ying slammed the throttle to maximum. The LV-6 Iron Wing transport's engines roared with a deep, thunderous growl. He was ready to face death alone. A momentary silence fell over the regional channel. 3 seconds later, Jia Yotsai's shrill voice cut through. Zhu, are you insane? Don't drag everyone down with you. Who asked you to meddle in a major alliance's affairs? Pay the toll and live. Charging in is suicide. Don't listen to him, everyone. Bullshit. Li Jili's voice from the Yu Feng alliance exploded across the channel. You've let your spine get eaten by dogs. You've been kneeling so long you can't stand up anymore, King Yue. Then Fu Su's gruff voice rose above all the noise, commanding his followers. Yu Feng alliance. All units load your weapons. When the countdown ends, advance with Brother Zhu. Kill those bastards of the Dishao alliance. Hundreds of Yu Feng alliance fighters rack their weapons in unison, engines roaring. 10 seconds to impact. Zhu gripped the control stick, his eyes bloodshot and damp at the corners. A true brother who fears no death. 8 seconds remaining. Yu Feng crushed out his cigarette. On the radar screen, the Dishao alliance's 10 combat formations had closed to within a kilometer, the point of no return. Tiantian unlocked the drone formation. Yu Feng ordered. High-frequency landmine formation ready. Shin Tiantian responded loudly. Sun Yin, prepare your fireball explosive shells. Leave it to me, Brother Yu Feng. Sun Yin's palm churned with incredibly turbulent crimson flames. Yu Feng produced the immobilization scepter and tossed it to Ling Yinxue beside him. The gray-white gem flickered with a chilling light. Schwerer, control the field. Yu Feng turned to Ling Yinxue on the other side. Fire Eagle Squad deploy. Ling Yinxue caught the scepter, a ruthless expression crossing her breathtakingly beautiful face. She stepped forward, her eyes glowing with ethereal spiritual energy, as she channeled her vast mental power directly into the immobilization scepter. 3 seconds to impact. Ling Yinxue raised the scepter, aiming it directly at the 5 formations of the Dishao alliance's first echelon ahead. Halt! An invisible spatial ripple swept across the airspace ahead in an instant. The howling gales of the extreme cold rift suddenly froze mid-storm. The engine roar of nearly 1,000 warships across the front 5 formations ceased instantly. The aircraft hung frozen in midair, their cannons locked in place. Inside each cockpit, the pilots remained suspended in whatever position they'd been holding the control sticks, unable to so much as blink. A perfect grade transcendent artifact, forced immobilization for 5 seconds. The thick ice fog above the cloud layer was violently shattered. 30 enormous 4th-rank flame eagles dove down in a berserker's fury. Clutched in their talons were dense clusters of perfect grade, high-frequency, intelligent floating mines. The eagle formation swept precisely over the 5 immobilized formations before releasing their cargo simultaneously. Thousands of high-frequency floating mines rained down, burying themselves within the enemy formation. Detonate, Sun Yin called out. Dozens of C-grade explosive fireball shells screamed through the air, striking dead center in the minefield. The moment the 5-second immobilization expired, boom. The chain explosion consumed the entire Rift Valley airspace. Nearly 1,000 heavy warships had no time to evade under the dual barrage of perfect-grade floating mines and explosive fireballs. Superheated flame waves instantly melted the bulletproof glass, and the violent shockwave tore through the fuselage armor. The ammunition depots triggered a cascading series of explosions. Countless wreckage, metal shards, and charred fragments radiated outward in all directions. Nearly 1,000 frontline warships of the Dishao Alliance, 1/5 of their elite combat strength, was annihilated in an instant. Zhu, poised to push the throttle for his charge on the periphery, froze mid-motion. Thousands of scattered players stared with mouths agape, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Xiao Zhantian of the Zhanshun Alliance crushed his cigar in his hand. Inside the massive ice rock bunker, Chao Yuan collapsed onto the carpet. Staring fixedly at the surveillance screen that had dissolved into static, he let out a desperate shrill scream. Who did this? Where on earth did that attack come from? The radar was overwhelmed with intense magnetic interference from the explosion, and the Fire Eagles had exploited the high-altitude blind zone to slip past detection entirely. The profound fear spawned by the unknown seized the hearts of the Dishao Alliance leadership in an instant. The smoke had barely begun to clear when the enormous cargo bay doors on the underside of the Dark Hacker aircraft flung open with a violent surge. Die! Shin Tiantian slammed her fist onto the enter key. Hundreds of modified high-frequency landmine drones poured out in a swarm. Split into 5 independent assault formations, they carved precise low-altitude trajectories toward the 5 remaining Dishao Alliance formations positioned in the rear. Enemy attack. Intercept. Fire to intercept. The Dishao Alliance commander screamed hysterically over the channel. Anti-aircraft cannons from the rear formations unleashed a furious barrage tracer rounds, weaving a fiery net across the sky. Yet under Shun Tiantian's D+ level mechanical expertise, the drones weaved and darted with uncanny agility, breaking through successive layers of firepower to pierce the blockade. Nearly 100 drones successfully breached the defenses and slammed into the Dishao Alliance's heavy warships. Each drone's underbelly carried reinforced C4 explosive charges refined through the demonic energy furnace. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive force tripled that of standard C4, the violent shockwave shattering the bulletproof glass on 4th-level fighter craft. Inside the cockpits, pilots were crushed into bloody fragments by the terrifying pressure wave. Wings sheared off and engines erupted in flames as a second devastating explosion followed hard upon the heels of the first. The ironclad defensive line the Disha Alliance had prided itself upon was cracking under the relentless assault. The chain explosions of the first wave of high-frequency ghost mines utterly shattered the ironclad battle formation the Earth-Sha Alliance took such pride in. Several hundred warplanes transformed into fireballs and plummeted while the command system behind them descended into brief chaos. Hold your positions. Keep formation. Aim the autocannons. Shoot down those drones. The Earth-Sha Alliance battalion commander's hoarse voice cracked through the communication channel. Inside the dark stealth aircraft, Shin Tian sat at the co-pilot console and disdainfully curled her lips. Captain brother, they still think we're going to bomb them. Second batch of special delivery arriving. Her fair delicate fingers pressed firmly on the enter key. 500 specially modified drones burst from the belly hatch in a frenzy, with dark green gas tanks slung beneath them like a swarm of wasps. They streaked along cunning ground-hugging flight paths, plunging straight into the remaining 4,000 Earth-Sha Alliance warplanes. Intercept them. Open fire. Countless anti-aircraft autocannons sprayed wildly, tracer rounds weaving into nets across the sky. The drones exploded one after another under the dense barrage. Yet there was no violent shockwave of detonation, no blinding flash of fire. The instant the gas tanks shattered, dense dark green mist violently expanded mid-air, swept along by the gale, and instantly engulfed the entire Earth-Sha Alliance warplane formation. A cold, cruel arc curved across Ling Yinshuang's breathtakingly beautiful face. High-concentration hallucinogenic poison gas. It bypasses any cabin air filtration system. The merest inhalation short-circuits the cerebral cortex. Complete loss of friend or foe recognition. Mental collapse. The toxic fumes raged through the ventilation ducts, flooding into the cockpits of thousands of Earth-Sha Alliance warplanes. The pilots, who had been screaming furiously across the channel a second ago, froze violently. Their eyes hemorrhaged in an instant, eyeballs bulging as eerie cackling and blood-curdling shrieks filled the entire Earth-Sha Alliance public communication channel. Monsters. So many tentacle monsters are crawling in. Get away, Captain. Why are you killing my whole family? I'll take you down today. Ha ha ha. All of you die. Go straight to hell. Chao Yuan, you only became vice leader through luck. Kill you, and the leader position is mine. The disciplined formation collapsed in an instant. The 4,000 Earth-Sha Alliance pilots, sunk in severe hallucinations, went utterly insane. They swung their aircraft around, their cannons raking into their own comrades in a frenzy. Some even shoved their throttles to maximum, piloting their heavy warplanes in fearless ramming attacks against the escort fighters beside them. High above, thousands of warplanes tore into each other like rabid dogs, clawing and savaging one another. Massive fireballs from chain collisions detonated one after another across the skies above the extreme cold rift, the scene grotesquely bloody and chaotic. A handful of commanders wearing gas masks stared at the red dots slaughtering each other on the holographic screen, eyes splitting with rage, pounding their consoles in absolute despair. Cease fire. Those are our own people. Are you all out of your minds? No response came. Only the thunder of cannons firing at each other. Yu Feng lounged leisurely against a genuine leather sofa, watching this farce of self-destruction with cold indifference. Enough playtime. Time to send them on their way. Yu Feng flipped his hand, drawing 2 tier 6 crystal cores emanating violent fire element aura from his portable storage. He walked to the main control console and decisively slotted the 2 crystal cores into the energy drive sockets. Click. The sound of mechanical engagement rang out. Beneath the nose of the dark stealth aircraft, thick ultra-nanomite crystal steel armor plates slowly slid open to either side. 2 magical energy Vulcan cannons measuring 4 meters in diameter thrust their pitch-black barrels ruthlessly outward. Intricate magical formation patterns illuminated layer by layer across the cannon surfaces. The surrounding snowstorm twisted and warped in an instant, sucked in by the terrifying energy draw. AI core, take over the fire module. Yu Feng commanded, killing intent surging in his eyes. Lock onto all enemy aircraft ahead. Sweep fire. Beep. Fire control transferred. The AI's frigid mechanical voice chimed. Magic Vulcan cannon charging initiated. Countdown 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. A blindingly fierce crimson radiance condensed madly at the muzzles. The surrounding extreme cold currents were instantly expelled by the terrifying high temperature. Even space itself subtly warped. At the rear of the Earth-Sha Alliance, a few commanders who had donned gas masks and avoided inhaling too much of the toxin had just regained clarity from the self-slaughter chaos. They looked up and instantly spotted those 2 red light sources bright enough to blind. Dodge. All forces pull up. Pull up now. The commander shrieked hysterically across the channel, his voice shrill as a vengeful specter. But everything was already too late. 2, 1. Charging complete. Fire. 2 crimson destructive energy beams, each 4 meters in diameter, erupted with terrifying fury. The instant the beams discharged, a horrifying absolute vacuum zone formed as all air was ripped away. The Earth-Sha Alliance warplanes still crashing into each other through the poison gas. The instant they touched those crimson beams, their bulletproof glass didn't even have time to melt. Their entire airframes instantly vaporized within the ultra-high-temperature energy field. Pools of boiling molten iron fell from the high sky, followed immediately by violent chain energy detonations. The AI computer precisely calculated the ballistic trajectories. The two columns of destruction swept across half a great arc above the extreme cold rift as smoothly as the Grim Reaper's giant scythe. Absolutely devastating. Over 4,000 heavy warplanes under the indiscriminate barrage of the magical Vulcan cannons left behind not a single intact wreck, instantly vaporized by the high-temperature energy. The scene fell into absolute deathly stillness. Only the crackling of burning wreckage and the eerie, sizzling hiss of melting glaciers remained. Rear of the battlefield, Zhu sat in the cockpit of a LV-6 Iron Wing transport plane, hands clenched death grip on the control stick. Moments ago, he had been heroically bellowing a countdown across the server-wide channel. 3, 2, 1. Brothers, charge with me. The word charge had barely left his throat when Zhu Ying's gaze swept across the holographic radar ahead. On the radar screen, the enemy red dots, once as dense as a locust swarm, were swept through by two fan-shaped light waves and vanished completely. Clean. Utterly. Not a single one remaining. Zhu Ying froze completely. His jaw dropped, nearly smashing into the instrument panel. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the airspace ahead. Nothing but black ash remained. Charge. Charge my ass. Zhu Ying swallowed hard, his weathered face flushing crimson with excitement. His brain crashed. 4,000 plus aircraft. Gone in a dozen seconds. Gone. I didn't even get the chance to throw my life away. There wasn't even a part for me to play at. Behind him, Zhang Ji and Li Jili likewise huddled in their cockpits, swallowing convulsively. They knew their alliance leader's aircraft was powerful, but this was beyond fantasy. Was this really two armies clashing? This was clearly using a pressure washer to flush cockroaches down a drain. The tens of thousands of scattered solo players surrounding them collectively fell into a daze. No cheers, no shock cries. The sheer enormity of the shock simply shattered everyone's worldview, rendering tens of thousands collectively speechless. Reality shattering. The Earth-Sha Alliance's ironclad formation, which they couldn't break no matter how many lives they threw at it, had been swept into ashes by a single cannon blast from a passenger aircraft. War God Alliance position. Xiao Zhantian stood before the light screen. The premium cigar dangling from his mouth dropped with a soft plop onto his crotch, instantly burning straight through his tactical pants. He didn't even notice. The scar on his right cheek twitched furiously. Awesome. This arrogant War God Alliance leader could squeeze out nothing but these two words. He had prepared himself for an all-out sortie to help Yu Feng share the firepower. Turns out the man didn't need his help at all. His adjutant frantically wiped cold sweat beside him, voice trembling. Alliance leader. We still flank them from the side. Flank my ass. Xiao Zhantian slapped the back of his adjutant's head, bellowing furiously, send the friendly identification signal now. Hurry. Don't let him get so hyped up that he spins around and sweeps us into the trash along with them. Fuyao Alliance headquarters. The steel hall fell deathly silent. Li Min maintained her languid pose, leaning against her throne. But the goblet in her hand had tilted, severely crimson red wine pouring onto her outrageously expensive mink coat. She didn't even blink. The proud eyes behind her mask now brimmed with absolute horror. That utterly absurd scene of annihilation on the light screen had smashed all her calculations and so-called grand strategy to pieces. Through the communication channel, Su Qingyao's voice came out parched and heavy with bitterness. Alliance leader. He won. 5,000 warplanes, massacred, by him alone. Deep within the extreme cold rift. Inside a massive ice rock bunker. Within an outrageously luxurious command tent, Qiao Yuan stared fixedly at the monitoring light screen that had turned completely black. His entire face was deathly pale, drained of every trace of color. 5,000 elite fighters. 10 full-strength heavy formations. Half of the Earth-Sha Alliance's entire foundation. Gone. Completely fucking gone. An abyssal terror utterly devoured what remained of Qiao Yuan's reason. His entire body was soaked in cold sweat, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Images of the Tianxiao Alliance's LV-7 Apocalypse fighter jets and LV-7 Phantom armed helicopters flashed through his mind. Even Li Tianbao, the universally acknowledged strongest in the entire region, bringing every single one of Tianxiao Alliance's main force, absolutely could not achieve this degree of physical evaporation in such a short span of time. This isn't even remotely the same dimensional power system. Where the hell did he get these magical cannons? This is a dimensional strike. Watching that Grim Reaper approaching him, Qiao Yuan snatched up the communicator like a madman, shrieking hysterically across the Alliance channel. Intercept him. Whoever shoots him down, or stalls him for 1 minute, I'll reward 1,000 units of fine steel. Immediate promotion to battalion commander, and 10 supreme grade women as reward. Bounties make brave men of us all. Upon hearing the reward of exquisite beauties, the two remaining elite guard formations of the Earth-Sha Alliance beyond the barricade instantly turned crimson with greed. Over a dozen LV. 6 heavy fighters, more than 500 LV. 5 armed passenger aircraft, and the remaining LV. For fighters, this represented the last reserve of elite forces the Earth-Sha Alliance had left in the extreme cold rift. The aircraft formation pulled their control sticks with ferocious courage, surging upward to meet the Dark Phantom fighter head-on. Seeking death, Yu Feng reclined against his genuine leather sofa, watching the dense cluster of red dots closing in on the radar with icy composure. His thumb pressed directly onto the red lock key of the fire control console. Deploy the wing-mounted meat grinder Satif. The grinding rumble of heavy machinery echoed forth. Along the edges of the Dark Phantom's massive wings, the ultra-nanometer crystalline steel armor panels brutally hinged outward, an incomprehensibly long Satif thrust forth without hesitation. Immediately following, a piercing hum exploded through the air as a high-frequency energy field instantly enveloped the Satif completely. Transcendent artifact, energy blade attached. Yu Feng's left hand violently slammed the throttle to its limit. Thunder engines triple overload. Boom. 4 thunder engines spewed forth violent arcs of ghostly blue electricity. The 120-ton Dark Phantom fighter shattered the sound barrier, resembling an unstoppable primordial beast of ancient legend. It couldn't even be bothered to fire its cannons, crashing into the Earth-Sha Alliance's elite guard formation with overwhelming barbaric force. An oncoming LV-6 heavy escort fighter couldn't manage even a single evasive maneuver. The wing of the Dark Phantom glided across its hull with silky precision. The high-frequency Saw-teeth infused with the energy blade sliced through that LV-6 fighter's armor like a hot knife through butter. At the mirror-smooth point of severance, a brief second of stillness passed before a catastrophic chain explosion erupted. Bang! 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 The Dark Phantom carved lethal ribbons of ghostly blue light through the sky. Wherever it passed those LV-5 and LV-6 fighters attempting to intercept, it didn't even get the chance to explode. They were cleaved clean in half by the high-frequency Saw-teeth, transformed into burning scrap iron, cascading into the depths of the rift. Chao Yuan stared at that familiar high-frequency energy-cutting field on the surveillance screen, his scalp tingling with dread. The energy blade. That's Vice Alliance Master Ghost Eye's energy blade. Chao Yuan's face contorted grotesquely. He caused that explosion at the Death God Abyss. Ghost Eye died at his hands. Beside him in the co-pilot's seat, Su Nian watched the brutal harvest unfolding, sinking into a pathological state of frenzy. Her formidable assets heaved violently with her ragged breathing as her hands frantically condensed several C-rank fireball explosive projectiles. Boom. Boom. The fireballs accurately slammed into 2 LV-5 fighters attempting to flank from behind through the gunports, detonating them mid-air into fragments. The ultimate exhilaration of slaughter drove Su Nian to complete madness. She directly switched to the server-wide public channel and let loose with wild laughter. Ha! You damned fools. Earlier we just stood still and let you attack. That was merely to test the defensive performance of our passenger aircraft's armor. Against your worthless, fragile aircraft, this lady will blast one apart with every single fireball. On the server-wide channel, over 10,000 solo players fell into complete numbness. One person, one passenger aircraft weathering the concentrated fire of 5,000 heavy fighters without sustaining a single scratch. And now braving the interception of the enemy's elite forces, cutting through their formation like slicing vegetables, charging in and out 7 times. This was the second-ranked alliance of Region 360, the Earth-Sha Alliance, being brutally ground into the dirt. In a single encounter, more than half of the Earth-Sha Alliance's elite guard formation had been carved away. Holy shit. 1 rider against 1,000. This is fucking physical salvation. Energy Saw-teeth. Does that thing actually exist? LV-5 fighters getting sliced without any chance to fight back. One single person taking down the second-ranked guild of the entire barren continent. This firepower is absolutely insane. Zhu excitedly slapped his thigh in the cockpit, roaring wildly on the public channel. Boss is amazing. Boss is legendary. Earth-Sha Alliance bastards, next year on this day will be your death anniversary. The members of the Yu Feng Alliance were equally driven to madness. Li Ji, Alliance Master, is mighty. Chop those blood-sucking beasts into pieces. Zhang Ji, what dogs hit Earth-Sha Alliance? They don't even deserve to shine our shoes before the Yu Feng Alliance. Fu Su, brothers, look clearly. This is what it means to follow Boss Yu. Ecstasy beyond imagination. Hearing the overwhelming waves of cheers and shock flooding the public channel, Su Nian's excitement reached its absolute peak. This sensation was 10,000 times more thrilling than being roughly conquered by Yu Feng in bed. Her gaze locked onto the LV-7 fighter attempting to retreat behind the barricade on the radar, and she arrogantly switched on her comms once more. The Vice Alliance Master of Earth-Sha Alliance, is it? Why are you running? Su Nian's voice shrieked piercingly. We came here today specifically to kill you, Vice Alliance Master, and loot your LV-7 aircraft blueprints. Wash your neck clean and obediently wait to be sliced into meat pieces. Ha ha ha. Inside the ice rock barricade, Chao Yuan watched the dark phantom fighter approaching with insane speed, his liver and gallbladder shattering with fear. Looting blueprints. These lunatics didn't come to break the blockade at all. They came specifically for his life. Those meat grinder sawteeth with energy blades attached on the wings were too monstrous. His LV-7 heavy fighter was only equipped with ordinary nanocrystalline steel armor. If it got sliced, it would absolutely be cleaved in half, just like those cannon fodder. He'd barely managed to scrape his way to the Vice Alliance master position through endless caution. He hadn't even had his fill of wealth and glory yet. He absolutely could not die here. Must find the Alliance master. Finally, Tian Bao. Let that Tian Xiao Alliance take the lightning strike for us. Chao Yuan scrambled and rolled his way onto his LV-7 fighter, personally pushing the throttle to maximum. The fighter emitted a piercing roar as it burst directly out of the ice rock barricade, fleeing in disarray toward the interior of Kunlun. Inside the dark phantom fighter, Yu Feng watched that conspicuous red dot on the radar begin moving at high speed, the corner of his lips curling into a cold, cruel smirk. Just as he prepared to accelerate and chase, Chao Yuan's LV-7 fighter suddenly vanished completely from the radar screen. Even the fuselage within forward visual range had completely disappeared, not leaving even the faintest outline of exhaust flame, as if it had never existed in this world at all. Inside the dark phantom fighter, Captain Brother. Target signal lost. Shen Tian stared at the blank radar with her enormous eyes, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Infrared, thermal imaging, electromagnetic scanning, all showing zero feedback. He vanished into thin air. Yu Feng sneered, coldly leaning back leisurely in his chair. Interesting. Running pretty fast, aren't you? I'll handle it. Ding Yutong strode forward briskly, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window. Dazzling spiritual luminescence erupted within her eyes. E-rank celestial eye ability, fully activated. Unobstructed terrain-penetrating surveillance. Beneath the vision of celestial eye, the biting cold wind and snow ahead instantly faded, transforming into clear gray-white grid lines. Ding Yutong's gaze swept across the airspace at extreme speed, directly locking onto a transparent, distorted silhouette 3,000 meters to the upper right. 2 o'clock direction. Altitude 8,000. Distance 2.5 kilometers. Ding Yutong reported the coordinates crisply. He's climbing at an oblique angle, attempting to bypass that ice peak. Nicely done, Yutong. Murderous intent surged abruptly in Yu Feng's eyes. Almost let you slip away. But you absolutely couldn't have imagined that my cockpit contains every kind of talent imaginable. His broad, powerful hand pressed directly onto the transcendent slot of the main control console. Transcendent artifact, teleportation staff. Activated. The safety margin afforded by Chao Yuan's invisibility was forcibly stripped away. The massive 120-ton dark phantom fighter abruptly carved a residual shadow through the sky, vanishing from its position in an instant. In his invisibility state, Chao Yuan was desperately pulling the control stick, gasping for breath in great heaving gulps. He gazed at the empty wind and snow behind him, and his taut nerves finally experienced a faint measure of relief. He had relied on the invisibility staff he had fortuitously obtained at the start to survive countless crises, cautiously scraping his way up to the Vice Alliance master position of the Earthshaw Alliance. If he could escape this tribulation, he swore he would make that man die without a whole corpse. The thought had just risen. The space ahead was violently torn asunder. A steel behemoth emanating a ghostly blue glow brutally teleported to a position directly ahead of him, less than 50 meters away. Chao Yuan's gaze instantly froze, and he stood completely stunned. No. The extreme charge at triple supersonic speed combined with the violent thunder propulsion. The wing of the dark phantom fighter sliced into Chao Yuan's LV-7 fighter with an unstoppable, absolutely overwhelming physical crushing momentum. The piercing shriek of metal rupturing exploded in Chao Yuan's ears. The nanocrystalline steel armor couldn't withstand the energy sawteeth for even a single second. Chao Yuan felt the world before him spin into complete chaos. He saw his lower half along with the seat plummeting downward, while his upper half remained before the control console. Blood erupted like a fountain from the severed point at his waist, spraying forth madly. The invisibility effect shattered. The massive LV-7 heavy fighter abruptly materialized in midair before countless gazes, cleaving apart with silky precision into two perfectly even halves. Chao Yuan's vision blurred at extreme speed, and in his final moments, only one bewildered thought remained in his mind. In the end, I still couldn't dodge it. Boom. The ammunition depot of the LV-7 fighter was completely detonated. A resplendent firework of death bloomed above the extreme cold rift. Ding. Killed Earthshaw Alliance Vice Alliance Master. Triggered auto loot. The system's mechanical voice detonated successively within Yu Feng's mind. Ding. Sub-Alliance leader of the Disha Alliance killed. Automatic pickup triggered. For just a moment, Yu Feng's gaze lingered on the titles of those two novels before a deeply mocking cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. No wonder Chao Yuan kept hiding behind others and only emerged at the final moment. It seems he was sustaining himself day after day by reading novels about playing it safe. Yu Feng exhaled a wisp of blue smoke. A pity. He never grasped the essence. How could one endure when faced with absolute firepower? He disregarded all the debris and only stored the precious blueprints and core materials in his portable space. All the core conditions required to upgrade to a level 7 air fortress were essentially gathered at this moment. At the entrance of the extreme cold rift, the smoke from battle had yet to dissipate. Fierce winds swept through the acrid stench of scorched flesh and the putrid odor of molten metal. The once crowded and noisy checkpoint airspace had now fallen into deathly silence. The Disha Alliance's dozen or so main force heavy formation squads that had blocked the path along with their 5,000 elite warships and their arrogant sub-alliance leader had all been utterly reduced to drifting ash across this ice plain. Not a single intact corpse remained nor any piece of formed armor. The absolute heat of the magic energy fire god cannon and the cutting of its high-frequency energy saws turned all physical defenses into nothing more than a joke. Over 10 kilometers behind, tens of thousands of scattered machine formations hovered suspended within thick ice clouds, as though collectively bound by an immobility curse. Tens of thousands of eyes stared fixedly at the dark black fighter ahead, emanating a ghostly blue luminescence. No one spoke. No one dared to push the throttle. Just over 10 minutes ago, they had believed this was a tragic moth throwing itself into flame, convinced that this civilian aircraft would be transformed into an iron coffin under the concentrated fire of 5,000 warships. And now they had witnessed with their own eyes a single person and a single aircraft slaughtering an entire Super Alliance main force array, the second ranked in the entire server zone, as casually as crushing a group of insects. Even a level 7 fighter aircraft regarded by everyone as a divine artifact had been annihilated. Such battle achievements had completely overturned their understanding of survival laws in the wasteland. One person against a million troops. This was an operation beyond what any human could accomplish. It was as though the Reaper himself had descended to swing the scythe. The profound shock transformed into a bone-deep reverence, making these hardened wasteland veterans, who had grown accustomed to life and death, feel that even their breath might profane that steel demon god. Inside the level 6 Iron Wing heavy transport, Yu Feng's hand gripped the controls stick tightly, his entire body rigid in the seat. The cigarette wedged between his fingers continued burning until embers reached the filter tip, the searing heat blistering the calluses on his fingertips. The intense burning pain shot straight to his brain, and Yu Feng yanked his hand back violently. He stared blankly at his reddened fingertips, then lifted his gaze through the ballistic glass toward that desolate death zone. This wasn't a dream. It was all fucking real. Just moments ago, he had been counting down on the public channel with tragic bravado, planning to rally a few brothers to charge forward and die alongside Yu Feng. He had even drafted his last words in his mind. That bastard didn't fucking need our help at all. Yu Feng rubbed his rigid face with both hands. He couldn't help but laugh and curse out loud. One person taking down an entire alliance. That was truly outrageous, and not just any alliance, but the second-ranked one on Server 360. The pressure the Disher Alliance had been putting on him for days was completely washed away in that moment. Meanwhile, in the Wind Commander's fleet, Vice Alliance leader Fu Su collapsed in the pilot's seat like a spineless puddle of mud. His combat suit was thoroughly soaked with cold sweat, and beads of perspiration continuously dripped from his forehead onto the instrument panel. In that single minute, his emotions mirrored riding a death roller coaster without a seatbelt. When he saw Yu Feng being targeted by 5,000 fighter jets, he thought he had backed the wrong side, and would be buried with him, his heart nearly stopping altogether. It was not until the Disha Alliance's main force was wiped out in an instant that he realized just how thoroughly he had won this all-or-nothing gamble with everything he owned. I won the bet. Fu Su panted heavily, grinning wildly. The smartest decision I ever made was acknowledging you as the Alliance leader. This connection is too solid. If I stick with him, I'll walk everywhere with authority across the barren continent. In the nearby aircraft, Li Jili had completely lost his mind. He was jumping around in the cockpit, not even feeling the pain when his head slammed into the ceiling. He cut straight into the server-wide public channel, roaring wildly. Where are the Disha Alliance bastards? Come out and talk. Didn't you want to collect toll fees? Didn't you want to steal 70% of the supplies? How did you all turn into ash? Open your fucking eyes and look clearly. This is our Wind Command Alliance leader. Cross us, and even a level 7 fighter will be sliced up like sashimi for you. The arrogant curses echoed madly through the full-frequency channel. Among tens of thousands online, not a single person dared to counter with a single word. Dozens of kilometers from the battlefield in safe airspace, the Fuyao Alliance's reconnaissance squadron lay hidden within dense cloud layers. Su Qingyao stood at the Storm passenger aircraft's window, slowly lowering her high-powered tactical binoculars. Her fingers were so stiff she could barely bend them, and her heart hammered against her ribs like war drums throbbing painfully behind her eardrums. Her understanding of reality had been brutally shattered by dimensional reduction. Just days earlier outside the Linhai ruins, she had spoken to Yu Feng with rational confidence. There are only a dozen or so level 7 aircraft across the entire region. Even if you have materials you cannot upgrade without blueprints. Unless you destroy a level 7 aircraft and seize one. But that is completely impossible. She had considered that an unbreakable law of the wasteland. And now the man she had deemed impossible had before tens of thousands of witnesses literally sliced the Disha Alliance Vice Leader's level 7 fighter in half, as easily as cutting tofu. A cold sweat broke out along Su Qingyao's spine. She felt immense relief that back at Linhai she had been awed by the dark hacker's firepower and wisely yielded rather than confronting Yu Feng directly. Otherwise her name would certainly have been added to today's list of those turned to flying ash. An encrypted communication request suddenly chimed. Su Qingyao pressed the accept button and Li Min's image appeared on the holographic display. The supreme leader of the Fuyao Alliance had lost her usual languid composure and effortless control. Seated upon the throne in the steel hall, her eyes behind the half-silver mask stared blankly at the completely emptied extreme cold rift displayed on the screen. Li Min remained silent. For fully 3 minutes her lips barely moved. Qingyao. Li Min's voice was hoarse, carrying a tremor she had not even noticed herself. I previously decided to hold back and chose not to help him. Was that wrong? Su Qingyao opened her mouth, her throat tightening. She gazed at the female alliance leader on the screen, usually so calculating and precise, now filled with confusion and barely concealed regret. She wanted to say something to ease the tension, but the words would not come. If only she had issued the rendezvous orders tens of minutes earlier before Zhanshin Alliance's Xiao Zhantian brought his entire army to bear. Even sending a few hundred aircraft as a gesture would have allowed Fuyao Alliance to naturally attach themselves to this true deity, capable of overturning the entire wasteland order. But she had chosen to stay put with her self-important calculation, attempting to measure a transcendent monster through the so-called big picture. The opportunity to offer help in someone's darkest hour, once missed, can never be regained. Given that man's brutal nature and unfathomable martial prowess, any attempt to add flowers to brocade now would only mark her as a cheap circus clown in his eyes. Su Qingyao lowered her head and fell into prolonged silence. On the outskirts of the extreme cold rift at the War God Alliance encampment, deathly silence. Within the entire temporary command center, every breath had ceased entirely. Xiao Zhantian stood before the holographic screen. The hideous saber scar across his right cheek twisted violently, as though a centipede had come to life. He stared fixedly at the wreckage of the bisected level 7 fighter jet on the display, his massive hand clawing unconsciously at the empty air twice. Slap. Xiao Zhantian abruptly raised his hand and viciously pinched the aide-de-camp's thigh beside him. Ow! The aide leaped into the air, tears streaming down his face. Alliance leader. Why did you pinch me? Does it hurt? Obviously. The flesh is practically falling off. Then it's not a hallucination. Xiao Zhantian swallowed with great difficulty, then suddenly threw his head back and erupted into wild, booming laughter. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Magnificent. In all my years I have never witnessed such a thrilling spectacle. Xiao Zhantian kicked the alloy sand table before him, flying. One man. One aircraft. Alone half of the Earth-Xia Alliance's entire fortune sky high, along with their vice leader. Now that is what I call a real man. Now that is what I call the wasteland. The assembled officers in the command center frantically wiped at their cold sweat. Such feats of arms had utterly transcended their comprehension. The laughter ceased abruptly. The wild fervor in Xiao Zhantian's eyes swiftly receded, replaced by the sharp, calculating gaze of a born warlord. He seized the aide by his collar. Relay my military order. The 1st and 2nd Elite Brigades, all armaments fully activated. Within 5 minutes push forward to the center of the extreme cold rift and shield that mysterious black aircraft at the very heart of our formation. Alliance leader. The aide turned ashen. Qiao Yuan is dead. Tuoba Xiao will go absolutely berserk. And Li Tianbao of the Tianxiao Alliance is watching from deep within the Kunlun Mountains. If we rush to protect him now, it amounts to a direct declaration of war against both of those titans. You understand nothing. Xiao Zhantian shoved the aide aside, his voice thundering like an explosion. Adding flowers to brocade is worth less than delivering charcoal in the snow. That devastating barrage he unleashed just now, the autocannon firing at 6,000 rounds per minute for so long, his ammunition reserves are absolutely exhausted. He is nothing more than an empty shell with thick armor now. Once Tuoba Xiao regains his senses, sheer numbers alone could pile him into the grave. If I extend him a lifeline at this very moment, a bond forged in mortal peril will be forged between us. He spun around abruptly and roared into the communication channel, logistics department. Pull every last 80mm aircraft autocannon armor-piercing round from the armory. Broadcast a top-tier bounty across the regional channels. We will acquire ammunition of this caliber at any cost, no expenses spared. Anyone who dares hoard their supplies, I will cut them down. Today I wager the entire accumulated might of the War God Alliance upon this single throw. Whoever touches him, I will fight them to the death. The order was absolute as mountains. Thousands of heavily armored fighter jets from the War God Alliance roared in unison, transforming into a dark, crushing tide of steel that surged ruthlessly toward the heart of the extreme cold rift. Meanwhile, deep within the Kunlun Mountains, unlike the raging blizzard at the periphery, the airspace here was saturated with a suffocating aura of slaughter. The thick thunderclouds were violently torn asunder. A colossal armada, one that would plunge every survivor across the entire wasteland continent into despair, was pushing forward in an immaculate wedge-shaped formation. 5,000 well-equipped level 5 armed fighters flanked both sides like unfurled black wings. At the center sat a full 500 level 6 heavy cruise aircraft. Without a single stray sound, the formation was so tightly disciplined it stole the breath from one's lungs. Lone aircraft along the route scrambled to flee the main channel. Any who ventured even slightly closer would be flipped by the overwhelming air displacement generated by the armada. Above the fleet, 2 helicopters of mountain-like proportions hovered arrogantly. They were a pair of level 7 Phantom armed helicopters, their flanks bristling with dense clusters of heavy rocket pods and high-frequency guided missiles. Such was the Tianxiao Alliance, the absolute hegemon of the wasteland continent, possessing the terrifying might to crush all opposition. At the vanguard of the fleet, a gargantuan fighter jet clad in a dark gold finish sliced through the air currents. A level 7 Apocalypse fighter. Compared to Chao Yuan's level 7 craft, assembled through sheer resources, this Apocalypse vessel was more than double in size, with firepower and defense amplified by more than twofold. Within the luxurious, expansive interior, the floor was carpeted in pristine high-grade exotic beast fur. Tianxiao Alliance's leader Li Tianbao wore a meticulously tailored handcrafted suit, holding a glass of blood-red wine as he lounged with studied indolence upon a genuine leather sofa. A holographic display hovered before his eyes, slowly replaying the slaughter that had just unfolded in the extreme cold rift. The image froze. The instant the mysterious black aircraft had surged forward to meet the thermobaric charge, a faint azure gleam had rippled across its armored surface. Ultra nanocrystalline steel. Li Tianbao swirled the wine in his glass, a covetous arc curling at the corner of his lips. No wonder it could withstand concentrated assault from 5,000 pilots. Beside him, the Tianxiao Alliance's military advisor adjusted his glasses, his tone dry. Alliance leader, this aircraft is extraordinarily peculiar. Beyond its armor, they also possess multiple high-tier ability users among their ranks. The advisor pointed to several blurred figures on the display that had been magnified and captured. The woman unleashing explosive fireballs. Her ability rating must be at least Class C or above. The advisor's voice grew increasingly grave. Alliance leader, this depth of talent and level of equipment have already surpassed what any lone operators could possibly achieve. If left unchecked, they will undoubtedly become a deadly threat to us. Li Tianbao offered no response. He calmly took a sip of his red wine. The display shifted once more. This was Yu Feng's finishing blow, the forced teleportation that had sheared apart Chao Yuan's level 7 aircraft. Teleportation. Li Tianbao's pupils contracted sharply. He set down his glass rose and walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the endless snowfields below. The ultimate objective of this Kunlun main mission is merely to survive within the Kunlun region for a period of time. Li Tianbao's voice was cold and merciless. I have received top-secret intelligence that this main mission is extraordinarily perilous. I estimate the majority of aircraft will fail to survive it. If we could recruit that ultra-nanocrystal aircraft and those ability users, employing them as our vanguard, the mission success rate would increase by at least 60%. But Chao Yuan was killed by his hand, the advisor hesitated. Tuoba Shao of the Earth Shao Alliance will never swallow this insult. If we extend an invitation to this newcomer, we would be openly tearing apart our alliance treaty with the Earth Shao Alliance. Alliance? Li Tianbao uttered a laugh of utter contempt. The Earth Shao Alliance dares stand as our equals. They are nothing but a pack of dogs borrowing my authority to swagger about. Chao Yuan was worthless. His death changes nothing. Those few thousand aircraft were equally useless scrap metal. A domineering ambition blazed within Li Tianbao's gaze. The wasteland follows but a single law. The strong survive, the weak perish. He turned around, his icy gaze sweeping across the assembled officers within the cabin. Relay orders to the entire army: full speed advance. Target the extreme cold rift. I shall meet this madman in his tortoiseshell in person. I shall grant him the privilege of a choice. Kneel and swear fealty to the Tianxiao Alliance. Li Tianbao raised his glass once more and crushed it ruthlessly. The crimson wine dripped between his fingers. If he dares utter a single word of refusal, then I shall grind him, along with his aircraft, into dust together. Inside the LV-7 heavy command aircraft belonging to the leader of the Earth Fiend Alliance, the atmosphere plummeted to an absolute freezing point. Tuoba Zhao's pockmarked face twisted grotesquely as he viciously kicked the alloy control console, before him shattering it to pieces. He had just received the battle report from the eastern entrance defense line. Chao Yuan was dead. Over a dozen fully manned heavy formations from the eastern sector, more than 5,000 elite troops, had been slaughtered to the last man by a single pilot flying a lone aircraft. On the server-wide public channel, the solo players who were normally trampled beneath his heel like dogs were now spamming relentlessly, turning the Earth Fiend Alliance into the butt of their merciless ridicule. ALV. 3 civilian aircraft blown off course by the storm had the misfortune of blocking the command ship's path. A pitiful plea crackled through the public channel. Alliance leader Tuoba, have mercy. We'll move aside right now. Tuoba Zhao's gaze turned cold and ruthless. He cared nothing for the lives of ants. Those who blocked his path would die. His thumb cruelly pressed the main cannon's firing key. Boom. An 80mm high-explosive shell pierced straight through the thin armor of the LV. 3 aircraft blasting at mid-air into a blinding fireball. Shattered wreckage mingled with blood crashed onto the glacier below. Tuoba Zhao licked his lips, his voice brutal. A bunch of worthless mud from the bottom rung, daring to laugh at my Earth Fiend Alliance. His adjutant swallowed hard and stepped forward tremblingly to report. Alliance leader, the 6 elite brigades from the northern, southern, and western entrances have all assembled. 6,000 heavy warplanes in total, only a little over 10 kilometers from the eastern entrance. Additionally, radar has maintained a continuous lock on that black aircraft. After slaying Vice Alliance leader Chao, it has remained stationary in place, not moving a single inch. Tuoba Zhao sneered contemptuously. A spent force. His ammunition is absolutely spent. He's nothing more than a crippled iron turtle now. A murderous glint flashed in Tuoba Zhao's eyes. Fire control unit, listen up. 2 Type 3 supersonic armor-piercing missiles. Lock onto him and blast away. I want to see just how many heavy rounds that turtle shell of his can withstand. The order was issued. 2 piercing sonic booms suddenly tore through the thick clouds. Outside the eastern entrance, tens of thousands of solo players who had just recovered from their shock abruptly looked up. 2 heavy high-frequency guided missiles trailing intense flames plunged down from the depths of the clouds toward the black aircraft at ferocious speed. It's the Earth Fiend Alliance's heavy supersonic missiles, someone among the solo player fleet shrieked. Every heart clenched instantly. Previously, the 5 alliance leaders of the Solo Alliance had been blown to pieces alongside their aircraft by missiles of this exact caliber. This was a strategic-grade killing weapon utterly incomparable to conventional artillery shells. Zhu Ying gripped the control stick with white knuckles, his eyes bloodshot as he switched to all frequencies and bellowed, "Brother, run. Missiles incoming. Those are heavy armor piercers. Even the toughest armor can't withstand the violent shockwave that tears your insides apart." On the Imperial Wind Alliance channel, Fu Suzhongji and Li Jili were frantic with worry. They had witnessed firsthand the terror of missile carpet bombing. Such kinetic shockwaves knew no logic. All members of the Imperial Wind Alliance began worrying desperately for their leader, unsure if he could withstand a heavy supersonic missile. Zhu Ying's desperate warning cries continued echoing across all frequencies. Shen Tiantian sat at the co-pilot console, chewing bubblegum, her fair little legs swinging leisurely. She merely glanced at the 2 red dots on the holographic radar and curled her lip in disdain. "Captain Bro, we've got toys coming." Sun Yan's palm churned with a violent grade C explosive fireball. Just as she was about to speak, Yu Feng casually waved his hand. "Save your energy. We've still got the main course coming later." Yu Feng took a sip of black coffee, glanced up at the main control panel. AI core full automatic interception. Beep. Defense command confirmed. A frigid mechanical voice echoed through the cabin. The armor panels on both sides of the nose slid outward with a heavy thud. 2 fully automatic Defa 666. Model 80mm aerial cannons extended their barrels with a crisp mechanical motion. No warm-up required. Bang, 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 bang. Deafening metallic roars brutally tore through the frigid blizzard. At a terrifying rate of 600 rounds per minute, an impenetrable curtain of mithril armor-piercing fire instantly wove itself across the sky. The 2 ferocious supersonic armor-piercing missiles collided with precision against this metal storm at a distance of 800 meters from the black aircraft. Boom, boom. 2 enormous orange fireballs erupted violently midair. The raging shockwaves swept outward, sending snow below swirling dozens of meters into the air, the blinding fire illuminating the entire Rift Valley. The black aircraft hovered steadily in the violent wind, its massive 120-ton frame not even producing the slightest tremor. The dark blue ultra-nanocrystalline steel armor coating its surface didn't even catch a speck of soot. Completely unscathed. Silence. The tens of thousands of solo players outside the frigid Rift Valley stood with their mouths agape, unable to close them. The hearts that had leaped to their throats moments ago dropped back into their stomachs, followed by an exhilarating rush of hot blood surging straight to the crown of their heads. Beautifully done. That anti-air fire net is insane. Zhu Ying punched the air hard in his cockpit, so excited he was spitting everywhere. The Earth Fiend Alliance's missiles are nothing. Not even fit to give the boss a massage. Boss, you is awesome. The Imperial Wind Alliance members roared along in frenzy, their spirits soaring to the heavens. Among the solo player fleet, some even began blaring their aircraft horns, the piercing toots merging into a chorus, freely venting their mockery of the Earth Fiend Alliance. However, before the horn blowing had even faded, the shrill highest-level air defense alarms erupted frantically in every player's cockpit. On the holographic screens, the previously clean edges of the radar suddenly seemed to hemorrhage a sea of blood with dense red dots abruptly filling the entire display. The sky suddenly went dark. The revelry ceased mid-cry. The smile on Zhu Ying's face froze completely. He stiffly raised his head, looking toward the depths of the frigid Rift Valley. The thick, icy clouds were completely shredded by violent mechanical air currents. A full 6,000 uniformly painted, murderous, heavy-armed aircraft of the Earth Fiend Alliance descended upon the skies above the eastern entrance, like a sky-darkening black steel tsunami. Each aircraft's cannons were in warm-up mode, 6,000 pitch-black muzzles emanating a cold breath of death. The 6 fully manned brigades personally led by Tuoba Xiao had arrived. But what truly made all the solo players feel utterly suffocated was not these 6,000 aircraft. It was what hovered above the Earth Fiend Alliance's fleet. 2 enormous helicopters resembling primordial beasts were arrogantly tearing through the clouds circling in the sky. The flowing dark gold fuselage, the terrifying firepower modules laden with dense heavy rocket pods and full-spectrum guided missiles. These directly overpowered every other vehicle present. LV-7 Phantom armed helicopters. And behind these 2 LV-7 helicopters, 500 LV-6 heavy cruise liners and 5,000 elite armed warplanes advanced slowly in a tight conical formation. At the forefront of the formation was a luxurious LV-7 Apocalypse fighter radiating absolute dominance. The Tianxiao Alliance, the undisputed overlord of the desolate continent Li Tianbao, had arrived in person. The Tianxiao Alliance and the Earth Fiend Alliance. They've joined forces. Deng Xi collapsed into his seat, his voice parched, his gaze having completely lost focus. The solo players who moments ago had felt their blood boiling now felt only icy cold in their limbs. 6,000 Earth Fiend Alliance aircraft plus over 5,000 elite Tianxiao Alliance craft, a total of 11,000 heavy warplanes. 1 LV-7 Bloodliner, 1 LV-7 Apocalypse fighter plus 2 LV-7 armed helicopters. Such a terrifying lineup, let alone taking down a LV-6 liner, would be more than enough to level the entire frigid Rift Valley. 2 behemoths gathered an absolute crushing force in numbers, enough to drive one to despair and total surrender. Around the entire eastern entrance, 10,000 people didn't even dare to breathe heavily, the air thick with despair and suffocation. The clouds behind them split apart. Several thousand warplanes coated in dark gold and emblazoned with battle axe insignias across their fuselages surged into the battlefield in a disciplined wedge-shaped formation. The banners of the War God Alliance snapped violently in the frigid gale. Amid the ranks of independent pilots, Zhu Ying suddenly straightened, a spark of fierce light igniting within his ash-gray eyes. The War God Alliance. The entire War God Alliance is here. They've come to help that big shot. Yet this brief exhilaration lasted only 3 seconds. It's useless. The War God Alliance only brought a few thousand elites this time. The enemy has the Earth Fiend Alliance's 6,000 main forces plus the World Alliance's 5,000 elites. A full 11,000 warplanes. Deng Xi stared fixedly at the holographic radar, his voice cutting through like cold water. And it's not just the numbers that overwhelm us. Look above the World Alliance. Another independent pilot's words shook with terror. The others looked up. 2 LV-7 Phantom armed helicopters hovered like insurmountable steel mountains, bristling with densely packed heavy rocket pods arrogantly circling above the cloud layer. At the forefront, Li Tianbao's LV-7 Apocalypse warplane radiated a deathly dark gold luster. On the War God Alliance's side, there was only Xiao Zhantian's lone LV-7 Black Rhinoceros heavy warplane. The disparity in strength was a chasm. The fragile flame of hope, just barely kindled, was brutally extinguished by a bucket of ice-cold reality. The suffocating weight of despair pressed down upon every independent player's chest like dense lead. This fight is impossible. The War God Alliance has doomed themselves along with us. Deng Xi closed his eyes in resignation. At the center of the battlefield, the War God Alliance's formation slowly parted to create a narrow passage. Xiao Zhantian, piloting his massive and heavily armored LV-7 Black Rhinoceros heavy warplane, came to a steady hover beside the Dark Hacker. An encrypted communication request came through directly. Yu Feng pressed the connect button and Xiao Zhantian's scarred, ferocious face materialized on the holographic screen. Brother, that move you just pulled. I, Xiao Zhantian, am thoroughly impressed. Xiao Zhantian, a cigar clenched between his teeth, fixed his sharp gaze on the Dark Hacker's pristine blue armor, then suddenly grinned. Earlier, when you flaunted that ultra-nano crystalline steel on the public channel, I thought you were just some nouveau riche who had stumbled upon a relic. But after seeing your firepower today, I finally recognized you for who you are. Xiao Zhantian exhaled a plume of bluish smoke, undisguised admiration coloring his voice. Back when the game first launched, the server's first player to solo a Tier 4 Wind God Wyvern. That ruthless bastard was you, wasn't it? Yu Feng leaned back against the leather sofa, casually flicking his cigarette ash. Good memory. Hearing Yu Feng's direct admission, a gleam of fervent intensity flashed through Xiao Zhantian's eyes. He turned, pointing at the oppressive sea of red enemy markers blanketing the holographic radar. Little brother, I don't mean to dampen your spirits. Tuoba Xiao lost his Vice Alliance leader, and now he's acting like a mad dog. That bastardly Tian Bao has even brought out his Apocalypse warplane along with 2 Phantom helicopters. The full main forces of both the World Alliance and the Earth Fiend Alliance are here. Xiao Zhantian took a hard drag on his cigar, his tone unusually grave. Honestly, 11,000 heavy warplanes plus 3 fully equipped LV-7 machines. This lineup is enough to make even my scalp crawl and the pressure crushing. Yu Feng took a sip of the premium black coffee in his cup, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed enemy formations on the screen. Some decent strength. Yu Feng's tone remained flat, as if he were merely commenting on tonight's dinner side dish. But this saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Xiao Zhantian's eyes widened in disbelief, the fingers holding his cigar freezing momentarily. In such an absolute desperate situation, with over 10,000 warplanes bearing down on them, anyone else would have already suffered a mental collapse. And yet this kid could still utter some decent strength with such casual nonchalance. Yu Feng stubbed out his cigarette, gazing through the screen at Xiao Zhantian. Brother Xiao, pull your men back to a safe distance. Then sit back and watch the show. Don't get any blood on you. Xiao Zhantian stared intently at Yu Feng's cold, utterly unshaken eyes. This absolute composure and confidence were remarkably infectious. Ha ha ha. Good. Arrogant as hell. Xiao Zhantian, ignited by this overwhelming dominance, slammed his palm onto the control console. Since you've got the guts, little brother, this old brother will step aside and watch the show. His expression suddenly hardened, his tone turning loyal and resolute. But remember this. If you can't hold on any more, retreat toward me. Even if it costs the War God Alliance our very last card, I'll make sure you walk out of here alive. Thanks, brother. Yu Feng gave a crisp nod and severed the connection. In this apocalypse, such a gesture, willing to stake everything to send help in another's darkest hour, he would remember it well. Inside the cockpit, Sun Yin, Lu Rian Shun, Tian Ling, Yinshuang Ling Yanchu, and all the other women gathered around. No matter how crushing the pressure outside, the mere sight of Yu Feng seated in the command chair filled them with absolute security. Yu Feng bypassed the radar and opened the vehicle upgrade panel of the captain's system. Standard upgrade to LV-7 passenger plane requires ultra nano crystalline steel, 80 nano crystalline steel, 2000 tier 7 crystal core 1 LV-7 aircraft blueprint. Perfect upgrade to LV-7 passenger plane requires ultra red nano crystalline steel, 1000 ultra nano crystalline steel, 2000 crystal control core components, 100 UAI computer chip, 1 tier 7 crystal core 1 LV-7 aircraft blueprint. Yu Feng's gaze swept downward across the current inventory data. Current supplies: ultra-red nanocrystalline steel, 800, ultra-nanocrystalline steel, 2000, crystal control core components, 100, UAI computer chip, 1, tier 7 crystal core 4, LV-7 aircraft blueprint 1. Still short 200 units of ultra-red nanocrystalline steel. Yu Feng murmured coldly. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness plunged instantly into the infinite portable space. Deep within the space, the magic energy furnace wreathed in eerie flames radiated violent, pulsating waves. Not far away lay the massive wreckage of the 5,000 Earth Fiend Alliance warplanes just destroyed by the high-frequency levitation mines and explosive fireballs. Tons of scrap steel and scrap iron, all automatically collected by the system. At Yu Feng's mere thought, tens of thousands of tons of high-grade warplane scrap iron cascaded like a colossal metallic waterfall, brutally fed into the magic energy furnace. Refine. Target ultra-red nano-crystalline steel. Blinding purplish-red flames instantly devoured the scrap, the muffled roar of the furnace echoing through the space. Ding. Refinement successful. Obtained ultra-red nano-crystalline steel, 200 units. The instant the notification sounded, Yu Feng opened his eyes. All prerequisites for upgrading to a LV-7 aerial fortress had been exceeded. At that very moment, a piercing maximum-level air defense alarm erupted wildly throughout the cabin. Captain. Shun Tiantian's large eyes fixed intensely on the main screen, her fingers flying across the keyboard. The enemy fleet of 11,000 warplanes has advanced into the 3-kilometer absolute strike range. All weapon modules are preheated, and their guns are all locked onto us. 3 kilometers. For heavily armed warplanes and supersonic missiles, it would take only a few brief seconds to completely overwhelm the dark hacker. The crushing pressure of the impending storm seemed to freeze the wind and snow outside the cabin. Yu Feng rose to his feet, his broad palm reaching for the in-cabin full-frequency broadcast microphone on the main console. His gaze swept over the 30-plus women beside him. Sun Yin clenched her fists, her ample capital heaving dramatically. Lu Rian adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her expression cool, yet resolute. Shun Tiantianji, Ding Yutong Ling, Yanshu Ling, Yinshuang Chuyu, and the others all looked at him with burning determination in their eyes. Not a single one retreated. Ladies, Yu Feng's deep voice echoed through the broadcast into every corner of the cabin, carrying a wild and arrogant dominance. This passenger plane has weathered countless storms with us. Today it's time for its complete metamorphosis. Su Nian Elijia Shun Tiantian Ding, Yutong Ling, Yanshu Ling Yanshuang, and all the women in the rear rest cabin simultaneously straightened their postures. They knew the moment that would reshape the world's order had arrived. Materials are ready. Yu Feng's fingertip hovered steadily over the golden perfect upgrade option on the control console. He raised his head, casting a cold glance at the dazzling volley of light from the 10,000 warplanes ahead. Follow me, Yu Feng spoke. Upgrade. Upgrade. Yu Feng, Su Nian, Lu Ruyan, and over 30 women roared in unison, their thunderous voices merging into a violent sonic wave that exploded through the cabin. Yu Feng's fingertip pressed down heavily. Boom! The next second, a brilliant, dazzling pillar of golden light, bright enough to blind anyone, erupted violently from within the dark hacker's hull. The blinding golden light instantly tore through the gloomy sky of the extreme cold rift, piercing with irresistible force through the thick, boundless polar haze above Kunlun. The golden light brutally punched out a colossal hole hundreds of meters in diameter. Sunlight poured through the breach, illuminating the towering upgrade pillar that connected heaven and earth. Woo! An overwhelmingly terrifying wave of energy transformed into a visible golden shockwave radiating outward from the dark hacker in every direction with ferocious sweeping force. The million-strong audience fell collectively silent. The heavens above the abyss of extreme frost were violently torn asunder by a pillar of golden light that pierced through the sky and reached the very ends of the earth. The blinding radiance erupted like a supernova detonating at close range, illuminating the icy plains for dozens of kilometers around, as though it were broad daylight. Over 10,000 scattered players on the outer perimeter were caught utterly off guard, clapping their hands over their eyes in clusters and waves. Holy my eyes! What the hell is going on? Is this a nuclear detonation? No. That light is erupting from that passenger aircraft. Zhu Ying narrowed his bloodshot eyes, staring fixedly through the gaps between his fingers at the center of the light pillar, so shaken that even his voice began to warble. Deng Xiai slumped in the pilot's seat, his face drained of all color by the golden radiance, his lips trembling violently. This is a level up. Damn it. How the hell can a level up produce this kind of world-ending spectacle? And it was not only the scattered players. At the War God Alliance encampment, Xiao Zhantian raised his hand to shield his eyes. The saber scar on his right cheek twisted grotesquely as his muscles tensed. He gazed at that column of golden light surging skyward, so transfixed that he completely forgot to brush the cigar that had fallen from his hand onto his lap. Farther above, within the vast aerial fleet of the Tianxiao Alliance, Li Tianbao sat inside his Tianqi fighter jet. The freshly replaced glass of red wine in his hand was so dazzled by the sudden blaze of light that he lost his grip, sending it crashing onto the leather carpet. Crimson wine spread across the floor. Li Tianbao stared fixedly at the pillar of light below, greed and astonishment thoroughly intertwined within his gaze. At the center of the golden radiance, the 120-ton Dark Hacker aircraft was undergoing a violent restructuring of matter. Its original flawless-grade ultra-nano crystalline steel armor infused with the superior red nano crystalline steel purified by the arcane furnace underwent an absolute dimensional metamorphosis. The deep blue paint peeled away like shed skin, replaced by a deep heavy shell adorned with flecks of crimson starlight, an armor possessing the very texture of a starry cosmos. This shell radiated a cold, oppressive metallic pressure. Even the frigid blizzards approaching it were forcibly severed. Beneath the aircraft's belly, the original wheeled structure designed for high-altitude takeoff and landing began, amidst a screeching cacophony of grinding metal, expanding and extending outward with brutal force. Within mere seconds, a set of sci-fi magnetic levitation adaptive tread modules, combining formidable off-road load-bearing capacity with absolute flexibility, was fully formed. From this moment forth, this aerial fortress was no longer confined to the high skies. Even across the treacherous terrain of the polar ice plains, it could charge at terrifying speeds across any landscape, crushing low hills beneath it without hesitation. The armor on either side of the aircraft's nose slid open with a fierce, decisive motion. The original 80mm cannons were violently dismantled and reshaped by the system. A full complement of 6 fully automatic DEFA 888 12cm aerial cannons extended crisply from the fuselage. Those pitch-black muzzles were so thick they made one's scalp prickle, while the mechanical structure of the gun mounts had grown infinitely more intricate, signifying their capacity to sustain truly terrifying volumes of continuous firepower. But that was not the most terrifying part. The heavy upper armor at the rear of the fuselage suddenly folded upward and swung open with a violent motion. A magical tracking missile launch matrix, 10 rows wide and 10 rows long, comprising a total of 100 launch cells, rose slowly into place, accompanied by the heavy mechanical grinding of interlocking gears. Within the matrix, a staggering 5,000 specially configured magical tracking missiles flickered with perilous crimson light. Like a dense honeycomb, they utterly sealed off every dead angle in the surrounding airspace. The radiance abruptly contracted. The crisp mechanical chime of the system exploded in series within Yu Feng's mind. Ding. Perfect upgrade successful. LV. 7 Crimson Sky Hunter Fighter Jet. Current aircraft specifications: length 50 meters, height 18 meters, wingspan 42 meters. Total weight 180 tons. Durability 100. Superior red nanocrystalline steel, overall crimson, starry cosmos texture. Physical defense 5000. Absolute defense at the physical level 0. Thermal conductivity, radiation, resistant corrosion, resistant, capable of withstanding a nuclear strike. Magical defense 1000. Defense against magic, energy, and spiritual attacks. Firepower modules equipped with 6 fully automatic DEFA 888 12 cm aerial cannons, firing rate 1/0, roundsman range 8 km. Fitted with depleted uranium high-explosive armor-piercing ammunition stores. 2 5-meter diameter magical Vulcan cannons mounted directly beneath the nose, 5-second charge time, 3-minute cooldown. Dedicated tail-mounted missile matrix equipped with 1010, totaling 100 cells of magical tracking missiles, 500 rounds loaded. Auxiliary modules: 30-kilometer full-range reconnaissance radar, fully automatic missile interception system, AI, intelligent piloting function. Interior space: 40 sleeper berths, 20 private single rooms, 20 restrooms and shower rooms, a parlor, a kitchen, a large dining hall, and an alternate dimension space, laboratory, gymnasium, swimming pool. Captain's private quarters featuring a 6-meter king-size bed. Oversized rear logistics storage hold, a 2-tier operations room, and an independent observation deck. Magnetic hover apparatus, 4 high-altitude dynamic magnetic hover devices. Newly added ground travel, magnetic levitation, adaptive tread modules. Extraordinary trait: steel body, external defensive capability of the fuselage surges by 500, granting immunity against all physical penetration below Tier 4. Includes an absolute cabin stabilization system. Extraordinary trait: thunder engine. Engine delivers 300 ultimate thrust, standard flight speed increased by 3x. Activates an instantaneous armor-piercing sonic boom on ignition. Fuselage configuration: superior red nanocrystalline steel spike, ramming prow, superior red nanocrystalline steel, energy wing blades, extraordinary item, energy blade attached. Inside the captain's chamber. With the upgrade complete, the interior space expanded outward with staggering scale. The already spacious parlor instantly multiplied its area several times over, with even more luxurious cashmere carpets blanketing the entire floor. Yu heels clicking walked to the wide floor-to-ceiling window. Even as the daughter of a major real estate conglomerate accustomed to the finest luxury residences, she was utterly stunned by the internal configuration of this aircraft. Is this still a vehicle? With this firepower configuration, it could instantly reduce an entire official military force out there to ash. Yu gazed at the newly emerged 12 cm caliber cannons outside, her voice brimming with astonishment. Ling Yinsu sidled up to Yu Feng, the voluminous curves of her figure nuzzling affectionately against his arm. Brother, Yu Feng is so amazing. This aircraft is even more handsome than before. I think I'm falling for you. Ling Yinsu's eyes were brimming with blind adoration and infatuation. Lu Rian adjusted her gold-rimmed spectacles, her cool gaze sweeping across the newly added private cabins. Deep within her, admiration for Yu Feng's commanding presence only deepened. Following such a man across this cruel, barren continent wasn't an apocalyptic survival mission at all. It was a luxurious vacation. Yu Feng settled into the brand-new captain's chair, surveying the data panels before him with deep satisfaction. Physical defense had skyrocketed to 5,000 points. What exactly did that signify? Coupled with the aberrant properties of the superior red nanocrystalline steel, 0 thermal conductivity, radiation resistance, and corrosion resistance, this aircraft was now an unbreachable wall of the wasteland continent at the physical level. A dimensional strike. It also possessed 1,000 points of magical resistance, capable of withstanding magic, spiritual, and energy attacks. When encountering spiritual attacks like that of the white-robed female ghost before, such high magical resistance might even grant complete immunity from damage. The tonnage had increased to 180 tons, but for him, possessing the thunder engine and unlimited energy, this only amplified the ferocious kinetic energy of any ramming assault. The cannons were not only larger in caliber, but their range and ammunition reserves had reached terrifying magnitudes. Yet what thrilled Yu Feng most was the brand new missile matrix at the tail. He turned his gaze to the holographic radar. The radar's coverage had expanded to a staggering 30 kilometers, while the tracking range of those 500 magical missiles extended a full 100 kilometers. Previously, when facing distant large-scale enemy formations, he had been limited to sending Ling Yinshuang to control her Flame Eagles for close-range bombing runs, or relying on Shun Tiantian's ghost mine drones to ram the targets. His only long-range option had been the 2 magical Vulcan cannons, but they left a 3-minute window of vulnerability. Now things were different. The 100-cell magical tracking missile launch matrix paired with the fire control radar's ultimate long-range lock-on capability. Truth in this world exists only within the range of missiles. Yu Feng's thumb slowly traced across the leather armrest, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his lips. If there was one minor reservation, it was that these 500 magical tracking missiles were a rare consumable resource. Every shot fired meant one less in reserve. The quantity was somewhat limited, but more than sufficient to deliver 10 rounds of absolute physical judgment upon those buffoons outside. The aircraft reaching level 7 marked an enormous watershed for the game. On the system panel, that golden icon representing the advanced roulette draw pulsed with extraordinarily tempting radiance. A surge of powerful anticipation welled up within Yu Feng. The previous level-up draws had granted the extraordinary steel body trait aviation fuel in infinite portable space, and even the Thunder engine itself. This level 7 advanced draw would undoubtedly yield even more outrageously heaven-defying premium rewards. So what if over 10,000 enemy aircraft were pressing in? He was in no hurry to deal with them at all. System, initiate the advanced roulette draw. Yu Feng issued the command directly within his consciousness. The golden wheel began spinning furiously within his mind. The pointer became a blurred afterimage. 3 seconds later, the wheel gradually halted, landing precisely on a premium cell that radiated a piercing violet gold brilliance. Ding. Congratulations, host. Premium reward acquired. Scroll of Super Doppelganger Technique. Yu Feng sat in the spacious and comfortable captain's chair, idly playing with a scroll that radiated a purple gold glow. Super Clone Art Scroll. By consuming mental energy, this scroll can create a physical clone that exists for a period of time. After the clone is dispelled, all memories will return to the host body. A sharp glint flashed across Yu Feng's eyes as the corners of his mouth curled upward involuntarily. This system truly understands my desires better than ever. The skill feels tailor-made just for me. He was fully aware that as his Yugong alliance continued to expand, he found himself surrounded by an ever-growing number of exceptional women. Sun Yin, Alicia Lu, Rian Shun, Tian Ding, Yutong, the Ling sisters. Each one possessed a rare beauty that stood out from the crowd. Even with his physical constitution, now reaching the inhuman level of 76 points, he still couldn't be in multiple places at once. His days were consumed with hunting monsters, leveling up, and handling various affairs, leaving precious little time to spend with them. Furthermore, there were numerous beautiful girls on board who were eager to awaken their special abilities. They would openly or subtly hint their attraction toward him, even deliberately pushing themselves against him as they passed in the corridor, and some went so far as to pretend to stumble into his arms. With this clone technique, I can have my clone command from a distance, while my main body goes to help those girls who want to awaken, giving them extra tutoring, while simultaneously improving their physical condition. Yu Feng stroked his chin, a wicked grin spreading across his face. This was the kind of opportunity he relished, building an harem while boosting everyone's combat effectiveness at the same time. He took a deep breath and pressed the scroll directly against his forehead. A vast warm energy surged into his mind, and the principles of the super clone art became deeply ingrained in his memory, like instinct. But now wasn't the time to attempt a clone yet. The tens of thousands of aircraft pressing in from outside still needed to be dealt with. Yu Feng turned his attention to the main control panel, where rows upon rows of fire control data filled the screen, filling him with an unprecedented sense of power. 100 launch units, 5,000 magic energy homing missiles. If all of these were displayed openly, those people would probably piss themselves on the spot. His fingers tapped lightly on the screen, issuing a concealment command. With a mechanical click, the massive missile array on the aircraft's back slowly retracted and sank beneath the reinforced super red nano armor. Only 10 gunmetal black launch tubes remained visible on the belly, arranged in a fan pattern. A person should stay low-key. Hide 90% of your trump cards, and the remaining 10 tubes should be enough to give them quite a headache. Yu Feng leaned back casually against the leather seat, confident as he watched the red dots approaching on the radar. Meanwhile, the air outside the extreme cold rift was almost frozen solid. Over 10,000 scattered players held their breath, their eyes locked onto the dark red warplane. What level of armor is this? I feel like my soul will be sucked in just by looking at it. Is that advanced nanocrystal steel? The structure is completely sealed. I can't even find the slightest seam. How terrifying must its defense be? Zhu Ying sat in the transport aircraft, his weathered face flushed with intense excitement. This damn thing is a real man's toy. Look at those launch tubes under the wings. They're thicker than my thigh. 10 missile launchers. If they fire simultaneously, that fragile alliance's planes will turn into fireworks in an instant. The scattered players who had fallen silent erupted again, with envy and admiration focused on the crimson sky-hunting aircraft. In that moment, it represented the ultimate survival dream for everyone in this wasteland. At the Zhanshan Alliance stronghold, Xiao Zhantian stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingers leaving claw marks on the alloy frame from gripping it too hard. A perfect grade level 7 aircraft. Where did this kid source materials from? You'd have to strip the entire barren continent to gather something like this. His cruel scar twitched violently as his muscles tensed. When he spotted the 10 deliberately exposed missile launch tubes, Xiao Zhantian's eye began to spasm. Missile launch tubes of this caliber possess firepower capable of obliterating every level 7 fighter currently available on the market. As the leader of a top-tier guild, he understood precisely the weight of such deterrent power. Yet as he turned toward the radar display, his initial shock gradually gave way to a deepening sense of dread. Brother, while your firepower is formidable, the enemy has committed their entire strength. The Disha Alliance and Tianxia Alliance are throwing everything they have at you. Xiao Zhantian watched the sky-darkening formation of hostile aircraft, his teeth grinding audibly. 11,000 heavy combat aircraft, 3 level 7 machines. Even with those 10 tubes fully loaded with missiles, how many can you possibly intercept? In his assessment, aerial combat ultimately came down to attrition. Once the missiles were depleted or intercepted, no matter how thick the armor, his forces would be defenseless against thousands of times their number. Battle stations. Push all energy to maximum. Even if it costs us our lives, I'll buy my brother several minutes. Xiao Zhantian issued his devastating combat orders. Deep within the glacier, the heavy leaden clouds were torn apart by ferocious winds. Rumble. Over 5,000 heavily armed combat aircraft from the Disha Alliance surged forward like a black tidal wave, their killing intent overwhelming. Every engine strained beyond its limits, the deafening pressure causing the glaciers lining the rift to crack and collapse continuously. The scattered players who had been watching in line were instantly stunned by this military-grade oppression. Run. This place isn't meant for mere humans. The Disha Alliance has lost their minds. They're taking everyone down with them. Watching the advancing enemy fleet, countless small aircraft scrambled to escape in every direction. The primal fear gripping them made their hands shake too badly to properly control their controls. At the heart of the Disha fleet, a massive dark golden passenger aircraft over 60 meters long descended with deliberate slowness. Level 7 Bloodlust Cruiser. Tuoba Xiao sat in the captain's seat, his face a mask of murderous gloom. His gaze locked onto the crimson gleaming aircraft, cutting through the blizzard, jealousy burning so intensely it seemed ready to consume him. That fool Chao Yuan destroyed by such a single aircraft. What a waste of the Alliance resources I invested in upgrading him. Tuoba Zhao's voice was gravelly and brutal, like a wounded beast. When he spotted the 10 missile launch tubes, his hand, ready to order an immediate attack, froze mid-motion. After years surviving in the wasteland, his instinct for suspicion had kept him alive longer than brute force ever could. Fresh from an upgrade, the golden aura hasn't even faded, and he dares to sit exposed like this. Something's off. His concerns deepened as he noted the Battle God Alliance holding position on the flank. When did that reckless Xiao Zhantian become this patient? Could they be working together, laying a trap meant specifically for me? Tuoba Xiao snorted derisively, refusing to make the first move. Men like him preferred to let others bleed first. Li Tianbao's arrogance is right behind us. Let the World Alliance test the waters. I'll wait and collect the spoils myself. At that moment, new jeers floated through the campaign's public channel. What a pathetic display of the fiendish alliance. 5,000 aircraft, and they're terrified by 10 missile tubes. Tuoba Xiao, get out there then. Weren't you going to take a 70% toll? What kind of guts does it take to hide behind everyone else like a coward? Each blunt taunt struck Tuoba Xiao like a slap across the face. Tuoba Xiao's face purpled with rage as he slammed his fist on the console. What are you looking at, you common trash? If you dare speak again once I deal with that crimson fighter, I'll kill every last one of you for venting my frustration. This threat proved remarkably effective. The rebel channel fell suddenly silent for the most part. Yet the situation remained poised on a razor's edge, undiminished by Tuoba Xiao's retreat. On the contrary, a far more terrifying presence, a sense of absolute dominance, was sweeping down from the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy sonic booms drew nearer. 2 helicopters, massive as moving castles, broke through the cloud layer, first their rotor wash sweeping away all the snow and wind below in a devastating gust. Level 7 Netherwing armed helicopters, their high-frequency, guided missiles gleaming with a chilling light that promised despair under the sun. Then 500 Level 6 heavy cruise aircraft formed a massive V formation, blotting out the entire sky. At the heart of this overwhelming fleet, capable of crushing any resistance, a dark gold fighter emerged, radiating an aura of absolute dominance. Level 7 Apocalypse Fighter, Li Tianbao's personal craft. This magnificent deployment, reminiscent of a regular army's expedition, left the entire valley airspace in deathly silence. Zhu Ying watched the seemingly endless formation of elite aircraft, his palms slick with cold sweat. Is this truly the foundation of the Wasteland's #1 guild? Fu Su slumped back in his pilot's seat, throat parched as he swallowed hard. Alliance leader. Do we really still have a chance of winning this time? The atmosphere in the entire theater reached its peak as every eye fixed upon that solitary crimson aircraft. The firmament above the extreme cold rift was utterly consumed by a dark, oppressive tide of steel. The Tianxia Alliance and the Earth Fiend Alliance, the two most dominant factions of the barren continent, fielded over 11,000 heavily armed fighters, their overwhelming presence saturating every grain of dust upon this icy plain with sheer despair. Tuoba Xiao sat upon the command throne within his LV-7 Blood passenger liner, drawing upon the immense momentum his allies brought to bear. The terror and humiliation of having 5,000 elite fighters slaughtered by Yu Feng in broad daylight had now been wholly transmuted into a perverse wellspring of confidence. His gaze locked dead upon that LV-7 7 Crimson Sky Hunter Fighter emanating a ghostly red luminescence, his countenance twisted with a brutal savage grin. Boy, I have to admit it. Your tortoise shell is indeed remarkably tough. You even managed to slice apart that piece of trash, Chao Yuan's Tier 7 fighter. Tuoba Xiao switched directly into the server-wide public channel, his voice insufferably arrogant. However, before the absolute armies of the Earth Fiend Alliance and the Tianxia Alliance, your flashy little tricks are nothing but a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. He paused, his tone suddenly soaring with the playful malice of a cat toying with a mouse. Now I shall grant you one chance to preserve your miserable life. Tuoba Zhao's voice echoed throughout the entire rift. Crawl out of your wrecked fighter, kneel upon the frozen tundra, and kowtow to me 100 times. Then hand over every single woman aboard your fighter to me. Today this father is in a generous mood, so I may yet grant you the opportunity to serve the Earth Fiend Alliance. These exceedingly degrading words sent a chill down the spine of every lone wanderer observing from the sidelines. However, the furious retaliation everyone had anticipated never came. That Crimson Sky Hunter fighter remained perfectly steady in its hover, not even the slightest tremor disturbing its composure. Inside the captain's chamber, upon a luxurious leather sofa, Yu Feng sat with one leg crossed over the other, a straw stirring ice cubes within a cup of honeyed iced orange, producing crisp, crystalline sounds. Sun Yin, Lu Rian, the sisters of the Ling family, and a host of other devastatingly beautiful women surrounded him, some peeling fruit, others massaging his shoulders. The atmosphere was leisurely, as though the vast armada outside were nothing more than cinematic background effects. They paid no heed to the ranting of a band of dying men. Why would a giant pay any mind to the cries of mere ants? Tuoba Xiao. Why does that name sound vaguely familiar? Yu Feng took a long swig of his chilled sweet drink, asking casually. Beside him, Shan Tiantian swung a pair of tender pale little feet, her lips curling with disdain. Captain Brother, the Earth Fiend Alliance's leader. That ghost you blew away with a single cannon blast, was his vice leader. Oh, now I remember. Yu Feng wore an expression of dawning recollection, then impatiently furrowed his brow. He picked up the omnidirectional communicator, and without even glancing outside replied offhandedly. You are exceedingly noisy. Yu Feng's voice was flat, yet carried an undeniable arrogance. If you wish to fight, then fight. Stop buzzing around like flies. It is ruining my drink. Absolute silence consumed the entire battlefield. The savage grin upon Tuoba Zhao's face instantly froze, and in the next instant that bloated mass of flesh flushed crimson at a rate visible to the naked eye. You seek death. Tuoba Xiao trembled with rage, his fingernails scoring an ear-splitting screech across the alloy armrest. The several thousand Earth Fiend Alliance pilots behind him seethed with collective fury, flooding the battle channel with vows to tear Yu Feng into 10,000 pieces. But Tuoba Xiao was after all a lord of his domain. Beneath even the most extreme rage, he retained a thread of cunning rationality. He stared fixedly at those 10 dark, gaping missile launch tubes, a flicker of wariness flashing through his eyes. He turned toward the LV-7 Apocalypse fighter emanating absolute dominion behind him, speaking loudly into the Allied channel. Alliance leader Li, this boy remains obstinate. In my view, why not first have your 2 Phantom helicopters launch a saturation strike to destroy his 10 missile tubes? Let us see how arrogant he remains then. He wished to have Li Tianbao exhaust Yu Feng's trump cards first. However, Li Tianbao's languid voice slowly rose through the Allied channel, shattering his carefully laid schemes. Alliance leader Tuoba, if you would contain yourself. Li Tianbao's voice carried an indisputable composure. Before we act, there are a few words I wish to exchange with this interesting fellow. Exchange words. Tuoba Xiao was utterly bewildered, his face a portrait of stunned disbelief. Li Tianbao's meaning was unmistakably clear. He had taken a fancy to this boy and intended to recruit him. This could not be allowed to happen. If Yu Feng were absorbed into the Tianxiao Alliance, how could he ever avenge Chao Yuan? Where would the Earth Fiend Alliance's face, publicly shattered, be salvaged? Henceforth would he be forced to take detours whenever he encountered Yu Feng? Alliance leader Li. Tuoba Xiao grew desperate, calling out openly upon the public channel. We had a pact between us. You were to assist the Earth Fiend Alliance in securing dominion over the extreme cold rift, with half the tolls to be ours. Now this boy has slain my vice leader and humiliated the Earth Fiend Alliance before the entire server. If you recruit him, our alliance. He sought to leverage their pact to force Li Tianbao's hand. Yet before his words could conclude, buzz, a blinding crimson laser-locking beam suddenly erupted from the Apocalypse fighter, striking directly upon the cockpit of Tuoba Zhao's LV-7 blood passenger liner. The shrill alarm of the highest-level targeting system exploded wildly within Tuoba Zhao's cabin. Li Tianbao's voice, cold, stripped of all emotion, swept across the entire battlefield like a wind from the 9 depths of hell. Tuoba Xiao, I am informing you, not negotiating with you. Do I, Li Tianbao, owe you an explanation for whatever I wish to do? If you refuse to accept this and wish to avenge your dead vice leader, then go fight him yourself. Stop blabbering here and presuming to dictate my actions. Li Tianbao's voice rang out word by word, supremely domineering. Know your place. The air-to-air missile ports on either side of the Apocalypse fighter's nose glinted with exceedingly dangerous light. A naked thread of brute force. The color drained from Tuoba Zhao's face, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. He gazed at the massive crimson blip upon his radar representing the Apocalypse fighter and at the two phantom-armed helicopters that had already locked their missiles upon him. His previously insufferable arrogance thoroughly doused. He knew full well that in a duel his blood passenger liner was a mere babe before the Apocalypse fighter. In a melee, the Tianxiao Alliance's 5,000 elites could grind his rabble of 6,000 into the dirt. Before such absolute power, the so-called alliance was nothing more than scrap paper that could be torn at any moment. Tuoba Zhao's chest heaved violently, his teeth grinding audibly. Humiliation, fury, unwillingness. Every emotion intertwined, ultimately condensing into two agonized words. Fine then. He bowed that once proud head. Having subdued this disobedient cur, Tuoba Zhao Li Tianbao contentedly withdrew his cannon lock. He personally piloted the Apocalypse fighter, leading his colossal armada forward in a measured advance, until finally halting a mere 500 meters from the Crimson Sky Hunter fighter. For Tier 7 fighters, this distance was nearly face-to-face. Li Tianbao elegantly adjusted his suit collar, a smile of assured triumph playing upon his lips. He believed that before such an overwhelming force, sufficient to crush all resistance, any intelligent individual would make the wisest possible choice. He raised his communicator, preparing to dispatch to Yu Feng what he considered an exceedingly honorable recruitment ultimatum. And then at that very moment, the exquisitely crafted perfect-grade transcendent artifact resting against his chest, the Prophecy Watch, representing his greatest trump card, suddenly blazed with a blinding crimson light. A terrifying heat, searing enough to burn through alloy armor, seared relentlessly through his suit, scorching the skin of his chest. The smile upon Li Tianbao's face froze instantly. This watch only emitted its passive warning when it foresaw a fatal crisis sufficient to threaten his very life. And this heat, scalding enough to nearly melt, he had only felt once before when he had faced a Tier 7 Abyss Overlord class aberrant. Death warning. Li Tianbao's pupils contracted to pinpricks in that singular instant. He raised his head in horror, staring fixedly at the Crimson Sky Hunter fighter before him, which he had considered easy prey, and his face was suffused with utter disbelief. Prey? This was no prey whatsoever. This was an abyssal maw capable of devouring both him and the entire Tianxiao Alliance armada whole. All forces, halt your advance. Li Tianbao's voice, sharpened to a pitch by sheer terror, had utterly abandoned its former composure. The military advisor and the assembled high commanders were bewildered, unable to fathom why the alliance leader had suddenly issued such an order. Li Tianbao had no time for explanations. He tore open his suit, exposing the watch that had already seared his chest black. Disregarding the colossal price of permanently weakening his spiritual power through forced prophecy, he bellowed in a hoarse voice. Activate. Active prophecy. Upon the watch's crystal face, intricate golden sigils whirled into frenzied motion. Li Tianbao pressed his thumb fiercely against the burning prophecy watch on his chest, forcibly channeling an overwhelming surge of spiritual power into it. Initiate active prophecy. The howling gale of the extreme cold rift vanished in an instant. His vision plunged into darkness as Li Tianbao's consciousness was forcibly dragged into a grayish-white prophetic dreamscape. Within this vision of the future visible only to him, time began to accelerate at breakneck speed. He saw himself pushing open the hatch of the Apocalypse fighter, looking down imperiously as he issued an arrogant recruitment ultimatum to that crimson warplane. What answered him was a contemptuous snort from Yu Feng. You're worthy. In the prophetic vision, Yu Feng didn't even spare him a proper glance, casually pressing the red launch key on the main control console. Immediately after, Li Tianbao witnessed a scene of such horror that he would never forget it for the rest of his life. His pride and joy, the guardian treasures of the Alliance, the two LV-7 ghost-armed helicopters hovering at the highest altitude like mobile mountains, even failed to fire so much as a single rocket. The 10 missile tubes beneath the dark warplane's belly instantly erupted with blinding crimson light. Hundreds of magic-tracking missiles trailed dark red flames as they tore through the clouds at high-frequency maneuvering speeds that conventional radar could never lock onto. Boom, boom. Catastrophic chain explosions thundered through the heavens. The two ghost helicopters, armored so thickly it was absurd, were torn into shreds like paper toys beneath the devastating might of the magic missiles. Massive rotors plummeted straight down toward the glaciers below, accompanied by rolling smoke and fireballs that filled the sky. Li Tianbao's entire body shuddered with a violent chill. The prophetic vision gave him no respite, continuing to unfold with brutal sanguinity. The siege of 10,000 warplanes became the most laughable joke of the entire wasteland. The 612 cm caliber aviation cannons on that Crimson Skyliner warplane erupted at an extreme firing rate of 12,000 rounds per minute. A deadly storm of metal woven from mithril high-explosive armor-piercing rounds swept through the elite formations of the Tianxiao Alliance and the Earth-Sha Alliance like a meat grinder. Each time the magic Vulcan cannon finished charging, it plowed 2 absolute zones of vacuum death across the sky. Glaciers melted. Molten iron boiled. Li Tianbao watched helplessly as the extreme cold rift was filled with debris and charred corpses from horizon to horizon. 11,000 heavy warplanes were annihilated in mere moments. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Wreckage piled into iron graves hundreds of meters high. Yet that crimson warplane hovering at the center of the battlefield hadn't so much as a single scratch on its starry textured paint. Absolute one-sided slaughter. In the final seconds of the prophecy, the luxurious LV-7 Apocalypse fighter had already been cleaved into 3 sections, crashing into a wasteland of scorched earth. Li Tianbao crawled out from the wreckage drenched in blood, his legs shattered, dragging an eye-searing trail of crimson behind him. He lay on the ground like a dying dog, desperately raising his head to beg for mercy. Yu Feng sat in his unscathed captain's chair, looking down at him with cold indifference, issuing his order without a moment's hesitation: burn him. Sun Yin stood at the cabin entrance, her enormous capital swaying slightly with a soft laugh. She flipped her palm, and a violent class C explosive fireball slammed directly into his skull. The excruciating pain completely tore his consciousness apart. Up. Li Tianbao's eyes snapped open, and he sprang up from the leather sofa in one motion. The howling of the frigid wind and snow rushed back into his ears. Reality. Cold sweat had thoroughly soaked through his hand-tailored bespoke suit. The prophecy watch on his chest, burning with excessive heat, had seared a charred imprint directly into his skin, emanating a nauseating smell of roasted flesh. He gasped for air in ragged breaths, his hands and feet ice-cold and trembling uncontrollably. This was no false illusion. This was an absolute death sentence that would become reality the very next second if he dared to open fire. Over 10,000 warplanes besieging a monster with infinite firepower and impenetrable defense. That bastard Tuoba Xiao was dragging the entire Tianxiao alliance into a meat grinder. Alliance leader, all formation main cannons have finished warming up and can execute saturation strikes against the target at any time. Shall we give the order now? The military advisor beside him adjusted his glasses, his tone certain. Fire my ass. Are you trying to get me killed? Li Tianbao swung his hand back and slapped the military advisor across the face, his furious roar exploding through the cabin. The slap sent the military advisor spinning half a circle on the spot, his glasses flying off as he clutched his grotesquely swollen cheek, his face a picture of utter bewilderment. The high-ranking officers of the Tianxiao alliance in the cabin collectively fell into terrified silence. Li Tianbao had no time for them. Driven by extreme terror, his will to survive surged to its absolute peak. He yanked his tie loose in one motion, screaming hysterically into the communicator, "Relay my order. The entire army rear formation becomes the front. Retreat from the extreme cold rift immediately, right now, this instant." Yet before the retreat order could be transmitted to the various regiments, a piercing high-frequency amplified broadcast suddenly exploded across the heavens above the extreme cold rift. The voice amplified through the systems of the LV-7 Crimson Skyhunter warplane completely overpowered the roar of over 10,000 engines on the battlefield, transmitting clearly into everyone's ears. What a grand display, Alliance leaderly. Yu Feng's languid voice echoed across the battlefield, carrying undisguised contempt and killing intent. Bringing over 10,000 heavy warplanes to block my path, so completely. What, looking to avenge those dead men from the Earth-Sha alliance? The moment that casual question landed, crack. The glass face of the perfect grade prophecy watch on Li Tianbao's chest was instantly cracked by the terrifying heat. Shards of glass scattered across the carpet. The ultimate death warning. If his answer displeased the other party in the slightest, the scene from the prophetic dreamscape, those 2 ghost helicopters plummeting from the sky, would replay in an instant. Face. The dignity of the supreme overlord of the wasteland continent. Worth absolutely nothing compared to his life. Li Tianbao lunged at the main console, shoved aside the still-dazed communications officer, and roughly slammed the highest authority key for full-spectrum broadcast. The alliance leader, who moments ago had been imperious and unquestionable, now carried a distinct nervous laugh and sycophancy in his voice. "Brother Yu. A misunderstanding. A terrible misunderstanding." Li Tianbao's voice crashed awkwardly across the skies above the extreme cold rift through the full-spectrum broadcast. Li Tianbao wouldn't dare cause trouble for Brother Yu even if I had 100 lives. I merely brought the brothers out for a spin today. Yes, a spin. We just happened to pass by the extreme cold rift, and since the weather's lovely today, we figured we'd do a little alliance-wide training exercise. Li Tianbao shouted into the full-server channel microphone, frantically wiping the cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Anyone who dares touch even a single hair on Brother Yu's head is making an enemy of the Tianxiao alliance. Li Tianbao will personally kill him first. The words fell. The entire extreme cold rift fell into deathly silence. Over 10,000 scattered players hiding at the periphery nearly dropped their jaws onto their control consoles. The cigarette in Zhu Ying's hand burned down to his fingers, yet he sat frozen like a wooden statue in the pilot's seat, his mind buzzing. In the War God Alliance camp, Xiao Zhantian had been fully prepared to fight to the death. Upon hearing this absurd broadcast, the premium cigar, dangling from his mouth, dropped with a soft clatter onto the console. He turned his stiff face toward his adjutant, his eyes filled with an expression that suggested he'd seen a ghost. A spin. You brought all those heavy main forces flying a LV-7 Apocalypse fighter accompanied by 2 Guardian-armed helicopters of the Alliance. And you came to the treacherous terrain of the extreme cold rift to train your troops. The Earth-Shao Alliance side was even more shattered. Tuoba Shao sat in the blood-soaked passenger plane waiting for Li Tianbao to display his might and exhaust Yu Feng's trump cards. Upon hearing that sycophantic groveling over the full-spectrum broadcast, Tuoba Zhao's vision went black, and he nearly collapsed head first onto the instrument panel. The high-ranking officers of the Tianshao Alliance collectively crashed. They couldn't believe that the obsequious voice they had just heard came from the lips of their usually proud and domineering Alliance leader. The absurd farcicality of it all completely shattered the perceptions of the tens of thousands of people on the battlefield. An eerie, deathly silence descended upon the polar rift canyon. Only the occasional howling of wind from deep within the glaciers proved that time had not ceased to flow. In the ears of tens of thousands of listeners, the sycophantic echoes of Li Tianbao's joyride and training exercise still lingered through the all-frequency broadcast. The once mighty domineering armada of the Tianshao Alliance had been transformed by those words into nothing short of a farcical theatrical backdrop. Yu Feng reclined in the captain's chair of his Crimson Phantom Huntercraft, letting loose an utterly brazen snicker. He pressed the all-frequency communication key, his fingers lightly tapping against the supple leather armrest. Alliance leader Li, this godforsaken polar rift canyon is riddled with glacial crevices. You brought over 10,000 heavily armed fighters here for a joyride. Yu Feng's voice, dripping with undisguised mockery, exploded across the entire arena. What does the Tianshao Alliance have so much aviation fuel that you've nowhere left to burn it? Furthermore, why is there a red light glowing from the muzzle of your joyriding cannon? As Yu Feng's words fell, click click, the 10 pitch-black missile launch tubes beneath the belly of the Crimson Phantom craft extended outward another half-meter, precisely locking onto Li Tianbao's dark gold Apocalypse fighter. A red targeting beam brazenly struck the bulletproof canopy of the Apocalypse fighter. Every single hair on Li Tianbao's body stood on end in abject terror. The prophecy watch upon his chest had grown so scorching hot it felt as though it might fuse into his very flesh. With his lies exposed before the world, the grip of deathly fear seized his heart in an iron clasp. Misunderstanding. Brother Yu. A grave misunderstanding. Li Tianbao, thinking on his feet, bellowed into the microphone. Those aren't cannons. Those are searchlights. The Tianshao Alliance has truly come today for an observational study. While roaring these words, he viciously kicked the still-dazed military advisor beside him. Right. We're here to broaden our horizons. Li Tianbao roared with bloodshot eyes. The military advisor, sent stumbling by the kick, cupped his face and nodded frantically, shrieking into the public channel. Yes. 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 Observational study. Having heard that Alliance leader Yu's tactics are unrivaled and his firepower unmatched, our Alliance leader has specially brought us this bunch of worthless lot to witness your invincible magnificence. Li Tianbao wheeled around and roared into the Tianshao Alliance's internal channel. What the hell are you all standing around for? Shout. In the very next instant, over 5,000 elite pilots of the Tianshao Alliance, their minds swimming with questions, bellowed their slogan in perfect unison across the all-frequency broadcast. Observational study. Witnessing magnificence. Boss Yu is mighty. The thunderous roar of over 10,000 voices shook the heavens. The scattered, independent pilots on the periphery were utterly petrified. Zhu sat with his mouth agape, the cigarette ash tumbling directly onto his crotch. This was the supreme overlord of the barren continent, and now he stood like a schoolboy punished to detention, leading over 10,000 lackeys in a queue to flatter another. Within the Crimson Phantom Huntercraft, Yu Feng released the microphone, settled back onto the sofa, bit down on the plastic straw, and took a long slurping sip of honey-iced orange. He raised an eyebrow, glancing toward Shen Tiantian and Ling Yinshuang, who stood nearby. Has this grandson lost his mind? Yu Feng pointed at the dense enemy formation on the radar screen. My missiles haven't even been fired yet, and the leader of the Barren Continent's #1 guild is already dropping to his knees. Are his bones really that soft? Ling Yinshuang, clad in a white lab coat, her exquisitely beautiful face reflecting rational analysis, glanced at the intercepted communication frequencies and spoke with perfect composure. This defies reason. His micro-expression monitoring and vocal cord vibration frequencies are both betraying extreme panic. He isn't merely playing the fool, he is genuinely terrified of death, terrified beyond all measure. Shen Tiantian chewed her bubble gum, her pale, slender legs swinging leisurely, her face brimming with utter contempt. Who cares? It must be that his crummy aircraft's radar picked up our concealed missile matrix, and he peed himself silly. Shen Tiantian brandished her tiny fists. Captain Brother's firepower is invincible. A rogue, mischievous grin curled at the corner of Yu Feng's lips. He knew these warlords of the apocalypse all too well. They never shed tears until the coffin was before them. Since this old fox was so terrified it was time to strip him bare to his very bones. He pressed the broadcast key once more. Alliance Leader Li, I'm afraid I don't understand what you're saying. Yu Feng spoke with deliberate leisure. I seem to have heard that your Tianxiao Alliance and the Earth Xiao Alliance are sworn brothers sharing the same trousers. Tuoba Xiao just declared moments ago that he wants me to crawl out of my aircraft and kowtow to him 100 times. As the big brother, are you just going to watch your little brother suffer such grievance without backing him up? Those words were a dagger thrust straight into the heart. Within the Apocalypse Fighter. Crack. The prophecy watch upon Li Tianbao's chest emitted another crisp sound of fracture, the searing crimson light flickering violently. Death's scythe had already pressed against his throat. Damn that bullshit. Li Tianbao exploded with fury across the all-frequency channel, his voice shrill and utterly distorted. He no longer cared a whit for any notion of alliance loyalty, for in the apocalypse a friend's death meant one's own survival. Who the hell is sworn brothers with the Earth Xiao Alliance? Brother Yu, you absolutely must not lend credence to such slander. Li Tianbao stood upon the control deck, spitting with fury as he roared. The Earth Xiao Alliance scums have committed every conceivable atrocity. Arson, slaughter, plunder, every evil under heaven. I, Li Tianbao, as leader of the Tianxiao Alliance, have always regarded the preservation of wasteland peace as my sacred duty. I have long found these animals an eyesore. Li Tianbao's words tumbled forth at breakneck speed, terrified that any delay might bring Yu Feng's missiles crashing down upon him. I brought this great army here today not to aid them. I came to deliver justice on behalf of heaven. To help you cleanse this Earth Xiao Alliance trash. The moment these words left his lips, all the air within the polar rift canyon froze solid. From the periphery, the scattered pilot groups erupted with violent intakes of cold breath. Within the Earth Xiao Alliance's command aircraft, Tuoba Zhao's mind exploded with a resounding buzz. He clung to the edge of the control deck with deathly grip, his eyeballs nearly bulging from their sockets, utterly unable to believe his own ears. 1 moment ago, sworn allies had joined forces to blockade the entrance. The next, in front of tens of thousands across the entire server, they had nailed him to the pillar of eternal moral shame. Within the Crimson Phantom craft, Yu Feng paused briefly, stunned for half a second before pfting into outright laughter. This old bastard's speed of face-changing was such a loss to the entire artistic world. He should have been performing Sichuan opera's legendary face-changing artistry. Sun Yin leaned forward, her spectacular ample bosom pressing directly against Yu Feng's arm, transmitting a startling sensation through the thin fabric. Yu Feng, will he really help us fight the Earth Xiao Alliance? Sun Yin blinked, her large eyes, her face alight with the excited anticipation of a spectator. Yu Feng casually pinched her soft cheek and chuckled softly. Let dogs fight, all that comes of it is tangled fur. We save on ammunition and watch a free show, what's not to love? He cleared his throat and, addressing the microphone, delivered his final ultimatum with crisp efficiency. Words are wind, Alliance Leader Li. Yu Feng's voice dripped with playful derision like an absolute sovereign looking down from on high. Since you've come to deliver justice on behalf of heaven, let me see your sincerity. All talk and no action is empty posturing. These 10 missile tubes of mine have quite the temper. Should they accidentally misfire, I fear it might disrupt the refined pleasure of your observational study. Want to live? Then bring me a pledge of loyalty in exchange. Within the Apocalypse Fighter, Li Tianbao seized the lifeline Yu Feng had thrown him with desperate grip. The savage ferocity befitting the supreme overlord erupted fully from the depths of his eyes. To preserve his own life and the foundations of the Tianxiao Alliance, what did sacrificing a single Earth Xiao Alliance matter? All members of the Tianxiao Alliance hear my command. Li Tianbao switched directly into the highest internal command channel, his voice cold as a blade steeped in poison. Immediately disengage the friendly force identification system. Recalibrate all firepower modules. Target lock onto the Earth Xiao Alliance formation. Li Tianbao howled with savage intensity. Unrestricted saturation fire. Leave not a single survivor. Whoever dares defy this order, I will annihilate his entire 9 generations of kin. The minds of the Tianxiao Alliance's several thousand pilots became a complete blank of confusion. 1 minute ago they had been flying wing to wing with the Earth Xiao Alliance's formation, the next they were to wield their guns and slaughter the comrades at their side. But the iron-blooded discipline of the barren continent's foremost guild had long since forged this response into muscle memory. As you command. An absurd and utterly baseless scene now played out brazenly across the skies of the Polar Rift Canyon. The 2 LV-7 Phantom armed helicopters hovering at the highest altitude struck first. Beneath their dark gold armor, the massive heavy rocket pods snapped open to full deployment. Whiz, 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 whiz. Hundreds of high-frequency guided missiles trailing blinding tails of flame plummeted like a violent tempest directly into the completely unprepared main formation of the Earth Xiao Alliance below. Simultaneously, 500 LV-6 heavy cruise passenger aircraft and 5,000 well-equipped LV-5 armed fighters opened fire as one. A sky-blanketing barrage of machine gun tracer fire and air-to-air missiles poured mercilessly into the backs of the Earth Xiao Alliance at point-blank range of less than 500 meters. Boom, boom. Boom. Successive cataclysmic explosions dyed the skies of the polar rift canyon a hellish crimson. The Earth-Shao Alliance had absolutely no preparation. Their radar had still classified the Tianxiao Alliance as friendly forces. The instant the first wave of surprise attack descended, their defensive line utterly collapsed. Nearly 1,000 Earth-Shao Alliance fighters were torn to shreds in midair by friendly fire before they could even react. Wreckage and severed limbs rained down upon the canyon floor like a furious hailstorm. Tuoba Zhao's LV-7 bloody passenger craft was rocked violently by the terrifying shockwaves of the explosion's alarms shrieking throughout the cabin. He stumbled to the control deck, his face drenched in blood, watching the swarms of his men's red signatures vanishing from the radar. Despair and fury surged past all bounds of reason. Li Tianbao, I'll violate your 8 generations of ancestors. Tuoba Zhao shrieked with hysterical abandon across the all-frequency channel like a wild boar driven into a corner. You treacherous oath-breaking bastard. Even if I die today, I will drag you down to hell with me. The Tianxiao Alliance offered not a single word of reply. The massive caliber main cannon of the Apocalypse fighter had already aligned coldly upon the cockpit of the bloody passenger craft. The skies above the extreme cold rift had been completely dyed a blinding crimson. Tuoba Zhao sat within the cockpit of his LV-7 bloodshed airliner. On the holographic radar before him, the red dots representing the Earth-Shao Alliance were vanishing en masse at a frenzied pace. Li Tianbao, I'll kill you. Tuoba Zhao's face turned a livid shade of violet as his hands clenched deathly tight around the control stick. He shoved the throttle to full, his thumb savagely pressing the heavy armor-piercing missile launch key on the main console. He intended to drag the Apocalypse fighter down with him in mutual annihilation. His finger had not yet touched that crimson button. Boom! A muffled thunder of heavy artillery crashed down from above. 2 LV-7 Phantom armed helicopters gave him no chance to retaliate. Their 6-barrel mounted Gatling cannons, firing at a rate of tens of thousands of rounds per minute, instantly pounded a hail of dense depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds onto the nose of the bloodshed airliner. Amid the piercing shriek of rending metal, the fire control radar dome at the front of the bloodshed airliner was forcibly torn into fragments. The main console screen erupted in a shower of electrical sparks, completely dissolving into a field of snow. Fire. Blind fire if you must. Tuoba Zhao slammed the control console like a madman. 2 backup conventional air-to-air missiles, trailing tails of flame, forced their way out from the aircraft's belly. But before they could travel even 10 meters, the Phantom helicopter's precise interception net detonated them midair. The violent shockwave of the explosion directly tore off the left wing of the bloodshed airliner. The supreme command vessel of the Earth-Shao Alliance had been thoroughly paralyzed. On the icy plains at the periphery, tens of thousands of solo players cowered behind cover, staring dumbfounded at the utterly absurd slaughter unfolding within the extreme cold rift. Over 10,000 heavily armed fighters of the Tianxiao Alliance were conducting a unilateral massacre against 6,000 aircraft of the Earth-Shao Alliance. That LV-7 Skyhunter fighter, emanating a ghostly crimson luster, idly hovered at the very center of the battlefield. Every stray bullet and missile that ventured within a 500-meter radius was actively intercepted by the Tianxiao Alliance's air defense network. Not a single hair on its frame was disturbed. Is this Tianxiao Alliance serving as that aircraft's free bodyguard? Zhu Ying rubbed his stiffened old face in absolute astonishment. On the elevated slope to the right, the War God Alliance encampment. Xiao Zhantian sat within his black rhinoceros heavy fighter, the premium cigar in his mouth having burned down to the very end, its ash having fallen onto his lap. He turned his stiff neck and gazed at the holographic screen before him. Alliance leader. The War God Alliance's vice leader Zhao Xiaolan, seated in the co-pilot's chair, rolled her eyes in exasperation and kicked the back of Xiao Zhantian's seat. Didn't you say earlier that the Tianxiao Alliance and Earth-Shao Alliance had joined forces and were massing their troops to jointly annihilate that boss you? Zhao Xiaolan pointed in bewilderment at the image on the screen, showing Li Tianbao frantically directing the slaughter of the Earth-Shao Alliance. You call this a joint annihilation? Did you perhaps get the target of annihilation wrong? Xiao Zhantian's weathered face flushed red as he coughed awkwardly twice. How was I to know this grandson Li Tianbao had such a spineless backbone? Over 10,000 aircraft, and he just lets people use them as dogs. This brother Yu Feng's deterrent power is 10 times more terrifying than I ever imagined. Zhao Xiaolan gazed at the ghostly crimson fighter and curled her lip. Terrifying is an understatement. Judging by the speed at which Li Tianbao knelt, and the sycophantic tone of his voice just now, anyone would think that Boss Yu was the long-lost father he'd been separated from for years. The fully enclosed cabin maintained a constant temperature of 28 degrees. Yu Feng reclined upon the spacious leather sofa, while Su Nian knelt beside him, massaging his legs. Her generous bosom swayed slightly with each movement. Ling Yinchuan, clad in a white lab coat, walked to the control console, and observed the lopsided casualty ratio on the screen, her tone tinged with analytical rationality. The Tianxiao Alliance's heavy firepower is certainly the genuine article. In less than 10 minutes, 80% of the Earth-Xiao Alliance's 6,000 elites have been wiped out. Shun Tiantian munched on bubblegum as she drew near, her slender pale legs swinging leisurely. This Li Tianbao is quite perceptive. We had our 10 launch tubes, all prepared to treat them to a carpet of missiles, yet he took it upon himself to handle the dirty work. Yu Feng leaned against the sofa and stretched luxuriously, his expression caught somewhere between tears and laughter. He had originally devised a complete tactical coordination plan for those 5,000 magic energy tracking missiles preparing to wage an earth-shattering battle here in the extreme cold rift. Yet the opposing leader defected outright and butchered his own allies. This kid Li Tianbao is truly a talent, capable of stooping or standing as circumstances demand. Yu Feng offered a casual assessment, but this works out rather well. Those magic energy tracking missiles come at an exorbitant cost, and the ammunition we've saved can be reserved for clearing the path at Kunlun's main peak. 10 minutes. A brief 10 minutes. The gunfire in the extreme cold rift gradually subsided. The thick glaciers had been melted by the terrifying heat into rushing rivers. 6,000 elite fighters of the Earth-Xiao Alliance, together with their pilots within, had utterly transformed into charred wreckage strewn across the land. Upon the entire battlefield, only one battered LV-7 bloodshed airliner, missing a wing, lay in pathetic ruin at the center of the scorched earth. Its armor had peeled away in vast swathes, thick smoke billowing from its fuselage. Thud! The severely deformed hatch of the bloodshed airliner was violently kicked open. Tuoba Xiao crawled out of the cabin drenched in blood. One of his legs had been blown off, leaving a glaring trail of blood as he dragged himself across the frozen, scorched earth. He raised his head and beheld the mountains of metallic wreckage and severed limbs surrounding him. The Earth-Xiao Alliance he had built with his own hands, that had once dominated the barren continent, had been utterly annihilated within these 10 minutes. He had not perished at the hands of a formidable enemy, but had been stabbed in the back by the ally he trusted. Was this the consequence of forming alliances? A betrayal by one's own comrades? Tuoba Zhao's eyes blazed with bloodlust as he fixed his gaze upon the LV-7 Apocalypse fighter hovering not far away like a frenzied wild beast. Li Tianbao. A piercing shriek echoed through the vast rift. My Earth-Xiao Alliance may have no merits, but we certainly have our share of hardships. What the hell are you after? Just to curry favor with a solo player you've never met? Where is the backbone of the great Tianxia Alliance leader? Tuoba Zhao's hysterical roar carried the weight of blood and tears in every word. He could not fathom it even after 100 attempts. Even in death he wished to understand. The Apocalypse fighter descended steadily upon the scorched earth no more than 30 meters from Tuoba Zhao. A sharp electrical hiss emanated from the loudspeaker beneath the aircraft's nose. Li Tianbao's voice projected through the powerful high-frequency speaker, remarkably righteous, even tinged with a note of heart-wrenching sorrow. Tuoba Zhao, you stand upon death's threshold, yet remain unrepentant. Li Tianbao solemnly rebuked him. These past days your Earth-Xiao Alliance has oppressed the innocent within the extreme cold rift, forcibly extracting 70% toll fees from solo players, even kidnapping women. These atrocities have long reached my ears. He strove to sculpt his image as an embodiment of righteous justice, his voice rising with fervent passion. The Tianxiao Alliance has always regarded the maintenance of wasteland order as our solemn duty. I have long been disgusted with the likes of you scum. Today I, Li Tianbao, act on heaven's behalf to rid the barren continent of its scourge. Tuoba Zhao was utterly dumbfounded. He gaped in bewilderment, his face a portrait of blank confusion as he stared at the Apocalypse fighter. His mind simply could not process it. The scheme of blocking roads and collecting fees in the extreme cold rift had originally been hinted to him by Li Tianbao himself through private communications. The Tianxia Alliance had also pocketed a 30.5% share of the profits. You're full of shit. Tuoba Zhao spat out a great mouthful of thick, fresh blood in furious rage. He had just been about to expose every last dirty secret of Li Tianbao. Li Tianbao gave him no chance to speak. Die, you parasite of the wasteland. Li Tianbao issued the order without hesitation. The two rapid-fire cannons beneath the nose of the Apocalypse fighter immediately warmed up. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. A dense volley of cannon fire instantly erupted from the barrels. Tuoba Zhao could not even execute the feeblest evasive maneuver before his body was torn asunder within fractions of a second by the ferocious metal storm. Flesh and blood flew in all directions, bone fragments scattered. The once mighty leader of the Earth-Xiao Alliance had been riddled with bullets beyond recognition. Within the cockpit of the Apocalypse fighter, watching Tuoba Zhao's life signs vanish completely from the radar, Li Tianbao collapsed powerlessly into the command chair. The skin upon his hand, scorched by the prophecy watch, still throbbed with dull pain. Nevertheless, the sense of mortal peril had finally receded. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had just narrowly traversed the gates of the underworld. Had he been half a second slower in his reaction, the one riddled with bullets would now be him. Li Tianbao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, straightened his disheveled suit, and grabbed the all-frequency communicator. The righteous indignation of moments ago instantly vanished, replaced by obsequious sycophancy. Brother Yu. Alliance leader Yu. Li Tianbao spoke with utmost caution, his voice tight, with the lingering tension of one who had narrowly escaped death. The remnants of the Earth-Shao alliance have been completely cleansed. That dog Tuoba, Shao, has also been duly executed by my hand. He swallowed hard and ventured tentatively, in your esteemed opinion. Did this little brother handle things with sufficient finesse? If you have no further instructions, this little brother shall not disturb your leisure any further. We shall withdraw at once. Inside the Crimson Skyhunter fighter. Good work. Yu Feng's calm voice echoed through the intercom. The path is clear. Take your people and scram. Inside the Tianqi fighter, Li Tianbao heard that single word, scram, and felt as though a death sentence had been commuted. He nodded, frantically overcome with joy. Thank you, brother Yu. Thank you for your magnanimity. We're leaving right now. Just give us a moment. At Li Tianbao's hasty retreat order, the more than 6,000 warfighters of the Tianxiao alliance turned their aircraft around in disgrace, like a massive swarm of locusts in full flight, toward the Kunlun Mountains. Above the frozen rift, thick smoke was slowly being dispersed by the biting cold wind. The colossal fleet of the Tianxiao alliance, which had blotted out the sky upon arrival, fled more than 10 times faster than before. Those two LV-7 Netherwing attack helicopters pushed their engines to the absolute limit, terrified that even a moment's delay would see them painted as living targets by the Crimson fighter. Li Tianbao didn't even dare utter another pleasantries before cutting off the wideband channel. And with over 10,000 elite forces in tow, he fled in disarray into the depths of the Kunlun mountain clouds. Tuoba Shao and his 6,000 elites had barely cooled in death. The scattered wreckage and supply crates littered across the ground lay utterly abandoned on the scorched ice wasteland. Li Tianbao didn't dare spare them a single glance. He didn't dare claim these spoils, nor could he. He simply counted it all as toll money and protection fees paid to that capricious lord. Tens of thousands of lone players on the periphery fell completely silent. They stood frozen in their cockpits like puppets under a shared paralysis, cursed their minds of bubbling chaos. The battle had simply ended. Weren't they supposed to see two hegemon factions join forces, 10,000 warcraft bearing down and fight to the bitter end? How had things come to this? Halfway through the battle, the senior ally slaughtered the junior, then kowtowed and apologized to that lord before scrambling away on hands and knees. This plot twist was 10,000 times more absurd than any film they had ever seen. Inside the LV-6 Ironwing heavy transport, Zhu stiffly turned his neck, joints creaking. He looked at the airspace that the Tianxiao alliance had so conveniently cleared out, then glanced at the Crimson Skyhunter fighter, completely unscathed, not a single shot fired, and slapped himself hard across the face. Smack. Sharp and crisp. GHH, that hurts. Zhu winced, the burning sting on his cheek finally confirming he was not dreaming. He muttered to himself, his voice thick with disbelief in the world around him. Subduing the enemy without fighting. Now that's what I call a true top-tier powerhouse. In the nearby formation, Deng Xi, slumped in his pilot's seat, eyes hollow. Beside him, a short-haired young man was staring fixedly at the Crimson fighter, his gaze gleaming with barely contained fervor. Brother Deng, did you see that? Now that's what a real powerhouse looks like. What the hell are guilds and 10,000-member alliances to this legend? They wouldn't be worthy to tie his shoes. Deng Xi opened his mouth, but couldn't form a single word. The wasteland survival laws he had always believed in were today ruthlessly shattered by Yu Feng, only to be forged into something entirely new. On the ridge to the right, the Zhanshan alliance position had fallen equally silent. Xiao Zhenyan held his cigar between his lips, motionless for a full 5 minutes. Alliance leader. Deputy Alliance leader Zhao Xiaolan nudged him with her elbow. Everyone's gone. Still posing. I'm not posing. Xiao Zhenyan swallowed hard and managed. I'm contemplating a serious philosophical question. What kind of question? I have severely underestimated the terrifying magnitude of brother Yu Feng. Xiao Zhenyan roughly rubbed his face. I was just thinking about throwing everything I had at helping him, but it seems my meager forces charging in would end no differently than Tuoba Zhao's fate, merely adding to the spectacle. Zhao Xiaolan nodded in deep agreement, her gaze lingering on the Crimson fighter with a complicated expression. This man has transcended the dimension we can comprehend. One man single-handedly dominating an entire alliance. Dozens of kilometers from the battlefield, in the safe airspace where the FIO Alliance recon squadrons rested. Li Min sat upon her iron throne, the holographic display before her replaying the entire absurd spectacle. Her fingers unconsciously tapped the throne armrest beneath her half-silver mask. Her expression was as grave as it could possibly be. Su Qingao stood nearby, her throat dry. Alliance leader Li Tianbao actually feared him to this extent. How many hidden cards does Yu Feng still have up his sleeve? Li Min offered no response, remaining in prolonged silence. A wave of remorse was spreading wildly through her heart. In the Yu Feng alliance channel, chaos had already erupted. Fu Su's eyes were bloodshot as he danced about excitedly in his cockpit, nearly snapping the control stick in his enthusiasm. We won. We won. The Alliance leader single-handedly scared off the Tianxiao Alliance and annihilated the Disho Alliance. From now on, who in the entire barren continent would dare provoke our Yu Feng Alliance? Li Jili went even further, cranking open the wideband channel to sing at the top of his lungs. Invincibility is so lonely, so lonely. The piercingly off-key voice somehow felt remarkably uplifting in that moment. After a brief silence somewhere among the tens of thousands of lone players on the periphery, someone pressed their aircraft horn first, then another and another. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill honks converged into a raging sonic wave that swept across the entire frozen rift. The Disho Alliance is finished. Tuoba Xiao is dead. We don't have to pay protection money anymore. We're free. We're finally free. The suffocation, anger, and despair that had weighed on their hearts for days all exploded into frantic joy at that very moment. News flew on wings, spreading at light speed to the other three entrances of the Kunlun Mountains. North entrance. The Disho Alliance's 3rd Battalion was blocking hundreds of lone player aircraft inside a narrow ice crevasse, ostentatiously collecting extortionate passage fees. Move your asses faster. Whoever dares pay a single coin, less won't be passing today. At that exact moment, news from the east entrance flooded the public channel in torrents. Extra. Extra. The Disho Alliance main force has been annihilated. Alliance leader Tuoba Xiao was torn apart on the spot. The east entrance has been liberated. A mysterious legend single-handedly scared off the Tianxiao Alliance and wiped out the Disho Alliance. The Disho Alliance pilots at the north entrance paused, then burst into derisive laughter. Bullshit. Our Alliance leader commands 6,000 elites backed by the Tianxiao Alliance. Who would dare touch him? Yet the trapped lone player formation, upon seeing the message, their eyes turned crimson. The long-suppressed fury, long oppressed, erupted without restraint. Brothers, let's fight these bastards to the death. We're dead either way. Might as well take some of them down with us. Driven by the will to survive and the fire of vengeance, hundreds of lone player aircraft desperately reversed course and charged directly into the undefended Disho Alliance formation. Caught completely off guard, the Disho Alliance formation was thrown into disarray. The same scenes unfolded simultaneously at the west and south entrances. Lone players harboring grievances long accumulated launched a ferocious and bloody counterattack against the remnants of the Disho Alliance. These bullies who had flaunted their power for so long were torn to shreds before the tidal wave of avengers. East entrance. Jia Yukai slumped inside his worn aircraft, his eyes vacant and dull. When he heard the news of the Disho Alliance's destruction, he felt no joy, only a surging wave of regret and resentment. He had sold half a month's hard-earned savings just to pass through, and worse still, he had even given away his woman Zhang Ningning. And yet the Disho Alliance proved so pathetically weak, destroyed with a mere flick of a mysterious legend's wrist. All the price he had paid had amounted to nothing but a colossal joke. Mine, those were all mine. Jia Yotsai's eyes locked fiercely onto the battlefield center, where piles of aircraft wreckage and supply crates rose like mountains. Tuoba Xiao was dead, the Disho Alliance was finished. Didn't that make all these things ownerless property? He had lost so much, now he simply wanted to reclaim what was his. What was wrong with that? The spark of greed took feral root within his heart. He slammed the throttle to maximum and piloted that battered aircraft, charging straight toward the center of the battlefield. Grab everything. This is what the Disho Alliance extorted from us. We're taking it back. It's only right. Jia Yukai screamed hoarsely over the public channel, inciting the other lone players. His words ignited greed in many hearts. Exactly. That's our blood and sweat money. Take it back. Recover everything we lost. Within moments, nearly 100 lone player aircraft went wild-eyed, swarming toward that scorched earth littered with wreckage, like vultures catching the scent of blood. Yen yen. But they. Be good, just watch the show. He could not care less about these leftover scraps. After all, the loot automatically collected by the system from defeating Deputy Commander Xiao Yuan and Commander Tuoba Xiao of the Earth Fiend Alliance was the real prize. But that did not mean he would tolerate others running wild on his turf. One does not touch a tiger's rear. And Yu Feng's war spoils were certainly not something anyone could lay hands on. Tian. Give them a little shock. She had long been disgusted with those ungrateful bastards. Crimson Hunter Air Fighter, main control, AI activated. Auto-fire defa. 888 12 centimeters, aviation cannon number 1 turret unlocked. Jia Yukai was driving his battered aircraft frantically, using his wings to shove away another casual player's plane that was attempting to grab the same supply crate. Get lost. This is mine. As long as he obtained this crate of medicine, he could make up for everything he had lost before. Just as his aircraft's nose was about to touch the supply crate. Whoosh. Boom. The intact wreckage of the Earth Fiend Alliance's Grade 5 fighter in front of him was instantly blasted into scattered metal shrapnel by the terrifying kinetic force. The shockwave generated by the 12 centimeters caliber depleted uranium high-explosive armor-piercing round acted like an invisible giant, roughly tossing Jia Yotsai's shabby plane more than 10 meters away. Bang! The entire area fell deathly silent. Nearly 100 casual players who had just been wrestling and cursing at each other seemed to have been collectively paused at this instant. All movements came to an abrupt halt. All eyes stiffly turned toward that burst of fire, and behind it the terrifying fighter still radiating a crimson luster. The top armor of the fighter slowly slid open. A 12 centimeters aviation cannon with a barrel so thick it made one's scalp tingle, radiating a cold metallic gleam, was slowly rotating its muzzle. The black hole of the muzzle was like the eyes of death, coldly scanning each and every person present. A bone-chilling coldness surged wildly up everyone's spine. They then horrifyingly realized that what they had just been doing was nothing but fighting over crumbs in front of a dozing prehistoric beast. Run. Run fast. Did I allow you to leave? The bodies of nearly 100 casual players froze completely. They glanced at the supply crates in their hands, then at that giant cannon that was already warming up and flashing with dangerous red light. Their faces were written all over with struggle and reluctance. Who would be willing to spit out meat that had already reached their mouth? Besides, there were nearly 100 aircraft among them. Jia Yotsai, clutching his bleeding forehead, raised his head from the cockpit. Extreme greed at this moment overpowered the fear of death. He gritted his teeth and switched to full-frequency broadcast, crying out indignantly, "Boss, you can't do this. Return what was taken." Jia Yotsai's words instantly ignited the luck and greed in everyone else's hearts. Yu Feng laughed sarcastically at the shameless logic of this group. Return what was taken. Yu Feng picked up the communicator and asked with interest, "I conquered this battlefield, I destroyed the Disha Alliance, so these spoils naturally belong to me. If I don't give them, you cannot snatch them." A few, still unwilling to part with the supplies they held, began to make twisted excuses. "We're all surviving by flying planes. Oh, why be so ruthless? Boss, you're eating meat. Can't you let us little folks have a sip of soup? The law doesn't punish the crowd. You dare to kill all of us, tens of thousands. You're already so powerful. What's wrong with sharing some supplies with us? Isn't it the manner of a true strongman to help the weak?" Inside the captain's cabin, Shun Tian listened to the shameless remarks in the channel, shaking with anger, her fair little face flushed red. These people, how can they be so shameless? Lu Rian adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, and even her usually calm face showed a rare flash of anger. She walked over to Yu Feng and said softly, "Yu Feng, the greed of these people has no bottom line." Yu Feng remained silent. The smile on his face had completely disappeared, replaced by a chilling coldness and mockery. He looked at Jia Yotsai's twisted face on the screen, distorted by greed and excitement. His last thread of patience was finally exhausted. Seeing that Yu Feng did not respond for a long time, Jia Yukai thought his words had taken effect. He mistakenly believed that Yu Feng had been trapped by righteousness and reputation, afraid to risk offending all the casual players and dealing a fatal blow. His courage immediately grew. He straightened his thoughts and switched back to full-frequency broadcast, his tone becoming sincere. "Alliance leader Yu, I know you are magnanimous and disdain to squabble with people like us." He pointed at the nearly 100 aircraft behind him, his tone full of temptation. "As long as you are willing to share these supplies with us, you'll have these 100-odd brothers under your command forever." He wanted to use this motley crew of 100 to exchange for all the scattered war spoils, and even hoped to climb aboard Yu Feng's big tree. However, what answered him was a contemptuous sneer from Yu Feng. "I'll give you 3 seconds. Drop your stuff and get lost. 1, 2. At the same time, his thumb heavily pressed the red button on the fire control system, marked Firepower Coverage. Buzz. The 6 12 cm caliber auto-fire Defa aviation cannons on the Crimson Hunter air fighter simultaneously emitted a sickening mechanical warming-up sound. Jia Yotsai's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints at this moment. He finally realized what a foolish mistake he had made. The face he faced was not some soft-hearted savior. It was an apocalyptic tyrant who regarded human life as worthless. Several aviation cannons erupted with deafening roars. Thick red storms of death like scythes through wheat swept across the ice field. The casual player who had just been shouting, "The law doesn't punish the crowd," was blown into a fireball of flesh mixed with scrap metal before his words even finished. An terrifying firing rate of 12,000 rounds per minute instantly carved 6 extremely deep furrows into the scorched earth of the extreme cold Rift Valley. Those nearly 100 aircraft that had relied on their large numbers to forcibly snatch supplies were worse than scrap metal in the face of firepower capable of tearing apart alloy armor. Depleted uranium high-explosive armor-piercing rounds hitting those low-grade aircraft were as smooth as a hot knife through butter. Explosions linked together into a continuous blaze, turning the dim sky of the extreme cold Rift Valley crimson. Shattered limbs and scorched aircraft parts flew wildly through the sky. The extreme firepower suppression showed not the slightest mercy. The dozen or so players who had taken the lead in provocation could not even react before being instantly annihilated into shattered metal slag along with their planes. The chaotic scene of snatching just moments ago instantly turned into a meat-grinding Ashura field. The dozens of thousands of casual players standing on the periphery were dumbfounded. Jia Yotsai, who happened to be at the edge of the first wave of strafing because he was flying the slowest, managed to survive. He could only watch helplessly as the dozen aircraft in front of him were eliminated in seconds. The cockpit windshield was splattered with the wreckage of those players' aircraft. Extreme terror completely shattered his psychological defenses. Jia Yukai wet himself. Yellow liquid flowed down his pant legs onto the cockpit seat. His entire body trembled so violently that he could not even grip the control stick. Boss, don't kill me. I was wrong. We won't dare do it again. We'll return all the supplies to you. Those who had used righteousness and morality to blackmail just a moment before were now groveling on the ground like dogs begging for their lives. Inside the Crimson Hunter fighter craft, Yu Feng leaned back against his seat, his face expressionless as he watched the pleading footage on the screen. Now you know how to beg for mercy. His voice echoed through the broadcast, carrying the utmost coldness. You were quite bold just moments ago, weren't you, when you were guilt-tripping me with your morality? Since you've crossed the line and reached into my bowl, then leave your life behind. Upon hearing these words, Jia Yukai was seized by such terror that his very soul nearly shattered. He frantically tried to pull his aircraft up and flee. Too late. Yu Feng's finger casually tapped the fire control screen. The muzzle of cannon 1 swiveled slightly, locking directly onto Jia Yotsai's battered aircraft. A single 12 centimeters armor-piercing round pierced through Jia Yotsai's cockpit with flawless precision. This coward, who had bartered away women just to avoid paying a toll fee, erupted into a mist of blood in an instant, not even managing a complete scream before his end. Yu Feng did not cease his assault. The cannon continued its thunderous roar. Flames blossomed one after another across the frigid rift. Every aircraft that had participated in the looting of supplies was spared nothing. 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes. Nearly 100 solo aircraft along with the pilots inside them were swept clean without a trace. Not a single living soul who had joined the frenzy remained upon the scorched frozen plains. All greed had been utterly granted physical absolution. The frigid rift fell into an absolute deathly silence. The tens of thousands of solo players on the periphery who had not dared to cross the line now scarcely dared to draw breath. The way they gazed upon that crimson fighter was no longer merely awe. It was fear carved into the very marrow of their bones. This was no man at all. This was a god of slaughter incarnate. Whoever dared to lay a finger upon his spoils would meet a fate of total annihilation. Not a single soul dared harbor even the faintest whisper of greed. As one, everyone pushed their throttles forward, swung their aircraft around, and fled madly toward the distant reaches beyond the battlefield, terrified that slowing down even a fraction would drag them into the slaughter god's wrath. Yu Feng picked up the communicator and cast one final declaration across the open frequency. If you steal another's supplies, be prepared for the resolve to die for it. If you've the metal, go face the Earth Shao Alliance yourself. The frigid proclamation echoed through the entire airspace, utterly crushing every wandering thought the survivors might have harbored. Severing the communication, Yu Feng casually tossed the microphone onto the control console. The young women within the cabin watched this scene, their gazes brimming with an overwhelming sense of security and blind adoration. Only by following a man of such decisive ruthlessness could one find an absolute path to survival in this apocalypse. Yu Feng paid no heed to their burning gazes and directly summoned the system panel within his mind. Name: Yu Feng. Current attributes: Strength 42, Constitution 76, Agility 40, Spirit 50, Average adult male, baseline 10. Extraordinary items currently possessed. Stand: user capable of forcibly stripping a target of bodily control for an extremely brief duration, compelling them to bear attacks in one's stead. Binding duration 7 seconds. Cooldown 24 hours. Magma furnace capable of infinitely purifying low-grade materials at a ratio of 1:1, with a chance of synthesizing transcendent-grade supreme materials. Frost talisman capable of shielding the host from a certain amount of true damage. Requires 1 day to recover after durability is depleted. Teleportation staff upon activation can instantly transport a person or the currently bound vehicle across an immense distance. Cooldown 12 hours. Binding staff locks down a designated area ahead. Forcibly strips all targets within the zone of physical kinetic energy and energy circulation. Binding duration 5 seconds. Cooldown 24 hours. Energy blade can imbue the vehicle's bladed physical weapons with a high-frequency energy field, inflicting armor-ignoring energy severance damage. Key of the Abyss, a remnant key fragment fallen from the ancient higher planes. It carries with it the ineffable aura of a great and unfathomable existence. Its bearer shall endure the gaze of the Abyss, most perilously dangerous. Cloaking staff can render oneself or one's vehicle absolutely invisible to the naked eye with full-spectrum radar suppression. Super clone technique scroll. Possessing this scroll allows one to expend spiritual power to manifest a corporeal clone that endures for a period of time. Upon dispelling the clone, its memory shall return to the original body. Yu Feng idly toyed with the scroll in his hand, which emanated a purple-golden brilliance. Time to test out this new toy. He pressed the super clone scroll directly against his brow. A vast surge of energy rippled through his consciousness, and a portion of his spiritual power was drained in an instant. A streak of golden light swiftly coalesced beside Yu Feng, sketching out the distinct contours of a human form. The golden radiance dispersed. A corporeal clone bearing Yu Feng's identical appearance down to the very same irreverent expression upon his face stood firmly in place. Whether it was the towering 76-point constitution or the strength and agility several times that of an ordinary person, this clone had replicated them all in flawless perfection. Even that god-tier masculine attractiveness, scoring 85, along with certain proud distinctions, were reproduced without the slightest deviation. Yu Feng regarded the corporeal clone before him with considerable satisfaction. Go. Gather up all the spoils from those thousands of aircraft out there, including those few Tier 7 crystal cores. Store everything into the portable space. Yu Feng issued his directive directly to the clone. Once the battlefield is cleared, set an automated course and proceed at full speed toward the main peak of Kunlun. The clone nodded with crisp efficiency, turned and strode toward the cockpit's main console, beginning to skillfully operate the aircraft's radar collection system. This clone technique was truly the most perfect tool in the apocalypse, letting the clone toil through all the dirty, exhausting work of piloting the craft out there. He, the original body, could finally steal away some time to properly savor the pleasures of life. Yu Feng stretched leisurely, then turned and departed the noisy captain's quarters. He passed through the spacious, luxurious parlor, then pushed open the door to his private captain's quarters. The room maintained a constant, comfortable temperature, its floor carpeted in soft plush cashmere. Upon that custom-made bed, 6 meters wide, a petite figure presently lay sprawled out on her stomach. Shen Tian. This adorable girl, blessed with a childlike face, generous proportions, and an impossibly slender waist, had somehow slipped in unnoticed. She was kicking her little feet in the air, thoroughly engrossed in flipping through a complete collection of One Piece manga, occasionally letting out peals of delighted laughter. Yu Feng stood at the doorway watching this tantalizing scene with a roguish amusement. Humph. Out there I'm laboring, blood and sweat, shooting down aircraft and gathering supplies, single-handedly suppressing tens of thousands of elite foes. Yet this little minx, whenever she gets a spare moment, sneaks into my bed to laze about reading manga. She truly treats this place like some resort getaway. Seems that without some proper discipline, the rules of this craft will never be properly established. Yu Feng turned and locked the door behind him, deliberately making the sound of the metal bolt engaging exceedingly loud. Shen Tian heard the commotion and whipped her head around like a startled little rabbit. Upon seeing it was Yu Feng, her great round eyes instantly lit up with delight. She flung aside her manga with practiced ease and threw herself at him. "Captain brother, you're done already," Shen Tian called out in an endearingly coquettish voice. Yu Feng dominantly pinched her chin, the corner of his mouth curling into a roguish, mischievous smirk. "Out there I'm fighting for my life, and here you are slacking off reading One Piece. Looks like your restoration ability hasn't been leveled up in quite a while. You've even forgotten basic discipline." Shen Tian actively nuzzled her cheek against Yu Feng's palm, her voice so soft and sweet it nearly melted into dew. "So how does Captain brother want to punish Tian? I've been waiting especially for brother to come give me my special lesson." The glacial rift at the eastern entrance of Kunlun was scorched black by scattered wreckage. The dying crimson of sunset bathed these ruins, staining the ice sheet with a piercing scarlet hue. War God Alliance leader Xiao Zhantian commanded several thousand elite aircraft hovering cautiously near the Crimson Hunter fighter. At a distance of less than 200 meters, the cold metallic pressure emanating from that 180-ton war machine slammed brutally against every heart present. Xiao Zhantian stood within the cockpit, unable to suppress the shock burning in his eyes. "Brother Yu Feng." He directly connected through the encrypted channel of his private frequency, his voice carrying an undisguised fervor. "Big brother here has truly had his eyes open today. One man, one aircraft, and you single-handedly obliterated the entire foundation of the Earth Fiend Alliance. Even that old fox Li Tianbao, who devours men without spitting out their bones, was forced by you to defect mid-battle and personally slaughter his own allies." Xiao Zhantian raised a thumbs up, his tone brimming with sincere admiration. "Since the launch of global aircraft survival, the position of number 1 belongs to none other than you, brother. Anyone else sitting there, I wouldn't accept it." The other members of the War God Alliance on the public channel had long since erupted into chaos. Thousands of ace pilots flooded the chat with messages. "Boss, you is incredible. One man taking on an entire alliance. This is the true god of the wasteland. So awesome, this time it truly broadened my horizons." Beside them, War God Alliance Vice Leader Zhao Xiaolan stared at the holographic projection of the Crimson Hunter's model, her eyes practically unable to detach from it. "Alliance Leader Yu, your LV-7 Crimson Hunter fighter is just too cool." Zhao Xiaolan's voice went dry as she pointed at the stellar quality armor plating forged from super red nanocrystalline steel. "This is absolutely not something that can be assembled from conventional materials," she concluded with certainty. "The core technology of your aircraft has far surpassed the theoretical limits of the current version." Inside the Crimson Hunter fighter, Yu Feng reclined comfortably against the leather seat back. He casually picked up a glass of chilled beverage and took a sip, his face showing not the slightest hint of arrogance from the crowd's flattery. Elder brother Xiao is too kind with his praise.